A single, agonized cry echoed across the school grounds. I refuse to accept this. In an instant, a soul slipped into the body of Lin Ziluo, lying still in his bed. The very next second, he jolted awake, his eyes flying open. Lin Ziluo's face was drenched in sweat as he shot up in a state of bewilderment. He raised a hand to his face, gasping for breath in utter shock. A moment later, a disbelieving thought crossed Lin Ziluo's mind. What's going on? Didn't I die? How can a dead body be this warm? Looking down at his smooth hands, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but marvel. Not a single callus, this skin, it's just like it was 10 years ago. The thought made him freeze. 10 years ago. Lin Ziluo jolted, his eyes darting around. He saw a familiar dorm room, bathed in the soft sunlight filtering through the window. He cried out, no doubt about it, this scene, this is my college dorm room from 10 years ago. He frantically flipped over his pillow, revealing a phone lying on the bed. The phone's screen lit up with a picture of Yao Jinghan, a breathtakingly beautiful girl. Then, Lin Ziluo turned the phone's camera on himself. He stared in stunned confusion. My face, there's no scar. Just then, it all clicked. A thrilled, excited smile spread across Lin Ziluo's face as he said aloud, this is it, I've been reborn, I've returned to the day right before the apocalypse game began. Sitting on the bed, phone in hand, he thought to himself, before I was reborn, I remember. At that thought, a flicker of pure hatred flashed in his eyes, and he grit his teeth. His memories flooded back. I had just become the Dragon Kingdom's 10th god of war. 2 of the neutral gods of war invited me out to celebrate. While we were talking, a star core zombie suddenly attacked. Back then, Lin Ziluo had been preparing to face it. As he thought back, he remembered struggling with that star core zombie. Those 2 gods of war suddenly betrayed me. The zombie worked with them, and together they killed me. 2 blades sliced deep into Lin Ziluo's body as he reeled in shock. Lin Ziluo lay in a pool of his own blood, his body trembling helplessly. Just then, a young woman approached, her voice ringing out, Lin Ziluo, congratulations on becoming a god of war. The Li family has prepared this grand gift for you. Do you like it? The moment he saw her, Lin Ziluo's face darkened. He stared in disbelief, grinding his teeth as he forced out a single word, you. As Lin Ziluo recalled, Yao Jinghan was the one who brought that star core zombie. I don't know what deal she made with the Li family, but they managed to completely seal the world's miracle power. Yao Jinghan was our university's campus belle. She didn't choose any of the exceptionally talented guys, she chose me, and I was always so proud that my girlfriend was the most beautiful girl in school. I never knew that before the apocalypse, she had approached me on the orders of the Li family's patriarch. Her purpose was to use me to help the Li family expand their territory, and then eliminate me. The Li family was one of the 3 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. Their power was not to be underestimated. I paid the price of being disfigured, but I managed to escape them. For the next 10 years, I was constantly in hiding, on the run from the Li family's assassins. Back in the present, after reliving those memories, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but spit out her name, Yao Jinghan. He seethed with frustration. If the Li family hadn't been protecting Yao Jinghan every second of the day, with my strength, I wouldn't have died without even a chance for revenge. But in the next instant, his attitude did a complete 180, a joyful thought crossed his mind, but I'm back now, the apocalypse hasn't started yet, and she's still my girlfriend, I can deal with her first. Just then, his phone buzzed with a notification. It was a text message. The message from Yao Jinghan read, Ziluo, I have to work my part-time job tutoring those kids today, so I can't celebrate your birthday with you, I'm so sorry. Reading those words, Lin Ziluo sneered to himself, tutoring, yeah, tutoring, the old man of the Li family in his bed. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, slamming his fist on the bed. In my last life, my birthday present was a little video of the 2 of them, truly unforgettable. Despite his fury, Lin Ziluo forced himself to type a gentle reply. No problem, Jinghan, if you're busy, how about we meet for a bit at the abandoned warehouse behind the stadium, I miss you. Her reply appeared, fine, but why there, I have to leave before 6, so make it quick, because I want to give you a surprise. His face darkened, his expression cold as he spoke aloud. Li Haobua, why did you hate me so much in my last life? I died without ever knowing. I always thought it was because of my father, who passed away so long ago. I was so full of hope, looking forward to celebrating my first birthday with her, and instead, I received that humiliating congratulations video. Because of their cruel joke, I missed the best window to level up. The more he thought about it, the darker his expression grew, and he lowered his head in silent rage. Lin Ziluo thought with grim determination, reborn into this life, I absolutely will not let that tragedy repeat itself. I will make every single one of you pay. As dusk fell, the sky slowly turned a deep crimson. Students couldn't help but murmur amongst themselves, why is the sky red today? It's kind of creepy if you stare too long. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo paid it no mind, walking on with cold indifference. The students continued their chatter. An expert already said it's a natural phenomenon that only happens once every 5,000 years, don't panic, just enjoy it. Only then did Lin Ziluo glance around, thinking, this blood-red sky is the omen, the apocalypse game is coming. At exactly 7 o'clock, the game will silently overwrite reality, and the entire world will become one giant, deadly playground. How many people will be left alive then? While everyone else, oblivious to what was coming, laughed and enjoyed themselves, Lin Ziluo walked alone. He arrived at an old warehouse. Then, he opened the door and stepped inside. Lin Ziluo swung the door wide open. It was pitch black inside. A girl's silhouette was sitting right in front of him. Lin Ziluo quickly went in. Yao Jinghan sat on a chair, her voice sharp and arrogant. What took you so long? If you have a surprise, just get on with it. I'm in a hurry to get to my tutoring session. Hidden up his sleeve, Lin Ziluo gripped a small knife. Despite this, he smiled gently and said, don't be in such a rush, I'm just about to tell you. Lin Ziluo quickly closed in on Yao Jinghan. Seeing him, she frowned. Aren't you going to say anything? If not, I'm leaving. The moment the words left her mouth, Lin Ziluo's hand suddenly clamped around her neck, completely catching her off guard. The phone she was holding slipped from her hand and clattered to the ground. Yao Jingham's face went pale with terror and confusion. Lin Ziluo, she choked out, are you insane? Let me go. Lin Ziluo ignored her pleas, his eyes icy as he spoke. March 16, year 478, the Shanghai Modern Hotel, a charge of 53,239 yuan. March 29, year 478, the Shanghai Emperor Hotel, a charge of 109,984 yuan. As he spoke, he produced a small knife. Seeing his bizarre behavior, Yao Jingham panicked, her voice laced with fear and confusion. What are you talking about? Stop it, just let me go. Lin Ziluo pressed the weapon closer to her face and continued. March 29, year 478, again, the Shanghai Emperor Hotel, 109,984 yuan. At that moment, something clicked in Yao Jingham's mind. Why do those hotels and dates sound so familiar? Lin Ziluo's grip on her throat didn't loosen as he went on. April 13, Xianyi Bar, a bill for 40,999 yuan. Yao Jingham's face was now as white as a sheet. No, aren't those the hotel records from when I was with Li Haobua? In the next second, tears streamed down her face. Ziluo, please, let me explain. Lin Ziluo just let out a cold laugh. Explain, what could you possibly have to explain to me? He bent down and picked up Yao Jingham's phone. With one hand choking her, he unlocked the phone with the other. A chat conversation filled the screen. Master, oh master, I can't wait to see you, Li Haobua had replied from the other end. Did you tell Lin Ziluo yet? It's no fun if you don't. The conversation continued. I did, that idiot actually thinks I'm going to tutor someone. Have you gotten his birthday present ready? Don't worry, master, it's all prepared, and master, don't forget to buy me that bag I like, okay? After reading the conversation between them, Lin Ziluo let out a sharp, guttural sound. Then he placed his hands on Yao Jingham's shoulders. He gripped her tightly, his eyes glued to the phone screen. Lin Ziluo pressed play on a video. A voice instantly came from the phone speaker, Lin Ziluo, my foolish boyfriend, happy birthday. At the same time, Lin Ziluo recited the words in perfect sync, Lin Ziluo, my foolish boyfriend, happy birthday. The video's audio continued, use your brain, I'm the campus belle of Shanghai University, how could I possibly fall for a useless bum like you, you've got nothing but a pretty face. Lin Ziluo continued to speak along with the video, use your brain, I'm the campus belle of Shanghai University, how could I possibly fall for a useless bum like you, you've got nothing but a pretty face. Tears welled in Yao Jingham's eyes as she thought in sheer terror, how does he know? The video played on, if young Master Li hadn't taken an interest in you, I wouldn't have even bothered to give you a second look. Lin Ziluo's voice mirrored it, if young Master Li hadn't taken an interest in you, I wouldn't have even bothered to give you a second look. The more she heard, the more terrified and confused Yao Jingham became. Isn't this the video I sent to Mr. Li? How could he possibly know what I said? Lin Ziluo's face was terrifyingly dark, yet a demonic smile spread across his lips as he spoke in unison with the recording. Without you, I never would have caught Mr. Li's eye and enjoyed all this luxury. Without you, I never would have caught Mr. Li's eye and enjoyed all this luxury, so, thank you so much. Yao Jingham's hands suddenly went limp. Her face was a mask of disbelief, completely vacant. Lin Ziluo leaned in closer. Are you curious? He whispered. How I know all this? Yao Jingham didn't answer, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. In the next instant, Lin Ziluo yanked her arm into the air and roared, you can think about it in hell. Die. He raised the knife in his hand, ready to strike. In a flash, Yao Jingham's head was separated from her neck. He hacked at her body relentlessly. Within moments, blood was everywhere. Yao Jingham's lifeless body slumped to the ground. After the slaughter, Lin Ziluo gasped for breath. He collapsed to his knees. Then, in a daze, he whispered to himself, 10 years, 10 years. Suddenly, he burst into wild laughter. Lin Ziluo covered his face, a grotesque mix of sobs and laughter racking his body. 10 years, 10 years. His eyes flew open, burning with resentment and hatred as he screamed, I finally did it, I finally did it. But a second later, Lin Ziluo calmed himself, a sinister smile on his face as he murmured, but, this isn't enough. There's still Li Haobua hiding in his villa, he thought, and the Li family in the capital. Just then, a screen and a sound materialized out of thin air, startling him. Congratulations, host, on your successful rebirth, activating the golden finger system. Confused, Lin Ziluo pulled out his phone to check the time, 6:05 p.m. Staring at his phone screen, he wondered, the apocalypse game doesn't start until 7 o'clock, it's only 6 o'clock now, how is there a system, and what the hell is this system? I've never heard of it before. The system displayed a message, this system can break the data in the apocalypse game, providing the host with a superior gaming experience. In a flash, it felt as if Lin Ziluo was pulled into another dimension. The system's information continued to scroll, system activation successful, please draw your first super golden finger card. Lin Ziluo quickly complied. Draw. Immediately, the system began to load, drawing super golden finger card. The screen flashed, congratulations, player, for obtaining the super golden finger, absolute item drop rate. With absolute drop rate, the item drop chance from killing any zombie is increased from 1% to 100%. Reading that, Lin Ziluo's face lit up with absolute joy. This means killing a single zombie will drop at least one item. This is a total game changer, he thought, comparing it to his past life. In the apocalypse, the item drop rate was only 1%. He thought back to the old days. It took a mountain of zombies just to have enough to survive. Lin Ziluo thought with grim determination, my life experience is just as valuable as some string of code like you. Then, full of curiosity, he asked aloud, is this golden finger system reliable? The system displayed, the purpose of the system is to grant its lucky player a golden finger. His eyes narrowed, focusing intently. Lin Ziluo carefully read the information on the system panel. System information, golden finger system, name, Lin Ziluo, level, 0, a new golden finger can be activated every 10 levels, super golden finger, 1, absolute item drop rate, increases the item drop rate from killing zombies during the game from 1% to 100%, missions, none. After reading it all, Lin Ziluo's jaw dropped in utter astonishment. He breathed out one word, unbelievable. Lin Ziluo smiled as he read the system's information. For every 10 levels the host gains, you can draw for one ultimate perk. Completing system missions will also earn you standard perks, equipment, items, and other rewards. A grin spread across his face. With a system like this, I can finally crush the Li family for good. But his confidence wavered a moment later, replaced by a flicker of unease. Still, the Li family is one of the 3 great clans of the Dragon Kingdom. Their true strength is immeasurable. They don't just have an army of fighters, they have secret techniques to enhance their physical bodies. Once the apocalypse hits, they'll only grow more powerful, and me. His expression turned serious as he muttered to himself, come to think of it, I never figured out exactly why Li Haobo was so obsessed with me in my past life. I suspect it has something to do with my father, who died young. Looks like the only way to find out the truth is to get inside the Li family. A confident smirk returned to his face. My original plan was to kill Li Haobo, then lay low and build my strength slowly, but now that I have this system, I can get powerful, fast, annihilating the entire Li family. It's not impossible anymore. As the thought crossed his mind, Lin Ziluo pulled his hood up. He walked away without a backward glance, heading toward the blazing red horizon and leaving Yao Jingyan's body behind. The Li family, he muttered, just you wait and see. Lin Ziluo moved through the smiling, oblivious crowds. They had no idea what horrors awaited them, still laughing and chatting amongst themselves. Hey, send me a heart, so where are we going tonight, hearts? Lin Ziluo glanced back at them with a weary frown. This close to the end, and they're still in the mood to be all lovey-dovey. In a little while, we'll see who's eating who. He calmly walked towards a small hotel, the sky above a bloody, crimson red. The moment he stepped inside, Lin Ziluo spoke, hey boss, a room by the hour, I'll also take 3 bottles of water and 5 bread rolls. If this system is for real, he thought, I might as well stock up on some food now. The owner didn't even look up from his newspaper. Single rooms 40 an hour, breads 3 each, waters 2 a bottle. As he handed over the cash, Lin Ziluo added, and send technician No. 3 up to my room. The clock on the wall showed 5 minutes to 7. Lying on the hotel bed, Lin Ziluo calmly glanced at his phone. 5 minutes until 7, in my last life. He suddenly recalled the memory of what happened before, that technician, No. 3, had turned into a regional zombie boss. He remembered being terrified, trembling uncontrollably with a knife in his hand. He imagined killing the zombie boss, but this time, if I'm here to kill technician No. 3 right after she transforms. His expression turned serious as he ran the calculations. I'll get a head start and claim the reward this time. Time to act. Besides, this is the perfect chance to see if this system is the real deal. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a voice came from the hallway. Hello, technician No. 3, here for your appointment. Lin Ziluo answered calmly. Come in, it's unlocked. A beautiful, seductive woman stepped into the room. Her eyes lit up when she saw Lin Ziluo. Well, hello there, handsome, looks like it's my lucky day. The hem of her short dress fluttered. She sauntered over to him and smiled. What's the matter, still fully dressed? Let's get a move on, I've got another appointment after this. Without another word, she started to undress. Lin Zile didn't even spare her a glance. Go take a shower first. He could smell it on her, just as I remembered. She has the faint, telltale scent of a zombie. Right before the apocalypse game starts, those who are about to turn always show signs like this. Lin Zile pulled a small dagger from his bag. He then walked slowly toward the bathroom door. Technician No. 3's body was dripping wet. Completely naked, she turned to face him, a playful, sultry look in her eyes. I had a feeling you were into this kind of play, so, are you going to make a move or what? A girl gets tired of standing around. After her shower, Technician No. 3 wrapped a towel around her body. Suddenly, an alarm on Lin Zile's phone buzzed. It was time. In that instant, Technician No. 3's body began to change. Unearthly blue veins started spreading across her skin. She had no idea what was happening to her, letting out a confused grunt as the transformation took hold. Her body convulsed in agony, and she let out a pained, strengthless cry. As she writhed, Lin Zile calmly stepped into the room. The transformation was complete. Her skin was a sickly green, her teeth sharpened into menacing fangs. With a guttural roar, she lunged at Lin Zile, who stood waiting in the doorway. With a single, cold slash, he drew his dagger across her throat. It was over in an instant. The newly turned zombie collapsed to the floor. Fresh blood pooled around her lifeless body. Lin Zile said nothing, merely letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Just then, a glowing circle of light materialized at his feet. A system panel materialized before him, displaying a message. Welcome to the apocalypse game. The game has now begun. Standing still is not permitted. Players must progress automatically. Introduction to zombies. In this world, zombies possess highly sensitive hearing but poor eyesight. They can only perceive moving objects. The system's voice continued its grim announcement, and Lin Zile listened intently. The brutal apocalypse has begun. More than 80% of the world's unlucky population has been turned into zombies, leaving only a fortunate 20% remaining. Please enjoy the thrill of the game. Of course, the most important thing is to survive. If you die, there are no second chances. To enhance every player's game experience, we will now introduce the rules of the game. 1. Attacking zombies or other undead creatures will increase the player's level. Leveling up grants attribute points, experience points, and level are directly correlated. 2. Attacking zombies or other undead creatures has a chance to drop equipment, items, and supplies. The drop rate is extremely low and is entirely dependent on your luck. As for the even higher levels, just forget about it. You'll never get there anyway, so there's no point in me explaining. Lin Zile stared at the last line, completely speechless. He could only stand there and fold his arms in exasperation. The system issued a grave warning. Various hidden scenarios have been deployed throughout the world. You must search for them with extreme caution. The system continued. All modern human technology has lost its offensive capabilities, including vehicles, so don't get any ideas about running over zombies. All human communication devices are jammed and unusable. However, players can still use their phones to read novels or play games. As for dealing with zombies, getting scratched or bitten will turn you into one. Only direct wounds cause zombification, so you don't need to worry about blood-borne infection. At night, zombies' base stats will Surgiso hide well. Zombies will also evolve over time. You must keep up. There are many more warnings, but we'll get to those after you survive the 7-day rookie period. Listen to me. The zombies are extremely weak right now. Kill as many as you can. Don't come crying to me later saying I didn't warn you. Lin Zile said nothing, listening in silence. The system continued its stream of information. Remember, the apocalypse game is full of unknown possibilities. Finally, we wish you a pleasant game. The next second, the system displayed a blank screen. Enter player name, Yazzie. After typing his name, Lin Zile thought with a smirk, from now on, my name is Yahtzee as in, an eye for an eye. They'd better get ready for my revenge. A moment later, the system announced, congratulations to player Yazzie for successfully killing a zombie. gained 1 EXP and 1 gold coin, leveled up to level 2, congratulations on becoming the first player to kill a zombie, earning the unique global achievement, First Blood. Lin Zile clutched the weapon in his hand, walking forward slowly as the system continued its message, a global announcement is imminent. A thrilled smile spread across Lin Zile's face. I finally got a global announcement achievement. In my past life, I never got a single one, even after becoming a war god. That just goes to show how hard it is. The system then broadcast a message to all other players. World announcement. Congratulations to player Yazzie for being the first to kill a zombie, earning the unique global honor, First Blood. Other players, take note, of course, the other players paid it no mind, still running for their lives from the zombies in a panic. Elsewhere, a look of utter disbelief crossed Ji Yao's face. Are you kidding me? I haven't even finished reading the tutorial, and someone's already killed a zombie. Gu Gaojie, having just finished off a zombie with a golf club, couldn't hide his surprise. He was a little impressed, and a little intrigued, so someone's even faster than me. Meanwhile, Lin Zile slowly sat down on the bed. He focused on the system information displayed before him. Player, Yazzie, title, First Blood, level, 2, reputation, 1,000, plus 1,000 from achievement, gold, 1,001, plus 1,000 from achievement, storage space, 1 square meter, plus 1 from achievement, base attributes, strength 11, spirit 15, constitution 10, agility 13, talent, all-encompassing mastery, epic grade, understands countless combat methods, can masterfully utilize all basic abilities, attribute points, 4, plus 3 from achievement, strength effects. Physical attack and stamina, spirit affects skill power, constitution affects vitality and defense, agility affects reaction time and speed. After reading it over, Lin Zile couldn't help but smile to himself, such high spirit and agility, plus an epic grade talent. It seems these are the abilities I spent the last 10 years of my previous life mastering. He began calculating his next move. The bonus reputation and gold are a huge help. Some items require a certain amount of reputation to even use, plus, high reputation gets you discounts in the shop. Lin Zile's face lit up as he smiled and said aloud, First Blood, of course, the most important thing is this title, all attributes plus 1, and every day after midnight, my first attack deals 100% bonus damage. The 4 free attribute points are great, but that damage boost, it could have some very interesting uses. After thinking things through, Lin Zile got up to leave. Suddenly, a reward appeared over the corpse of the zombie he had killed, meditation necklace, bronze grade equipment, when equipped, spirit plus 1, spirit recovery rate plus 10%. The moment he saw it, Lin Zile's eyes lit up and he grinned from ear to ear. Holy shit, so it really is a 100% drop rate, a bronze grade item on the very first kill. The system immediately chimed in, host, please use your cheat system responsibly, and don't forget I'm here. Lin Zile just laughed. I know, when a gift falls right into your lap, only an idiot would turn it down. Holding the reward, Lin Zile thought, at night, the zombie stats will spike, I have to use the time before 8 p.m. to grind levels. With a yawn, he started moving, already planning his route. Right, I'll start with this room, then sweep through the rest of the hotel. Lin Zile walked on calmly. But he hadn't gone far when he suddenly stopped, turning around with a curious look on his face. Lin Ziluo seemed to sense something was off. He whipped his head around, staring in one direction. Then, he began to move, slowly and deliberately, toward a small room. Lin Ziluo unlocked the door. The next second, he kicked the door wide open. A powerfully built zombie appeared right before his eyes. The moment he saw it, Lin Ziluo made an assessment. People retain some of their living traits even after turning. Looks like this guy was a manual laborer. The system interface appeared. Zombie information, level 1 common zombie, base attributes, strength 12, spirit 5, constitution 13, agility 9. Lin Ziluo gripped his weapon, a smile playing on his lips. Heh, a few more attribute points than a regular zombie," he said cheerfully. "This should be fun." The zombie ferociously lunged at him. With swift agility, Lin Ziluo dropped to one knee, dodging the attack. Then, he thrust his dagger straight into the zombie's neck. Fresh blood gushed from the wound. But the zombie wasn't dead, it swiped at him with its hand. Lin Ziluo quickly put his weight into it, driving the dagger deeper into the zombie's throat. A second later, the zombie went completely still, its attacking hand frozen in midair. The system immediately sent a notification: "Congratulations to player Nai T for successfully killing the zombie, you have earned 1 EXP and 1 gold card." With blood splattered on his face, Lin Ziluo thought with a hint of disappointment, "That was sloppy, I should have been able to kill it in one hit." As soon as the zombie died, a supply drop materialized. The moment Lin Ziluo touched the reward, the system displayed its information: medium well sirloin steak, a delicious, fresh sirloin steak imported from Donglan, often paired with our exclusive, specially made sauce to provide players with a wonderful dining experience. Usage method: ready to eat upon activation, served at the perfect temperature the moment it appears in the player's hand. Lin Ziluo thought to himself, regular cards like this usually represent supplies, which are incredibly valuable right now, but if it's only worth 100 gold coins, it can't be that rare. Still, not a bad start. The system screen quickly popped up. Lin Ziluo stored the item in his system inventory. He then left, leaving behind the zombie's corpse in a pool of fresh blood. Lin Ziluo rummaged through the zombie's pockets. He pulled out a small photograph. He glanced down at the hammer in his hand and frowned. So this guy was a repairman, huh? Lin Ziluo continued on to the next room, 208. Then, room 207. Next was room 206. As he stood before the door, Lin Ziluo thought, "That was fast, already found another one." He quickly smashed the lock with the hammer. Kicking the door in, Lin Ziluo burst inside, shouting excitedly, "Open up, Vice Squad, we're sweeping for prostitutes, this is a raid, people." But a second later, his excited expression melted into a baffled stare. He let out a strained, helpless laugh. "A vice raid, holy shit, are you for real?" The moment Lin Ziluo stepped into the room, he broke out in a cold sweat. On the bed were 2 zombies, getting it on. He slammed the door shut and backed away instantly. "Damn, I almost forgot, this is a love hotel," he thought, completely flustered. He peeked back into the room with a disgusted look. "Even as zombies, you can't get your minds out of the gutter, huh?" he scoffed, his words clearly enraged one of the zombies. It lunged at Lin Ziluo, catching him completely off guard. The zombie swung wildly, but Lin Ziluo dodged just in time. "Whoa, hey now, did I ruin the mood, big guy?" he shouted. It glared at him, grinding its teeth in a rage. Lin Ziluo sized up the attacking zombie. "Its stats are a full 2 points lower than that maintenance worker's, and it's still coming at me this recklessly." The thought had barely crossed his mind before he brought his hammer down hard on its head. He followed up by plunging his dagger straight into the zombie's eye, sending blood flying. The zombie collapsed, defeated in an instant. Lin Ziluo casually twirled the dagger in his hand. Then, in one swift motion, he slashed it across the other zombie's neck. With both zombies down, a system notification appeared: "Congratulations, player Nai T, you have successfully killed 2 zombies, earning 2 EXP and 2 gold coins." 2 reward boxes materialized before him. His eyes lit up at the sight of them. A double blessing, he yelled, overjoyed. Looks like the system's 100% drop rate is the real deal. Thinking back made him grimace. In his past life, you'd be lucky to get half a bottle of water for killing 100 zombies. This is the difference between a peasant and a king. As he opened the boxes, a huge grin spread across his face. Man, it feels good to be the king. The system pinged again. Congratulations, host, you have received Eye of Reconnaissance X2, Eye of Reconnaissance, a bronze-tier item that detects any disturbance within a 10-meter radius. It alerts the user to anyone approaching. A single use lasts for 10 hours. Lin Ziluo let out a little hee and tapped the system screen. While he was absorbed in the system menu, a loud voice boomed from downstairs. Who's up there? Who's making all that damn noise? The hotel owner stomped up the stairs, his face a mask of fury. When he saw Lin Ziluo, he snarled, so it was you, you little punk. You broke-ass freeloader, making all this noise. You're not leaving here today until you get on your knees and call me daddy. Lin Ziluo just stared, completely bewildered by the sudden confrontation. Without another word, the owner threw a punch, but Lin Ziluo dodged it with ease. Lin Ziluo calmly backed away, a sharp dagger already drawn and hidden behind his back. You damn mutt, the boss snarled, his brow furrowed in rage. You actually dodged, just you wait, I'll deal with you. But the moment the words left his mouth, the boss's face went pale with absolute terror. Lin Ziluo's expression darkened. He coolly raised the dagger in his hand and said, if it wasn't for the hassle, I would have let a zombie take a bite out of you, then I'd wait an hour for you to turn and kill you then. With cold, indifferent eyes, Lin Ziluo added, too bad, I can kill a lot of zombies in that hour, wasting it on you just isn't worth my time. A blood-curdling scream tore through the air as a pool of fresh blood spread across the floor. Lin Ziluo finished off the boss with his bloody knife. In this day and age, he said coldly, might makes right. Too bad your fists weren't strong enough. With that, Lin Ziluo turned and walked away without a second glance. He got back to work, knocking on each door. Hello, plumbing service, here to clear a blockage. He tried all sorts of excuses. Hello, maintenance, here to fix the bed. He pounded on the next door, shouting, hello, room service. But nothing happened. Lin Ziluo was starting to get bored. He wandered through the hotel halls. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, a wide grin spread across his face. Finally, a zombie. In an instant, Lin Ziluo smashed the door open and charged in. A massive, grotesque zombie stared him down, its eyes glowing blood-red. Lin Ziluo lunged with his knife, but the zombie dodged with surprising ease. It immediately countered, but Lin Ziluo was faster, ducking low to evade the blow. He couldn't help but smirk. Not bad, big guy, you're pretty fast. With that, he slammed his foot into the zombie's chest. Lin Ziluo's gaze was ice-cold, his face a mask of ruthless focus as he stared it down. Then, in a flash, he drew his blade across its neck, sending a spray of blood into the air. The zombie let out a pained gurgle and collapsed. Instantly, a system notification popped up. A grin of pure satisfaction spread across Lin Ziluo's face. Now that's what I'm talking about, I could get used to friends like you. Lin Ziluo quickly searched the room. Finding nothing of interest, he moved on to room 201. Looking at the room, Lin Ziluo thought to himself, not bad, this will do for the night. He tossed his jacket aside, revealing a muscular frame. A system window displayed his stats. Respected player, 6 EXP required for level 3. After checking the message, Lin Ziluo pulled out his phone to check the time, 7:40. His face went pale and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Shit, he yelled, it's almost 8 o'clock. As Lin Ziluo rushed downstairs, he thought to himself, I have to kill 6 zombies in 20 minutes to reach level 3. A sign at the reception desk read, at your service, engineer No. 3 is always ready to assist, but Lin Ziluo hurried right past it. He stopped short and looked back at the sign. Engineer No. 3, Lin Ziluo thought as he read the sign. The realization hit him, if there were 3 of them, and I've already killed 2, that means there's still 1 left. Lin Zilu gripped the hammer in his hand, thinking, according to the game's rules, zombies are drawn to sound. The moment the thought crossed his mind, he struck his hammer, creating a loud noise. Instantly, a sound echoed from a nearby room. Lin Zilu moved in quickly. He scanned the area, but there was no one in sight. Suddenly, the noise came again, this time from a small panel in the wall. He pulled it open and let out a wry laugh. Damn, talk about hiding, so this is where you were. Two zombies were climbing up a ladder from the space below, heading right for him. But one of them hadn't climbed far before its hand slipped off a rung. And just like that, they both came tumbling down. Watching their clumsy fall, Lin Zilu couldn't help but laugh. Well, you can't say they didn't try. With a grin, he leaped down to join them. He took one down in a single strike. The other one lunged at him, its long claws outstretched. Lin Zilu drove his knife straight through its neck. He held the blade firm as blood gushed from the wound. After a short struggle, both were dead. A system notification flashed. Player NIT has killed 2 zombies, plus 2 EXP, for EXP needed for level 3. Looking at the knife in his hand, Lin Zilu thought with disgust, this thing is so dull it's practically useless. I really hope a decent weapon drops from this. Just then, a brilliant golden light erupted, startling him. What the? The system displayed the reward, a Tang saber. The moment Lin Zilu saw it, he gasped in surprise. Holy crap, I can't believe I just wished for this. He couldn't help but smile to himself. Nice, looks like I've got something extra to go with my steak tonight. Meanwhile, the system's notifications continued. 2 aromatic steamed buns, no attributes. As Lin Zilu held the weapon, the system displayed its details. Tang blade, weapon tier, bronze, a standard longsword from the Tang dynasty of the Long Kingdom, length, 70 cm, features, armor piercing, durable, attribute, strength +1, effect, ignores 10 points of enemy defense, recovers damage slowly when out of combat, category, unique Long Kingdom weapon. He gave it a few test swings. I could normally just buy a standard weapon like this, but getting one right now, it's like adding wings to a tiger. With that thought, Lin Zilu pulled up his inventory. Then, he picked up his phone. 10 minutes left. Lin Zilu slowly made his way up the stairs, leaving 2 zombie corpses behind. He quickly made his way out of the hotel. Outside, a horde of zombies was already shambling toward him. Lin Zilu quickly made a noise. The zombies heard it instantly. Then, the entire horde started running pell-mell toward him. Every last one of them looked vicious and terrifying. But in their frantic rush, they tripped over each other, a whole cluster of them tumbling to the ground. Lin Zilu, standing right in front of them, could only sigh in exasperation. I really gave the IQ of these day 1 zombies way too much credit. He recalled his pathetic, whining self from his past life and couldn't help the feeling of disgust. In my last life, I spent the first day holed up in my room, drinking myself into a daze. By the time I finally poked my head out on day 2, some zombies had already hit level 2. I missed the best window of opportunity all because of that damn woman. It wasn't worth it. A second later, he drew his weapon. With his swift movements, Lin Zilu cut them all down in a flash. One by one, they crumpled to the ground. Looking at the blade in his hand, Lin Zilu smiled, completely satisfied. Yeah, this is good. The quality of this blade is definitely high tier. The moment he defeated the zombies, a system notification popped up. Congratulations, player NIT, for successfully killing 4 zombies. You have received 4 EXP and 4 gold coins. Congratulations, you have reached level 3. You have received 1 free attribute point. Player NIT needs 30 EXP for the next level. Hearing that, Lin Zilu let out a sigh of relief. Alright, leveled up. Just then, a sudden noise broke the silence. Another zombie was slowly approaching. Lin Zilu watched it, a flicker of interest in his eyes. Well now, it's about time, finally, one with a bit of an IQ shows up, it even knows to come find me on its own. However, the zombie's intelligence wasn't quite what he'd expected, it walked right onto the tip of his outstretched blade. And just like that, it died, a reward promptly dropped to the ground. Lin Ziluo picked up the reward, a wry, helpless smile on his face, right. But the moment he looked at the book, his shock was undeniable. Is this, a skill book dropped already? Suddenly, the phone in Lin Zile's pocket started ringing. It was his 8 o'clock alarm. Lin Zile jolted in alarm. He immediately leaped backward. In that instant, something huge moved in front of Lin Zile. A powerfully built, muscular zombie appeared, and with it, a system prompt, zombie attributes, level 1 zombie, base stats, strength, 15, spirit, 10, constitution, 16, agility, 15. Zombie note, zombies receive a powerful growth buff as time passes, their attributes will continue to increase, making them harder to defeat. Player, please act quickly. Just as the system warned, the zombie in front of him looked far more ferocious than the grunts he'd faced before. Staring it down, Lin Zile tightened his grip on his weapon. This thing's power will peak in 1 minute. I have to finish it within that minute. Without hesitation, Lin Zile charged forward to attack. He swung his blade at the zombie's neck. But the blade didn't cut all the way through, only sinking in halfway. Lin Zile's hand trembled as he struggled to finish the zombie off. The zombie, however, glared back at him, its blood-red eyes filled with rage. Lin Zile quickly let go of the blade and scrambled back a few steps. Then, he pulled out his axe. He charged back at the zombie, shouting, "Go to hell." Once he was in range, Lin Zile hurled the axe at the zombie. The axe slammed into its face, sending blood flying everywhere. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Zile closed the distance. Then he swung his blade in a powerful slash. The zombie buckled, collapsing to the ground. But it wasn't dead yet, its eyes were still a horrifying, bloody red. Fueled by a savage rage, it lunged toward Lin Zile, who could only watch in stunned disbelief. As the zombie attacked, Lin Ziluo swiftly retreated. He gripped his weapon, his expression laser-focused. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo swung again, aiming for its neck. This time, the zombie was finished, collapsing to the ground. He glanced at the zombies he'd just killed. This zombie's attributes were already maxed out. If it weren't for my past life experience and perfect timing, I'm not sure I would have won this. As he mused, Lin Ziluo began gathering the reward boxes scattered on the ground. Dragging the corpses, he thought, it's past 8 o'clock, the zombies outside must have gotten at least a 50-point boost to their stats. I made a lot of noise fighting that last one. If I don't clean this up fast, I'll probably attract more. After piling the corpses in a corner, Lin Ziluo backed away. Back in room 203. Lin Ziluo focused, activating an item. A system notification appeared. Scouts I successfully activated. If a human or zombie approaches, the scouts I will immediately glow red, issuing an internal warning that will instantly alert the player from any state. Once it was done, Lin Ziluo let out a weary sigh. Stepping out of the bathroom, Lin Ziluo towel-dried his hair. His gaze fell upon the reward boxes on the table. The rewards he'd collected were laid out: a ring of shadow, a 1-liter bottle of Sanquan mineral water, a scout's eye, another scout's eye, and a sliced Peking duck. He stared for a moment, stunned. Holy crap, I got 2 scouts' eyes. At that thought, his eyes lit up with satisfaction. These items were so valuable in my past life, how are they dropping so easily now? I don't get it. He picked up the ring, a grin spreading across his face. Nice. A system window popped up. Ring of shadow, bronze tier equipment, description, darkness is the best camouflage, attribute, agility +1, effect, when worn at night, the user's presence is reduced by 30%. Lin Ziluo quickly slipped the ring onto his finger. His gaze then fell on something else. The moment his hand touched the book, a brilliant light flared. System notification, esteemed player Nai-T, congratulations on obtaining your first skill book. In this apocalypse game, there is no limit to the number of skills a player can possess. Lin Ziluo's brow furrowed as he read that. He sighed, no limit, my ass. Of course there's no limit when the drop rate for skill books is so low it's practically zero. Normally, you only get 3 chances for a random class skill between level 10 and 80, with my trash tier luck, I only ever managed to get those 3, and they weren't even a good fit for me. Take Luo Pai, for example, even at level 80, he only had 3 skills to his name. Hell, plenty of players at level 60 or 70 still only had their basic class skills. That one guy they called the skill god had 25, making him the most skilled player in the world. His hand rested on the skill book. In my past life, I had 10 skills, and that alone put me in the top 1% of all players worldwide. He opened the book, praying with all his might, Jade Emperor, God, Buddha, Allah, anyone who's listening, please, bless me, let me get a good, useful skill, just give me a decent start in this life. Lin Zile's eyes shot open in astonishment. The moment he opened the book, a skill immediately appeared, returning Whirlwind Strike. A system notification followed, warrior-type skill, throws the equipped weapon, dealing 120 power damage. The weapon will return to the user's hand after hitting an enemy or reaching its maximum range. The throw and return distance are fixed. On its way back, the weapon will deal 80 power damage to any enemies it hits. If it strikes an obstacle, it cannot be retrieved. Lin Zile's eyes lit up in excitement. A rare warrior skill, it's got a set trajectory, a throw, an automatic recall, and it deals damage multiple times. He seemed absolutely thrilled, grinning from ear to ear. The cooldown is pretty long, but it'll get shorter once my spirit stat is higher. I've really struck gold this time. A system notification popped up instantly. Does player Yazzie wish to learn the skill, returning Whirlwind Strike? Lin Zile eagerly tapped the system screen, thinking cheerfully, learn it, hell yeah, I'll learn it. Gripping his weapon firmly, he grinned and said, time to test this new skill. But before he could do anything, his stomach growled loudly. Lin Zile quickly pulled up the system interface. Then, as he selected the Peking roast duck, he thought, yeah, food first, Peking roast duck it is. In an instant, a beautifully presented Peking roast duck and other dishes materialized before him. Lin Zile began to eat ravenously. This flavor, the aroma, the appearance, it's as good as anything from a 5-star chef. After finishing his meal, he quickly cleaned up the leftover bones. Lin Zile threw them all in the trash. Then he moved, his expression cold and determined. He stood gazing out at the brightly moonlit city. To get my revenge, I can't just follow the game's intended progression like I did in my past life, otherwise, I'm doomed to repeat the same mistakes. The thought had barely finished when the system interface appeared. Paper, pen. He quickly selected pen. He then wrote a few lines on the blank sheet of paper. Warrior, mage. Lin Zile focused, writing at length. In just a moment, the page was filled with information. Warrior, for every level gained, strength and constitution permanently increase by 1 point, and you gain 2 free attribute points to allocate. For a tank build focused on damage resistance, put all points into constitution. For a DPS warrior build, put all points into strength. For an assassin style build, consider adding points to agility. If you're a marksman, no extra points are needed, just focus on your hit rate. For the warrior class, a player's spirit and agility stats also develop rapidly, primarily scaling with changes in their physical attributes. Mage, for every level gained, spirit and agility permanently increase by 1 point, and you gain 2 free attribute points to allocate. Most players choose to put all points into spirit, however, allocating points to constitution or strength can create a viable battle niche. The chance of unlocking a hidden class is only 1%, the chance of unlocking a top-tier hidden class is even smaller, for example, the Phantom. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao's face grew serious as he confidently declared, if I was able to get it in my past life, then getting it again in this one will be a piece of cake. The paper now read, Hidden Classes, a tier above both normal and advanced classes. Players who can unlock the hidden class system are extremely rare. A player must be past level 10 to even attempt the class system trial and choose a suitable development path. Although every quest for a hidden class is life-threateningly dangerous, the rewards are more than worth it. Another class, Phantom, a legendary top-tier assassin class in the game. It focuses on maxing out agility for explosive burst damage. Before the first two class advancements, each level up grants +2 to agility and strength, +3 free attribute points. At this point, Lin Xiao couldn't help but remark, in my past life, if I hadn't unlocked the ultimate hidden class, Phantom, I would never have been able to escape the Li family's pursuit for 10 years. The lines of text on the paper were written neatly by Lin Xiao. Anyone who gets one of these classes is a future war god or magic god. This will probably be useful later. He also sketched out his current stats: unallocated points, 0, strength, 16, +3, spirit, 17, constitution, 11, agility, 17, +2. After a moment of thought, Lin Xiao tapped on the strength allocation section. Then, he focused, trying to remember. Phew, let me think, where can I find the Radiant Paladin? A second later, it hit him, that's right, that diamond artifact, it's at. He trailed off, cursing himself internally. Sigh, I told myself I should have written it down. Look at me now, I can't even remember the exact place to get the sword. Meanwhile, in a magnificent modern mansion, the sharp sound of shattering glass suddenly echoed through the room. It was immediately followed by sounds of destruction and the furious shouting of Li Haobua. Calm down, how the hell am I supposed to calm down? All my plans have been ruined by that bitch, Yao Xinghan. This green-haired young man was none other than Li Haobua. He let out a sinister, frustrated laugh. Where the hell did she die? Now the juiciest material I prepared is incomplete, and I didn't get to send it to that worthless piece of trash, Lin Xiao. Li Haobua, the furious young master of the Li family, slammed his glass on the floor and screamed in frustration, and this damn apocalypse game, damn it all. Butler Li, his personal steward, quickly interjected, young master, keep your voice down, we've already lost too many of our guards. If more zombies are drawn here, I can't guarantee your safety. Li Haobua ignored him, his face red with rage as he turned to the butler. Tell me, if I piss that bastard Lin Xiao off enough to kill him, will that send him straight to hell to see his disgusting old man? Hearing this, two conflicting thoughts arose in Butler Li's mind. The angel on his shoulder spoke first. Did the master make a mistake raising him to be like this? But the devil immediately shot back. The master was not wrong. A family like the Li clan can only have one capable heir. This is the only way to prevent brothers from turning on each other. After a moment of thought, Butler Li couldn't help but make an assessment. But now that the apocalypse is here, the young master's personality will be his downfall. Butler, Li Haobua said, seething, I can't accept this. Butler Li asked immediately, his curiosity piqued, young master, what is it? Li Haobua shot back, didn't my father say the Miao Sha mercenary group was coming to find me a few days ago? He said confidently, raising his voice, they should be here by now, right, tell them to go find those two. A murderous look crossed Li Haobua's face as he continued coldly, I want Yao Xinghan found, I want to see her, dead or alive, and as for that waste of space, Lin Xiao, I'm going to break his mind. Butler Li immediately reassured him, young master, you've taken care of the Miao Sha mercenary group since they were young, they will undoubtedly carry out your every wish. The mere thought of Yao Xinghan dying at Lin Xiao's hands made Li Haobua erupt in a fit of rage-fueled laughter, ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao seemed to sense something and suddenly let out a sneeze. He rubbed his nose, muttering to himself, who's talking trash about me now? Afterward, Lin Ziluo quickly got fully dressed and headed outside. He jumped down calmly, landing lightly on the ground. Lin Ziluo stood up and faced the horde of zombies before him. Then, he drew his blade with a cold expression. In an instant, Lin Ziluo threw his weapon toward the zombies. The system immediately announced, "Congratulations to player Nady for successfully killing a zombie, received, 1 EXP, 1 gold coin." With just his weapon, he easily mowed down countless zombies, causing the system to display a continuous stream of notifications. "Congratulations to player Nady for successfully killing a zombie, received, 1 EXP, 1 gold coin. Congratulations to player Nady for successfully killing a zombie, received, 1 EXP, 1 gold coin. Congratulations, player Nady has reached level 4, received, 1 free attribute point. Player Nady needs 40 more points to reach the next level." Lin Ziluo's weapon slashed straight through a zombie's neck, a single, fatal blow. After wiping out the horde, leaving behind a pool of fresh blood and corpses, Lin Ziluo calmly retrieved his blade. Looking at his weapon, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but think with satisfaction, this returning cleave skill is really useful. He focused, calculating his next move. The only drawback is that my spirit attribute is too weak, which makes the cooldown for returning cleave pretty long. That's enough for today. As he thought this, Lin Ziluo began picking up his rewards. Instantly, a variety of items appeared, making Lin Ziluo quite happy: a clean men's shirt, 1 serving of Kung Pao chicken, a watch that shows the correct time. Just then, the system announced, "Congratulations to player Nady for receiving a new attribute item." This piqued Lin Ziluo's curiosity. Just as Lin Zile picked it up, a system notification appeared. It was an equipment enhancement scroll, a bronze tier item that could be used to strengthen other bronze tier equipment. Holding the scroll in his hand, Lin Zile smiled. Finally, something useful. As soon as he applied it to his gear, a system window appeared, explaining that enhanced equipment would gain boosted stats. The first attempt was a guaranteed success, and surprisingly, the success rate for future enhancements would increase with each level, not decrease. Lin Zile stared intently at the sharpened weapon before him as its new stats flashed on the screen. "Enhancement successful, congratulations, player Yit, you have obtained Tang Style Saber +1, Tang Style Saber, bronze tier weapon, the standard issue military saber of the Dragon Kingdom's Tang Dynasty, approximately 70 centimeters long, features armor-piercing and durable qualities. Its attributes are strengthened through enhancement. Attributes, strength +2, ignores 15% of enemy defense. Consecutive strikes gain a 10% power boost. The blade self-repairs damage after combat." Right after, Lin Zile pulled up his system interface. His character sheet read, "Player Yit, base stat strength 18, spirit 17, constitution 11, agility 17. Lin Zile put his point into strength. He had just stored his weapon in his inventory when another notification popped up. "Congratulations, player, you have received the invisibility mask." It was a bronze tier item. When worn, it could hide his nickname and other basic information for 30 minutes, and could be used twice per day. At that, Lin Zile's gaze shifted to the newly appeared item. He took it out and examined it closely. Then, he put it on. The system promptly displayed a message: "Player Yit has successfully used the invisibility mask." With that taken care of, Lin Zile casually lay down among the zombie corpses to rest and think, "That's enough for now, I'll take a quick break before pushing on." He held his hand up to the clear sunlight, thinking to himself, "If I can hit level 5 today, I can go challenge that place directly. I won't need to hunt for dungeons anymore." In this game world, dungeons were the most important way to gain experience, items, and gear. Players just had to find most of the dungeons within the city to be able to teleport to a dungeon lobby, where they could choose which one to enter. But there were also special, stand-alone dungeons. These were like hidden realms, and their rewards were far more lucrative. His thoughts shifted. "Forget it, I'll just head straight for the Li family's villa." The thought had barely formed when Lin Zile shot up and took a watch-like device from his inventory. He then strapped it onto his wrist. And with that, he continued on his journey. Lin Zile walked on, his sword held firmly in his hand. His eyes fell upon a securely locked door just ahead. With a single slash, Lin Zile easily shattered the lock. Then he calmly stepped inside. There wasn't a soul in sight, and furniture was strewn about in disarray. His expression cold and vigilant, Lin Zile moved forward. The moment he saw the pools of fresh blood on the floor, his face instantly darkened, his expression becoming menacing. Lin Zile pushed a door ajar and stepped through. A second later, a hand with sharp claws lunged out at him. Completely unfazed, Lin Zile severed the hand with a clean slice. His actions were swift and ruthless, as if he feared nothing at all. Just then, a sudden clattering sound echoed from outside, catching Lin Zile by surprise and sparking his suspicion. Suddenly, Lin Zile sensed something. The next instant, he was hiding beside a door, just as a zombie's hand slowly snaked out from behind it. A split second later, the powerful zombie smashed through the door and lunged out. Seizing the opening, Lin Zile cut it down instantly. He then stepped inside the room. Lin Zile scanned his surroundings. A photo in the room showed three people what looked like a happy family. He stared at it, unable to look away. He fell silent, his jaw clenching. His expression darkened as he turned to leave. Forget it, he thought, with so many people turned into zombies, there's no room for sympathy. Looking at his stash of supplies, Lin Zile said, there's so much food, I don't even know what to pick, I'll just draw a card and see what I get. The moment he finished speaking, a lavish meal appeared before him. Lin Zile devoured the food. Before long, every plate was wiped clean. While resting, Lin Zile scrolled through his phone. He pulled up a map to plan his next move. Okay, I'm on Pingshan Road, this afternoon, I'll head straight, then turn east, I should be able to reach this point, I just need a few more experience points to hit level 5, killing zombies along this route should be enough. His rest over, Lin Zile sat up and stretched, feeling his energy return. He wandered around the house. He stopped abruptly in front of a door, a thought crossing his mind. 1, 2, 3, I was so busy stuffing my face I completely forgot about these little rats. Instantly, he pressed himself against the wall. Whispers came from outside. Is he out yet? Not yet, but I'm sure I heard footsteps just now. Outside, 3 teenagers were huddled together, peering into the house. What if he doesn't come out? Gu Gaojie asked. Just trust me, he insisted. You guys smelled that food, right? That guy definitely has the cards to summon food. While they were engrossed in their conversation, Lin Zile was already slipping out through another window. But, robbing people like this, I don't think it's right, Ji Yao said, his voice laced with anxiety. What's not right about it? Gu Gaojie shot back. We wait for him to come out, put a knife to him, and make him hand over all his cards. Simple. They had no idea that Lin Zile had already appeared silently right behind them. 3 little rats, he thought, his expression ice-cold. GKI's frowned. Yeah, sis, think about it, we're in the right, he broke into our place, we're just catching a home invader. Jia replied, when you put it that way, I guess you're right. Dad turned into a zombie out of nowhere, my brother and I barely escaped with our lives, and we didn't bring anything with us. I haven't eaten since yesterday afternoon, we have no other choice, it's his own fault for having food. She steeled herself. Okay, let's do it, we'll take everything he has. Suddenly, a spray of blood splattered across the woman's face, leaving her stunned. Before her eyes, Lin Ziluo cut down Gu Gaojie. Ji Yao screamed in terror. Lin Ziluo spoke coldly. I was hoping to conserve my mental energy, but I can't have you attracting every zombie in the area with that screaming. With that, he sent his sword flying toward Ji Yao. The blade struck her neck in an instant. Ji Kai scrambled to get away. But in the end, he still fell to Lin Ziluo's sword. Lin Ziluo recalled his sword, his expression impassive. He turned his head, looking at the bodies with disgust. Lin Ziluo said in a calm, steady voice, "A man who'd abandon his own sister to save his skin is just a waste of resources. You try to rob someone, you get killed, serves you right, you should be thanking me, really, I didn't even torture you, just gave you a quick, clean death, that's a mercy compared to suffering through the hellscape this world has become. There I go, doing good deeds again, the government ought to give me a Model Citizen award." A nearby wall was splattered with blood. In their room, a photo of the siblings was now cracked into 4 pieces. Back on the street outside, a few zombies were trying to scale a wall. A woman called out, "Honey, quick, look at that superhuman over there." Her husband came over, confused. "What are you talking about? I'm trying to keep the zombies from breaking down this door." The woman pointed out the window. "Out there, look." The husband saw Lin Ziluo cutting down zombies and was floored. "Holy crap, he's a pro." Information displayed, basic info, nickname, title, rank. The husband stared, baffled. "That's weird, why can't I see any of his information?" The wife said casually, "Who cares about that? Quick, let's call out to him, maybe he can save us." Her husband shot back, "Are you crazy? Don't even think about it, all that would do is give away our position, we attract any more of those things and we're dead." Besides, the husband added, "A guy who goes out of his way to hide his identity isn't looking to play the hero and save people." The woman just laughed. "You're right, honey, you're always the smart one." On a phone screen, the image of a beautiful, purple-haired woman appeared. A purple-haired woman leaned out of a nearby window, waving, "Hey, you. Come on over and save me." Unconcerned, Ziluo kept walking. He casually bent down to pick up the supplies. The purple-haired woman shrieked, "Are you blind? You have no idea who you're messing with, I have over 30,000 fans online." She boasted, "I've got a whole list of rich guys chasing after me every single day, and some disgusting creep in a mask dares to ignore me, I'll make you regret this." She snatched a potted plant and hurled it out the window. The pot plummeted straight toward Lin Ziluo. A strange current ran through the man, making him tense up. Lin Ziluo quickly stepped forward. The moment he moved, the pot crashed to the ground, shattering right where he'd been standing. The purple-haired woman shamelessly called out, "Hey, over here, big bro, you have to come save me, there are a bunch of zombies in my apartment, it's so scary." She purred, "If you get me out of here, I'll let you hold my hand." He fell for it, she thought smugly, "What a pathetic loser, thinks he can play games with me, he has no idea who he's dealing with." Lin Ziluo raised his hand, and something materialized in his palm. In his hand was a slab of glistening raw meat. A system window appeared, fresh meat soaked in zombie virus, an apocalyptic plaything, affectionately nicknamed the zombie lure by players. Once held, all zombies within a 100-meter radius will relentlessly pursue it. Without a word, Ziluo hurled it up into the purple-haired woman's apartment. She screamed, "I don't need food, I need you to get me to safety. Are you an idiot? Can you even understand me? What the hell is wrong with this guy?" She froze, then slowly turned her head. Behind her, the door stood wide open, and a horde of zombies was scrambling to get inside. Instantly, dark crimson splattered everywhere. Her phone clattered to the floor, the screen cracking as it landed in a spreading pool of blood. The phone's screen showed that the live stream was still active. Outside, Lin Ziluo calmly walked away, his hands in his pockets. This is just the first lesson of the apocalypse. A man plummets from a high-rise building. Lesson number 1, Lin Ziluo said coldly, know yourself, and never, ever call out to a stranger for help. After witnessing the scene, the man simply turned and walked away. Shanghai Sports Center. Lin Ziluo looked up at the massive building, a smirk playing on his lips. That's right, this is the place. He glanced at his watch, his brow furrowed in concentration. 2 hours until nightfall, that should be enough time. Inside the Shanghai Sports Center, Ziluo thought, there's a silver-grade wild treasure chest. According to the rules of the Apocalypse game, landmark city buildings will spawn special things, like dungeons, hidden merchants, and wild treasure chests. Wild treasure chests are scattered all over the place, and anyone can open them. But to get this one, you have to kill a chest guardian. The more gold a chest holds, the better the reward. This one's a treasury chest, it's guaranteed to drop a silver-grade item or piece of equipment. A mechanical voice echoed in his head, ding, host detected entering the Shanghai Sports Center, ding, surrounding environment meets mission parameters, ding, issuing new mission, 1 against 100. A screen of text appeared before him, mission, 1 against 100, a capable host must demonstrate their strength, kill 100 zombies inside the Shanghai Sports Center, level, unrestricted, progress, 0/100, reward, 1 common golden finger draw, 1 bronze grade equipment, time limit, 24 hours, accept mission. Lin Ziluo's eyes narrowed, 100 of them, and most of the zombies around here have already evolved to level 2. He scanned the massive sports center. My original plan was to sneak past the zombies, grab the chest, and get out, but now this mission pops up. Ziluo asked the system, what's the penalty if I don't accept, or if I fail the mission? Rest assured, host, the Golden Finger system exists to enhance your gaming experience and allow you to enjoy the process. Therefore, there is no penalty for declining or failing a mission. On the contrary, you will be gifted 100 gold coins as a consolation prize. The tension left his shoulders. Holy crap, it's that generous. As he accepted the mission on the system screen, he thought, there's no downside, I've got nothing to lose. If I remember correctly, the silver chest is in a storage room on the 3rd floor. Hands in his pockets, he casually walked through a side entrance and headed for the emergency stairwell on the 1st floor. A mental map formed in Lin Ziluo's head. If I can make it to the infirmary on the 2nd floor by around 8 p.m., I can hole up there for the night, then I'll continue tomorrow, and I should reach the 3rd floor storage room by noon. He crossed his arms with a smug grin. Once I get the chest, I can just slip out along the building's exterior, a clean getaway. A moment later, he swung his sword, hacking at a locked door. The lock shattered on impact. Lin Ziluo pushed the door open, revealing a staggering figure inside. A zombie let out a chilling growl. Just my luck, Ziluo thought wryly, open one door. He lunged forward without hesitation. In one smooth motion, Ziluo thrust his sword straight through the zombie's open mouth. He pulled his sword free and switched to a hammer decorated with a rabbit sticker. With a powerful swing, he smashed the hammer into the zombie's face. Suddenly, a volleyball rolled into view. Ziluo's tone was mocking. Bet you never thought you'd turn into a zombie just for coming here to play some ball, huh? Then, something caught his eye. A system loot box materialized next to the zombie's corpse. Lin Ziluo kicks the zombie's body. The box displays the words, Super Flash Bomb. Super Flash Bomb, a bronze tier item. When detonated, it releases a blinding white light that temporarily incapacitates anyone who sees it. The duration of blindness depends on the length of exposure and the target's light sensitivity. Ziluo picks it up, a grin spreading across his face. Nice, real nice, the Li family manner. This is the perfect tool for taking out a group. He reaches into his inventory pouch. He pulls out a key, the master key to the sports complex. Ziluo smiles. Well, at least this saves me from having to break down the door, less noise to attract those things. He moves to another room. hiding behind the door to peek inside. Zilluo carefully eases the door open. The room is filled with a pack of snarling zombies. Lin Zilluo quickly slips inside. He ducks under a table, quietly observing. He raises his hand to count, 1, 2, 3, 17 in total. These zombies have stats comparable to mine. A normal person would be drained just fighting one. Even with my skills, taking on all 17 at once would be impossible. The ping-pong room door is shut, but if I make the slightest noise, the ones outside will swarm this place. He looks at his system interface and strategizes. I can take out the 2 zombies over level 5 first, then use tactics to deal with the other 15. Just then, a zombie with its brains exposed appears behind him. Zilluo instantly draws his sword. That's the one. Zilluo narrows his eyes at the horde of zombies. The other zombies slowly shuffle forward. Zilluo slashes powerfully with his sword. He quickly dashes out from under the table. The man tumbles forward, and 2 nearby zombies crumple to the ground. The man pivots. Then he rushes forward and slashes through a zombie's neck. The system's voice chimes, "Congratulations, player YT, for successfully killing a level 2 zombie, you have received 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations on reaching level 5, you have received 1 free attribute point, 100 experience points are required for the next level." Zilluo taps on the system screen, and his information appears. The man vaults over a zombie's body. Zilluo slowly gets to his feet, watching the horde of undead relentlessly rushing toward him. Seizing the opening, a zombie suddenly lunges at him from behind. With a powerful slash, he cuts it down. Meanwhile, outside, the door is slightly ajar. A pair of eyes peers through the gap. The blond man outside flinches, muttering, "Shit." The man grumbles, "Damn my luck." Suddenly, the imprint of a human body slams against the wooden door. The blond man rubs his chin and smirks. Looks like he's handling those zombies just fine. That means the player inside must have some good supplies. A long time later, he's still waiting outside, so bored that mushrooms are sprouting from his head. Just gotta wait for him to die, and all those supplies will be mine for the taking. Arg, the blond man snaps the mushrooms off his head and tosses them aside, his face twisted in annoyance. "Since it looks like you're about to kick the bucket anyway, I might as well be merciful and give you a little push. I know just how to lure some more zombies over here." Inside the room, Zilluo is so exhausted from the fight that his body is trembling. Damn it, the screams are just attracting more of them from outside. Just then, a noise comes from outside the door. A loud crash, then silence. I don't know how much longer that door will hold, Lin Zilluo thought. I'll finish off these zombies and figure out a way to get out of here. Just then, several zombies charged at him. 3 of them leaped at Zilluo. Zilluo braced himself and sprang into the air. He quickly rolled to the side, dodging their attack. He landed smoothly on his feet. Before him, the horde of zombies continued to shamble forward. 2 more rushed at him. He swung his sword cleanly through the necks of both zombies. After the strike, he ducked under a table, panting as he wiped away his sweat. A system window appeared. Stamina potion, item tier, bronze, instantly restores 20% of stamina upon use, subsequently restores 5% of stamina every minute for 5 minutes, cooldown, 30 minutes. Zilluo took the potion and drained the bottle in one gulp. A surge of vitality coursed through him as he gripped his sword and lunged. The blade plunged deep into a zombie, killing it instantly. Item boxes materialized over the dead zombies. Lin Zilluo smiled and opened them. Thorn bracelet, equipment tier, bronze, a magically enhanced bracelet, attribute, spirit +1, additional skill, thorn pierce, summons a row of sharp thorns from the ground to attack, skill cooldown, 24 hours. He examined the bracelet, amazed, holy crap, equipment with an active skill, am I really this lucky? After a moment, Zilluo slipped the bracelet onto his wrist. Suddenly, the door crashed to the ground with a deafening thud. The thick cloud of dust slowly began to settle. A smirk played on Zilluo's lips right on time. A new wave of zombies shambled toward him. They charged forward in a frenzy. Zilluo kicked off the edge of a table, launching himself into the air. He vaulted gracefully over the zombies. At that exact moment, the bracelet on his wrist flared with a brilliant golden light. A wall of sharp thorns erupted from the ground, separating Zilluo from the zombies. He grinned triumphantly, and this is just the beginning. Massive spikes erupted from the ground. The spikes impaled the zombies. Lin Zilluo was stunned. Holy crap, it's that strong, a level 20 mage would be lucky to have a skill this powerful. Just then, a zombie lunged at him from behind. It was instantly skewered by a massive spike. The zombie collapsed, dropping dead on the spot. Lin Zilluo was astonished, I took out that many already. A mechanical voice rang out from the system, congratulations, player Nai, you have successfully killed a level 2 zombie, you have received 2 EXP and 2 gold coins, congratulations, player Nai, you have received, short-range launcher X2, congratulations, player Nai, you have received, Gale Boots, skill, Earth Spike has ended, cooldown, 24 hours, note on Earth Spike. For the first use of this supplementary skill, the system controlled the energy for maximum power and effect. For subsequent uses, the player must use their own mental strength, and the skill's power will return to its normal level. Lin Zilluo cheered inwardly, hell yeah, I hit the jackpot this time. He knelt down to collect the loot boxes. He tapped on the item's properties. Short-range launcher, grade, bronze, launches a contained object to a designated location within a 30-meter range. Gale Boots, type, skill equipment, grade, bronze, boots that can summon the power of the wind, attributes, constitution +1, agility +1, effect, reduces footstep noise, bonus skill, sprint, increases speed by 20% for 10 seconds, cooldown, 1 hour. Lin Zilluo equipped the boots, congratulations, player Nai, you have successfully equipped the Gale Boots, base stats, strength 18 spirit 18 constitution 12 agility 18, he stared in surprise, forget the successful class change, most people wouldn't even have stats this high by level 10, this is insane. Once I'm done with my class change, my stats will be double anyone else's at my level. Just then, another wave of zombies charged at him. Lin Zilluo took out a piece of fresh meat soaked in the zombie virus and loaded it into the short-range launcher. He aimed the launcher and fired it over the horde. The zombies gaped, their heads snapping up to follow the trajectory of the flying meat. With a collective roar, they turned and stampeded after it. Lin Zilluo opened his system menu again. He braced himself and flashed straight through the horde. He finally made it to the foot of the stairs, panting heavily. Lin Zilluo glanced at his watch, there's still an hour until 8 p.m., once it gets dark, the zombies' stats will skyrocket. Trying to fight them then would be a total waste of effort, I should find a place to rest and wait for morning. He approached a nearby room. He tried the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. Lin Zilluo's expression darkened, he slowly took out the key he'd gotten from the loot box. He slid it into the keyhole. He froze, wait a minute, why was this door locked? Lin Zilluo thought it through, the apocalypse began at 7 o'clock, the sports arena was still open then, but, the infirmary is always locked after hours. So this door must have been locked after the apocalypse began. With his mind made up, he slid the key into the lock. Lin Ziluo eased the infirmary door open. I just hope whoever's inside isn't looking for a fight. He slipped halfway through the doorway. Then slowly made his way inside. Lin Ziluo peered through the glass pane of an inner door. Suddenly, he felt the cold steel of a knife press against his neck. Who is this, and how do they have a key to the infirmary? A smirk played on Lin Ziluo's lips. You're cautious, that's not a bad thing. He grabbed his attacker's wrist and twisted it down, forcing him to drop the knife. But you picked the wrong person to mess with. Lin Ziluo kicked the fallen knife up into his hand. He wrenched the long-haired man's arm behind his back, forcing a cry of pain. Lin Ziluo quickly pulled out a cloth and gagged him. With that taken care of, he tapped open his inventory space. Lin Ziluo pulled out a piece of polka dot fabric, just a little something I picked up when I was bored. He draped the fabric over the glass pane and said flatly, lights on. The nurse panicked. If we turn on the light, it'll attract the zombies. Lin Ziluo's voice was ice cold. Can't you see I've already covered the windows? Turn on the light. The woman hesitated, but a steady hand reached out and flipped the switch. The lights flickered on, revealing 5 other people besides Lin Ziluo. The blonde man gritted his teeth. It's him. After all those zombies, he's still alive. Damn it, I was waiting for him to die so I could loot his corpse. Lin Ziluo walked up to the blonde. I've seen that look in your eyes plenty of times before. Yeah, I'm talking to you, no need to play dumb. He squatted down, looking him straight in the eye. I'm the one who saved you in this godforsaken apocalypse. You shouldn't be looking at people with such hatred in your eyes, because... He swung the knife straight at the blonde man's head, people like that deserve to die. The other 4 survivors looked on in horror, but Zhong Yeshue remained strangely composed. Lin Ziluo glanced down. A knife slipped out from the dead man's sleeve. Looks like everyone here came prepared. If I hadn't taken care of him just now, I'd probably be the one on the floor. Lin Ziluo casually flicked the blood off the knife, scratching the back of his head with his free hand. Hey, don't get the wrong idea, he said with an awkward smile. I'm one of the good guys. If you're a good guy, then we must be absolute saints, they all screamed internally. Outside, every one of them was pale with fear. Lin Ziluo pointed at the body. You all saw it, he came at me first, I just lost my cool. I'm a reasonable guy, you know, as long as we all get along and help each other out, nothing like this will happen again. A woman stepped forward. Zhong Yeshue's expression was grim. Zhong Yishue spoke up. He got what he deserved, we all saw it. She turned to the other 3 with a strained smile. You all saw it that way too, right? In unison, they replied. Yes, that's what we saw. Ziluo chuckled. Good. He walked past the group, thinking to himself, my performance was a little off today. If I'm in better shape tomorrow morning, I'll definitely do better and clear the mission much faster. Ziluo plopped down into a chair with a huge yawn. You guys take care of the body and clean up the blood. Yes, the 4 of them answered in unison. The 2 mechanics carried the blonde man's body away, while Zhong Yishue and the nurse wiped the pool of blood from the floor. Ziluo watched Zhong Yishue, a flicker of doubt in his mind. This doctor. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. The system interface appeared before him. Nickname, Zhong Yishue. Title, None. Level, 0. Ziluo's eyes widened. Zhong Yishue. So it's her. I met her in my past life during the later stages of the apocalypse. Back then, she possessed the hidden profession of divine doctor. He recalled the past. I know your hidden class is divine doctor. Heal the wound on my face, and I'll do anything you ask. With her hands in her pockets, the past Zhong Yishue's eyes narrowed. She turned away and replied coldly, your scar is tied to your soul, it's impossible to heal. After that, whenever I was seriously injured, I'd always go to her for treatment. Although the Divine Doctor class was respected in the Apocalypse game and faced no direct threats, to put it bluntly, they were just tools. They weren't strong enough on their own and could be killed by someone else at any moment. Back in the present, Luo rested his chin on his hand and thought, back then, everyone was ravaged by the Apocalypse game, she's so different now. Fate is a strange thing. This time, I've already run into someone I know on just the second day of the apocalypse. He closed his eyes, calculating, and what's more, they have a doctor, a nurse, and mechanics. The room fell silent. Suddenly, a chilling sound came from outside the door. Zhong Yishue's group of 4 tensed up immediately. The door quickly began to crack. They were terrified. Luo remained perfectly calm as he glanced at his watch. It read 8:30. He pulled 4 cards from the system. Instantly, the cards transformed into 4 steaming hot meals. The aroma of the food made Zhong Yishue's group turn their heads. They clutched their rumbling stomachs, their eyes gleaming with hunger. Zhong Yishue bit her lip. "Where did you get that food?" she asked. "Is there any way for us to get some?" "Heh," she took the bait, Luo thought with a smirk. "You want some," he said, his lips curling into a smile. "It's simple, just do one thing for me." The nurse stumbled, barely keeping her balance. Yishue stood her ground. "Go on, say what you want." "Don't tell me he wants to." Luo stood up, holding a piece of paper in front of Yishue. "Here's a list of medical supplies I need, you and the nurse will find them for me, then pack them up." Yishue was taken aback. You want us to find medical supplies for you?" "What else?" Luo asked coldly. Yishue thought, there's something off about this guy. Yishue took the list, forcing a professional smile. "No problem at all, we'll find them for you." Luo turned to the 2 mechanics. "This is a list of items I need. The 4 of you will work tonight to build as many as you can. I'm leaving at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Before I go, I'll distribute food based on how many you've made." One of the mechanics replied, "All right, we have all our tools here." With that settled, Luo produced 4 cards. "You can use these for now." "All right then, you all pull an all-nighter," Luo said, turning for the door. "I'm going to get some sleep. Remember to find me at 6 a.m. sharp for your food." He thought to himself, that spot was too close to the door, the wandering zombies will disturb my rest. He used a gem to create a shield around his new sleeping area, better to be safe. Luo smiled to himself, good, nothing's missing. Just then, the system interface appeared. 22 EXP needed for level 6, quest, 1 against 100, a worthy host must demonstrate their power, kill 100 zombies inside the Shanghai Sports Palace, level unrestricted, progress, 45/100, reward, 1 random common cheat ability, 1 piece of bronze tier equipment, time limit, 24 hours. The man let out a long yawn. "I'll have a total of 6 hours before noon tomorrow, that should be enough time." With everything settled, Luo lay down and fell asleep. The next morning, Luo walked into the room to check on their progress. Yishue's group was completely drained from having stayed up all night. He walked over and nodded in approval. "Not bad, you did a good job." Seeing him, Yishue turned and gently shook the nurse's shoulder to wake her up. Luo handed each of them a food card. "You don't need to be so terrified, 1 card provides enough sustenance to live, 1 for each of you, a fair price for your work." In unison, they said, "Thank you." The nurse stammered, Thank you." Zhong Yishue looked at the card and smiled to herself. "I really thought he was going to kill us all and take everything. I even had an escape route planned. I can't believe he actually kept his word. He's not as ruthless as I thought." "Everyone just gets what they deserve," Luo said dismissively. Sir," Zhong Yishue called out, "how do you use this card?" The man froze, dropping the medical box he was holding. Damn it, Ziluo screamed internally, I completely forgot this apocalypse game doesn't even come with a beginner's guide. In my past life, it took me days just to figure out how to open the storage space. Ziluo took out another card. Alright, watch carefully, he thought, I guess I can consider this a little favor for Zhong Yishui. Ziluo tapped his card, using it. A McDonald's meal and a Coke instantly appeared on the table. Yishui's eyes lit up as she replied, thank you, boss. The other four all tapped their cards, too. Four meals instantly appeared, and they all sat down, hungrily digging in. Sipping his Coke, Ziluo thought to himself, I should give Yishui a warning, she helped me so much in my past life, if I can maintain a good relationship with her in this one, it could be a valuable lifeline for me. Ziluo stood up, his voice serious. At 12 o'clock sharp, we're getting out of here. The man flicked the light switch off. Then he turned and tore away the fabric covering the glass door. By then, Ziluo thought, I'll have already dealt with every last zombie in the sports complex. With that done, Ziluo strode to the door. He glanced back, reminding them, don't miss the time. Yishui's voice trembled, there are zombies outside, it's dangerous. A cold smile touched Ziluo's lips, you'd be better off worrying about yourself. With that, he opened the door and walked out. Stepping out, Ziluo leaned against the door, a crowd of zombies milled about just outside. Gripping his sword, he charged into the horde of zombies. With a single thrust, he pierced a zombie's neck, a fishing rod appeared in his system interface. Ziluo eased the zombie to the ground, quietly now, can't alert the ones up ahead. He launched into a frenzy of stabbing and slashing. At last, all the zombies in the hallway had been dealt with. Ziluo scouted the surrounding area. He dashed toward a room, defensively swiping his sword through the air. Ziluo stared in shock, what the hell, is going pantsless the hot new trend for zombies. A zombie, mid-piss, turns to look. Their eyes lock in a moment of deafening silence. Pantsless, the zombie lunges. Suddenly, it collapses. Slamming face first into the ground. A smirk plays on Ziluo's lips as he watches. He waves his hand with a wry smile, can't we just have a normal fight, you guys always have to pull this weird crap, it's making me feel weird, too. With that, he runs his sword through the zombie. The man lifts one of the zombie's arms. He pops out one of its eyeballs and sets it on the counter. With the job done, Ziluo steps outside. The survival rate in this stadium is abysmal, most of the people who came here were probably in good shape, so when they turned, their stats shot way up, this is a death trap for any new players. Just then, a sound comes from the women's restroom next door. Ziluo creeps closer, curious. He scratches his head, confused, zombies, but it sounds like there's a living person in there, too. Ziluo hesitates, a blush creeping up his face, but, this is the women's restroom, then again, it's the end of the world, for the sake of the mission, I can't get hung up on the details. He cautiously pushes open the door to the women's restroom. Ziluo scans the room, bewildered. The place is completely empty. The sound comes again, this time from one of the stalls, from the sound of it, 2 zombies. Ziluo grips his sword and smashes it through the stall door. Before him are 2 zombies, locked in a grotesque embrace. His eyes bulge in disbelief, whoa, talk about getting freaky. Seeing him, the 2 zombies let out a guttural snarl. One of them swipes at Ziluo, but he dodges it with ease. It steps on a can and loses its balance. The female zombie stumbles back into the male one, sending them both toppling toward Ziluo. Ziluo reacts instantly, swinging his sword forward and taking them both down in one clean strike. A system message appears: "Congratulations, player Nai, on successfully killing a level 2 zombie, you have received 4 EXP and 5 gold coins." He reaches into his pocket to collect his reward. Luo circles the 2 zombies, sizing them up, just as he thought zombies are just transformed humans. Aside from their brains, they're pretty similar to people, for instance, their messy romantic entanglements. He studies the scene and freezes. Something isn't right. Shanghai, the sports stadium, 2 zombies, a tall male, and an equally tall female. He realizes who they are. Wait a minute, aren't these the infamous zombie couple? According to his past life, the zombie couple was first discovered right here in the Shanghai sports stadium. They were inseparable and fought with perfect synergy. Their power was second only to a zombie lord, and when they teamed up, they could even take on a war god. Luo scratches his head, a wry smile on his face as he looks at the 2 corpses. Didn't see that coming. You two are kinda pathetic in this life, getting taken out by me on day 3. An item box materializes near the 2 zombie corpses. The system's voice announces, "Bronze-grade fusion stone." This bronze-grade item can fuse 2 pieces of equipment, with a high probability of creating a superior item, potentially up to silver grade. Luo's face lights up with excitement. His work done, he turns to leave. Suddenly, he whips his head back around. A green glow is emanating from one of the bathroom stalls. Sword in hand, Luo cautiously approaches. Luo stares, stunned. Holy crap, what's with my luck today? I even found a randomly spawned bronze treasure chest. A mechanical voice rings out. Player Nai has discovered a bronze treasure chest. Reward: plus 10 reputation. Do you wish to open the chest? Opening requires 20 seconds. Luo reaches out his hand. Begin. The system counts down. 25, 20, 19, 18, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A green apple materializes from the chest. Luo takes the item card, eyes squeezed shut in prayer. Come on, sweet fruit, gimme strength or agility. The system's voice intones, bronze-grade physique fruit, a rare, bronze-grade item often called a divine fruit. Upon consumption, it permanently increases the physique attribute by 2. Note, the maximum bonus of plus 2 is granted to players at level 6, like player Nai. The effect may vary for other levels. If shared, the effect is split, granting plus 1 point to each person. Luo takes the apple. Physique points. Still, a permanent plus 2 isn't bad at all. He walks over to the sink and carefully washes the apple. He brings the apple to his lips. He takes a bite, closing his eyes to savor the taste. Luo's eyes snap open, gleaming. He says, overcome with emotion, "So good, this is incredible, even the food in this life's apocalypse is on another level." A system notification pops up. Player Nai has consumed the physique fruit. Physique has been permanently increased by 2. His status screen updates. Base attributes: strength 18, spirit 18, physique 14, agility 18. He picks up the item card for a thick, heavy rug. With everything settled, Luo heads out. This sports stadium has been full of surprises, he thinks. It really makes you look forward to what kind of zombies I'll find next. Luo stepped out of the sports center. A horde of zombies rushed toward him, trampling over the heavy mat Luo had just acquired. Luo smirked. This way, I won't alert the zombies from other areas. He swung his sword, slicing through the 2 closest zombies. System: congratulations, player Nai, you have successfully eliminated a level 2 zombie, received 2 EXP and 3 gold coins. System: congratulations, you have reached level 6, received 1 free attribute point. Player Nai needs 200 EXP for the next level. One after another, the zombies fell. System: congratulations, player Nai, you have received a supply card. System: congratulations, player Nai, you have received a bronze tier item, Super Flashbang. System, congratulations, player NIT, you have unlocked all bronze tier equipment, attribute bonus, +1 strength, total strength bonus, +19, new quest, 1 against 100, a talented host must demonstrate their power, kill 100 zombies in the Shanghai Sports Center, level unrestricted. A box materialized, and Z Luo reached out to take it. System, Lion's Vigor wrist guards, bronze tier equipment, wrist guards imbued with the power of a male lion, possessing an intimidating effect, attributes, strength +1, constitution +1, attacks have a 10% chance to stun the target, the stun effect reduces physical capabilities and will interrupt skills being cast. Head, helmet or mask, only one is effective, neck, jewelry, upper body, armor, chest piece, or coat, lower body, pants, feet, boots, arms, gauntlets, gloves, bracelets, rings, only one item of each type will provide stats, equipping more will not increase attributes, each piece of equipment has different effects, players should choose based on their needs. Strength, 18 + 2. Z Luo quietly pushed open the door to another room. He took a sip of water as he peered inside. The man's eyes hardened. Before him, bodies lay scattered across the floor. Normal zombies can't do this, Z Luo thought, at most, they just bite people to turn them into more of their kind. Only in extremely frenzied cases do they choose to devour people and suck out their brains. A scene like this means one of two things: 1, a zombie boss. A boss possesses far greater power than a normal zombie of the same level, they prefer to eat humans, and if there are none, they'll even eat their own kind, they're driven by an insatiable hunger. Z Luo knelt to examine a corpse. The second possibility is a zombified animal. The probability is low, the more powerful the animal, the more likely it is to be zombified. For something small like a mosquito, maybe only 1 in a million, 10 million, or even a trillion could successfully turn. Zombified animals have a greater preference for humans, human brains are their favorite, but they won't pass up on other zombies either. Z Luo's face went pale. He looked at the scratch marks on the corpse's neck, a zombie cat. As he rose to his feet, Z Luo scanned the room. Zombie cats are the absolute worst, they have keen hearing and sharp senses, it definitely knows I'm here. With his mind made up, he stood straight. Z Luo closed his eyes, sensing the space around him. Now, let's see if it plans to ambush me or attack head-on. Where is it? I have to pinpoint its location first. Suddenly, a sound caught his attention. Chu Lak's eyes shot open. A zombie cat lunged at him. Chu Lak quickly threw his sword at it. System, Razor Claws, the zombie cat bronze rank boss LV, 9, base attributes, strength, 21 spirit, 10 constitution, 9 agility, 20, skill, phantom pounce, instantly increases speed by 30% and pounces on the enemy, dealing 120% strength-based damage. While active, the user enters a phantom state, reducing damage taken by 50%, a zombie animal. So this thing's a boss. Innate abilities, Razor Claws, passive, wounds inflicted by this ability cannot heal, reducing recovery speed by 40% and increasing bleeding by 40%. Feline Gaze, traps the enemy in a terrifying illusion, inflicting fear, reduces all target stats by 20% and continuously hinders their combat ability. This boss's base stats are insane, its strength and agility are way higher than mine. A true apocalyptic boss, alright, an ability that reduces healing and increases bleeding. Chu Lak clenched his fists, one hit from those claws, and that limb is done for. He rubbed his chin, a smirk playing on his lips. A plan formed in his mind. Alright, you damn cat, looks like I'll have to rely on my insane combat experience to take you down. System, player NIT has encountered the bronze rank boss, Razor Claws, the zombie cat, issuing kill mission. Mission, the zombie cat's malice. The feral cats with special talents were regulars on the 3rd floor of the sports complex. Kind-hearted cat lovers came every day to feed them. But when the apocalypse began, they were infected by the zombie virus. In an instant, their instincts turned to slaughter, their claws tore through the very people who had cared for them, leaving them to die in agony. Mission requirement: kill the zombie cat. Rewards: 100 reputation, 200 gold, 100 exp, 1 bronze rank item, time limit, 8 hours, penalty for failure/abandonment, level -1, all stats permanently -1. Host's golden finger has detected the mission, the zombie cat's malice, optimizing mission parameters. Optimization, 100% complete. Optimized mission, the zombie cat's malice, mission requirement: kill the zombie cat. Rewards: 100 reputation, 500 gold, 300 exp, 1 bronze rank item, time limit, 24 hours, penalty, none. Mission can be abandoned or failed without penalty. Tulak clutched his head in disbelief. What the hell, is this even the apocalypse I remember? Feels more like I'm playing some gacha game with a built-in cheat system. In his past life, Tulak recalled, every single mission was brutal, the penalties for failing or even refusing were always severe. The original mission rewards weren't bad, but a level 9 bronze rank boss, in the early days, not even a 90-man team could have cleared this. His thoughts drifted, and the reward that team got after finally succeeding, 50 gold. Tulak's lip twitched, good as nothing. The system's optimized mission prompt appeared again. Tulak sighed, a mandatory suicide mission just turned into a freebie with 0 risks, what a jackpot. Without a second thought, he hit accept. System, player NIT has accepted the mission, the zombie cat's malice. You have 24 hours to complete it. Across from him, the zombie cat sat, calmly licking its paw. Tulak watched the scowling creature. Based on my experience, he thought, if you take a boss's taunt seriously, you've already lost. I have to make it attack first. Tulak suddenly sat down, catching the zombie cat's attention. He casually pulled out his phone and started scrolling through a webcomic. He burst out laughing, slapping his thigh. The sudden noise made the cat hiss and yowl in frustration. It shot to its feet, fur bristling with rage. The cat coiled, ready to spring. And then it lunged straight for Tulak. The beastly cat roared, "Die, human!" It swiped its claws fiercely at Ziluo, but the man dodged the attack in an instant. Behind his back, Ziluo gripped his sword, the blade shooting out from its hilt. The cat landed on the ground. It leaped again, slashing at Ziluo once more. Ziluo deftly evaded the blow. He circled around behind the creature, raising his sword high. The cat sensed the danger immediately. It sprang away to dodge the strike and snarled, "You sneaky bastard, did you really think I wouldn't see that coming?" Ziluo gave a cold smirk. With one powerful slash, he cleanly sliced off both of the cat's claws. The zombie cat stared in panic. It growled, "Human, you hurt me, this is unforgivable." Ziluo slung the sword over his shoulder and provoked it, "Lost your claws, have we? Come on, try and hit me now." With a furious snarl, the cat's eyes turned sharp as daggers. It let out a piercing shriek as a sinister red aura flooded the entire area. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Ziluo. Ziluo was startled. "Damn it, I've been pulled into an illusion." The cat's head suddenly began to swell, and from within its eyes, grotesque hands with long, twisted claws emerged. Ziluo remained perfectly calm. "I've survived 10 years in the apocalypse. You think a mere zombie's projection can scare me? You're not worthy." At his words, the cat retracted the ghastly spirits back into its eyes. Its illusionary world instantly shattered into pieces. The cat collapsed to the ground. It scrambled away in a rage, leaving Ziluo confused. Ziluo swung his sword. Then hurled it with all his might toward the fleeing cat. The blade sliced cleanly through the cat's neck. A series of system notifications appeared. Congratulations, player Yeti, for completing the zombie cat's quest, a grudge repaid. Congratulations, player Yeti, for successfully slaying the level 9 bronze boss, Sharp Claw, the zombie cat. You have received 50 EXP and 100 gold coins. Congratulations, player Yeti, you have reached level 7, you have received 1 free attribute point. Player Yeti requires 400 EXP for the next level. Congratulations, you are the first player to slay a bronze tier boss. You have received the unique, server-wide achievement, Bronze Pioneer, Broadcasting World Announcement. Elsewhere, a man looked on, his eyes burning with jealousy. Yeti, it's Yeti again. Who the hell is this guy? Why is he getting every single world announcement? In another place, a young girl's eyes sparkled with starry-eyed admiration. Yeti is so cool, I wonder when he'll ride a 7-colored cloud to come and find this princess. Miles away, another man stomped on a horde of zombies, a sneer on his face. Just another flashy show-off, I couldn't care less about those stupid announcements. In a quiet room, a red-haired man leisurely sipped his wine. He mused aloud, a name so steeped in the mythology of our Longua, he must be one of our own. We open on a luxurious home. A red-haired man takes a sip of wine. He speaks in a low, mysterious tone. If someone that powerful were to join us, our strength would grow exponentially. Another voice replies, yes, master. Back with Z Luo, a system notification appears. System announcement. Player Nai T has successfully defeated the zombie cat boss. The event has now concluded. He strokes his chin, looking smug. This whole thing really blew up. Guess I'll have to be more careful about hiding this handsome face of mine from now on. Z Luo pulls out a card shaped like a chair. A chair instantly materializes on the ground. He sits down, thinking to himself, the zombie cat stats were all way higher than mine. That fight took everything I had. Mentally, still, taking down a bronze level boss without a scratch is pretty damn impressive. But if I have to fight an even higher level zombie cat boss next time. At that moment, another system message pops up. Congratulations, player Nai T, on receiving the Bronze Superior title. Congratulations, player Nai T, on receiving the following rewards: 1000 reputation points, 1000 gold, 3 free attribute points, storage space has been increased by 1 cubic meter. Z Luo quickly taps the game's control panel. The system voice chimes again. Player Nai T has received this round's rewards: reputation, 2000 points, gold, 5000, free attribute points, 4, backpack storage expanded to 4 cubic meters. Congratulations, player Nai T, on reaching level 7 and obtaining the Bronze Superior achievement, physique potion, bronze grade item. Upon use, instantly restores 20% of stamina. Then restores 5% of stamina per minute for 5 minutes, cooldown, 30 minutes. Z Luo marvels, this thing is incredible. A system prompt appears. Greetings, esteemed player Nai T, would you like to change your title from First Blood to Bronze Superior? Decline, change. Z Luo's hand moves and presses change. Congratulations, player Nai T, on successfully changing your title to Bronze Superior. The title's attributes will be in effect for 1 hour. After equipping the Bronze Superior title, your base stats will change. Base stats: Strength 23, Spirit 19, Constitution 16, Agility 21. Z Luo sits back, smacking his lips. With stats like these, I could take that zombie cat down again even if it came back to life. I wonder how high my stats will get after I change my class. Half an hour later. Z Luo walks over to the item box near the zombie cat's corpse. He opens the box to reveal the zombie cat's command horn. The system chimes in. Using the command horn will summon one sharp-clawed zombie cat. The player can direct the zombie cat in battle for 30 minutes, cooldown, 48 hours. The zombie cat will inherit 60% of the player's base stats. Experience and gold are awarded to the player, but attacks made by the zombie cat will not yield item drops. Luo's voice booms with excitement. A summoning item, I've hit the jackpot again, this means I've basically got myself a new minion. Luo picks up the cat's body. The zombie cat's fur, meat, and claws can be crafted into a non-attribute coat, food, or weapon. You're basically a walking treasure trove, aren't you? The cat's fading spirit shrieks, human, you inhuman monster, you're cruel. Without a second thought, Luo tosses the zombie cat into his system inventory. His work done, he moves on. He stands before a room. I remember there being a silver treasure chest in this warehouse. Luo pushes the door open. Inside is a gruesome scene of splattered blood and human skulls. Luo is horrified. That cat had some seriously twisted taste. Luo raised his sword defensively. The sight would have horrified anyone. It's a good thing this is the apocalypse, otherwise, a cat collecting so many eyeballs would have definitely caused a global panic. He hurriedly searched the room. That zombie cat must have hidden some kind of treasure in here. It'd be a huge loss to leave it behind. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to a weight tied to the treadmill. Luo imagined the cat playing with the weight. He stood up and gave a strained laugh. Other than that new-looking cat wand, this is all just a pile of junk. Man, I really expected too much from you. Whatever, might as well see it through to the end. If I'm going to search, I might as well be thorough. The only thing left is this bundle wrapped in cloth. After this, I'm out. Luo lifted the white cloth. Underneath was a silver chest, resting atop a magic formation. The man stared in shock. You've got to be kidding me. The system's voice chimed. Player Nai-T has discovered a silver treasure chest. Reward, plus 20 prestige points. Does player Nai-T wish to open the silver treasure chest? Opening time, 60 seconds, open it. Luo said. Opening silver treasure chest. Please wait. 60, 59, 58, 57, 56, 30, 29, 28, 3, 2, 1. Silver treasure chest opened successfully. Player Nai-T has found 360 gold coins. Player Nai-T has received an enhancement from the chest. Storage space expanded by 0.4 cubic meters. Player Nai-T has gained 50 experience points. A white wing coat and a skill book emerged from the chest. Luo yelled, holy crap, a silver grade item and a skill book from one silver chest. This is awesome, absolutely amazing. Another item appeared from the chest, Twin Strike Burst. The system explained, warrior type skill, instantly unleash 2 attacks. Each strike deals 70% of your base strength stat. Landing both attacks on an opponent creates a burst, dealing additional damage equal to 70% of your strength stat. Luo closed his eyes, rubbing his chin. Not bad, this is exactly the kind of warrior skill I needed, but the execution is tricky. A novice would never be able to land both hits in a single use, let alone trigger the burst, but I'm confident. I know I can master these 2 strikes. The system prompted, analyzing skill, Twin Strike Burst. Does player Nai-T wish to learn this skill? Luo immediately hit the learn button, of course. The system's voice rang out, congratulations, player Nai-T has successfully learned Twin Strike Burst. A card depicting a cloak materialized in the chest. Luo reached out and took it. A system window popped up, white wing coat, silver grade equipment, made from many rare bird feathers. The back is enchanted with a special talisman, allowing the wearer to temporarily glide through the air. Attributes, Constitution +2, Agility +2, additional skill, Air Hang, grants a temporary mid-air suspension effect during a jump or while landing. Cooldown, 20 minutes. His eyes went wide as he shouted, holy shit, this coat has a skill too. The system then updated his stats, Constitution, 16 +2, Agility, 21 +2, player Nai-Ti's attributes, Strength, 23, Spirit, 19, Constitution, 18, Agility, 23. Luo put on the coat, a smug grin spreading across his face. All this from one fight with a zombie cat, and now I even have a skill to help me fly. I was just planning on taking care of Li Hao Bo tonight, but it looks like I was thinking too small. A mocking sneer crossed his face. Why stop there, how about I send his entire family along with him? As Zi Luo walks down the stairs, he thinks to himself, alright, only the final mission remains, completing the system's 1 against 100 challenge. Just then, a zombie appears before him. He raps his knuckles against the door, drawing the attention of the zombies. The horde of zombies turns to look. A single feather drifts down from Zi Luo's cloak. A brilliant smile spreads across his face. This time, he says, I'm taking the fight to them. In an instant, Zi Luo lunges forward. He stops abruptly. Then, light as a feather, he leaps high into the air. His expression darkens, a cold smile playing on his lips. Zi Luo swiftly skewers a zombie. The zombie shrieks and collapses. With one down, Zi Luo flits to the side. He pauses in midair. As another zombie lunges at him, Zi Luo's voice drips with sarcasm. Perfect, you guys are just the right guinea pigs to test out my explosive dual slash. He points his sword forward. He raises his sword high. He brings his sword slashing down, creating a powerful shockwave. Damn, this explosive dual slash is insane. The zombie hit by the blast erupts in a spray of gore. The word, dead, appears above its head. The very air around it seems to explode. Zi Luo shields his face, his eyes wide with surprise. The powerful shockwave sends him flying backward. Woa. Zi Luo quickly points his sword forward. The man tightens his grip on the sword, raising it high. Zi Luo slams his sword into the ground, using the friction to brace himself against the shockwave. This zombie's stats are 30 points higher than the others, yet it went down before it could even get a taste of my bursting twin slash. The speed of retracting my blade is the same as using spinning slash strike, but this is even more effective. The test is over, Zi Luo declares. A smirk plays on his lips. Now, it's time to get serious. A flood of system notifications scrolls by. Congratulations, player NIT, for successfully killing a level 2 zombie, you have received 2 EXP and 3 gold coins. Congratulations, player NIT, for successfully killing a level 3 zombie, you have received 3 EXP and 5 gold coins. Congratulations, player NIT, for successfully killing a level 2 zombie. You have received 2 EXP and 3 gold coins. Ting, host has successfully killed 100 zombies in the Shanghai Sports Palace, completing the 1 against 100-inch mission. Ting, congratulations, host, you have received the mission reward, 1 draw for a common golden finger and 1 piece of bronze-grade equipment. Ting, would the host like to claim the rewards now? After clearing out the zombies, the man sheaths his sword. He stares in surprise at the mountain of zombie corpses. It was over that fast this time. The man pulls a card from his item box. Zi Luo looks at the cards, his face falling. Ugh, did I use up all my luck with the earlier drops? Why are these all supply cards? Since they're all just supply cards, there's no need to rush. I'll rest for a bit and grab them later. The system prompts him. Would the host like to claim the rewards now? Draw for the bronze-grade equipment or the golden finger? I'll draw for the equipment first, get that out of the way, and save my luck for the golden finger. You always save the most important things for last, that's the only way to guarantee a good outcome. He taps the screen. The system display reads, drawing bronze-grade equipment. A moment later, the system announces, congratulations, you have received a piece of bronze-grade equipment, Ring of Lifesteal, grade, bronze, effect, absorbs an opponent's stamina during combat, attributes, strength +1, constitution +1, ability, 5% of damage dealt to an opponent is converted into the user's own stamina via their weapon. Zi Luo accepts the card, grinning. It absorbs damage and converts it into stamina for me, that's a seriously rare attribute. He reaches out and touches the system screen. He hesitates, then sits down, crossing his legs and stroking his chin thoughtfully. The equipment was this good, what if I pull something terrible? A new message from the system appears. Every common golden finger possesses a useful effect and can be of great assistance to the host. Luo gives an awkward laugh. Alright then, I'll draw for the golden finger. The system instantly displays, drawing golden finger. Luo looks on, stunned, as the system announces, golden finger draw complete. Lin Zile stared in shock at the system window that had just popped up. The system panel displayed a line of text, congratulations, host, for drawing a common golden finger, auto loot, level 1. Auto loot, level 1 can collect items dropped from killing zombies and store them in your inventory, range, 0, 5 meter radius around the player. If inventory is full, collection will cease. He observed it hesitantly, so, from now on. A joyful glint appeared in Lin Zile's eyes as he imagined it. Does this mean I can enjoy a 100% drop rate and continuously collect supplies? With that, he quickly leaped down. Lin Zile clenched his fist, his excitement soaring. I used to worry that my high drop rate would attract disaster, but now I don't have to worry about that anymore. He looked at the system panel again and wondered, but, system, is level 1 the only rank for a common golden finger? A new notification appeared. Level 1 represents the rank of your auto-loot golden finger. If the host has another chance to draw and receives auto-loot again, its level will increase, upgrading will expand its range and may even unlock additional effects. System quests will be issued spontaneously based on circumstances, status, and events. The host cannot designate the trigger conditions. After reading it, Lin Zile smiled curiously. This first one is already so good. I wonder what other kinds of golden fingers there are, and what I'll get next time. He then looked at the bodies scattered across the ground. The air was silent. Lin Zile cheerfully walked over to each body as a stream of system notifications chimed. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 supply card, a packet of barbecue seasoning. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 supply card, a power bank with 50% battery. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a bronze tier item, ring of scouting. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 supply card, savory crab roe. Detecting a high volume of collected items, auto-loot has been optimized. The host will now only be notified upon receiving equipment and items. Supply cards will be automatically sorted, categorized, and stored in your inventory. Hearing this, Lin Zile felt satisfied. Now that's a smooth user experience. He then opened the system panel to look for something. After looking for a moment, Lin Zile mused, not bad, the categorization is incredibly detailed, very refined. He looked ahead, thinking to himself, first the fight with the zombie cats, then drawing the golden finger. I've wasted a lot of time. I wonder what time it is now. As he raised his wrist to check his watch, Lin Zile was startled. Time flew by so fast. He immediately started running. There's no time to eat. I have to get to the Li estate now. Lin Zile placed his hands on the wall and vaulted through the window. The sky had shifted to late afternoon, and the light of dusk shone down on a luxurious building. Inside, a man named Li Haobo was smirking smugly, his head resting on a young woman's lap. Suddenly, he froze, his expression souring. Looking at the clock, Li Haobo grew annoyed as he realized how much time had passed. He shot up into a sitting position, startling the 2 women beside him. He then slapped one of them hard across the face. He sneered angrily, why aren't they back yet? Are they just a bunch of useless mouths to feed? It took them all morning just to find 2 people. Just then, the butler approached and spoke respectfully, young master, the Miaosha mercenary group only arrived at Shanghai University at 7 a.m. The university is crawling with zombies, and the situation is complex, making the search difficult. Hearing this, Li Haobo gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, zombies again, I'm so sick of those damn things. Li Haobua exploded in a rage, shouting, "And what kind of bullshit rule is this? I killed the zombie myself, so why didn't I get any experience points?" He seethed, recalling what had happened. "I thought leveling up in this goddamn game could make up for my weakness. I had the guards cripple the zombies so I could land the final blow. On what grounds did I only get one measly experience point?" Just then, a sudden noise came from outside. Both of them turned to look. The door swung open, revealing a tall figure standing in the doorway. Li Haobua spun around. "Vin Qian, you're back. Did you find that good-for-nothing in that orphan?" He let the duffel bag fall to the floor with a heavy thud. "Young master," Vin Qian replied, "we found the girl, the boy is still missing." At that, Li Haobua exploded. "You found her? Where is she? Tell her to drag herself here to see me. The nerve of her, sneaking away like that." Vin Qian replied in a flat voice, "She's been killed, she's in the bag." Hearing this, his face went pale with shock. "What?" Vin Qian continued, "Following the leads you provided, young master, we found Yao Xinhan's roommate, that led us to her, in a storage shed on campus." He unzipped the bag. Inside, a young woman was revealed. A deep gash ran across her neck, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. It was a gruesome sight. "She was killed and stuffed in a trunk," Vin Qian said. "We also found a blood-soaked boy's school uniform inside with her." Li Haobua covered his mouth, looking like he was about to be sick. Vin Qian added, "This girl was subjected to horrific torture before she died. The wounds target major nerve clusters, meant to maximize pain." Li Haobua gagged and turned away, trying not to vomit. Vin Qian watched him for a moment before continuing his report. "The killer seems to have an expert understanding of the Dragon Kingdom's pressure points. Each cut is deliberate, using a uniquely terrifying method at specific locations to torture the surrounding flesh." Vin Qian crouched down, touching the bag with a fascinated smile. "This method of torture, pushing a person to the absolute extreme. I doubt even the world's top assassins could replicate this." He offered his conclusion. "My guess is that Yao Xinhan was killed by one of her enemies, an enemy who could be very dangerous for you, young master." Li Haobua looked confused. She was just an ordinary schoolgirl, if it wasn't for her connection to that waste. A sudden realization hit him. The waste, Lin Zile, could it be? But Li Haobua immediately dismissed the thought. "No, impossible, absolutely impossible. He's just a parentless orphan. How could he possibly be as strong as you're making him out to be?" He looked up at Vin Qian. "Besides, I hadn't even sent him the surprise had planned. How could he have known Yao Xinhan betrayed him?" At this, Vin Qian's expression changed. "Young master, this Lin Zile, is he the son of Lin Jian?" "Yes, that's the one," Li Haobua confirmed at once. Vin Qian's face grew grim. "You're right, young master, but that doesn't rule out his involvement. If one of his subordinates can accomplish something even the world's top assassins can't, then this enemy is far more frightening than I imagined." His expression was grave. "Furthermore, against a master assassin of this caliber, the 100 men I brought with me are not enough, we'll need significantly more protection." Li Haobua was stunned. "What, Vin Qian, even with all of you, it's not enough? You're one of the top 10 masters in the Dragon Kingdom, not to mention you brought an entire company of mercenaries." Panicked, Li Haobua ducked behind Vin Qian. "Then go to the rear mountain and get me more guards. Now, I don't care if they're not fully trained, I don't want to die. There's no way I'm dying, I refuse to die." Vin Qian simply smiled. "Of course, young master, rest easy, as long as I'm here, I will protect you with my life." Vin Qian hardened his resolve. He would protect the young master and the Li family, even if it cost him his own life. The scene shifts outside, where the late afternoon sun casts a golden glow over the trees. "Congratulations, player Nai T has successfully killed a level 3 zombie, you have received 3 EXP and 5 gold coins. Congratulations, player Nai T has successfully killed a level 3 zombie, you have received 3 EXP and 5 gold coins. Congratulations, player Nai T has successfully killed a level 3 zombie, you have received 3 EXP and 5 gold coins." A final notification popped up. "Congratulations, player Nai T has reached level 8, you have received 1 free attribute point. Lin Zile smiled, lowering his hand amidst the fallen zombies. Level 8 already. He figured it would take until the 4th day, but here he was, half a day ahead of schedule. He took a moment to run the numbers in his head. This was good, though. The faster he leveled up, the less he'd have to rely on running dungeons. Lin Zile pulled out some food, eating to regain his strength for the fight ahead, his gaze sharpened with determination. He looked off into the distance, his eyes fixed on a luxurious mansion. Li Haobua, I'm coming. A cold smirk touched Lin Zile's lips. Are you ready to settle your debt with me? The setting sun cast long shadows over the quiet, luxurious estate. Teams of guards patrolled the perimeter. Meanwhile, Lin Zile was perched on a tree branch, surveying the scene below. He scanned his surroundings. Without a sound, Lin Zile leaped down from the tree. He slipped into the cover of a nearby bush. Lin Zile found the spot. A button was hidden in the ground. He smirked and pressed it. My memory serves me right, it's exactly where I remembered. A secret passage opened up. Once he was down below, Lin Zile pressed the button again. The secret door slid shut. Lin Zile slipped inside without a sound, a cold smirk on his face. Li Haobua, I'll let you think you have a way out, I'll let you cling to that hope, and then I'll crush you. His expression turned vicious. It's one of Longgua's most famous strategies. Always leave a surrounded enemy an escape route. You have so many brilliant minds by your side, let's see if you can win this time. He slipped onto the villa grounds with ease, hiding behind a bush as a group of armed guards passed by. Seeing the emblems on their backs, Lin Zile thought to himself, the Miyosha mercenary group, Li Haobua's most trusted unit, my enemies from my past life. A contemptuous smirk touched his lips. I know you guys inside and out. He stood there, observing and calculating. Still, I never got a good look at the Li family's security layout in my past life. He glanced at the 2 guards stationed at the main entrance. The layout looks fine from this angle, but it actually has a significant flaw. All I need to do is... Just then, a voice called out, Mr. Rong. Lin Zile stiffened, his eyes darting towards the sound. Rong Zhan. In the distance, a man in a long coat approached the 2 guards. So it is him. Rong Zhan, one of Longgua's gods of war, known as the God of Miyosha. Before the apocalypse, he led his mercenaries across countless war-torn regions, reporting directly to the Li family. He excels at close-quarters combat, unit command, and tracking his targets. He couldn't help but remember his past life. After the apocalypse game began, he started hunting me down for Li Haobua. When his subordinates failed to catch me time and time again, he decided to take matters into his own hands. The memory played out in his mind. Lin Zile stood at the edge of a cliff, a dead end, an abyss at his back and his enemy before him. Rong Zhan's pistol was aimed right at him. He'd cornered me countless times. He was, without a doubt, my greatest nemesis. But in my hand, a substitution dummy. He sat on the ground, laughing without a trace of fear. I am Rong Zhan's greatest humiliation. And just like that, Lin Zile had vanished, leaving only the skin-like decoy behind. Rong Zhan gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it, he had escaped from right under his nose so many times, shattering the legend of the God of Miyosha. That's how I became known as his greatest humiliation. A smile played on his lips as he watched them. It's true what they say about old enemies meeting face to face. Suddenly, Rong Zhan's gaze sharpened. He whipped his head around, as if he'd sensed something. Lin Zile had already ducked behind a pillar. Damn, that was close, good thing I'm fast. When he peeked out again from the bushes, his eyes widened in shock. A thrill of anticipation surged through Lin Zile, his killing intent flaring. In this confrontation, Rong Zhan must die. Once he's dead, I'll have cut off one of the Li family's most powerful limbs. That's half the battle won right there. After that, total victory will be a piece of cake. He then slipped on a mask, the mask of concealment. The moment he put on the mask, Lin Zile vanished from sight. Rongzhan was already scanning the area. Just then, a patrolling guard approached him. Mr. Rong, the young master is asking for you, Rongzhan grunted in response. The group then entered a nearby door. Lin Ziluo watched them go, thinking, I can't let a golden opportunity like this slip away. Lin Ziluo immediately moved in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Rongzhan kept staring back at the pillar, a flicker of doubt in his mind. There's nothing, but I could have sworn I sensed someone there. Am I just being paranoid? Before heading inside, he turned to the man behind him. Double the patrols and tighten security around the manor. Yes, sir, the man replied. Rongzhan thought grimly, I don't know who you are, but if you've come to harm the Li family, I'll make sure you don't leave this place alive. It was midnight at the lavish villa. Li Haobo yawned widely from the sofa. Uncle Rong, can I go to bed yet? It's midnight, the zombies outside are just thumping around. Who the hell is going to get in here to kill me? Standing ramrod straight, Rongzhan replied seriously, young master, it's better to be cautious, my gut tells me we're being targeted. Hearing this, he angrily threw an object to the floor. Damn it, I'm bored to death, forcing me to stay up all night over some worthless coward who doesn't even have the balls to show his face. Suddenly, the butler smiled and offered a suggestion. Young master, if you're bored, perhaps you could find a little entertainment. At that, Li Haobo smacked a fist into his palm. That's it, I can make my own fun. He turned to Rongzhan. Oh, right, Uncle Rong, you guys caught a zombie today and brought it here, didn't you? Rongzhan replied, yes, young master, I intended to use it for research to quickly develop anti-zombie weapons for you. Li Haobo suggested cheerfully, there are countless zombies outside, let me play with that one. Hearing this, Rongzhan remained concerned. Of course, you can play with it if you wish, young master, but I'm worried it might go berserk and hurt you. Still, Rongzhan thought to himself, letting him play with the zombie to keep him settled for a while, that might not be a bad idea. He smiled breezily. Relax, relax, the way I play, there's no way I'll get hurt, besides, even if it goes berserk, I'm not afraid, we've got plenty of men here at the manor. Without further hesitation, Rongzhan ordered a subordinate, go, bring up the zombie we caught this afternoon for the young master. Yes, Mr. Rong, the man replied. A moment later, a huge, thrashing zombie was brought in, two soldiers tightly gripping its iron chains. The zombie struggled frantically, the iron chains clanking and rattling without pause. A vicious smile spread across Li Haobo's face. Quickly now, bring me my iron cage. An iron cage was brought out, inside were beautiful young women, each with an iron collar fastened around her neck. Every one of their faces was a mask of utter despair and sorrow, and they remained completely silent. Smiling gleefully, Li Haobo picked up a small bell and began to ring it incessantly. The instant the girls heard the bell, they flinched violently, their bodies seizing up. The girls inside the cage thrashed wildly, slamming themselves against the iron bars in a desperate attempt to escape. Li Haobo sat back on his chair, setting a small bell aside. He licked his lips, a twisted, sadistic smile spreading across his face. A moment later, Li Haobo shot to his feet and strode toward the cage. He stood before them with his hands on his hips as the girls stared back, their expressions strangely vacant. Seeing this, Li Haobo let out a crazed, gleeful laugh. He motioned for two guards to approach. The pair, one big and burly, the other small and scrawny, walked over with shameless grins. Li Haobo placed a key in the skinny guard's hand. Hurry and open it. The guard quickly inserted the key and unfastened the massive padlock. They then began dragging a zombie toward the open cage door. The first thing the skinny guard did was rip the muzzle off the zombie. The instant it was free, the creature whipped its head toward him, snarling as it bared a mouthful of sharp teeth. Li Haobo barked, "You too, hold it down, wait until its shackles are off, then shove it inside." Just then, another man suddenly dropped to one knee. "Young Master Li, this is too cruel, please, spare those girls. The guard next to him quickly tried to intervene. My apologies, young master, his name is Wang Dahu, he's new, a replacement for the guard who died last night, he's strong as an ox, but a little, slow, please, young master, don't pay him any mind. But Li Haobo was unmoved, glaring down at the kneeling man. Are you trying to lecture me? Still, Wang Dahu kept his head bowed, pleading, I beg you, young master, spare them. The other guard, however, was already trembling and stammering, I wouldn't dare, I was wrong, so wrong, why young master, spare me, please, spare my life. Li Haobo strode over to the kneeling man, laughing cruelly, ha ha ha, no one has ever dared to challenge my authority. He immediately snapped an order. Wang Dahu, is it, you think you're tough, huh, guards, seize him. The two guards instantly pounced on Wang Dahu, pinning him to the ground. One of them drew back his arm and threw a heavy punch right at his face. But with a defiant glare, Wang Dahu caught the fist. Watching from a distance, Ying Zhan's eyes widened slightly. Oh, so he caught it. A smirk of genuine interest touched his lips. Interesting. The man was still trapped, completely unable to break free from Wang Dahu's iron grip. Once he was back on his feet, he rolled up his sleeve. A cold sweat broke out on his brow as the realization hit him, I actually lost to him in a contest of pure strength. He began to plot, you made me lose face like that, you'll pay for my humiliation with your life. He turned to his men in the distance and barked an order, you two, get over here, help me take care of this bastard. A large man walked over, sneering, well, Haishing, I thought you were supposed to be getting stronger lately. His smaller companion chimed in with a jeer, yeah, how'd you let some untrained guard get the drop on you? But inwardly, they were both thinking the same thing, this Wang Dahu's strength is the real deal, we can't let Mr. Rome take a liking to him. Without another word, the two men lunged forward, pinning Wang Dahu's arms. Seizing the opportunity, Haishing swung his fist. The blow landed hard, and blood sprayed from Wang Dahu's mouth. Just like that, they began to beat him mercilessly, a flurry of blows raining down on him without restraint. Suddenly, Li Haobo's voice cut through the air, don't kill him. Haishing stopped mid-swing, yes, young master. A cruel smile spread across Li Haobo's face, he wanted to protect those women, didn't he? Then let's make him watch them die. His underlings immediately started fawning over him as expected of the young master, you always come up with the best games. The two men immediately dragged the restrained Wang Dahu over to the cage, forcing him to watch. Meanwhile, another man began to untie the zombie. Then, three of them used long poles to shove the zombie into the cage. The moment it saw the living women inside, the zombie's eyes flashed with a ravenous hunger. Saliva dripped endlessly from its jaws as it stared down its prey. In the next instant, it lunged, sinking its teeth into the neck of the nearest woman. The women were frozen, soulless husks of terror, unable to even scream as chunks of flesh were torn from them. Outside, Wang Dahu was held fast, a hand clamped over his mouth to stifle any sound. Overwhelmed by his own powerlessness, his body trembled as hot tears streamed down his face. Wang Dahu gritted his teeth, forcing himself to remain silent. At that moment, they let him go. Wang Dahu collapsed to his knees, all will to fight or plead completely gone. Li Haobo immediately issued his next command, throw Wang Dahu in the cage with it, he's so strong, isn't he? I want to see who's stronger, him or the zombie. Hearing this, the men were terrified, but on the surface, they continued their praise, young Master Li is truly one of a kind, you know how to have fun so much better than us, we'd never think of a game like this. Haishing, with his usual stoic expression, added, truly worthy of being our young master. Inside, however, they were reeling, even if it's the apocalypse, you can't just treat human lives like they're nothing. The two men then hauled Wang Dahu to his feet, his face was a mask of pure despair, and he didn't even bother to struggle. They approached the iron cage and unlatched the door. At the sound of the rattling cage, the zombie, still clutching a dismembered leg and arm, whipped its head around. In the next second, Wang Dahu was thrown straight into the cage. Seeing fresh prey, the creature let out a guttural snort and turned its full attention to him. A grotesque, hungry grin spread across the zombie's face. The sight of it left Wang Dahu completely stunned. Facing the massive creature as it slowly approached, he knelt on the ground. Tears streamed down Wang Dahu's face as he thought of his mother. "Mom, I'm not going to make it back to take care of you." But in that moment, his eyes blazed with defiance. "No," Wang Dahu muttered, "I can't die, Mom's waiting for me at home." He shot to his feet, his eyes locked warily on the zombie. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Dahu charged straight at it. The zombie took the full force of his punch. Wang Dahu then tackled the zombie around its waist. With a furious roar, he used all his strength to shove the zombie toward the side of the cage. The creature stumbled backward from the force of his push. But just then, a spray of blood erupted from his mouth. The zombie's hand had plunged deep into Wang Dahu's side. His vision blurred, his strength rapidly fading. Wang Dahu's blood stained the floor as the zombie relentlessly clawed and tore at his back. Outside the cage, Li Haobo watched with a gleeful smile. Now this is exciting. Blood continued to pour from Wang Dahu's mouth. But he ignored it, landing another punch that sent the zombie's head crashing against the iron bars. Wang Dahu clutched his bleeding side, gasping for air. The zombie collapsed. A moment later, he fell flat on his back. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he whispered, "Mom, I was wrong, I was so wrong, I should have listened to you." Rong Zhan watched from the sidelines for a moment before closing his eyes. What a shame. Seeing that Wang Dahu had stopped moving, the soldiers began to think to themselves, "Finally, that threat's been dealt with." One of them scoffed, "Tch, he went down pretty fast." Just then, his body began to transform, veins bulged across his skin as he convulsed violently. Wang Dahu's eyes snapped open, now the pitch black of a zombie. Lin Ziluo, who had been observing the situation from a distance, thought to himself, "This is my chance." A cold smile spread across his face as he began to execute his plan. Lin Ziluo silently approached a guard from behind, pressing a dagger to his throat and finishing him quickly. He then slipped into the dead man's coat. Just then, another guard walked over. What are you doing over here?" Lin Ziluo answered casually, "Saw a guy dozing off, I was about to go wake him up." Hearing this, the portly guard yawned. "All right then, man, this sucks. The captain and the commander are all living it up in the main hall while we're stuck here on miserable guard duty." At that moment, two other guards walked up, joining the conversation. "You said it, I was up all night cleaning until I nearly dropped dead, and they won't even let us rest during the day. They don't treat us like humans at all." The other one grumbled, "You've got it good, I haven't slept in almost 24 hours, it's ridiculous. If they really wanted to ensure security, why don't they come out here and stand guard themselves?" Seeing his chance, Lin Ziluo chimed in, "Let's be real, they don't see us as people, we're just cannon fodder." Suddenly, the portly guard behind him asked with suspicion, "Hey, when did you get so tall?" Hearing this, Lin Ziluo knew he'd been found out. A faint smile touched his lips. Elsewhere, bodies lay scattered across the ground. Any fool who learns a secret they shouldn't and still runs their mouth doesn't deserve to live. Just then, Lin Zile arrived at the scene, taking in the sight of the men lying motionless on the ground. He turned to see one of them desperately fleeing for his life. In a flash, Lin Zile was on him, a blade pressed against his throat. But just as he was about to strike, the man fired a signal flare into the sky. With incredible speed, Lin Zile hurled his dagger. The blade pierced the flare, sending it plummeting back to the ground. As the flare hit the dirt, he walked over to it. Picking up the flare, Lin Zile pulled his dagger free. Good thing I researched the Li family's ammunition in my past life, he thought, otherwise, tonight wouldn't be going so smoothly. Just then, the system window appeared. System alert. All external security forces at the Li family estate have been neutralized. The host's path to vengeance is now open. New mission issued. An eye for an eye. The mission details immediately appeared on screen. Mission, an eye for an eye. Every offense must be repaid. No one who harms the host shall be allowed to leave alive. Tonight, you are the Grim Reaper, and you will harvest every soul within the Li family estate. Objective. Eliminate all 269 individuals within the Li family estate. Reward. 1x common, golden finger, lottery draw. 1x bronze grade equipment, time limit, 12 hours, accept mission. A cold smile spread across Lin Zile's face as he pressed, accept, perfect, he thought, Li Haobua, now you have one more reason to die. After he accepted, the system updated, mission, an eye for an eye, accepted, activating, vengeance barrier. If any of the 269 targets escape the estate, the host will be able to track their location. Good luck, host. He immediately tapped the vengeance barrier icon. The item's description popped up. This little toy, it can torment a person to death. He remembered it clearly. I remember this. It appeared once in my past life, during the war between the Dragon Country and the Wa Country. Vengeance barrier, high-grade item. Prevents targets from escaping a designated area. Should a target leave the barrier, the user can track their exact location. Minimum duration, 1 month. After the Dragon Country deployed this over the Wa Country's capital, they relentlessly hunted down every single person who tried to flee. The chase lasted for days. He rubbed his chin, a calculating glint in his eye. It made the entire Wa Country scream for their mothers. A curious smile played on his lips as he gazed at the distant villa. I'll use this chance to test just how powerful this little tool really is. Suddenly, the system window appeared again. Congratulations, host, on successfully initiating the mission. We wish you a successful hunt. Then, a rapid series of notifications began to pop up. Targets eliminated. 7, targets eliminated. 8, targets eliminated. 9, Lin Zile frowned. What's going on? I haven't even started, but people are already dying. He immediately broke into a sprint toward the main building. I need to see what's happening, better to be cautious. Inside a room filled with the Li family's men, the lifeless bodies of several women were strewn across the floor. Ugh, crocodile, what the hell did you do? You played with the last one until she broke. The bald man just laughed. My bad, guess I got a little rough, snapped her spine. Sorry, boys. One less toy for you to play with. Another one whined. Damn it, that was the last one. What are we supposed to do for fun now? Suddenly, a dark voice echoed from the shadows. Why don't you play with me? Then, the two men flinched at the sound. Hearing the voice, Rong Zhan's head snapped up, his senses on high alert. The voice echoed again, a haunting refrain. Play with me, play, play. He rose to his feet, readying himself for a fight. Rong Zhan felt a sense of unease. I've never felt such intense killing intent from someone who hasn't even shown themselves. This aura, compared to his, I'm nothing, there's always someone stronger. Li Haobua collapsed to the floor in terror, crying out, he's here, he's really here, someone's really trying to kill me. The butler helped him up, consoling him. Young master, please calm down. The mercenaries and Mr. Rong are here, you'll be safe. Hearing this, his panic subsided slightly. Right, Uncle Rong, kill him, kill him. Rong Zhan scanned his surroundings coldly. I don't know what business you have with the Li family, friend, but perhaps we can sit down and talk. He was on high alert. To get in this far, that means he's already disabled all the traps outside. Rong Zhan's mind raced, but it didn't add up. Those guards weren't elite, but each one was worth 10 men, and he took them all out, just like that. Is he even human? Is he a god, or is it an entire team? Still cloaked in shadows, Lin Ziluo's voice echoed. I may be a man, but from this moment forward, I am the god of death come to reap your souls. Hearing this, he immediately signaled his subordinates. They instantly spread out. warily scanning in every direction. Suddenly, something was thrown out, clattering across the floor. The object began to emit a strange hum, and a light flared to life. The light erupted, flooding the entire room. Agonized screams rang out. My eyes, I'm blind, am I blind, what is this thing, am I going to die, help, help me. Amid the chaos, silent footsteps drew near. And just like that, Lin Ziluo slipped out of the blinding glare. He moved on to his next targets. Sharp spikes shot up from the ground below. The spikes pierced through their bodies, their agonized screams echoing without end. A voice cried out as a blade shot forward to finish them, piercing thorn strike. In the next instant, Lin Ziluo appeared behind Rongzhan, who sensed his presence and whipped around. Rongzhan then saw something else thrown to the ground, skittering to a stop at his feet. A series of explosions rocked the room, filling the air with smoke and fire. He turned his back on the blast and walked away. Suddenly, Lin Ziluo froze, sensing something was wrong. As the smoke cleared, Rongzhan was still standing. He stared, stunned, at the carnage inside the room revolving cleave. Another man ran up, frantic. Damn it, we didn't even see his face and we lost so many men, boss, he's using some kind of sorcery, he's killed so many, it looks like he's trying to wipe out the young master and our client. The man continued, his voice laced with fear. There was a blade, spinning endlessly, it tore right through our brothers, Panda, Crocodile, White Wolf, they're all dead. Rongzhan cut him off. Enough, just tell me how many men we have left who can still fight. Besides the young master, you, and Uncle Zhao, we have 66 brothers left, 10 are critically wounded, and another dozen haven't recovered their energy yet. Hearing this, Li Haobo exploded with rage. Who did this? Who the hell was it? Ruining my plans, ruining my fun. He screamed his order. Uncle Rong, you have to get revenge for me, I want him torn limb from limb, not a single piece left. Rongzhan's expression was grim, his jaw clenched in silent fury. He then turned to the butler. Uncle Zhao, take the young master and Skinny down to the secret passage, the rest of us will hold off the assassin outside. The butler replied, understood, he's still here, I can feel him watching us. Rongzhan placed a hand on the butler's shoulder, a silent gesture of command. He stood there in silence, seemingly lost in thought. Watching from the side, Lin Ziluo smirked. Well, this is a surprise, I never would have guessed that old butler was a master too. He glanced up at the system panel. Mission requirement. Kill all 269 people in the Li family estate. Just as I predicted, they split their forces, sending half to protect Li Haobo while he escapes. I'll deal with the ones who stayed behind first, I still need to make sure I can get out of this alive. Lin Ziluo pressed a button on the window, system. Their information instantly appeared. Basic info, nickname, Rongzhan, leader of the Close Combat Pursuit Mercenary Group, title, Zombie Cat Tamer, level, 5, basic info, nickname, Zhao Qiguang, the young master's loyal butler, title, none, temporary, level, 2, he thought to himself, as expected of Rongzhan, he's already acquired 3 pieces of bronze-tier equipment in such a short time. Suddenly, a voice called out, show yourself, hiding in the shadows like this is beneath someone of your stature, isn't it? Lin Ziluo chuckled softly, a nice try at goading me out, you're just trying to buy time for Li Haobo to escape, too bad I'm not going to let you have your way. He continued navigating the system window, inventory, use zombie cat command horn, first blast, designate a target, second blast, control with user's consciousness, using this item, the zombie cat will inherit 60% of the host's base stats, back, use. A cat suddenly materialized on the floor. Lin Ziluo casually drew a knife. He then swung the knife upwards. The blade struck the light fixture on the ceiling. It crashed to the floor, sending everyone in the room into a panic. The next moment, blood suddenly erupted from all of them. Rongzhan and his men looked around in terror. Then, a cat appeared out of nowhere, lunging forward and sinking its teeth into a subordinate's neck. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo swiftly finished off the remaining men. He and the cat stood amidst the carnage as the bodies of the subordinates lay strewn across the floor. Just as Lin Ziluo turned around, a status window appeared, but it couldn't reveal any of his information. Seeing this, Rongzhan panicked, basic info, nickname, title, level, why can't I see your info, what the hell is going on? At this point, he lost all patience and roared, enough of this, who the hell are you? But Lin Zile just stood there in silence, not giving them an answer. On the other side, his enemies were furious but didn't dare make a move. He sneered inwardly, pathetic skills, low stats, they don't even have the composure they'll gain in a few years, and to think, I hadn't even planned on killing this mercenary group. TCH, the higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Lin Zile turned back, his face hidden by a mask. Had a good look, this is what despair feels like. He suddenly coiled his legs and launched himself forward. Lin Zile effortlessly cut down the remaining men, moving past their falling bodies to appear right before Vin Qian. Now, they were face to face. Vin Qian's expression was one of pure terror, completely caught off guard. His entire body began to tremble, frozen in place. In the next instant, Vin Qian collapsed to the ground. Lin Zile immediately turned and gave an order to the small cat, go, hunt down Li Haobua and the others. He opened his system interface to survey the area, a faint smile playing on his lips. They haven't made it out of the estate. Lin Zile planted a foot on Vin Qian's shoulder. Get a move on, captain of the Miosha mercenaries. Hearing this, he answered, completely dejected, the Miosha mercenaries are completely wiped out. Am I even worthy of being called their captain anymore? Lin Zile listened, a small, cold smile touching his lips, to kill every last one of his men right before his eyes, to destroy the work of a lifetime, to crush even the faintest spark of resistance in his soul. Now this is the highest form of revenge. Vin Qian then lifted his head and yelled, who are you, who the hell are you, just tell me, if you don't, I won't be able to rest in peace. He smiled down at him mockingly, rest in peace, you think you're entitled to something so pleasant. Hearing that, Vin Qian was baffled by his words. As if to grant his wish, Lin Zile turned his dagger. Seeing this, Vin Qian scrambled backward in terror. In the next moment, Lin Zile sent him to meet his maker. He looked down at the body sprawled on the floor. A cold smile touched his lips. Even now, I can still see your face from that day. You ground my face into the dirt, called me an insect, an orphan, a piece of worthless trash, and then you had the nerve to call my defiance shameless for daring to challenge the might of the Li family. Still feeling petty, Lin Zile repeatedly stomped on Vin Qian's body to vent his rage. And I have you to thank for teaching me a valuable lesson. Don't waste time with speeches before you kill someone. If you can act, don't just run your mouth. See, lying there, having this little chat with me, feels great, doesn't it? The man lay on the floor in a pool of blood, his mouth agape, his face frozen in an expression of sheer horror. Now that's what it really means to die with your eyes open. Lin Zile then turned to leave, ready to move on to the next part of his plan. With Vin Qian dead, I've essentially cut off one of the Li family's arms. Dealing with them from now on will be much simpler. He walked over to the door and pushed it open. The massacre complete, Lin Zile calmly stepped out of the room. Meanwhile, in another room, Li Haobua and his men were hiding. Li Haobua clutched his head in terror. Butler Zhao, they won't follow us here, right? The old man quickly tried to reassure him. Of course not, young master, Mr. Vin will handle them, you just need to. Suddenly, the silhouette of a person slammed against the door, causing it to bulge inward. Li Haobua flinched, his face draining of all color. As the relentless pounding echoed from beyond the door, Li Haobua cried out in panic, it has to be Lin Ziluo's men, he killed Yao Shihan, and now he's coming for me. His butler quickly tried to soothe him, young master, stay calm, we sent the others to the secret passage, he'll never think to find us in here. He ground his teeth in fury. I just don't get how he found out about my connection to Yao Shihan, and where did he find such a powerful assassin? The old butler ventured a guess. Could it be someone Lin Jian left behind for Lin Ziluo? Hearing this, Li Haobo whirled around, his voice filled with dread. Impossible. When we killed Lin Jian, our Li family wiped out almost every last one of them. There's no way he could have left anyone behind. Remembering the man's face, he screamed. If that superior hadn't insisted we spare one heir of the Lin bloodline, Lin Ziluo would have died long ago. Outside, Lin Ziluo stared at the heavily dented door, which still showed no sign of giving way. He finally understood, a flash of irritation in his eyes. So that's how it is. Li Haobo's panicked voice echoed from inside the room. Lin Ziluo, no doubt about it, that's his voice. How could he be here? How did he find us? Hearing this, Lin Ziluo let out a soft sigh. So, I was your target from the very beginning. His eyes grew cold and sharp. So there's this much I never knew about my own past. Through the thick door, Li Haobo's voice came through, dripping with crazed satisfaction. Lin Ziluo, you hear me? You should have died by my hand. I should have just killed you myself from the start. Lin Ziluo finally broke his silence. I'm curious about something. Who is Lin Jian, and what was that about the Li family wiping out the Lins? He burst out laughing, his voice thick with scorn. Ha ha ha, you pathetic orphan, you don't even know your own father's name. Serves you right. Li Haobo then began his story. Back in the day, Lin Jian got a promotion to work beside my father. He kept snitching on him, throwing my family's years of hard work into chaos. Just for that, your entire family deserved to be wiped out. The butler now stood protectively in front of him, but Li Haobo continued his tirade from behind. If it weren't for that superior's mercy, do you think the last mongrel of the Lin family would still be breathing? I'm curious, though, where did you get your backup? Because if it were just you, I could have any one of my guards kill you without breaking a sweat. The pounding on the door intensified as Lin Ziluo spoke calmly from the other side. None of what you say matters, because whether you talk or not, I'm going to burn your Li family, your entire clan to the ground. At this, Li Haobo let out a contemptuous laugh. You alone, destroy the Li family, know your place. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed from the door. The reinforced door was sent flying off its hinges by a single kick from Lin Ziluo. The moment he saw him, the butler lunged forward with a raised fist. But the attack missed its mark as Lin Ziluo sidestepped it with ease. Then, the zombie cat lunged, its maw of sharp teeth snapping open unexpectedly. The butler's reflexes were lightning fast. He instantly batted the cat away. The 30-minute summon duration had just expired. A system window appeared before him. 30 minutes on the dot, he mused. Damn, my timing is impeccable. Lin Ziluo reached up and touched his mask. He then pulled the mask away, a small smile on his face. The butler's eyes widened in fury. You're Lin Ziluo, that assassin was you too. It's been you this whole time, all alone. Li Haobo was even more terrified, stammering, Lin Ziluo, it really is you. The butler, however, remained in stunned disbelief. Impossible, the one who defeated Rong Zhan and infiltrated this manor, it couldn't be you, a wet behind-the-ears punk like you couldn't possibly do it. Lin Ziluo was kind enough to enlighten him. An old relic like you has no chance of surviving the apocalypse, in this doomsday game, once the 7-day, newbie period is over. All your decades of kung fu training are worth less than a single, random zombie on the street. Li Haobo stumbled backward in terror. No way, it can't be just him. How did Lin Ziluo get this powerful? Lin Ziluo raised his knife, a contemptuous smirk playing on his lips. To kill the two of you, I'm more than enough. His first target was the butler, who was still frozen in shock, his mouth hanging open. The butler barely managed to throw his arms up to block Lin Ziluo's strike. He grunted and stumbled back. Humph. A smirk played on his lips. Not bad for an old man. A punch like that would have been enough to take Rong Zhan down for the count. The butler tensed. It's come to this, I have no other choice. He slammed his palm against the wall. The butler's clothes ripped apart. revealing a physique of bulging, corded muscle. Lin Zile simply raised his knife, pointing it forward again. The butler stared in disbelief. "Have you no martial honor?" Lin Zile scoffed. "I'm the one holding the blade. Do I need your permission to use it, or maybe the permission of your great-great-grandfather?" With a flick of his wrist, Lin Zile sent 2 daggers flying, twin/explode. One of the daggers sliced into the butler's shoulder. It then spun around, arcing behind him. The blade slashed across his shoulder again, crippling the arm. Arg. The butler cried out in disbelief. "Impossible, my 50 years of painstaking training, how could I be defeated so easily?" Gritting his teeth, he charged forward. "I won't accept this." But something appeared in a flash, a massive explosion that the butler had no time to dodge. Moving with incredible speed, Lin Zile lunged forward, knife in hand. He drove the blade straight into the butler's neck. "Never leave loose ends, the only enemy I can trust is a dead one." The butler collapsed. Lin Zile let out a sigh. "What a pitiful, ignorant fool, it's the end of the world, and he's still stubbornly clinging to his old-school kung fu." Lin Zile slowly turned and walked away. "This just proves it, it's not just about strength, you have to adapt to the times, if you don't, you die, simple as that." Meanwhile, Li Haobo was slumped on the ground, motionless, the whites of his eyes showing. He'd fainted. Lin Zile was speechless, so damn useless. But Lin Zile wasn't about to let him off that easy. He raised his blade. The tip of the sword plunged straight into Li Haobo's leg. His eyes flew open as he let out a blood-curdling scream. Aag. Li Haobo clutched his leg, screaming in agony. Lin Zile sneered. "Awake now, are we done playing dead?" He stabbed him again, this time in the other thigh. Li Haobo shrieked, his voice filled with hatred. "Help me, Lin Zile, my dad will never let you get away with this." Hearing this, Lin Zile just smiled, a chilling, empty smile. Lin Zile gave his blade a slow, deliberate twirl. The sight sent Li Haobo scrambling backward in terror. "Please, just kill me now." Lin Zile's voice was cold, dripping with contempt. "Kill you? Of course I'm going to kill you. Oh, that's right, if you hadn't reminded me, I almost would have forgotten." Lin Zile reached into his system inventory and pulled out a dull knife. A vicious smile spread across his face as he looked at Li Haobo. "A dull knife, the duller the blade, the harder it is to cut through." He slowly pressed the knife into Li Haobo's skin, but the blade was so dull, it barely broke the surface, tearing instead of cutting. Li Haobo screamed. "Arg." Lin Zile feigned innocence, scratching his head. "Oh, whoops, sorry about that, this knife is just too dull, it won't go in, my bad." Li Haobo sat there, tears streaming down his face, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. Suddenly, with a grunt, he raised the knife high. "Ha!" Lin Zile plunged it unexpectedly into Li Haobo's hand. "This one is for me," another piercing scream echoed. "Aag." He pulled the knife out and aimed for another spot. "And this one is for the 10 years I spent on the run, hiding, with my life hanging by a thread. Too bad, the pain you're feeling now isn't even 1% of what I went through." Li Haobo mumbled in confusion. 10 years, what 10 years? Li Haobo scrambled back in terror, shouting. "Wait, I only found out 3 years ago, that's when I started thinking up ways to torture you, I swear." In response, Lin Ziluo just gave a cold, silent smile. Then he plunged the knife directly into the man's shoulder. "This one is for me." With a faint smile, Lin Ziluo dragged the blade upward in a long gash. "And this one is just for fun." Hearing this, the man stammered in terror. Stop it, ugh." He just offered another cruel smile. "This stab is for my Lin family," Lin Ziluo said, driving the knife straight into Li Haobo's chest. "I may have never met them, but it's a descendant's duty to avenge his ancestors." He pulled the blade out again. "And these aren't for anyone, they're just for my own damn amusement." Lin Ziluo continued to stab the knife into Li Haobo's body. Suddenly, a system window appeared, iron tongs, useful item, activating. The tool in Lin Ziluo's hand was now a pair of iron tongs. Seeing them, Li Haobo shrank back in fear. What are you going to do? I should be thanking you, Lin Ziluo replied with a sneer. After all, this was your idea, these hands of yours. I wonder how many people they've tortured to death. I have to admit, when it comes to hurting people, you've got a real gift. Li Haobo's face was a mask of horror as he stammered. I remember thinking that, could it be? But before he could finish the thought, Lin Ziluo struck again. He clamped a hand over the man's mouth as blood sprayed. The man's desperate cries were muffled. No, no. And so, the room echoed with piercing screams as Lin Ziluo relentlessly enacted the revenge for his past life. By now, the man's face was gaunt and lifeless, his body completely broken. Lin Ziluo stood over Li Haobo, his voice dripping with contempt. What's the matter? Can't take it anymore. In your last life, you invented countless methods of torture and killed so many people. What I've done to you, it's not even 1% of what you did to others. At this, he smiled, a hint of relief in his voice. All right, that's enough. Look at you, half dead already. Torturing you anymore is just boring. It's a shame, though, I never got to use all those little devices you invented on you. Lin Ziluo jabbed him a few more times with the knife, a small smile on his face. You're not just pretending, are you? Finally, he stood up, leaving Li Haobo to his misery. All right, I gave him too much credit, even he couldn't act this well. To have his spirit broken this completely, I guess he really has reached his limit. Getting to his feet, Lin Ziluo turned and made a hand sign. Detonate. At that moment, a faint light flashed across the man's neck. Lin Ziluo quickly opened his umbrella. A sudden shower of blood rained down, spattering against the umbrella. He turned back, his expression cold. A loud explosion echoed behind him as Li Haobo's body was blown to bits. The moonlight now shone down on the clock tower, casting a beautiful and tranquil glow. Standing on the high floor and looking out, Lin Ziluo remarked, the view from the Li family villa is pretty spectacular. Just then, a system notification sounded. A shift in the player's emotional state has been detected. Talent, Heart of Vengeance, successfully activated. Lin Ziluo was taken aback. Lin Ziluo stared at the text, puzzled. Heart of Vengeance, view, he thought, did I just unlock a talent? Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo tapped the view button. A large system window popped up. Host reminder, in the Apocalypse game, talents and skills are not the same concept. Skills can be learned from skill books, but talents are automatically unlocked only when a player's personal attributes, mood, emotional state, experience, abilities, and various other factors reach a specific threshold. Activating skills requires books, activating talents requires strength and luck. The window updated with more information. Heart of Vengeance, a grudge, once held, must be repaid. The user gains formidable strength when facing their enemies. Attribute, when the player designates an enemy, their personal attributes will be enhanced based on the intensity of their grudge. The deeper the hatred, the greater the boost to base stats, up to a maximum of 20%. Lin Ziluo stroked his chin, a smile spreading across his face at this unexpected windfall. I never thought the Heart of Vengeance would be this useful, a 20% boost to my base stats, at max. He thought back for a moment. My base stats in this game are already getting pretty high. With a talent like this backing me up, they'll grow even faster. A wide grin spread across Lin Ziluo's face. This is basically a perpetually scaling talent. I really hit the jackpot. Just then, several smaller system windows popped up. Host has successfully killed 269 people in the Li family manor, completing the mission. Vengeance is mine. Congratulations, Host, you have received the mission rewards. 1 common goldfinger draw and 1 piece of bronze grade equipment. Would you like to perform the draw now? He immediately tapped the draw button on the system window. A treasure chest materialized instantly. Drawing in progress. 1 bronze grade equipment. The item inside was revealed, a heart-shaped object with a pair of white wings. Congratulations, you have received the bronze grade equipment, Little Demon Scepter, grade, bronze, type, mage equipment, effect, increases magic power and casting speed, attributes, skill power plus 5%, casting speed plus 5%, spirit recovery speed plus 20%. Lin Ziluo looked at it and sighed, this thing is useless to me. He tapped the button to store it in his backpack anyway. Still, it's a top-tier item for a mage, he mused, I can probably sell it on the market later for a nice sum. Next, he checked his backpack. This Autoloot Goldfinger is incredible, I don't have to worry about missing any drops anymore. He clicked his tongue. Still, I have to admit, the mechanics for killing other players in this game are pretty twisted. Lin Ziluo thought back, analyzing the situation. In the Apocalypse game, when you kill a player, their inventory space vanishes, you can't just pick up their stuff, you have to physically search their corpse for anything they might have on them. He remembered having to go through Rongzhan's entire body back then, but my auto-loot lets me get everything. Once everyone figures out these death mechanics, there won't be any easy pickings left. I guess this is the game's way of discouraging players from killing each other just for loot. The items from the auto-loot appeared in his bag, so this is what Rongzhan left behind: wrist guards, a recovery ring, and something that caught his eye, a purification necklace. He immediately tapped it to check the details. Purification necklace, grade, bronze, effect, possesses a cleansing ability, attribute, spirit +1, bonus skill, cleanse, instantly removes all negative status effects afflicting the user, e.g., petrification, stun, sleep, cooldown, 12 hours. After reading the description, Lin Ziluo weighed his options. The stats on this aren't as good as my meditation necklace, but that bonus skill is a serious lifesaver on the battlefield. He looked at the other two items. These other two are useless, I'll just toss them in my storage for now. With all that taken care of, he let out a sigh of relief. Lin Ziluo then addressed the air system. Let's do the common Goldfinger draw. A progress bar appeared on a new panel, 12%, drawing common Goldfinger. Moments later, a notification popped up, common Goldfinger draw complete. The system's celebratory chime rang out, congratulations, you have received a common Goldfinger, absolute enslavement, LV1, absolute enslavement, LV1 allows the user to enslave one zombie. The zombie's power cannot exceed the user's. The enslaved zombie will obey all commands without question and will protect the user, even at the cost of its own existence. Note: the enslaved zombie will possess a player stat sheet, can level up alongside the user, and may have access to certain player functions. If the enslaved zombie is destroyed, this Goldfinger's ability will be lost. Lin Ziluo's eyes widened in shock. Holy crap, absolute enslavement. He pinched his cheek hard, unable to believe his luck. I never even heard of a power like this in my past life. Am I dreaming? Ouch, it's real. Talk about a stroke of incredible luck, this is insane. A slow, calculating smile spread across Lin Ziluo's face as he rested his chin on his hand. If I have a zombie that's completely loyal to me, then... Ziluo smirked, so, I guess I don't have to do all the hard work myself anymore, huh? Ever since Yao Jinghan betrayed me, I haven't been able to trust anyone, but, having a loyal, hard-working zombie by my side, maybe it could actually help heal this broken heart of mine. Suddenly, an idea struck him. His expression turned serious as he directly questioned the system. This absolute enslavement skill, what kind of effects will it gain when it levels up? A notification panel materialized before his eyes. Upon leveling up, absolute enslavement will increase the number of zombies you can control. Each level grants an additional slot. A childhood memory suddenly flooded his mind, piercing screams. He snapped back to reality, shaking his head frantically. No, not doing that, definitely not. Still, to reach that kind of power, I wonder what level absolute enslavement would need to be. I'll have to look into that later. Now, which type of zombie should I enslave? Those future zombie kings wouldn't be a bad choice. But if I enslave them, will they still be able to grow as strong as they did in my past life? Ah, whatever, I'll figure it out later. In my past life, I heard the Lee family had a ton of treasures in their basement, I've got to go check it out. Without a moment's hesitation, Ziluo headed straight for the basement. Click, as the door swung open, a blinding light flooded his vision, mountains of gold, silver, and jewels were piled high. But he just frowned, casually grabbing a gold bar and tossing it aside. In the middle of an apocalypse, this stuff is worthless, you'd be better off using it as toilet paper, but even then it'd just scratch your ass, useless. His gaze swept over the other items, stopping at a few portraits on the wall. I remember there was something special about these paintings, but I can't recall exactly what. With that, he shamelessly stashed them all away. Next, his attention was drawn to a weapon rack. A jewel-encrusted dagger caught his eye, typical Lee family, so gaudy. After looting the place clean, Ziluo whistled cheerfully and left. He wandered through the Lee family estate, 2 lifetimes, and I've never stayed in a mansion this fancy, guess I'm sleeping here tonight. He picked a room and pushed the door open. Creak, a large figure loomed in the darkness. Ziluo's heart leaped into his throat. No way, there's absolutely no one left alive in here. He raised his flashlight, the beam landed squarely on a chained zombie. Instantly, the system's info panel popped up. Level 4 zombie, base stats, strength, 25 constitution, 26 agility, 18, stats increase at night. Talent, heavenborn power, SSS rank, your strength stat grows with each level, the effectiveness of all strength-related items and equipment you wield is enhanced, your skills consume only stamina, not spirit energy. Skill, all-out strike, concentrate all your power into a single punch, dealing 150% of your strength stat as damage. Ziluo's eyes lit up, he was practically ecstatic. This zombie is ridiculously strong, and it even gets a stat boost at night. It's just like a bronze tier boss. What a coincidence, I just pulled the absolute enslavement skill, and now this thing just falls into my lap. Suddenly, the zombie lifted its head, its blood-red eyes snapped open, glaring straight at him. A strange, peaceful silence fell between them. Ziluo was the first to break it. Hey, big guy, I'm human, you're a zombie, aren't you supposed to, bite me? Just then, the system panel appeared, showing the zombie's spirit stat was a meager 3, Ziluo facepalmed in disbelief. No wonder his spirit is only 3, if you let him loose in society, he'd be considered intellectually disabled. But then he chuckled. Heh, no, let's call it, personality, system. With this zombie's stats being so high, can I choose to enslave it? The system replied, affirmative. It further explained that due to its low spirit, its total attributes were still lower than the host's. Ziluo fell into deep thought. Man, this zombie is actually pretty good, I'm really coveting its talent, even if its mind isn't all there. He made his decision. Alright then, system, I want to enslave this zombie. Then he thought to himself, whatever, a little dumb is good, a little dumb means he'll be obedient. A final confirmation prompt appeared from the system. Is the host certain about using absolute enslavement level 1 on this zombie? Yes, Ziluo chose without hesitation. A red light enveloped the zombie, and it began to struggle, resisting the bind. Ziluo's eyes widened in surprise. Whoa, it's actually trying to fight back. But the struggle lasted only for a moment. The zombie's face quickly returned to its original dazed expression. The abrupt change left him stunned. You call that a struggle? Is it too late to take it back? The thought had barely crossed his mind when the system's notification chimed. Enslavement successful, please give the zombie a name. This task gave him another headache. Ziluo scratched his head, looking at the tall, powerful figure before him. Incredibly strong, epic-level talent, innate superhuman strength. He blurted out, let's just call him Big Dummy. The system immediately registered it. Name set successfully, Big Dummy. Congratulations to the host for subjugating Big Dummy. Big Dummy will obey all commands absolutely and will protect the master's safety even unto death. Absolute enslavement level 1 has been bound to Big Dummy. Generating player analysis panel for Big Dummy. Player, Big Dummy Level, 4, Experience, 32 50ths, Reputation, Data Lost, Cannot be Opened, Gold Coins, None, Inventory Space, Data Lost, Cannot be Opened, Basic Attributes, Strength, 25, Spirit, 3, Constitution, 26, Agility, 18, Title, None, Talent, Innate Superhuman Strength, Skill, All-Out Strike, Equipment, None. Host reminder, Big Dummy's analysis panel was forcibly implanted by the system, therefore, it does not inherit reputation or inventory space, nor can it gain experience from quests. Big Dummy's method of leveling up is the same as other zombies. Killing zombies can yield gold coins, with a 1% chance of dropping items and equipment. Luo looked at Big Dummy, who was still inside the iron cage, and gave an eager command. Alright, Big Dummy, show me what you can do. There's no way this cage can hold you with stats like those. Just as he predicted, Big Dummy immediately gripped the 2 iron bars in front of him. With a single squeeze, he effortlessly bent them and calmly stepped out. As soon as he was free, he lunged, reaching straight for him. Blockhead stood by, chuckling dumbly. Luo could only sigh. I guess I was expecting too much. What was I even thinking, hoping for something more? I should be glad he can even follow my orders. He opened his system panel, equipped, leather wrist guards, Constitution +1, Strength +1. Another notification appeared, Blockhead's basic stats, Strength, 26, Spirit, 3, Agility, 18, Note, this zombie does not receive a nighttime stat boost. Just as I thought, he let out a long yawn and turned to leave. I knew it, his stats are already off the charts, it'd be completely broken if he got a nighttime boost too. He casually waved a hand behind him. Blockhead, I'm going to get some sleep, you just stand guard at the door, don't let anything disturb me. Grar, it let out a roar in response. The next morning, Luo stretched and stepped out the door. The first thing he saw was the tall figure of Blockhead standing guard. He smiled. Attaboy, not bad at all. Blockhead grinned with delight. Heh. He pointed to a few zombie corpses on the ground, still not eating other zombies. Huh. He shook his head frantically. Luo burst out laughing. You're really not like other zombies, are you? With that, he walked into the dining room. With a single talisman, a table full of hot food appeared. Just as he picked up his chopsticks. Drip, drip, a strange sound echoed. Luo turned his head. Blockhead was standing at the door, his eyes shining as he drooled uncontrollably. He smiled. Why don't you come have some too? Come on in, he nodded eagerly. Come on, let's eat together, 2 lifetimes, and I've never seen a zombie that ignores human flesh but drools over a hot meal. He pointed to the chair next to him. Sit down and eat. Blockhead immediately sat down and began to devour the food. Luo rested his chin on his hand, watching him. I used to worry I wouldn't have a use for my supply cards. It's nice having Blockhead around to help me with that. My original plan was to hit level 5 or 6 and then go find Li Haobo, but I'm already level 8, I don't need to grind anymore. With that in mind, he opened the system and took out a map. With my current equipment, plus Blockhead strength, his finger traced a path across the map. Maybe I can go straight for the Phantom class change. His gaze landed on a location, Shanghai Museum. Next destination, find the class change scroll. Luo fell into thought, searching his memories. He remembered now the key to the class change was an ancient scroll hidden in the Shanghai Museum. Information on the class change space flooded his mind. Once activated, a player had to complete 3 trials to obtain the scroll. Failure within the time limit meant death. Memories of his past life replayed like a slow-motion film. He propped himself up with a smirk. Last time, it was all thanks to Li Haobo. Back then, Luo and his roommates heard about a treasure in the Shanghai Museum and went to find it, but on the way, he was stunned by the news. Yao Jinghan was cheating on him with Li Haobo. Blinded by rage, he immediately went after Li Haobo for revenge, but he never expected that bastard to have bribed all 3 of his roommates. They tricked him into the class change space, plotting for him to fail the trial and die. But he succeeded. The scar from that betrayal stayed with him for 10 years. Thinking of the museum, Zi Luo did some quick calculations. In his past life, this happened on the 8th day of the apocalypse. It's only the 4th day now. The Shanghai Museum must still be untouched. His train of thought ended, and a faint smile touched his lips. Without Li Haobo in my way this time, things should go much more smoothly. He glanced over at Dai Nok, who was devouring his food, and an idea sparked. It's just that. You're a little too conspicuous. I've got it. A moment later, they stood before the villa's gate. Dai Nok was covered from head to toe, a large broadsword slung over his shoulder. Zi Luo nodded in satisfaction. This disguise was perfect. Zombies roamed everywhere outside the Shanghai Museum. Zi Luo and Dai Nok carefully hid in a blind spot. Noticing signs that someone had already been there, he made a mental note to be more careful. In a flash, Zi Luo burst out, taking down 3 zombies by himself. The system's notification rang out. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a one-time use bronze tier item. Zi Luo opened his inventory. An analysis panel instantly appeared. Fireball spell scroll, a one-time use bronze tier item. When used, it releases a fireball of fixed power. The user can either steer it to attack an enemy or detonate it for massive area damage, he said cheerfully. Not bad. Just then, sensing something was wrong, Zi Luo whipped around. Behind him, Dai Nok was being swarmed by other zombies. From his hiding spot behind a wall, Zi Luo silently watched Dai Nok. A fascinating thought occurred to him. Dai Nok didn't actively attack the zombies, and they, in turn, left him completely alone. This meant he could easily get close enough to ambush them, or even open a young treasure without a fight. If they used this to their advantage, they could avoid a ton of trouble. There was a downside, though. Letting Dai Nok open the young treasure meant forfeiting all the experience points, reputation, and loot for their own inventories. Zi Luo decided to play it by ear. He suddenly recalled a memory from his past life, and a sense of unease washed over him. By the 8th day of the apocalypse, the players had nearly wiped out all the zombies in this area. Now, with just the 2 of them, it was going to be tough. Zi Luo raised his binoculars, scanning for any movement inside the museum. He muttered to himself, TCH, the class change scroll can't be in there, otherwise, I'd just have Dai Nok go in and grab it. Would have been a lot simpler. But then, he realized something was off. Through the binoculars, he saw a group of people signaling to one another. Something's not right. Zi Luo narrowed his eyes, trying to decipher their amateurish hand signals. It was very likely that the signs of a struggle he'd seen earlier were left by this group. A new plan began to form. If he could team up with them, getting into the museum would be a whole lot easier. Meanwhile, at the Shaorun FA shopping center, the air inside the Reapers Club was thick with tension. Standing on a raised platform, Chao Dong looked down at the crowd below and announced, "All right, it's settled then. We'll move out once we've gathered 200 people, as for weapons, you're all on your own." His declaration was immediately met with furious objections. "I'm done waiting. Making us wait for 200 people is an insult to our strength. Let's just charge in now." Other shouts echoed the sentiment. "Yeah, I'm starving enough to eat a whole roasted goat. That's right, our supply cards ran out ages ago. What are you waiting for, Chao Dong? You just gonna let us starve to death here? You'll just take all our supplies for yourself." Smack, a vicious slap sent the blonde guy, the Huang Mao, sprawling to the ground. Ding Ningjing glared at him, her voice seething with anger. "Get a hold of yourself, the Huang Mao." He staggered back to his feet, wiping a trickle of blood from his lip with a sneer. "Listen here, Ding Ningjing, don't think you can act all high and mighty just 'cause you got your hands on some big iron club. You can slap me all you want, but if you just listen to me, I can let it slide. How about it?" "So, what do you say? Wanna think about it?" As he spoke, he reached out to touch her cheek. Ding Ningjing's face went cold, she tightened her grip on her iron club, spitting out each word. I know exactly what you're after, De Huang Mao, listen to you. In your dreams, you think you're worthy. Humiliated, De Huang Mao's face twisted in rage. What? He snarled, don't be so hasty, I'm being a gentleman for now, but just you wait, when I get my chance, I'm gonna fuck you up so bad your own mother won't recognize you. But she didn't back down an inch, shouting right back in his face, you think you could handle me, why don't you take a piss in a puddle and look at your own reflection, you're killing me. Gleeful, mocking laughter erupted from the crowd, making De Huang Mao's face burn with shame. He snatched a wooden plank and growled, you asked for this. Seeing this, the crowd only got louder, egging them on. Go on, Huang Mao, don't be scared. What, you afraid of a little girl? Hey, Tian Nyo, give him a good whack for us, I wanna see that body of yours move when you fight. Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, Chao Dong quickly intervened. Everyone, quiet down, listen to me. Just then, a loud bang from the main entrance drew everyone's attention. The next moment, the doors burst open, a figure in a familiar mask strode in, followed by the hulking form of Danak. Zi Luo's eyes swept over the people present, then paused. He was slightly surprised to recognize someone. It's him. The moment he stepped into the party, Zi Luo recognized a familiar figure. He vaguely recalled seeing this person on the day he activated the scroll in his past life. A girl in a pink outfit spoke up, her voice laced with annoyance. Who are you people, what are you doing here? Instantly, all eyes in the room turned to Zi Luo and Danak. Gao Dong approached them, his tone a bit more polite. And who might you be, my friend, what brings you to our Death God Club? In another corner, someone was quietly scanning the two strangers' information. The results shocked him. Zi Li's profile was completely blank. In contrast, the data on his companion was crystal clear. Alias, Danak, level 4, no title. Who in their right mind gives themselves a name like that? The man wondered. Zi Lu spoke up, gesturing toward Danak. I'm with my brother here. We saw it looked pretty lively over here and wanted to see if we could join. Hearing this, the guarded look on Gao Dong's face vanished, replaced by sheer enthusiasm. You want to join our Death God Club? We'd be thrilled to have you. Let me introduce myself, I'm the president of the Death God Club, Gao Dong. He held out his hand, beaming as if he were meeting an old friend. Zi Lu played along and reached out to shake it, causing the other man to pause for a second. He scratched his head. My name's Lin Luo. Zi Lu pointed to his companion, who was lugging an oversized broadsword. This is my brother, Danak. He's a little slow, and mute, too, used to work as a bodyguard for some rich folks. Gao Dong immediately leaned into the role, grabbing Lin Luo's hand with both of his eyes crinkling as he grinned. Excellent, excellent, brother Lin Luo, on behalf of the Death God Club, I welcome you both. This guy's a bit of an idiot, he thought smugly, he'll be a piece of cake to trick. Lin Luo played his part perfectly. That's great, so we're finally part of a group now. Behind his mask, he too was smirking. I can't believe it was this easy to get in. The three of them sat down in a private room to get acquainted. Gao Dong spoke first. Brother Lin Luo, brother Danak, I feel like we hit it off right away. Do you guys have any hobbies? As your brother, I'll set you up with whatever you need. Lin Luo began to build his fake identity. Well, brother Gao, my brother and I love to fight. Our biggest goal is just to get stronger. Whenever we have free time, we like to go out, kill zombies, and level up. That's the main reason we came here. At this, beads of sweat formed on Gao Dong's forehead, but he struggled to remain calm. So you want to get stronger, huh? I have a lot of skill books. Here, let me give one of my favorites to my new brothers. Lin Luo sensed something was off, but on the surface, he waved his hands dismissively. A skill book, isn't something like that incredibly valuable? Gao Dong laughed it off, pushing the book toward him. We're all family now, what does valuable even mean between us? Come on, brother Lin Luo, take it. Lin Luo looked at the book, his mind reeling. Oh my god, is this really a skill book, or am I just playing this life all wrong? Are players these days really this generous? As he opened the book, a card popped out, Mindless Fury. This is a warrior class skill. Upon activation, the user enters an uncontrollable state, losing all consciousness and becoming a berserker who attacks any living creature nearby. All stats are increased by 20 to 50%, depending on the level of anger. Duration, 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, the user enters a state of confusion, which lengthens as their level increases. The higher the level, the longer the confusion lasts. This skill has severe side effects. Use with extreme caution. After reading it, Lin Luo scoffed, "I knew it, there's no such thing as a free lunch, losing all consciousness for 2 minutes. How is that any different from being a zombie? Besides, how can someone with no awareness possibly fight at their full potential?" Seeing the look on his face, Gao Dong scratched his cheek and forced a laugh, although the side effects of this skill are pretty significant. He hesitated, trying to find the right words to salvage the situation. Skills like these can be a lifesaver when you're in a desperate situation. Does he really take me for an idiot? He thought. If it were a good skill book, who wouldn't use it themselves? How can you even call this piece of junk a gift? I can't believe this punk caught on so fast. Lin Luo closed the book, clenched his fist, and feigned gratitude. "I understand your kind intentions, Brother Gao. I love this skill book. Thank you, Brother Gao." "Brother Gao, anything else? If not, my brother and I are gonna go level up." With that, Zilu and Desha stood to leave, with Gao Dong still in a daze. As he was wondering whether the man's earlier smile was genuine or not, he heard his own voice rush to stop them. "Brother Lin, wait." Zilu turned back. "Brother Gao, is there something else?" Feeling guilty for giving him such a useless skill book, Gao Dong quickly pulled a golden card from his pocket and held it out to Zilu. "My apologies, Brother Lin. Look, I have a KFC supply card here. Why don't we use it together?" Zilu immediately waved his hands, refusing. "Hey, there's no need, Desha and I have to go hunt some zombies for experience." He felt a bit awkward. Taking the skill book had already made the man feel indebted. If he took a supply card on top of that, it just wouldn't feel right. But Gao Dong was completely sincere, pressing the card directly into his hand. "Just take it, brother. If you need anything to eat or drink, just grab it from the warehouse. Don't be a stranger." Zilu had no choice but to accept it. "Then on behalf of my brother, thank you, Brother Gao." As the two of them left, Gao Dong stood in the room, waving. "Go on, if you need anything, just find us anytime, Brother Lin." He smiled as he watched their figures disappear. "Brother Lin Luo really isn't a bad guy. I gave him such a trash skill book and he didn't even complain. He's a true brother." The moment they stepped out of the room, Zilu and Desha ran into a group of men walking toward them. The man in the lead had his arms crossed, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He brushed past Zilu without a single glance. "Buddy, I'm not trying to threaten you, just wanted to give you a little warning, don't get too close to Gao Dong." He placed a hand on Zili's shoulder, leaning in with a threatening tone. "Otherwise, it won't matter how tough your brother is." Without wasting a word, Zilu knocked the man's hand away and turned to Desha. "Desha, what are you standing around for? Get to work." The group of men burst into arrogant laughter, one of them pulling a gun and pointing it at them. "Ha, you think being big and tall is all that? You're just level 4, let me tell you, all my guys are top tier." Hearing his name, Desha simply stomped his foot. The ground shook and cracked, stunning everyone. With a single swing of his arm, Desha sent one of the thugs flying several meters, blood spewing from his mouth. The shockwave even knocked the leader off his feet. The remaining men held their guns with trembling hands, their faces drained of all color. Zilu asked coldly, "Anything else you'd like to add?" The two remaining men were so scared they were trembling uncontrollably. They quickly dropped their weapons and raised their hands in surrender. "No, nothing." Desha quietly stepped back behind Zilu. The onlookers who had witnessed the scene began to whisper amongst themselves. "Holy shit, he sent a man flying with just one slap, that's terrifying." You know, that old Jia Tai has always wanted to snatch the boss position from Gao Dong, who's to say this isn't the backup Gao Dong brought in? Another person speculated, what if this is just a simple, brutal way to put the opposition in their place and warn everyone else at the same time? They've probably already thought up 7,749 different scenarios. It's not impossible. Gao Dong had appeared behind them at some point, and it was unclear how much he'd heard. What's all the commotion? You all run out of things to do. Startled, the crowd immediately fell silent. One of them discreetly moved closer, whispering a report of the situation to him. Xiao Dong glanced at the body on the floor, his head tilted in confusion. He still couldn't believe it. Brother Lin, he and his man actually killed Jia Tai. The messenger quickly recounted what happened. We don't know him, never seen him before. He had a companion with him. What was his name again? Danak. Xiao Dong burst out laughing. He stared at the floor and mumbled, Brother Lin Luo, you've just handed me a massive gift. He planted his hands on his hips, eyes locked on Jia Tai's corpse, his mind rapidly putting the pieces together, killing him in front of everyone. He was clearly helping me assert my dominance. Thanks to him, no one will dare challenge my position as leader for a long time to come. With everything clear in his mind, Xiao Dong crossed his arms and ordered his subordinate, get a few guys to bury Jia Tai, make the funeral look decent, and if he has any good gear on him, divide it among the brothers. Yes, boss. Having eliminated a major rival, Xiao Dong happily skipped away, humming a tune to himself. At the same time, Zi Luo and Danak had found a quiet room to themselves. Zi Luo rested his chin on his hand, lazily flipping through a skill book, while Danak sat next to him, happily chewing away on some food. He suddenly asked the system, let me ask you something, will Danak attack me? Will he ever do anything that would harm me? The reply was nearly instantaneous, never, under any circumstances. Protecting the host is a fundamental instinct the system has programmed into Danak. It is entirely independent of his conscious thought. He closed the book, his lips pursed, got it. Noticing Zi Luo staring at him, Danak jumped, startled in the middle of his snack. He held the skill book out to Danak, so, I can still control his behavior even in that state. He realized, that means when Danak goes into his 7 absolutes berserk rage, I get a free stat boost, sweet. Even though he was still eating, Danak obediently took the book held out to him. Zi Luo clapped him on the shoulder with an encouraging grin, study hard, all right. To his surprise, Danak let out a foul breath right in his face. Zi Luo sighed and reluctantly sat down beside him to make sure he did it. He couldn't help but smile as Danak started learning the new skill. This zombie's got some dumb luck. I need to seize this opportunity to hit level 10, too. My power should at least double after my class change. He pulled Danak away from his snack. Let's go, Danak, time to level up, and we can test out your new skill while we're at it. He suddenly remembered something. I know a good spot in the Shanghai library, and there's a game shop there too. The two strolled casually under the warm sun. They stopped before an emergency exit, Danak right behind him with his familiar sword. At the end of the hall, a strange light seeped from under a door. That was the game shop Zi Luo was talking about. He slipped on a mask that concealed his entire face, then he and Danak moved closer. The moment Zi Luo placed his hand on the door, the system's voice sounded, Player Zi Luo, welcome to the game shop, happy shopping. The door slid open with a hiss, and a plume of white smoke billowed out. He stepped into a holographic space filled entirely with system screens, each one represented a different category, weapons, accessories, masks. Zi Luo narrowed his eyes, taking it all in. He quickly did the math in his head. I've got 6,000 gold coins, a full set of high-quality, bronze-tier gear goes for 2,000, so I can definitely afford the pants, gloves, and chest plate I still need. While he was happily picking out his new gear, a black-gloved hand suddenly shot out from one of the screens. Its razor-sharp claws lunged right for him. Zi Luo froze. That was the hand of a zombie. Zi Luo dodged to the side, narrowly escaping the deadly lunge. It was a close call. Even someone with his skills broke out in a cold sweat. Zi Luo stood still, scanning his surroundings. There were no signs of a break-in. which meant the danger came from inside the shop. Sure enough, following the arm from before, the top half of a screeching female zombie was crawling out of the game screen. He had no choice but to draw his sword. A zombie climbing out of a video game, the situation brought a smirk to Ziluo's face. He wondered if taking down a special monster like this would earn him some special consideration from the system. Meanwhile, the woman had fully emerged. She staggered to her feet, then lunged at him with her arms outstretched, her jaw unhinged and drool spilling from her mouth. With a single, basic strike, Ziluo cleanly finished the overeager zombie. It collapsed at his feet. He gave the mental command, and the system automatically collected the loot. A large chest materialized before him. Ziluo's eyes lit up, his face brightening with the hope of scoring some kind of explosive elemental weapon or special piece of gear. He opened the chest, his heart pounding with anticipation. A flash of green light flared and then died, revealing an ironic prize, a toilet paper voucher. Congratulations, host, you have received one supply voucher, one sheet of toilet paper. Ziluo's face scrunched up in disappointment. A wave of deflation washed over him. All 6,000 gold coins were gone, leaving his balance at 0. The transaction was complete, and the game shop began to close. The world around him instantly shifted, reverting to the appearance of a normal, stocked convenience store. It took Ziluo a few seconds to get his bearings. He now stood in a clean, brightly lit room, with goods stacked neatly on the shelves. He listlessly glanced around before grabbing a bag of something off the shelf. Whatever, let's go see what Danak managed to scavenge. As soon as he stepped outside, Ziluo saw that Danak had already taken care of all the zombies. Their bodies were strewn across the entrance. He gave him an approving thumbs up. The two exchanged a knowing smirk. Ziluo walked over to the muscular zombie, which was still twitching in a spreading pool of its own blood. At the same time, system notifications began to flood in. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained a one-time use bronze tier item, decrepit scarecrow. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained a bronze tier piece of equipment, gauntlets of combo strikes. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained a bronze tier piece of equipment, riposte blade. Ziluo stored all the items in his inventory. The system pinged again. Congratulations, player Ziluo, you have acquired a new item. This item has high compatibility with your current weapon, the Tang Hing Dao. It can be fused using a fusion stone for an upgrade. Ziluo glanced back, his brow furrowing as the experience bar came into view, just 40% more to level 9. He watched as the items automatically flew toward him, stroking his chin in satisfaction. This auto-loot feature is super convenient, no more worrying about missing drops. Ziluo opened his interface to check the items he'd just received. First up was the tattered scarecrow card, a one-time use, bronze-grade item. After placing it on the ground, it can transfer all enemy aggro to the scarecrow until it's completely destroyed. Not bad, could be a lifesaver in a critical moment. Next were the gauntlets of chaining strikes, a bronze-grade piece of equipment. Stats, strength +1, constitution +1, after each attack, there's a 5% chance to trigger an additional strike. This effect is a lot like my Zhaoye Shuangjian, though it lacks the explosive effect and isn't as powerful. Still, it's a great piece of gear. Ziluo happily examined the final item, the ring pommel saber, also a bronze-grade weapon, a long-bladed saber forged from repeatedly tempered steel. Stat, strength +3, Ziluo drew the saber, his eyes lighting up. A pure strength-boosting weapon. For someone going all in on a single stat, this is definitely a top-tier bronze-grade item. He glanced over his other equipment, then decided to equip the gauntlets of chaining strikes. Just then, a system notification popped up. Player Ziluo, do you wish to use a fusion stone to fuse the Tang horizontal saber and the ring pommel saber? The resulting fused equipment has a certain chance of being one grade higher than the original items. Barring extreme bad luck, it will not result in a lower grade item. Luo clutched the stone in his hand, his palms starting to sweat, even with his golden touch, that guaranteed good drop rates. A game of pure chance like this was beyond the system's control. He took a deep breath and made his decision. Worst case scenario, I lose an item, but if this works, the payoff will be enormous. Luo activated the stone. Player Luo has activated the fusion stone, preparing to fuse the ring pommel saber, and the tang horizontal saber. Are you sure you wish to proceed? After fusion, these two items will be permanently destroyed. Fusion commencing, please wait 30 minutes. While they waited, a lavish spread of food was laid out before the two of them. Luo and Denai dug in, devouring the food. In a flash, Denai had picked a large bone clean. Just as Luo was halfway through his bowl of rice, a notification chimed. Ding, congratulations, player Luo, fusion successful, you have obtained the silver-grade weapon, head-slicing demon saber. He froze, completely stunned. It took him a few seconds to process the notification before he stammered in disbelief. A silver-grade weapon. He frantically opened his status window to check. He immediately took out the new weapon to admire it. Stats like these are just ridiculously overpowered. Meanwhile, Denai was still engrossed in gnawing on his bone. Denai, let's go, we're going to carve a path to the library and get that scroll. The two of them set off at once. As they moved, Luo consulted the map and gave Denai directions. Denai, don't hold back this time, just charge forward and cut down everything in our path. We'll talk once we get to the library. Denai nodded and charged ahead without a moment's hesitation, plowing through the first wave of zombies. Luo charged forward as well. With the new demon saber in hand, he felt like he'd grown wings. He slid into a low crouch, dropping to one knee before flinging the demon saber toward a cluster of converging zombies. The blade spun like a whirlwind, slicing through everything in its path before flying back to his hand. Congratulations, player Luo has reached level 9, you have received 1 free attribute point. 1,000 experience points are required to reach the next level. That single throw had taken down 3 zombies. Luo rested the saber on his shoulder and let out a sharp breath. Ah! But in the next moment, a bizarre sight met his eyes, startling him and leaving him completely bewildered. Ha! What the hell are you doing? Denok charged into the fray, his clothes in tatters, his pants now nothing more than a loincloth. His face was twisted in a snarl, growling like a wild beast as his breath plumed in the cold air. Luo glanced at the scene, shaking his head in weary resignation. He was genuinely shocked. The Denok he first met was nothing like this beast in human form. With that thought, Luo decided to leave, calling out a final instruction. Hey, Denok, hold the line here for a bit, I'm going to clear out the restrooms. Meet me on the roof in 10 minutes, I'll be waiting, Denok answered with a low growl. Half an hour later, the two met on the rooftop, face to face with a horde of zombies. Standing beside the panting, growling Denok, he commanded, Denok, activate Divine Fury. At the command, Denok let out a ferocious roar and unleashed the full extent of his power. Luo casually slipped his hands into his pockets and taunted, Denok, those zombies in front of you ate all your roasted chicken, guess you won't be having any tomorrow. The mention of his beloved roasted chicken was all it took. Denok's rage erupted, his power surging to its absolute limit. His muscles bulged and swelled, ripping his shirt to shreds. He ground his teeth, and the sheer force of his killing intent was enough to freeze the zombies in their tracks. In stark contrast to the chaotic scene, Luo was as relaxed as if he were at a coffee shop, holding a cup of high-grade Longjing tea. But that tranquility was just the eye of the storm. Denok crashed into the zombie horde, unleashing a devastating flurry of punches and wiping them all out by himself. Damn, Luo thought, under that kind of stimulation, all of Denok's stats just doubled. That kind of fighting power was just monstrous. It was exactly what you'd expect from someone born with Herculean strength. But a moment later, Denok let out one final roar before the skill entered its cooldown period. His muscles rapidly deflated, returning to their normal state. He collapsed to the ground, his body covered in wounds, his face contorted in pain. Strangely, the wounds on his body were healing at a rate visible to the naked eye, with streams of hot air rising from them. Ziluo could only shake his head and sigh, "My God, this apocalypse game even has skills this broken." Just then, a system notification popped up, "Energy supplement. Your eating speed is increased by 30%, while eating, food will be rapidly converted into energy to heal wounds and restore stamina." Ziluo couldn't believe his eyes. Looks like Danak is going further and further down the path of a glutton. He casually tossed some supplies and a drink into Danak's mouth, then ordered the system to automatically collect the loot. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained the equipment enhancement scroll. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, stamina potion. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, spirit potion. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained the equipment, protective armor. Detailed information about the items appeared one by one. Protective armor, grade, bronze. Description, a lightweight metal armor. Attributes, constitution +1, agility +1, skill protect, can form a transparent shield around the user's body based on their will. The shield lasts for 10 seconds, if it sustains an attack exceeding its limit, the shield will break prematurely. The cooldown is 1 hour. If the shield is broken, the cooldown increases to 12 hours. Spirit potion, grade, bronze, single-use item. Effect, instantly restores 10% of spirit power, subsequently restores an additional 5% of spirit power every minute for 4 minutes, cooldown, 30 minutes. Ziluo smiled, opening the enhancement interface and placing the lifesteal ring and the scroll into the equipment slots. Hopefully, after this enhancement, the stamina the ring absorbs can offset what I use in battle. With my kind of top-tier luck, let's just wait and see. Ziluo's jade-green eyes flashed, the ring floated in mid-air, beginning to absorb the energy from the scroll. A faint smile touched Zili's lips, his eyes fixed on the words, "Enhancement successful," that had just appeared on the system screen. Congratulations, player Zilu, you have obtained the Lifesteal Ring +2, Lifesteal Ring +2, a wicked ring that can absorb an enemy's vitality in battle. Attributes, Strength +2, Constitution +2. Good, it was a success. He murmured, satisfied as he immediately equipped the new item. His mind was already racing with dozens of ways he could use this treasure in a fight. Another notification chimed in his ear. Through the Lifesteal Ring +2, player Zilu now converts 12% of damage dealt to enemies into his own health. Zilu rubbed his chin, mentally reviewing his base stats: Strength 28, Spirit 19, Constitution 20, Agility 20. Feeling he'd rested enough, Zilu stuffed his hands into his pockets and turned to his companion. That's enough of a break, Desha, let's head upstairs. The door in front of them was riddled with scratches. Inside was a dark, desolate room with ledgers and books scattered everywhere. The mess confused Zilu for a moment, but then he chuckled, this level of destruction. It had to be the work of a boss. In my past life, the boss was already dead by the time I got here. I guess I'm early this time. I really want to see just what kind of boss it is. They stopped before a door with a sign that read, Shanghai Store. Zilu turned the knob. The room inside was empty and looked like a game shop. The system immediately announced, congratulations, player, you have successfully discovered the Shanghai Store. You have been awarded 10 reputation points. Each player's time in the store may not exceed 30 minutes per day. Exceeding this limit will result in a massive fine. Refusal to pay the fine will result in an immediate logout by the system. Yeah, I know, Zilu cut in coldly. Dear player Zilu, welcome to the Shanghai Store. As our first customer, you are entitled to a one-time 50% discount on your purchase. Ha, a perk like this. Zilu turned back to Desha, watch my back, the monster grunted in agreement. Zilu stepped inside, and the mechanical door slowly closed behind him. leaving the Shah to stand guard outside. The space inside was quite large, surrounded by system screens. With his hands in his pockets, Zilu scanned the room, his gaze stopping on the words, "Welcome to the Shanghai store," as he scoffed quietly. He tapped on View Items. Immediately, a large screen materialized right in front of him. Notice: for shopping at the Shanghai store, the use of force between customers is not prohibited within the store. If fists or spells strike the metal plates on the walls, even if no damage is caused, you will be charged a repair fee. If the store's floor or walls are dirted due to customer conflict, you will also be charged a cleaning fee. All fees will be calculated based on the actual situation. We hope you have a pleasant and peaceful shopping experience. The rules are exactly the same as in my past life. Zilu hoped no one else would show up while he was shopping, just to avoid those annoying fees. He pressed the Items button. For smaller screens appeared with 4 options: Extraordinary Flashbang Grenade, Price 1,000 gold coins, Stock 100, Short Range Emitter, Price 500 gold coins, Stock 100, Scroll of Ice Spike, Price 3,000 gold coins, Stock 10, Great Strength Pill, Price 1,000 gold coins, Stock 100. Zilu frowned. What is all this junk? As if sensing his dissatisfaction, the system chimed in. System has detected that the host is unsatisfied with the items in the Shanghai store, unlocking access to hidden items. Each city has its own hidden store. These stores are only open to players who have made great contributions to the city. Purchase authority has now been granted to the host. Zilu was surprised. Wait, I made major contributions to this city in the past. He was curious. Let's see what kind of treasures the Shanghai hidden store has. The moment he looked at the item list, his eyes went wide. At the same time, a large line of text appeared. Welcome, esteemed contributor to the city. Ziluo asked the system in a serious tone. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake, host? Just check the shop, you'll see. The system's reply echoed as a list of priceless items appeared before Ziluo. Replica Shanghai Badge of Honor, price 200,000 yuan, stock 1. Replica Shanghai Order Uniform, price 12,000 gold coins, stock 10. Replica Shanghai Guardian Seal, price 10,000 gold coins, stock 20. Ziluo scratched his chin, glancing dejectedly at his balance of 6,545 gold coins, just enough to afford the second item. He decided to go with the replica Shanghai Order uniform. After all, it was on sale. You are purchasing the replica Shanghai Order uniform for 6,000 gold coins, original price 12,000 gold coins, confirm purchase, confirm. Ziluo's mood instantly brightened. He told himself he'd come back for the replica Shanghai Guardian Seal later. Is there anything else, player Ziluo? He turned away, gave a short reply, and strolled out of the shop. Nope. Thank you for your patronage, please come again. The machine let out a puff of gray smoke. With his new prize in hand, Ziluo felt much more confident. Replica Shanghai Order uniform, special equipment, diamond grade description, an exquisitely crafted and incredibly valuable uniform with outstanding effects. Only those who have made exceptional contributions to Shanghai are worthy of possessing it. Ability Glamour. When equipped, all your other clothing type equipment can be concealed by the uniform, while their effects remain active. The uniform is self-cleaning, temperature regulating, self-repairing, and blood repellent. Ability Majesty. While in Shanghai, any player with lower prestige who attacks you will have all their stats reduced by 10% for 5 minutes. Ability Order. You can establish the Order of Shanghai. Once per day, you may issue a system-verified quest to any player other than yourself. The quest's rewards and penalties are determined by your prestige value, and you are not required to provide the rewards. As expected of a city-exclusive item, not bad at all. Ziluo stripped off all his gear, revealing a chiseled six-pack. He wanted to test the uniform's combat effectiveness. Equipping replica Shanghai Order uniform. The uniform instantly materialized on him, a perfect fit. Zi Luo looked down, eager to test the glamour ability first. Protective armor detected. Activate the glamour, effect of the replica Shanghai Order uniform. Zi Luo raised his hand, activate. The armor's appearance was instantly concealed. Thrilled with his new loot, he kept toggling his outfit on and off, leaving Dummy standing beside him, gawking in amazement. Player Zi Luo, you have been in the shop for nearly 30 minutes, please be mindful of the time. He just smiled, ignoring the reminder. This glamour effect was pretty sweet. From now on, just wearing this uniform would maximize his agility, mobility, and stealth. He grabbed his buddy's arm. Dummy, let's get a move on. Suddenly, for no apparent reason, Dummy dropped to his knees in front of Zi Luo. Zi Luo grinned from ear to ear. He had just used the order ability on Dummy, destroy the world. Dummy huddled on the ground, shivering from either the cold or pure terror. Ding, quest failed system verification. The two stared at each other, annoyed. Zi Luo scowled and started rattling off new demands. Go kill a legendary grade boss, quest failed system verification, punch a hole in the Shanghai Museum, quest failed system verification, peep on a girl while she's changing, quest passed system verification. Do you wish to issue this quest? The moment it was approved, his eyes lit up and his face flushed. He quickly backpedaled. I was just kidding, seriously, just kidding. Dummy was still kneeling there, completely lost. Then, as if he'd realized something, Zi Luo's brow furrowed slightly as he tried a new command. Go kill the boss inside the Shanghai Museum. Just as I thought, quest passed system verification. Do you wish to issue this quest? He hit yes and smirked to himself as he looked at the quest rewards. He could use this ability to scout for bosses from now on. Come on, Dummy, we're going boss hunting. Night fell. Inside a metal container, a brother and sister huddled together. With tears welling in her eyes, the younger sister whispered, It won't find us in here, will it? I don't think so. But the girl's sixth sense screamed that something was wrong. She glanced to the side. Through a crack in the metal wall, a brilliant crimson light flashed, and she froze, paralyzed with fear. The girl's face went deathly pale, tears streaming down as she let out a piercing scream, ah. But her brother lunged forward, clapping a hand over her mouth. Don't make a sound. They pressed themselves together, the girl's body racked with choked sobs. Her brother instinctively looked toward the monster. It was a humanoid zombie, but it had the distinct look of a gecko. It shot out its impossibly long tongue, the slimy tip grazing his cheek. The horrifying sight made his sister let out a choked sob, forcing her to bite her lip to keep from screaming. They clung to each other, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. He knew they couldn't stay. Xiao Mei, run. The door was right there, their only hope, but it was too late. Suddenly, the zombie's long tongue shot out, wrapping tightly around Xiao Mei's leg and ripping her from her brother's grasp. Fresh blood splattered across the door and walls. All that remained was the girl's terrified scream as the monster dragged her away. Trembling with helpless rage, he spotted a broom in the corner. He gritted his teeth, snatched it up, and charged the monster with every last ounce of courage he had. You son of a bitch, I'll kill you. The moon hung high in the sky, full and bright. By the time Zi Luo and Dinyo arrived, the fight was already over. The siblings lay in a pool of their own blood, lifeless. The zombie stood over them, its long tongue flicking out as if nothing had happened. Zi Luo was unimpressed. Forget it, he said coldly. People like them wouldn't have survived long after the rookie protection period anyway. In a way, dying now is a mercy. Then he turned to the monster. If it weren't for all that screaming, I never would have known you were hiding in here. The zombie just tilted its head, a look of confusion on its face. Suddenly, a series of system notifications popped up. Congratulations, player Zi Luo, on your first encounter with a class advancement zombie, their advancement process is similar to that of humans. Zombies are currently evolving along their own unique development paths. Boss-type zombies evolve the fastest. Various mutations can appear even in the early stages of the game. Their killing style is similar to a human assassin's, possessing incredibly high movement speed and devastating attack power. They prefer to eat human brains, which they can use to increase their own intelligence. Reptilian Zombie, Bronze Rank Boss, Level, 10 Basic Attributes, Strength 23, Spirit 15, Constitution 8, Agility 23 Talent, Crawling, can freely move along smooth surfaces like walls. Skills, Backstab Strike, unleashes a Claw Strike, dealing damage equal to 17% of the Strength attribute. Damage is doubled if the attack hits an enemy's back. Phantom Ambush, can instantly merge into the ground or a wall to stalk a target or prepare an attack. Launches a surprise strike that deals damage equal to 80% of the Strength attribute. After reading the info, Z Luo smirked. This zombie's talent and skills work together perfectly. He put his hands on his hips and stared it down. The monster, in turn, had finally noticed them. Just then, another system notification appeared analyzing. Player Z Luo has encountered the bronze rank boss, Reptilian Zombie. Quest issued, the Reptilian Zombie's Grudge. Golden Finger System has detected that the host has triggered the quest, the Reptilian Zombie's Grudge, optimizing related quest parameters. The Reptilian Zombie was now staring right at him as the quest details appeared. The Reptilian Zombie's Grudge, a museum curator, was framed for stealing an artifact. He was being viciously berated by his boss at the exact moment he turned. His first act as a zombie was to kill his superior. Now, his hatred drives him to slaughter anyone in the world who loves books. Quest objective: kill the Reptilian Zombie. Rewards: 100 reputation, 600 gold coins, 300 EXP, 1 bronze rank equipment set. Time limit: 12 hours, so this apocalyptic game even lets you carry out someone else's vengeance. Z Luo thought, too bad it's far too late for him. He waved a hand, giving the order, Denyo, you're up. Kill it, and keep the other zombies away while you close in. RAWR. Denyo let out a mighty roar and charged, raising its weapon high overhead for a crushing blow. But the Reptilian Zombie was a step ahead. It activated Phantom Ambush, and vanished into thin air. Denyo's attack slammed into empty air. It looked around, confused, searching for its target. High up on the wall, the Reptilian Zombie clung to the surface, seemingly mocking him. It flicked its long tongue out. A second later, the monster shot down from above. The crawler zombie lunged at the big oaf, who was still completely oblivious to the danger. But he wasn't alone. Seizing the opportunity, Z Luo leaped into the air with a wicked grin. Scared already? I guess this is all you've got. The moment he spoke, his blade fell. Man and blade landed as one, while the monster desperately raised its arms to block. In the blink of an eye, a flurry of slashes severed both of its limbs. Having lost its arms, the crawler zombie trembled, sobbing like a child as it turned to run. It wailed pathetically as it ran, "Gao gao gao." Z Luo let out a long yawn and said lazily, "This is your chance. I'll count to 3 before I chase you." But with a smirk, he only counted to 2 before he brandished his blade and took off. Activating Swift Step and Brief Air Walk, Z Luo launched into the air, relentlessly pursuing the zombie. "Here I come." With incredible speed, he closed in on his target. Z Luo swung his blade in a rapid flurry and roared, "Explosive Twin Slash." The fatal slashes flew straight at the zombie's head. It tried to duck, but there was no escape. A small explosion erupted, finishing the creature off for good. Z Luo casually turned and walked away. Congratulations, player Z Luo, for successfully slaying the level 10 bronze tier boss, the crawler zombie. You have received 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. Congratulations, player Z Luo, for completing the quest, the crawler zombie's hatred. Congratulations, player Z Luo, you have received the quest reward, 100 reputation, 600 gold coins, 300 experience points, and 1 bronze tier equipment piece. Congratulations, you have reached level 10, you have been awarded 1 free attribute point. Player Z Luo has reached level 10. Without a class change, you cannot level up further, all earned experience will be accumulated, please wait patiently for the class change system to become available. Z Luo looked at his system panel with a knowing smile. Looks like I need to find a class change scroll, and fast. Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully reaching level 10, you have earned a chance to draw from the Super Golden Finger Lottery. Would you like to draw now? Z Luo didn't answer right away, he scratched his head and closed his eyes to think, the novice period is ending soon, if I'm the first player on the whole server to change my class, I'll get a server-wide announcement. He opened his eyes, his decision made, drawing, ding, drawing the second Super Golden Finger. The lines of text that followed left Z Luo completely stunned. Congratulations, you have drawn the Super Golden Finger. Yin-Yang twins, the host can now possess 2 classes. When the host has 2 classes, the first one acquired will be your publicly displayed class. There are no restrictions on the combination of the 2 classes, however, if both provide a fixed bonus to the same attribute, only the higher bonus will take effect. Free attribute points gained from the second class are granted. At 50% value, rounded up. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining dual classes. Congratulations, host, for obtaining dual classes. Z Luo was utterly floored. A moment later, his shock melted into pure ecstasy, he broke into a wide grin, a mischievous glint in his eyes, a heaven-defying dual class. In this apocalypse. Does this mean I'm destined to rule the world? Lin Ziluo suddenly broke into a silly laugh, pointing to his own face. That's not a great idea, wouldn't that be unfair to the other players? Suddenly, his ear twitched, Lin Ziluo clenched his fist and snarled, Earth Spike Ambush, boom. From below, razor-sharp stone spikes erupted through the cracks in the floor, bursting through the ceiling above. The zombies with no time to react were impaled, and the few who managed to escape were pinned between the towering spires. His gaze fell, locking onto a glowing, silver-white chest. Ignoring the remaining zombies, he sprinted over, dropping to one knee to grab the chest. Passing to Shah, he commanded, straight upstairs. He suddenly recalled the system's last tip, a silver treasure chest dropped by a player could be moved, but a wild one couldn't. The 2 of them took the stairs up to the 5th floor. The moment they stepped through the door, 3 zombies were already looming in the hallway, growling as they shambled forward. All low-level mobs, not even worth my time. He glanced over at the Shah. You handle them. The Shah let out a roar of acknowledgement. He turned away, lost in thought. According to the hint from my golden finger, the illusion will boost strength and agility. That means I need to find another class to raise my constitution and spirit, doesn't it? It's not that there aren't any, but the top-tier hidden class, Holy Sword Knight, only exists across the ocean. There don't seem to be any particularly good classes here in the Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, his fingers swiped across the virtual system screen before coming to an abrupt halt. A moment later, a hammer emblazoned with a lightning bolt materialized in his palm. He gripped it, pleased. Sensing something was different, the Shah turned around, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the hammer. He snatched the new weapon and promptly tried to bite it. Lin Ziluo ignored him, continuing to tap at the screen. A small window popped up, displaying the words, Scout's Eye, just as I expected, perfect. Leaving the Shah to happily gnaw on the hammer, Lin Ziluo turned his full attention to the chest, his expression full of anticipation. The lid of the chest sprang open, triggering a series of system notifications. Player Yesye has successfully opened the silver treasure chest. As a bonus for opening the chest, player Yesye's personal inventory space has increased by 0.3 cubic meters. Item obtained, reinforced combat pants. Player Yesye has gained 50 experience points from the chest's enhancement bonus. Player Yesye has found 270 gold coins in the silver treasure chest. He picked up the item, and its stats immediately appeared. Reinforced combat pants, highly elastic pants that provide significant support to the wearer in combat. Attributes: Constitution +3, Agility +1, Function: reduces the duration of all negative status effects by 20%. Without hesitation, he hit Equip. His personal stat sheet updated instantly. Character stats: Name, Yesya, Class, Special Operative, Base Attributes, Strength, 28, Spirit, 20, Constitution, 23, Agility, 25. He clapped the Shah on the shoulder. Go collect the loot from those zombies we killed, I'll meet you downstairs in a bit. The Shah grunted and got straight to work. With that, he turned and walked away, already lost in his calculations. The newbie protection period still has time on the clock, and the class advancement system isn't unlocked yet. First things first, I'll focus on preparing my illusion. As for a second class, I'll have to research that carefully before I decide. I just hope the Death God Club members have gathered by now. That's the only way we'll clear this museum out quickly. On the afternoon of the 8th day, with less than 2 days until the newbie protection period ended, the sky was clear, and golden sunlight streamed through the window panes. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and Lin Feng and Blockhead strode out. His commanding aura instantly filled the space. He walked straight up to De Huang Mao. When can we attack the museum? De Huang Mao quickly replied, we've recruited more people these past few days. The club has over 200 members now. We can move on the Shanghai Museum this afternoon. He continued, full of excitement, now that you're here, Lin Feng, I'll go rally the guys. Alright, Lin Feng nodded. With the go-ahead, a triumphant smirk crept across De Huang Mao's face. If this operation succeeds, no one will be able to challenge me for the president's seat. I have to find a way to keep this useful pawn by my side. Just then, the building's PA system crackled to life. To all our beloved members, today is an important day for our Reaper Club. We are about to embark on a major campaign. Do they really have to be this dramatic for a simple mobilization? He frowned. All members are to prepare to deal with the zombies in the Shanghai Museum. Ahem, long story short, everyone assemble, we're attacking the Shanghai Museum. The announcement ended, and the crowd erupted in excited cheers. Let's go, I'm gonna kill the zombies in the museum and get a bronze-grade item drop. The day has finally come, it's my time to shine. I'm not just bragging, I'm definitely hitting level 5 this time. I'm gonna kill 10 zombies. Lin Feng sighed softly, shaking his head at the chaotic scene. They really think this apocalypse is some mindless monster grinding game. Do they think they can get stronger just by killing a few things? Once the newbie protection period is over, I wonder how many of these sorry fools will die a miserable death. Suddenly, an object flew past his face. Below, the crowd had started brawling for the most ridiculous reasons. Where are my shorts? Who stole my shorts? And my shoes, my shoes. De Huang Mao could only watch the scene in stunned silence. Outside the building, thousands of zombies shambled forward, their growls merging into a horrifying chorus. From a high vantage point, a pair of binoculars panned across the swarming sea of the undead. De Huang Mao lowered the binoculars, turning to Lin Feng with a worried look. Lin Feng, are you sure this plan of yours will work? There are way too many of them. It'll work, he replied calmly, as long as the people you've chosen are fast enough, there won't be any casualties. He placed a hand on the man's shoulder, his voice steady. It's almost 7 o'clock, if we miss this chance, we won't get another. Besides, everyone has already agreed to the plan. De Huang Mao hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Fine, let's give it a shot. He then glanced behind Lin Feng, giving a subtle nod to his men. They immediately nodded back. Just then, a piece of fresh meat soaked in the zombie virus materialized in Lin Feng's palm. My agility is probably the highest in the club, I'll handle luring the first wave of zombies. He turned to a middle-aged man. Old Man Chow, I'm leaving Blockhead with you. Old Man Chow nodded firmly, you can count on me. Lin Feng glanced over and saw Blockhead still completely engrossed in playing with the spiked mace he'd given him. He couldn't help but chuckle. How can he play with that thing everywhere he goes? Is it really that fascinating? Well, whatever, he seems to really like it. It suits him, though. Whoosh, Lin Feng shot past a Huang Mao like a gust of wind, leaving only a faint afterimage. Damn, he's fast, the man muttered. The others were filled with admiration. Lin Feng is taking on the most dangerous part, he's got a tough job ahead. With that kind of dedication, I won't be jealous no matter what status or rewards he gets in the club later. Down below, Lin Feng and a few others had already dashed outside. He held the meat high, and its putrid stench quickly spread. At the same time, the other members began moving toward the opposite gate. Drawn by the scent, the horde of zombies instantly changed direction, surging toward him. Lin Feng suddenly tossed the meat to another member, shouting with righteous fervor, "You guys take this and keep running, I'll hold off the zombies for you." He waved as he ran back toward the horde. "When you get back, tell the president the rewards for this are all yours." The two members, one clutching the meat and the other watching his retreating figure, were both moved to tears. They gave him an admiring thumbs up. That Lin Feng is such a great guy. Meanwhile, Lin Feng ran on, laughing to himself, "Too easy, kill zombies, no way, I'm going for the scroll before someone else snags it." From outside the horde, the two members gaped in astonishment as they watched zombies being sent flying as if they were nothing. My God. So this is what he's really capable of. He was holding back this whole time. At the same moment, at the entrance to a secret room, Lin Feng's figure appeared silently from behind the door. "The class change scroll is mine." Inside the room, an ancient scroll rested within a transparent crystal case. "Finally, I found what I was looking for. To think this is the thing countless people would risk their lives to possess, it's clearly nothing ordinary." He cracked his knuckles and moved closer. Bam! His fist slammed into the glass case protecting the scroll. The intruder alarm immediately blared to life, its red light flashing wildly. He merely glanced up before throwing a second, faster and more powerful punch straight at the case. Crack! Spiderweb-like fractures spread across the glass surface. With one final punch, the glass case exploded into a shower of glittering shards. He pulled his hand back, lightly blowing on his stinging knuckles before reaching for the golden, glowing scroll. A system notification sound chimed. Player Yi Xie has discovered a strange scroll, which appears to hold a great secret. Player's reputation has increased by 500. System prompt, the scroll is calling out to you. Does player Yi Xie wish to accept the scroll's call? Accept, he answered without a moment's hesitation. A blinding light erupted from the scroll, illuminating his face. Two lines of text materialized on its surface. Player Yi Xie has accepted the scroll's call, entering the scroll. Before he could even process what was happening, a golden light enveloped his entire body, pulling him inside. He found himself falling into another dimension. Player Yi Xie has successfully completed the entry sequence into the scroll. He slowly opened his eyes as his feet touched down softly on the ground. Flickering flames danced all around him. He reached out and touched a wall that was emitting a soft, blue glow. His hand slowly sank deep into the dimensional gate. If I remember correctly, this is the exact spot. Congratulations, player Yi Xie, you have successfully activated the trial. His entire body slowly submerged into the wall. A long notification panel materialized before his eyes. Mysterious trial, description. It seems there are secrets hidden within this scroll. It has been waiting for one who can inherit its power. Requirement. Pass all 3 trials. Restrictions. During this time, all equipment, skills, and abilities are disabled. Reward. Level +1, special class phantom. Time limit. The flow of time here is different from the outside world. Please disregard it. Penalty for failure. The host will be directly executed, as brutal as in my past life, just as I expected. The system chimed again. Ding, the Goldfinger system has detected that the host is undergoing a trial, initiating program modification. Ding, the host will not suffer any penalty for mission failure. The system will protect the host and ensure a safe exit from the trial space. Ding, a trial has been detected, activating the quest. Trial of the Ancient One. This flood of notifications left him bewildered. Then, another panel appeared, Trial of the Ancient One, description. This is a legacy thousands of years in the making, waiting for someone with enough power to inherit it. Requirement: pass the trial of the scroll, inherit the scroll's true power. Reward: 1 random draw for a common Goldfinger, 1 piece of silver-grade equipment. Time limit: the flow of time here is different from the outside world, please disregard it. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Thousands of years, someone with enough power, the Phantom class may be top tier, but it hardly warrants such a grand description. The Phantom class does come from a legendary assassin in the ancient Dragon Kingdom, but that's only 1,000 years of history. Besides, at level 50, a Phantom advances to Phantom Assassin, and at level 80, to Phantom God. None of that fits what this quest is describing. After a moment of speculation, he turned to the system. Goldfinger system, what is all this? His only response was a series of ellipses that appeared and then vanished, leaving him standing there dumbfounded as imaginary crows flew overhead. He face-bombed in exasperation. Ugh, whatever, accept quest accepted. Internally, all he could think was, comma. Instantly, a cloth tapestry materialized before him as a cavern opened up. The first trial gate is now open. A shimmering golden orb materialized on the tapestry's surface. Player Yixia, please place your hand on the Li Pearl. He did as instructed, slowly placing his hand on the orb. The moment he made contact, power began to surge within it, and a golden light flashed. Red chains erupted from the orb, wrapping tightly around his hand. His eyes widened as he stared, his mind screaming, it's about to begin. A surge of red and gold energy engulfed him, lifting his body into the air. A blinding light erupted from the orb, engulfing him, his eyes stung, and he reflexively threw a hand up to shield them. A few moments later, he cracked his eyes open, stunned by the sight before him. He was in a crimson void, his body held aloft by some kind of invisible platform. He knelt, scooping up the viscous liquid. He clenched his fist, watching it ooze between his fingers. Then, he stood and gazed out into the vast emptiness. A vortex with a pale pink center materialized above him. A wave of agony crashed over him, racking his body. His face darkened as he trembled, curling into a ball and clutching his head. In my last life, I was a coward. I only got through this by clinging to my hatred for Yu Jinghan. He remembered the feeling of his blood-soaked hands, of gritting his teeth just to survive. This time, he swore, would be absolutely different. Another beam of purple light shot down from above, forming a new vortex that churned the red sea of liquid below. But this time, he stood tall, chest out, his arms hanging loosely at his sides, fearless. The crimson liquid crept up his arms, over his body, and finally submerged his face. Unlike his last life, there was a flicker of excitement in his eyes now. As the agony from the trial subsided, he whispered, I passed. He let out a laugh, clenching his fist tight. I finally proved myself. Suddenly, a voice boomed from on high. Good, very good, time to return. Hearing the voice, he looked up at the pale pink light, raising his arms in a defensive stance. In a flash of light, the scene shifted. He was back where he started. A system notification appeared. Congratulations, player, on clearing the first trial. Please proceed to the next trial gate. His hand found a small orb on the ground. He tossed it in his palm a few times and mused, to think a tiny little bead like this could create such a terrifying ordeal. A blue portal swirled open before him. The system announced again, second trial opening. Player Yache, please advance. He stepped through, his mind already racing. The second trial. In my last life, I used my hatred to push forward, but I couldn't hold on. I collapsed before I reached the end. I woke up already at the third gate, but this time, I will see the dawn at the end of this long night. Dark whispers began to echo in his ears. Just give up, all you have to do is pass out, and you'll go straight to the third trial. Give up. Give up. The ghastly voices clawed at him with every step. Give up, give up, give up. But with each whisper, his steps grew steadier, his will hardening like steel. No, how could I even think that? Never again. Why would I give up? I've already failed this way once. His expression grew grim, but he gritted his teeth and pushed on. This life, I have to see what lies at the end of this path, I have to wash away the shame of my past, I have a second chance, how could I not see it through? He closed his eyes and walked on, his steps calm and measured. An image surfaced in his mind, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, his arms crossed as he stared blankly into the distance, his eyes heavy with sorrow. That was me, my past self. The vision made him falter, but he just clenched his jaw and tightened his fists. He summoned all his strength, lifted his foot, and took one powerful, defiant step toward the beckoning, brilliant golden light of the exit. Staggering toward the source of light, he was stunned to find it was a brilliantly glowing rectangular doorway. He wondered, is this the end? Did I really make it all the way here? His doubt quickly vanished, replaced by an overwhelming wave of joy. Tears welled in his eyes as he whispered to himself, did I finally do it, I finally proved myself. Remembering the true purpose of his rebirth, he strode through the doorway without hesitation. The world around him instantly changed as the system's voice echoed, congratulations, player, you have successfully passed the second trial, please proceed to the next trial gate. His eyes glinted with hostility. Next is the final gate, and all that's left, is you. A memory from his past life flashed before his eyes, the pain, the clumsy attempts to block his enemy's attacks, and then running away, clutching his head in defeat. He raised a hand to his forehead, his voice growing dark. It's not too late to make you pay for the scars you left on me in my past life. With that, he reached for the next doorway, his body passing through space once more. Commencing the third trial, player Yazi, slay the guardian beast. He tightened his grip on his blade, taking a defensive stance and cautiously scanning the area. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed from above, a pitch-black vortex materialized in mid-air, and his expression grew grim. A black creature with a long tail shot out from within, landing lightly on the ground before giving him a look of utter contempt. I've waited all this time, for this guy. He squeezed his eyes shut and raised his blade. The memory of their last battle came flooding back. Closed his eyes then, too, just before it raked its claws across his face, leaving a long, red scar. Despite that, he had fought back with everything he had. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind, player Yazi's state has been assessed, potential for breakthrough confirmed, epic tier talent, all-around mastery, has evolved into the legendary tier talent, omniscient combat, a legendary tier talent. In combat, you will reach a level beyond imagination, you can flawlessly use any weapon and master every fighting style. A blue aura enveloped him, he dug his feet in, ready to spring. Flash. A flash of golden light shot forward, with his eyes still squeezed shut, he swung his blade. The razor-sharp blade connected with the black beast, carving a deep gash across its face as fresh blood sprayed everywhere. The wound he suffered in his past life, repaid in full in this one. He followed up with several more slashes, sending the beast flying. It slammed hard against the stone wall and crumpled to the ground, letting out a pitiful, agonizing cry. Player Yazi has successfully slain the guardian beast. Congratulations, player Yazi, you have passed the third trial. Congratulations, player Yazi, you have received your rewards, 1 level up scroll, and 1 Phantom Master Class change scroll. 2 scrolls materialized before him, hovering in mid-air. As the player has not yet undergone a class change, the level up reward will be applied upon completion. A faint smile touched his lips as he reached out to take the scrolls. But then he paused, looking around the empty space in confusion. I cleared the trial, so, why am I still here? It was eerily quiet. He recalled his past life. Right after killing the cat, he was teleported out of the trial, but this time, nothing happened. An unsettling thought crossed his mind. Could I be stuck here? He walked over to the rock face, pressing his palm against the cold stone as he examined it more closely. A new theory suddenly struck him, unless this isn't the apocalypse game, but part of my cheat system. Just then, a notification panel materialized before him: quest, overcome the scroll's trial and inherit its true power incomplete. The notification left him stunned. So this whole time, I haven't actually inherited the scroll's power. He muttered to himself as the bitter truth sank in. It turns out, getting the scroll was just the first step, the second was activating it. An idea suddenly struck him, and he snapped his fingers, might as well give it a shot. Instantly, the system announced, verification complete, host has successfully passed the trial, please proceed forward to receive the scroll's true power. He let out a sigh of relief and ran a hand through his hair. Thank God nothing went wrong in this cave. Clenching his fist, he stared into the space ahead. How am I supposed to move forward? He was met with only silence. The system was playing dead again. The smile on his face froze, then vanished. His expression turned serious. What in the world is this scroll, powerful enough to make my own cheat system go silent? Or maybe the system and the scroll are old acquaintances, or it already knows about my past life and is deliberately keeping quiet. He shook his head, pushing the speculation aside. Whatever, I'll just follow its prompt and move forward for now. Following the instruction, he moved forward and began searching the stone wall. Sure enough, there was a faint crack, almost impossible to see unless you were looking for it. If it hadn't told me to proceed forward, I never would have spotted this, he thought. He traced the cracks, realizing they connected to form an intricate pattern. Curious, he reached out and gently touched it. Instantly, a brilliant light flared from the fissure. Startled, he stumbled back a few steps, watching as the golden light spread wider and wider. From within the light, the images of an ox and a bird began to materialize on the stone face. He gasped in astonishment. Aren't these the two patterns from the scroll? The moment he spoke, the two patterns came to life, emitting a deep, powerful hum. The stone wall began to tremble violently, dust and rock rained down, revealing a mysterious gateway. The rumbling subsided, revealing a stone door etched with intricate patterns. He gave it a gentle push, and it swung open with a heavy creak. Before him stood a stone table. Resting upon it were a scroll and a glowingly pearl. He surveyed the room as he walked in, planting a hand on his hip. He approached the table, picked up the scroll, and unrolled it. The instant he unrolled it, streams of light erupted from within, crackling with energy. A tendril of light suddenly shot out and coiled tightly around his wrist. The entire scroll flared to life, as if trying to suck him in again. But then, a change occurred. The word, civil, appeared on its surface. He frowned. CV. He felt a little wary. This is some serious business, isn't it? Even so, he noticed a crucial piece of information. In the scroll, the letters CV were always accompanied by intricate patterns, an orb, and a bird. Could these be the ox totem and the bird totem of the Jioli tribe? Ancient characters slowly materialized, and he began to read them aloud. Civil was slain by the emperor, who severed his head and buried it. The head transformed into a forest of blood maples. Legend tells that the Miaogui can preserve the soul. It was by encountering the Miaogui that Civil's soul was saved. With every word he spoke, the ancient script lifted from the scroll, hovering in the space before him. Civil knew his soul would eventually dissipate, so, before it vanished, he created this trial scroll. The final gate is guarded by a cat bearing the bloodline of the Miaogui. What Lord Civil sought to test was an indomitable will, unending perseverance, and flawless combat. Your 3 trials have met the highest requirements. You have earned the right to inherit the ultimate power of the Jioli tribe. Please, place your hands upon the totem. As the last word echoed, it all clicked into place. So this was the true power of the scroll. Almost without thinking, he placed both hands upon it. At the same time, a system notification chimed, detecting player Yi Ji receiving an unknown inherited power, analyzing unknown ability. A massive torrent of power surged from the scroll, enveloping his body. System has successfully identified the unknown ability as originating from Blue Star. Apocalypse game system is now integrating the unknown energy with Blue Star culture. Integration successful, gamification successful, player Yi-Ji, initiating class change. A moment later, the inheritance was complete. He staggered backward, utterly drained, and slumped onto the cold stone floor. Congratulations, player Yi-Ji, class change successful. In accordance with Blue Star culture, the Apocalypse game has designated this class, Bingzhu. Player Yi-Ji, please conclude the trial. The Bingzhu class requires an additional datafication process. He looked up, a weary smile spreading across his face. He'd only come for the Phantom class scroll, yet he'd unexpectedly passed Civil's trial. Talk about killing two birds with one stone, huh? A holographic screen appeared before him. Player name, Yi-Ji, player class, Bingzhu. He reached out to touch the screen. This Bingzhu class, it's pretty interesting. Instantly, another line of information popped up, leaving him stunned. Huh? He jolted, frantically shaking his arm. A golden bead was stuck fast to the back of his hand, impossible to pry off. Just then, the system's voice rang out. He listened intently, his eyes fixed on the bead. Jiuli bead, bronze tier item, sacred treasure of the Jiuli tribe, the core artifact of the warlord. It is the warlord's weapon. After passing Chiyo's trial and inheriting the power of Chiyo's scroll, it will bind to the player and exist within their consciousness. Function 1. It can freely change its form according to the player's will, granting the player the class abilities of that form. 2. It can devour energy to enhance its own attributes and abilities. Does this mean, this thing has infinite growth potential? Suddenly, the bead detached from his hand and shot straight into his forehead. A searing pain brought him to his knees. He clutched his head, sweat pouring down his face. Amidst the pain, a trial complete notification appeared. He gritted his teeth and accepted it. As expected of Chiyo's weapon, even the way it exists is something else. Instantly, the illusory space dissolved. He was back in the room with the shattered glass case, surrounded by the sprawled corpses of zombies. The scroll was still lying quietly inside. He walked over and reached for it. The system chimed again. Player Yazi has completed the trial. The warlord class is now being digitized for player Yazi. Player Yazi's base attributes, without equipment or title bonuses: Strength 18, Spirit 16, Constitution 12, Agility 19. Digitization of the warlord class is complete. For every level gained, player Yazi will receive +3 Strength, +3 Constitution, and +3 free attribute points, calculating level based on all previously acquired experience and quest rewards. Player has successfully reached level 13. Player Yazi's attribute panel: Strength 49, Spirit 24, Constitution 46, Agility 36, free attribute points, 9. His jaw dropped after hearing the string of notifications. With stats this insane, I can walk all over a horde of zombies now. Another notification popped up. Congratulations, you are the first player in the Apocalypse game to successfully complete a class change, earning the unique global achievement, Trailblazer. He reached out and touched the virtual interface. Class analysis will now be announced to all servers. Class: Warlord. Introduction: the Warlord, master of all weapons, god of war, an incomparably terrifying class born from the unimaginable power of the ancient Jiuli tribe's sacred treasure. It can only be tamed by those who have passed a fearsome trial. Attributes: for every level gained, receive +3 Strength, +3 Constitution, and +3 free attribute points. Abilities: 1. Master of Arms. You can manipulate the Jiuli bead to transform it into any warrior-type weapon, thereby gaining the abilities and skills of that warrior class. 2. Jiuli's Core. You can infuse power into the Jiuli bead to increase its attributes and tier. The third ability simply read, specific ability not yet activated. After reading it all, he pinched both of his cheeks, hard. Ow, so this isn't a dream. He shot to his feet, clenching his fists. This isn't just strong, this is ridiculously, unbelievably OP. With that thought, he focused his mind. let's test the power of this Jiuli bead. A long staff materialized in his hand, with the Jiuli bead hovering beside it. The virtual interface immediately displayed the word devour. Instantly, the bead began to fiercely draw in the unseen energy from the surroundings. After a few seconds, it began to glow brilliantly, and a small, shimmering star appeared on its surface. He stared thoughtfully at the 9Li pearl. Just then, a system notification chimed. The pearl had absorbed enough energy and successfully evolved into a silver-grade artifact. An intense surge of power began to radiate from the pearl. As he reached out, it suddenly melted into a stream of red liquid. The liquid quickly coalesced, forming a blade that rested perfectly in his palm. Blade of 9Li, silver-grade equipment, strength +4, constitution +2, attacks have a 10% chance to pierce armor, skill, 9Li slash, unleashes a blade wave, dealing 130% strength as damage and inflicting 200% pain sensation, skill, 9Li heavy slash, a full power strike that deals 200% strength as damage but leaves the user immobilized for 2 seconds. Note: the player cannot acquire skills through the Arms Master class, skills change based on the 9Li pearl's form. He scanned the stats, his mind reeling. This thing isn't just powerful, it's completely broken, so broken it's not even funny. Curiosity piqued, he held the blade and gave it a command, bow. Instantly, the blade morphed, reshaping itself into a bow. Bow of 9Li, silver-grade equipment, strength +4, agility +2, can condense spiritual energy to form arrows, skill, flame arrow, fires a flaming arrow, dealing 120% strength as damage and inflicting a continuous burn status on hit, skill, frost arrow, fires an ice arrow, dealing 120% strength as damage and inflicting a temporary slow status on hit. He kept experimenting with other commands. Dagger. The weapon in his hand became a throwing star. Getting into it now, he continued to give commands. Shield, a shield materialized. Sword, a sword appeared. The 9Li pearl seemed to obey his every command, but after the next one, the pearl suddenly dropped to the ground, letting out a thin wisp of smoke as if it were exhausted. Warning, player, Yasei has depleted his spiritual energy. Forcibly continuing to change its form will cause the artifact to enter a stunned state. At the same time, his head spun. Changing forms uses that much spiritual energy. Why do I feel so dizzy? He clutched his head. Just as he picked up the pearl, a server-wide announcement suddenly echoed. Server announcement: congratulations to player Yasei for being the first to reach level 10 and successfully complete a class change in Apocalypse Online. The player has earned the unique server-wide achievement, the Trailblazer, along with numerous rewards. We encourage all other players to keep up the hard work. Meanwhile, he was already moving at an incredible speed down a dark corridor. The announcement sent shockwaves through the entire player base. At the headquarters of the Death God Guild, a dozing member cursed in frustration. Can this damn server announcement shut up already? I'm trying to sleep here. Another player, holding an artifact, was startled by the familiar name. Yasei, that name is way too familiar. It's him again. Seriously, give me a break. Another player, who had just hit level 6, gritted his teeth, vowing to work harder. Tucked away in a hidden corner, he was downing one recovery potion after another. Good thing I have these spiritual energy potions. That stun effect is a real pain, he muttered, while also absorbing energy from his lesser magic staff and meditation amulet. Congratulations on obtaining the server-wide title, the Trailblazer. Rewards: 1,000 reputation, 2,000 gold, 3 free attribute points, inventory space increased by 2 cubic meters. The Trailblazer, unique title, can only be obtained by the first player to complete a class change in Apocalypse Online. All attributes +2, grants 5% attribute suppression against players who have a class. After reading the description, he initially thought the title wasn't all that great, although, it seems I did things backward. Most people would change their class before taking on a bronze level boss. He let out a long yawn and gave the system a command. Since there's nothing else to do, let's roll for my silver-grade equipment. The system interface changed, showing a gift box with the words, drawing 1 silver grade equipment. At the same time, he reached into his own inventory. The gift box flew open, and a mask appeared in his hand. Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn the silver grade equipment, the Phantom Mask of Malice. The Phantom Mask of Malice, silver grade equipment, description, a mask imbued with the wicked power of a demon, do not fall so low as to become its slave, spirit +3, skill, phantom face, when worn, hides the player's basic information, it cannot be seen through unless the opponent is 5 or more levels higher, skill, demon's gaze, after a 3-second channel, anyone looking at the mask will be afflicted with fear, a feared target's attributes and coordination will be reduced when attacking. The wearer, note, the phantom face can be transformed into a concealing mask, do you wish to change its appearance? He reached out and tapped the Change Appearance button. Activate Cosmetic Illusion Effect, yes/no. He flatly refused and put the Phantom Mask of Malice on, the demonic eyes on the mask flashed with a red light. Standing by the window, he gave another command, all right, time for the grand prize draw. Wrapped in a black cloak, he silently gazed outside. Suddenly, a system notification popped up, he'd broken through an equipment limit, the number of rings he could wear had increased by 1. So I can wear 2 rings at once, and both of them will be active, that's basically like having a whole extra piece of gear compared to everyone else, this is insane. I'll leave the slot empty for now, I'll wait until I find a better ring, with that thought, he tapped the X to close the interface. Another notification appeared, 12 free attribute points available, now, how should I spend these 12 points? His mind made up, his fingers flew across the virtual screen as he quickly allocated the points. His final stats appeared, Strength 52, Spirit 33, Constitution 49, Agility 36, that's good for now. With that settled, he calmly walked out of the building. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, the atmosphere was electric, people were celebrating, confetti raining down. Gao Dong and De Gua stepped onto a raised platform to the thunderous cheers of the crowd. Today, the Reapers Club's sweep of the Shanghai Museum will go down in history. And I want to introduce everyone to our greatest hero, De Gua. Gao Dong paused, expecting a massive cheer, but was met with silence. De Gua didn't react at all, his eyes glued to the chicken leg in his hand, practically drooling. His simple-minded focus made the atmosphere a little awkward. Seeing this, Gao Dong clapped him on the shoulder. Hey, brother De Gua. Thinking someone was trying to steal his food, De Gua let out a growl and whipped around, eyeing Gao Dong suspiciously. All Gao Dong could do was chuckle awkwardly. That chicken leg is his life, isn't it? Just then, the familiar masked figure walked in, Lin Hui. Gao Dong's face lit up. There you are, we've been looking all over for you. The guys were starting to think something had happened. As soon as he appeared, the admiring eyes of the Reapers Club members turned to him. He paid them no mind, looking directly at Gao Dong. What's the status on today's operation? Not bad at all, we killed 1,000 zombies, recruited a bunch of new people, and secured a ton of supplies, Gao Dong reported, then gestured to De Gua, who was still devouring the chicken leg. Brother De Gua here took out over 100 of them by himself, he was a huge help. He leaned in close. Brother Lin, come with me. Lin Hui followed him through a door into what looked like a storeroom. This is everything we hauled in today, Gao Dong said with pride. Brother Lin, a lot of new guys joined up today, and you worked your ass off for this mission. You got a minute later, maybe say a few words to the men. Then he whispered, look, there's strength in numbers, if we can keep these guys loyal, it'll make everything easier down the line. More people, doesn't that mean we can find more equipment? I might finally be able to upgrade the Jiuli Pearl to diamond grade. A bigger club means more resources, and I've got more supply cards than I know what to do with. Maybe I can trade my supply cards for their gold, or even for their gear and items. After all, I'll need all of that to upgrade the Jiuli Pearl. Snapping out of his thoughts, he looked at Gao Dong. Let's make a deal. Gao Dong looked at him, confused, then put a hand on his shoulder. A deal? What are you talking about? You and Brother De Guo were the key to this whole operation, you made a huge contribution, just tell me what you need. I want equipment, he said flatly. Heh, is that all? I was wondering what you were going to ask for. He chuckled, taking Lin Hui's hand and pressing something into his palm. Here, this is a little surprise I had for you. When he let go, a silver ring lay in Lin Hui's palm. Equipment, funny you should need some right when I have it. Chao Dong placed a hand on Zi Luo's shoulder and smiled. From now on, if you need anything, just say the word. With so many of us in the club, there's nothing we can't handle. Zi Luo nodded and took the ring. Since this is a token from you, Brother Chao, I'll accept it. I'll be back tonight at 8. Chao Dong let out a quiet sigh of relief. With this piece of gear, at least he'd stick around for a while. He was surprised for a moment, but Zi Luo calmly explained that was when the newbie protection period ended, and he needed to learn the new rules. Around 8, I'll be coming to do some trading with members of the Death God Club. You'll be in charge of gathering everyone. That should be enough of a hint, Zi Luo thought. He probably won't go outside around then. I guess this counts as saving his life. Call it thanks for what happened at the museum, and for this ring. Chao Dong scratched his head, giving a reassuring smirk. I forgot all about the newbie protection period, but don't you worry, Brother Lin, we're not newbies anymore, we can handle whatever comes. He looked curious. Besides, don't worry, Brother Lin, I'll make sure everyone is ready for you. So, Brother Lin, what exactly are you planning to trade with us? Mostly various supply cards. You'll see when the time comes, so be it, Zi Luo thought. I can't afford to worry about anything else. Chao Dong looked bewildered. Supply cards, the club has plenty of those. Without explaining further, Zi Luo turned and headed for the door, pulling De Nok along. Let's go. He left the whole bustling, cheering complex behind him. Back at his shelter, Zi Luo took off his mask and collapsed onto the soft bed. A system notification popped up. The Jiuli Pearl has absorbed enough energy and has successfully evolved into a gold-grade artifact. He let a small smile play on his lips. I can't believe this evolution went so smoothly. I thought I'd have to get to level 30 or so and kill a silver-grade boss just for a shot at this. Blade of Jiuli, Strength plus B, Constitution plus 3, attacks have a 20% chance to break armor and a chance to inflict a rapid bleed effect. Looks like the stats jumped up a tier. He was savoring the moment when groans and scratching claws echoed from outside his window. Looking down at the zombies milling about below, Zi Luo smirked. Well, talk about perfect timing, just what I needed. Without hesitation, he unleashed a strike with the blade of Jiuli. The blade suddenly split in two, crackling with a flash of lightning. Before Zi Luo could even process his surprise, the twin blades were already darting through the air, deftly severing the necks of zombie after zombie as blood sprayed everywhere. Zi Luo's excitement surged. De Nok, let's get to work. The hulking zombie instantly charged into the horde of its own kind, and Zi Luo leaped into the fray as well. Less than 10 minutes later, the entire horde was dead. A system notification informed Zi Luo that he had reached level 15. A glance at his watch made him jump. It was almost time for his meeting. Zi Luo's voice was a low, urgent growl. De Nok, we're out of here. But as luck would have it, they didn't get far before running into another zombie mob. The two had no choice but to hole up in a nearby abandoned house. Outside, the bloodthirsty zombies clawed madly at the doors, trying to break their way in. Zi Luo looked at his phone screen. 7 p.m. on the dot. At that exact moment, the world around them was suddenly bathed in a deep crimson light. The newbie protection period was officially over. The mainframe's voice echoed, cold and devoid of emotion. Welcome to the Apocalypse game. Operating on the principle of absolute fairness, the system has initiated and is now running autonomously. No outside interference is possible. Your easy tutorial period is over. I trust you've all grown accustomed to this cozy little situation, right? Well then. The real apocalypse begins now. A series of new update notifications appeared immediately after. 1. All zombie attributes have been drastically increased, their senses of smell and hearing are now optimized. 2. A portion of zombies have been granted special abilities, such as Predator, Berserk, Lethal Toxin, Superweight, and Curse. 3. At any time, zombies may reorganize and launch large-scale attacks. The risk of infection is now only effective against players with low total attributes. 4. Night is now synonymous with death, zombies will actively hunt players. 5. The geological structure, architecture, building materials, and natural environment of Earth have all been reinforced. 6. To ensure the intended experience, all non-game provided food will now rapidly spoil, rot, and become toxic. Prolonged consumption of such food will permanently decrease a player's base attributes. 7. Supply cards have been comprehensively upgraded, the higher a zombie's level, the more satiety the dropped food will provide. 8. The climate and environment will undergo widespread degradation. 9. Class change channels are now fully open. 10. National ranking boards are now live. Players who top the level, reputation, and equipment leaderboards will receive substantial rewards and qualify for future regional competitions. 11. The dungeon system has been completely overhauled. 12. All cities are now partitioned and cannot be traversed. 13. Future updates will be unlocked once specified conditions are met. Luo frowned. Just like in my past life, how cruel, the real apocalypse has finally arrived. The lines of text in the air faded away. Luo stood still, listening to the mainframe's final words, "Please, try to survive." Instantly, the world outside began to change. The zombies started mutating into grotesque forms, gathering into hordes, and shambling forward. The player's temporary path to survival was completely cut off, forcing them to go out and fight to live. At the same time, stockpiled food everywhere began to emit a foul stench, dealing a fatal blow to humanity's hope. Blood-curdling screams erupted from somewhere nearby. "Help me, don't eat me, arg!" Luo clenched his fists. Live or die, in this game, there's no in-between. He glanced over to call for Dadai, but froze, his expression changing. Damn it, how could I forget, Dadai is a zombie too. The mutation process was incredibly fast. Dadai let out a heaven-shaking roar, forcing Luo back several steps. He frantically called out to the system, "What's happening?" Notice, a conflict has occurred between the player analysis panel on Dadai and the zombie evolution process. The system is currently resolving permissions. Resolution complete. Dadai will not develop a new form. As compensation, his zombie attributes will receive a 50% enhancement effect. He will not be compelled by game-instilled instincts to participate in activities such as zombie waves. A new talent has been unlocked, and he is now eligible for a class change. An idea flashed through Luo's mind: if he can get a class change, I can set Dadai up with an amazing hidden class that's even better than a 100% inheritance. He quickly scanned Dadai's new talent analysis panel. Just a few seconds later, Luo's face went pale. This time, there are no words to describe this zombie's insane luck. At the same time, the mainframe sent him several more notifications. Player Yi Shi has met the level requirement for the Dragon Kingdom rankings, based on 3,720 reputation points. Player Yi Shi has successfully topped the Dragon Kingdom's reputation leaderboard. Player Yi Shi's equipment, Order Keeper uniform, Shanghai, and Julie Blade, have successfully topped the Dragon Kingdom's equipment leaderboard. Do you wish to hide your name? Luo didn't even have to think. Don't hide a single thing. The level leaderboard appeared with 4 names. In first place was Yi Shi, second was Zhang Yuanzhong, third was Dadai, and fourth was Pajun. Luo couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the name in third place. Dadai is in third place. On the reputation leaderboard, he was still firmly in first place. The other leaderboards also displayed information about other players and their equipment. Luo hesitated. Should I hide my information and be a mysterious powerhouse, or go public and become the center of every player's attention? I guess the only reason I stayed hidden before was because the shadow of the Li family from my past life was just too big. my plan was to dismantle them from the shadows, piece by piece, but right now, they're not even strong enough to be a threat. So it's fine if I don't have to hide my identity at the Blood Nest mine, I'll just get stared at like a panda in a zoo. Besides, I'm wearing a mask, so who cares, I can even recruit a few followers and score some gear to feed to my Jolly Blade. With all these titles, the stat bonuses must be insane. He smirked. This stuff alone was enough to equip an entire squad, rankings, rewards, the respect of other players. A system notification popped up. Based on your current rank, you will receive experience, gold, and reputation within 24 hours, rewards will increase over time. The next notification was even more staggering. Player Z Luo has consistently maintained a top-ranking position, earning the epic level title, Peerless Under Heaven. Peerless Under Heaven, effect, all stats and rewards are increased by 10%, receive a discount at all shops, cooldown, 24 hours. Seeing Z Luo suddenly burst out cheering, Danak, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but look bewildered. This is insane, absolutely priceless, my god, right now, not even a level 90 war god could lay a single finger on me. I have to keep this title, I must stay in the top 3, no matter what. Z Luo put on an arrogant air and immediately equipped the Peerless Under Heaven title, however, its effects wouldn't activate for another hour. He looked over the information again, his brow furrowing slightly. A 1% increase to drop rates, that can't be right. Doesn't the system already give me a 100% drop rate? Adding more shouldn't do anything. System, when the 1% drop rate increase is activated, the target will drop 2 items. Z Luo was stunned. It can do that. He waved Danak over. Come on, let's go harvest some newbies from the Death God Guild and see if the system was telling the truth. Z Luo slowly turned the doorknob. The moment he leaned halfway out, a dark figure lunged at him. Z Luo leaped back to dodge the blow, drawing his sword in the same motion, his expression unreadable. With a single flash of his blade, the zombie was decapitated, its head tumbling to the ground. He paused for a moment to scan his surroundings, then let out a chuckle. Didn't even have to go far, a hunter-class zombie with a stealth talent, right outside my door. The sky was stained a grotesque, bloody red. Below, hordes of zombies swarmed the street. Z Luo sensed something was wrong and yelled to Danak, holy shit, these zombies are highly toxic, fall back. A look of panic crossed his face. Damn, these things aren't strong, but they're disgusting as hell, even their spit is corrosive. He kept running, his mind racing. Just running wasn't an option, he had to deal with this nauseating horde, and fast. Just as he emerged from the small alley, something caught his eye. There it is. He signaled to Danak and took off running, this way. Hordes of zombies swarmed the streets, shuffling through every alley. Z Luo slipped through a second-story window and dropped to the ground below. Down below, the air was filled with the endless, agonizing sounds of moans and cries for help. Bodies were strewn everywhere, and the thick, coppery stench of blood made the scene a living nightmare. As he neared a doorway, Z Luo overheard a bitter laugh. What's the point of even trying? Inside, a young man spoke, his voice laced with despair. We struggled all day, only to get a new notification. Zombies we could kill easily before can now fight back. The girl beside him clutched her head in panic. What are we supposed to do now? Once this time is up, all the supplies will be gone, we'll just be sitting here, waiting to die. A few others had clearly lost their minds to fear, muttering to themselves, it's so good, everyone, come and get some, we won't be able to eat like this again. This is my chance, Z Luo thought. He strode inside, found a good spot, and pulled out a stack of supply cards, announcing loudly. You heard me right, all it takes is a few gold coins. Equipment and items work too, you can get a full day's worth of food, step right up before it's all gone. The crowd erupted at his words. I'll take some, boss, over here, I've got a bronze tier weapon, I want the roasted chicken. Z Luo smiled, satisfied. Today's haul, 1,000 gold coins. He and Dengu prepared to leave. Before heading out, Ziluo pulled on a mask and gave a final warning. Oh, and one more thing, keep it down, it's late, and any loud noises will bring the zombies running. You don't want me to have Dengu here shut you up permanently, do you? The crowd trembled in fear, the room instantly fell silent. Gao Dong nervously peeked his head out the door. Ziluo's voice was a low growl. Brother Gao, you know who I am, don't you? Gao Dong stammered in fear. Please, Great One, should be calling you Big Brother, from now on, just take me under your wing, I'll do whatever you say. Ziluo leaned in, whispering into his ear. After listening, Gao Dong quickly reassured him. Don't you worry, I'll do exactly as you said. Ziluo clapped a hand on his shoulder. Go on. Watching Gao Dong hurry off, Ziluo thought to himself, I hope he's smart enough to pull this off, but even if he fails or doesn't follow my instructions, it's no skin off my back. He locked the door to the room behind him. Ziluo gazed into the distance. The first day of protection after the end of the novice period was over. Tomorrow, I'll have to deal with those mutated zombies, and earn some more coins and gear. He clenched the item in his hand, his mind filled with anticipation. Now we'll see if Gao Dong has what it takes to survive and bring back some gear in exchange for more supply cards. Zilu and Big Dummy had just stopped in the middle of the highway when the zombies, with their keen sense of smell, caught the scent of fresh prey. The undead horde, a mix of adults and children, charged ferociously, but Zilu remained perfectly calm. With a single move, he wiped them all out. He gave a commanding glance, his voice cold. Let's go, Big Dummy, we'll clear out some more zombies, it'll give the other players a chance to get some fresh air. We're on the 5th floor now. Zilu smiled. Like I said, we're setting up shop right here. Suddenly, a man's voice echoed from an emergency exit up ahead, followed by a buzz of chatter. There's a mystical shop here, when people come to buy stuff, we'll charge a toll, we're gonna be rich, don't worry about it. Yeah, all the zombies are dead, so safety's not an issue anymore, boss. If we start collecting supply cards, we'll be eating and drinking like kings. Zilu cautiously moved closer as their discussion continued. But who killed all the zombies around here? They're scattered all over floor 34B, who could have done something like that? Probably some really strong team. There's no way they haven't found the Shanghai store. We're taking over this spot, but what if they show up one day and cause trouble? Zilu's footsteps finally caught their attention. The leader immediately took a defensive stance and snapped, who the hell are you? Can't you see this place is taken? Instantly, a bald young man rushed over to cover his mouth, stammering, boss, wait, I think, is that Big Dummy behind him? The whole group froze and stared, their jaws dropping in unison. Holy crap, isn't that the guy who's ranked second on the Dragon Country's leaderboard? It's really him. Second on the leaderboard, Zilu was a little surprised, then gave a wry smile. He thought it was something serious. With all the experience Big Dummy automatically gained from killing zombies, it made sense that he'd surpassed Zhang Yuanzhou. Meanwhile, the group's attitude had flipped in an instant. They all shouted in unison, welcome, esteemed guests. Despite their fawning welcome, Big Dummy hefted his hammer and advanced menacingly, scaring the daylights out of them. Zilu had to pat him lightly on the shoulder. All right, Big Dummy, let's go by what we came for, just ignore them. Watching the two of them walk away, the bald man finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief before turning to his boss. What else could we do, boss? You can tell that Big Dummy guy is a total whale just by looking at him. Sure, he's strong, but there are a lot of us. The leader, who now understood the situation, explained in a low growl. You think getting to second place on the Dragon Country leaderboard is easy, so what if there are more of us? That guy's probably killed more zombies than we've ever even seen. They could have wiped us all out without breaking a sweat. The fact that they let us live is a huge mercy. Inside the shop, Zilu marveled to himself, an item at this price has to be incredible. I'll have to work harder. Maybe I can even collect the whole set before the city opens. I absolutely can't let anyone else get their hands on it. With that thought, he decided to buy it. A system notification appeared. purchase of the Mark of the Shanghai Guardian, successful, cost, 9,000 gold coins, remaining balance, 754, the item has been packaged into a card. Unable to hide his excitement, Zilu gently pressed the activation button. According to the item description, this was a special prop. Ziluo pinned the insignia to his chest and activated it. A system notification immediately popped up, Treasure of the Shanghai Guardian, a diamond-grade item, only obtainable by players who have made special contributions. It can accelerate the automatic repair of equipment and summon a mechanical combat assistant for 10 minutes, as long as equipment damage does not exceed 40%. His eyes widened in shock. This thing was incredibly powerful, but unfortunately, it wasn't his exclusive insignia. Moments later, another alert appeared, warning the player that they could only purchase one insignia and to be careful not to buy duplicate items. Ziluo fell into thought. He had figured that once he had enough gold, he would just buy out the entire shop. So much for the plan to summon a whole army of mechanical guardians. However, the shop didn't mention anything about basing this on player stats or any other criteria. He shrugged, deciding not to overthink it. He'd find out once he bought the next one. With that, the two of them left the 5th floor. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a skyscraper in the city center, the air was thick with a strange energy. Sword and axe-shaped glyphs were carved into the ground, and two invisible streams of power intersected in midair. A young man holding a weapon stood on a high perch surveying the area, concluding that all the zombies here had been wiped out. It was safe, for now. He pointed to a glowing object in the center of the rooftop and turned to his teammates. This must be that class change altar from yesterday's game update, right? No idea what it does, though. Another person suggested, how about we look around, we might find some useful supplies. The red-haired girl beside him agreed, I was thinking the same thing, there might still be some good weapons left. While everyone was still talking, the pink-haired girl had already wandered curiously toward the strange crystal orb. What's this crystal ball for? It's the most interesting thing up here. Seeing this, the red-haired girl jumped and screamed in alarm, Xiao Fei, don't touch it. It was too late. The moment her fingertip touched the orb, a swirling torrent of dark energy erupted, enveloping Xiao Fei's body. An immense pressure wave and a sudden whirlwind blasted outward. It sent the entire group flying back amidst terrified screams. A few seconds later, the energy blast began to fade. A noise that loud would definitely draw in countless zombies. One of the team members snapped in frustration, Xiao Fei, can't you ever stop touching things you're not supposed to? How many times has this happened? Xiao Fei retorted irritably, how was I supposed to know it would do something? I'll be more careful next time, okay? Another person quickly tried to calm them down, hey, come on, stop fighting. The young man with the weapon remained calm, let's just find a way out of here first. But the danger was already right behind them. An oil lamp shattered, the towering shadow of a giant zombie loomed into view. Level 18 Bronze Tier Boss, other attributes, unknown. The entire group froze, their limbs stiff and their faces pale with terror. Giving them no chance to react, the monster lunged forward with terrifying speed. A few seconds later, it casually walked away, leaving behind a fresh pool of blood on the rooftop. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light tore through the crimson sky. The giant zombie looked up, its teeth grinding softly. The zombie raised its blood-soaked hand, hesitating for a moment before letting out a sudden, agonized roar. Immediately after, an aura of black energy, like hellfire itself, erupted from its back. Spreading rapidly, and taking the shape of a cube that sealed off the area. Not far away, a voice called out, see that, that's what happened to Lu Meng. The man scoffed, his voice a low warning to his teammates, next time you guys mess with something you can't handle, this'll be the result. The silence was broken by Ziluo's voice calling from a distance, big dummy, over here. Hidden in a secluded corner. A team of 3 watched the entire scene unfold. Seeing the newcomers approach, they shrank further into the shadows, whispering among themselves, "Tsk, tisk, look, 2 more fools. I didn't get a good look at how that last group got wiped out, gotta watch closely this time. Did you hear what the guy in black called the other one, big dummy? He's a top ranker on the Dragon Kingdom's leaderboard." The only woman in the group asked curiously, "You think that big dummy can actually kill that zombie?" The team leader replied coolly, "Doesn't really matter to us." He continued, "But those guys earlier were top-tier players, and they couldn't even scratch that thing. Even if big dummy is stronger, there's no way he can take it down." The other man smirked, "Who knows, let's just wait to pick up the loot, if we could get our hands on the gear that guy is wearing." A roar from the zombie cut him off. It could smell fresh flesh, but it was still hesitant to move. Ziluo and Big Dummy entered the area cautiously, scanning their surroundings. Ziluo flicked a quick glance toward the hiding spot before giving a cold gesture, "Big Dummy, let's go, just 3 naive players, no need to waste time on them." Ziluo approached the gate of power. And memories from his past life came flooding back. "If I remember correctly, the guardian of the Shanghai class change altar is a berserker-type zombie. It even has special protection from the game system. In my previous life, it was taken down by the Lai Sha mercenary guild, so I never found out how strong it really was." In front of him was an information panel detailing how to activate the quest, along with a few hidden conditions. Ziluo rubbed his chin in thought. "I remember, in my past life, the gatekeeper bosses for the 4 minor cities were eventually buffed to level 40-something, which made it impossible for players to complete their class change quests. It wasn't until the level cap was raised that people could finally move on to other regions." Ziluo's gaze fell upon a blue orb floating in midair. A few supply cards lay scattered nearby. He walked over to take a closer look. "So, as long as the quest hasn't been triggered and there are fewer than 30 people in the area, you can just walk in and pick up items." Distracted, he ambled over and casually rested a hand on the orb. At that exact moment, a system notification sounded. "System has detected that player Yaiji has touched the spirit orb of the mage class change. Quest has been forcibly accepted. Current party size, 2, quest rewards will be significantly increased. The guardian of the Shanghai class change altar is awakening, please prepare." Ziluo froze. A mechanical ding echoed as the system began to optimize the parameters for the Shanghai class change altar quest. To combat the zombie apocalypse, cities have erected class change altars. To activate one, an elite player must step up and complete its trial. The rewards: 500 reputation, 2,000 gold, and 1,000 EXP. The time limit is 10 hours, with no penalty for failure. Ziluo smirked, turning to Dengu. "I'll draw the mage class, you're the warrior." Just as he finished speaking, the giant zombie before them stirred and awoke. A status window appeared: Strength and Constitution, 56, Spirit and Agility, 30, Innate Talent, Titan Body, Epic. Its roar creates a sonic wave, boosting all of its own stats while reducing the stats of all enemies within range by 10%. Ziluo let out an appreciative whistle. "Damn, an ability that truly lives up to the name, Titan. This thing's no joke." Suddenly, another system notification rang out. Host has engaged a zombie Titan. Hidden quest activated. Protect the class change altar. Requirement: eliminate the giant zombie. Rewards: 1 random golden hand draw, common, 1 piece of silver grade equipment. Time limit: 24 hours. Ziluo smirked and raised his bow. The zombie Titan licked its lips, eyeing him like a delicious meal. Ziluo drew back the bowstring. A massive bolt of lightning erupted from the arrowhead, shooting forward with terrifying speed. Caught off guard, the zombie Titan barely had time to throw its arms up to block. Seizing the opening, Ziluo roared, "Smash it!" At the command, Dengu tightened his grip on his war hammer and launched himself high into the air. Despite his opponent towering over him, he fearlessly swung the hammer down. A thin layer of ice rapidly spread from the arrow wound, encasing the zombie titan's left arm and freezing it solid. The monster stared at its arm in shock, while Dengu leaped back in surprise. Watching from afar, Ziluo thought to himself with a smirk, "Nice, still got my aim." The giant zombie let out a furious roar. One that shook the very earth. The sonic wave from its talent slammed into Ziluo, caught unprepared. He was instantly stunned, his head throbbing as if it were being split open. He dropped to one knee, his vision blurring. An insane talent, it uses a sonic wave as a direct stun attack on top of its Titan body ability. Looking up, Ziluo's eyes widened in horror as he saw Dengu facing a counterattack. Dengu. In a blind rage, the zombie titan grabbed the arrow embedded in its arm. It snapped the shaft in two and let out a savage roar. The giant zombie rampaged wildly, forcing Ziluo to constantly dodge and weave. Even so, he kept a confident smile as he drew his bow. 6 arrows flew out at once, splitting into 2 streams of ice and fire. They riddled the giant's body, sending it staggering and reeling. The final arrow struck it right in the top of the head. The zombie rubbed its bald forehead, moaning nonsensically. Then suddenly burst into tears. Wah! Ziluo was baffled. Was this guy a construction worker when he was alive? Can't win a fight, so he's trying to go back to his old job or something. Despite the situation, he took aim with a look of contempt. Each arrow wreathed in brilliant, sacred flames. But the zombie was a step ahead, hoisting a massive boulder and swinging it toward him. Ziluo was stunned speechless, at a complete loss for words. Left with no other choice, he ordered Degua to activate 7 Spirit Fury. He pointed forward, goading him on. While you were out, that pitch-black monster ate 5 of your roasted chickens. Hearing this, Degua went berserk, fully unleashing his 7 Spirit Fury, and charged into battle like a bloodthirsty wild animal. The 2 giants clashed violently. Seizing the opportunity, Ziluo quietly found an advantageous position. Seeing that the zombie was no longer paying attention to him, he began to put his plan into motion. The arrow shot forward in a perfectly straight line. But something wasn't right. A sharp, stinging pain brought tears to the giant zombie's eyes. At the same time, Ziluo's face went pale as he unconsciously clutched his own rear end. The zombie flew into a rage, taking down Degua first. Its body trembled, bent over at a 90-degree angle. Its resentful eyes glaring daggers straight at Ziluo, he stammered, trying to explain. I really didn't mean to, I swear. Of course, his explanation was not accepted. The zombie roared. And its new target was now Ziluo. Determined to protect his master, Deno charged forward, grappling with the corpse demon's head. With all his might, he tried to wrestle it to the ground. The corpse demon thrashed wildly, spinning around to grab one of Deno's arms. The tables turned in an instant. Amid the chaos, Ziluo remained calm, drawing his bow. Another arrow lodged itself right in the monster's rear. The zombie spun around, its eyes blazing with fury. Ziluo explained awkwardly, hitting the same spot twice. I swear, it was an accident. You believe me, right? The zombie titan let out a furious roar and yanked out the arrow. Before suddenly staggering and collapsing from exhaustion, at the same time, Deno's berserker rage subsided. Seizing the opportunity, Ziluo drew 7 explosive arrows and shouted to his ally Deno, get clear. Deno immediately leaped back just as his body shrank to its normal size. Before the corpse demon could even get to its feet, the full volley of arrows struck home. The force of the blast knocked Ziluo back a few steps. A warning chimed in his mind. System notification, Player Zilu, be advised, your despicable method of attack has thoroughly humiliated the zombie titan, its rage has broken all limits, fully awakening its bloodline and allowing it to evolve to silver rank. Zilu was stunned. He knew bosses could transform, but he never imagined one could have a breakthrough on the very brink of death. The zombie rose to its feet, now several meters taller than before. Its status window updated at a dizzying pace, strength 70, spirit 30, constitution 65, and its agility had skyrocketed. It had also gained new skills, physical and magical damage reduction, accelerated regeneration, and the ability to generate continuous shockwaves. Zilu's jaw dropped. A legendary tier talent, are you kidding me? With stats like these, you call this a silver rank boss? This is on par with a gold rank. Just then, another notification popped up. System confirms the zombie titan's successful evolution, quest difficulty has increased, rewards are being updated accordingly. While Zilu was still trying to figure out his next move, the corpse demon had already lost its patience. It let out an earth-shattering roar. Startled, Zilu pushed all thoughts of rewards aside and sprang into action. Zilu dodged nimbly. He drew his bow again. But this time, the moment the arrow pierced its skin, the wound healed instantly. Realizing ranged attacks were useless, Zilu switched to close combat, drawing the Jiuli blade. He leaped high into the air, spinning, and brought his blade down in a powerful strike against the monster, yet, it seemed completely unharmed. This just got a lot harder. Zilu tensed. I can't just rely on Dano for this one. Deciding it was time to pull out all the stops, he took out several supply cards. At his command, 2 combat androids materialized, followed by a zombie cat. With his reinforcements summoned, Zilu raised the Jiuli blade to the sky, preparing to unleash Jiuli's heavy slash. Facing the absolute power of the giant zombie, Zilu didn't even flinch. He charged head-on, swinging his sword in a powerful upward arc. The zombie titan was instantly thrown back several meters. At the same time, the system flashed a red warning, signaling that the skill had entered its recovery phase. Zilu was immediately frozen for 2 seconds. The zombie's massive body crashed to the ground, creating a huge crater. Just as it struggled to its feet, Zilu's robot appeared, landing a vicious blow right on its neck. Not to be outdone, the zombie cat joined the fray. With its small frame, it vanished in a flash, only to reappear in an instant, raising its razor-sharp claws and raking them viciously across the monster's arm. The claws had a corrosive property, causing blood to gush from the wound. The moment he broke free from the stun, Zilu immediately targeted the zombie's shoulder and attacked. The slash was so powerful he had to brace his sword against the ground just to keep his balance. Watching the zombie shamble aimlessly, Zilu muttered, controlling these two with my consciousness, it's a bit draining. Just then, the zombie titan finally unleashed its trump card. Zilu was affected, his body faltering for a moment. Elsewhere, a player was startled by the approaching danger. But before they could react, they were knocked unconscious on the spot. Dropping to one knee, Zilu calmly assessed the situation. It's getting desperate, using Titan's Rage in this condition. He began to calculate how to counter its attributes directly. The power behind its fists will just keep growing. Soon, I won't be able to block them, and with a 50% boost to its pursuit ability, running away will be next to impossible. But one of its arms is already severely injured, its attack speed can't be perfect, this is my chance. Zilu decided to dance on a knife's edge. The zombie's enormous fist rushed toward him. He dodged just in time. channeling all his strength into his arm, and moving with the momentum of its attack. With a single slash, the zombie titan's other arm was severed. 4 consecutive system notifications popped up, all with the same message: a new member has joined the team, mission rewards have been reduced. Zi Luo was still confused, but not wanting to hesitate any longer. He immediately left the area. He climbed to a higher vantage point to observe. From a distance, a voice called out, "Get down here, quick." Seeing that Zi Luo had won, the group hiding nearby cautiously approached, looking to get a piece of the prize. "Let's go, hurry, we can seriously get a massive quest reward," the leader urged, his eyes gleaming. Another man chimed in, his voice full of excitement, "Holy crap, activating the first-class change altar is definitely going to trigger a world announcement, I'm gonna be famous." Only the lone girl in the group was hesitant. "We should get out of here, guys, that pro had such a hard time killing that terrifying zombie, how can we just swoop in like this?" She hadn't even finished her sentence when the leader snarled, cutting her off, "Shut your mouth, you bitch, I've had it up to here with you, it's the apocalypse, who are you trying to impress with that goody two-shoes act? Just you wait, once we're out of here, I'll deal with you." The girl shrank back in fear, only managing to whisper, "I." Against the twilight sky, Zi Luo's tall shadow stretched long across the ground. A powerful, overwhelming aura radiated from him. The leader hastily changed his tone to one of fawning flattery, "Boss, you must be Yazi, right, you're unbelievably strong, I've always been your most loyal fan." The other two chimed in with eager smiles, "I was watching your battle, so I rushed the guys over to help you out, that's right, we all really look up to you." "Admirers, helped?" Zi Luo asked coldly. He stared right at them. "Weren't you all hiding around here from the very beginning, so why didn't I see you come down then?" Realizing he was cornered, the leader's throat went dry, he stammered, about that." Without another word, Zi Luo swung his sword. The blade cut cleanly through the leader's torso in a single, decisive arc, blood sprayed through the air. Faced with the horrifying sight, the others screamed in terror. Zi Luo stood perfectly still, his voice ringing out slowly, "If there's one thing I hate, it's hypocrites." Just as he turned away, a giant eye suddenly appeared in mid-air, emitting an eerie purple light. The others felt their minds being pulled into its depths. Immediately, they began to tear at each other in a frenzy. "It's all mine, zombies, don't come near me, Aya." Zi Luo watched the scene with disgust, a despicable and dishonest bunch, daring to try and horn in on the quest rewards. The system announced that the quest reward had been increased due to the decrease in the number of players. "It's not just about them splitting the profits," Zi Luo thought. "If I'd run into a quest where the difficulty scales with the challenger's strength, this lot would have gotten me killed." One of the survivors roared in anger, "Yazi, you're known as a hero of our dragon country now. He believed a hero should help everyone, we just wanted to follow you and pick up the scraps, we had no other intentions." The man next to him quickly interjected, "You need to think this through, if you kill us, people won't think you're a..." Before he could finish the words, "great hero," another sword slash cut short his survival. The reward increased again. With a flick of his wrist, Zi Luo dismissed his sword. He warned in a low, menacing voice, "Remember this, my name is Yahtzee as in, I'll take revenge for every last slight, I'm not your great hero, I couldn't care less about moral obligations or saving humanity, I just want to live." The remaining survivors trembled, scrambling to find a way to escape. Zi Luo bellowed, "Anyone who touches what's mine, gets in my way, or disgusts Medis." The server announced again, "This quest currently has room for 25 more participants, please arrange accordingly." "Worthless trash," Zi Luo cursed under his breath, "trying to hit me with some moral high ground, they should have looked in a mirror first to see if they were even qualified." He swung his sword in resentment, "Back when the Li family was hunting me down, why didn't anyone tell them to back off for the sake of humanity? They're nothing but a bunch of hypocrites who kiss up to the powerful and stomp on the weak. A series of system notifications appeared. Congratulations to player Yazzie for successfully defeating the level 19 silver rank boss, the Titan Zombie, obtained 400 EXP, 500 gold coins, unique global achievement, Silver's Bane, a zone-wide announcement is being prepared, bonus rewards, 2 golden fingers and a random piece of equipment. Luo's excitement was palpable. The rewards are doubled. Is it my lucky day or what? As soon as he finished speaking, a large chest suddenly materialized. At the same time, a black pedestal slowly rose from the ground, upon which 2 shimmering treasures gleamed brightly. Luo opened the first scroll. It detailed the rewards player Yazzie would receive for activating the city's class change altar. 1. A statue of Lin Luo would be built to honor his monumental achievement, a monument for all future generations. 2. The zombie difficulty in the region would be frozen. 3. Other players could use the altar for a fee, and he would earn a cut of the profits. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo signed his name. A line of blood-red text appeared on the scroll. At the same time, a series of system notifications popped up. Congratulations to player Yazzie for completing the Shanghai Class Change Altar Activation Quest. You have received 500 experience points, 3,000 gold coins, 100 profession experience, and the Overlord Scroll. You have leveled up to 15, you have gained 3 strength, 3 constitution, and 3 free attribute points, experience to next level, 800. You are the first player to activate a class change altar in a blue star level city, earning the unique global title, Master of Class Change. A global announcement will now commence. The system boosted the rewards. Luo didn't even have a chance to celebrate before the commotion behind him snapped him back to reality. TCH, I almost forgot about this bunch. I need to find somewhere quiet to sort through my rewards. I'm in no mood to deal with them right now. Luo lightly slapped the Shah's face a few times to get his attention. Then gave him a subtle nod. Let's go, time for some chicken legs. And just like that, the 2 of them left, leaving the dumbfounded survivors behind. What the hell was that? Didn't Yazzie already beat the zombies? You think he triggered some kind of advanced trap to leave us here as zombie bait? How could he be so cruel? All we wanted was a small cut of the rewards. It would have been nothing to him. At that moment, a server-wide announcement echoed across the globe. Congratulations to player Yazzie for becoming the first in this apocalyptic game to solo kill a silver rank boss and successfully activate a class change altar. With his heroic might that has shaken the world, this player has earned a unique achievement and massive rewards. May all other players strive to follow his example. As Shanghai is the first city to activate its class change altar, all players within the city will receive a collective reward. For the next 24 hours, the item drop rate from killing zombies will be doubled, and experience and gold coin gains will be increased by 10%. A pillar of fire descended from the sky, enveloping the remaining players. They stared at each other, wide-eyed. Then 2 of the women cried out in joy. We really leveled up. Yeah, from now on, Yazzie is my new idol. The other players immediately charged in to slay zombies, eager to take advantage of the buff. A young man looked out the window and murmured, if I remember correctly, the class change altar only appeared at dusk last night, and inside was an insanely tough bronze rank boss. We lost 30 people and still couldn't beat it, and they cleared it this afternoon. A fan of Yazzie shouted excitedly, I knew it. After wiping out all those other players, the legend wasn't satisfied with a single world announcement anymore. He went straight for a triple threat. He's a god, forever and always. In a dimly lit conference room, a leader spoke up. I'm telling you all, this player, Yazzie, is a true asset to our nation. There's just one thing. Before the apocalypse, Jiang Lin went to Shanghai for a visit and got trapped there. He smirked, but his heart still belongs to our country. Sooner or later, he'll have to return to the embrace of the motherland. Night fell. The Shah sat alone in the outer room, working on something. While Ziluo was focused on inventorying the rewards he'd received that day. He now had over 12,000 gold coins and 7 cubic meters of inventory space. Heh, level 16 already, this is even faster than during the newbie protection period. At this rate, I can't even pretend to be low-key anymore. Same as always, let's sort out the rewards first. I have 3 scrolls in total in my inventory. Ziluo muttered to himself, profession growth, that increases automatically when I level up, that means I can put all my free attribute points into spirit and agility. This is basically an indirect power boost. Thinking this, he slowly closed the scroll. Ziluo already had a level 1 auto-looting golden hand, so getting another would only make it more effective. The thought of how much easier it would be to deal with zombies and final bosses in the future made him chuckle to himself. He suddenly recalled the earlier world announcement. What did a double drop rate even mean? Did everyone's rate just go up by 1%? Ziluo froze for a second, and then the staggering realization hit him. If that was the case, his own drop rate had just shot up to 201.1%, he clutched his head, on the verge of screaming. Just then, the system's voice rang out, "Congratulations, host, for drawing silver-grade equipment, the Shadow Demon battle armor and the Shadow Demon leg guards, awesome, it's a full set." Ziluo was ecstatic. Guess my little prayer actually worked, he thought. He inspected the 2 pieces of gear, each one came with special effects, like boosting his defenses or weakening his enemies. He hit the Equip button. After a quick review, Ziluo decided to allocate his attribute points. His agility and spirit stats were a little low, they needed a boost. Once he was done, he rested his chin on his hand and sized himself up. Yeah, not bad at all. Feeling good, Ziluo decided to use his 2 remaining golden hands right away. Next, he pulled out a supply card. It looked plain, but at a critical moment, an item like this could decide the outcome of a whole battle. He slicked his hair back with a cool gesture. To be honest, these 2 items from the chest aren't that useful to me, I guess it's because I'm already too strong, he mused. Next up were the titles. Ziluo frowned as he looked them over. None were as good as, Zhu Shi Wu Shuang. Did all my luck run out after I unlocked the Overlord class? These rewards were all so mediocre. Fortunately, there was still one sweet deal left to soothe his wounded pride. Thinking about it was just giving him a headache. Ziluo didn't hesitate any longer. System, use a golden hand to draw a silver-grade item. He squeezed his eyes shut, clasped his hands together, and started praying to anyone who would listen. Infinite blessings, Amipa, Lord protect me, Amen. Introducing the Butcher class. Inherited your father's trade, specializing in butchering pigs and cattle to make a living. Attributes, +2 strength and +1 constitution with every level up. Ziluo pursed his lips. The class was a bit mundane, it was pretty much useless for him and Dengok. I'll just hang on to it for now, might come in handy later, who knows. With some time to spare, he sat down to organize his inventory. And then opened the golden chest he'd just received. A flood of experience points and blessings appeared. The final treasure had a rather interesting name. Onlooker's Melon Cleaver activates an intimidation effect for 2 minutes, lowering all of the target stats by 10%. Ziluo was baffled for a moment. The cleaver was good, but having to shout that name in a fight would be way too embarrassing. Forget it, I'll just let Jiu Li Zhou devour it. The hell with resting, I only have 24 hours, I have to seize this chance. Zile clenched his fist and strode decisively into the outer room. He picked up a vial of stamina potion and downed it in one go. His sudden appearance startled Big Dummy. Zile just smiled and gave him a wink. Time to work, injure all the zombies today and leave the rest to me. He held up 2 fingers. Every 20 zombies gets you a roast chicken tonight. At the mention of roast chicken, Big Dummy's eyes lit up, and he scurried after him. Zile summoned his holy sword with a flourish and charged outside. A zombie was already shambling around nearby. And the noise it made caught him a little off guard. Zyle's eyes scanned the monster from head to toe. Damn, what have you been juicing? He swung his sword without hesitation. Praying inwardly, just drop 2 items for me. No, wait, make it 3. A system notification rang out. Congratulations to player Sure for successfully defeating a level 6 heavy class zombie. Zyle immediately yelled to Big Dummy, hurry, lure some zombies over, smash your hammer on the ground to get their attention. Big Dummy obediently complied. The resounding noise quickly drew in a growing horde of zombies. System notifications rang out one after another, confirming a huge haul. Zyle paused for a few seconds, then a smug grin spread across his face. Heh, now this is more like it. Meanwhile, at another location in the city center, a large screen displayed the equipment leaderboard. A man with glasses from the Yun family spoke calmly. It seems this new piece of equipment was obtained by Sure after defeating a silver rank boss. A young man sitting next to him chimed in, is that even a question? Of course it was. What I'm curious about is who the hell this guy is. Li Haobua's father spoke coldly, and family brat, if your father hadn't had the misfortune of turning into a zombie, you wouldn't even have the right to sit here. We're discussing serious matters now, act like it. Ji Ming let out a contemptuous laugh. Haha, patriarchally, are you trying to lecture me the same way you lecture your 2 worthless sons? He continued in a casual tone. I recall Li Haobua is in Shanghai, isn't he? See, being so far away, he's of no use, and with that personality of his, I doubt he'll even last a few more days. As the tension mounted, the man with glasses quickly intervened. Brotherly, let's not forget our topic today is Sure, not family matters, and patriarchan. Let's stick to the subject. He continued in a contemplative tone. I've never heard of such a figure in Longwa before. It's unbelievable that a complete unknown could become this powerful in just a few days. Li Haobua's father concluded, we have to find him. Given his current fame and influence, if he joins our alliance, he would be a great asset to the plans of our 3 families. Ji Ming feigned disinterest but didn't object. Yes, he thought, the apocalypse is the greatest opportunity of all. The whole world is in chaos, why not seize this chance to strike out on my own, and become the master of this new world? The man in glasses was deep in thought. Chi Min said nothing, just raised a hand and drew a sharp line across his throat. The gesture spoke volumes. If we can't get the gear, we kill them. They exchanged a look, a silent understanding passing between them. Outside, the chaotic battle raged on. A player was gleefully inspecting their loot, completely unaware they had become someone else's prey. Not far away, in a hotel room, Zi Luo stood at the window, gazing down at the carnage below. He spotted Zhang Yuan's honked man who'd been ranked just below him fighting like a madman. Zi Luo rubbed his chin, murmuring, in my past life, I remember Zhang Yuanzhong was still level 8 around this time. He didn't hit level 9 until tomorrow, and he completed his hidden class change the day after that. Without all those world announcement rewards this time around, his leveling speed is going to be a lot slower. He let out a long yawn. His rebirth had really set off a butterfly effect, changing quite a few things. Zi Luo just gave a faint smirk, but it didn't matter how far things went off track, as long as he held absolute power, he could face anything. He then sat down to sort through his gear. He took out the sword and upgraded it. Then he put it away. Just then, a strange smell drifting on the air made him freeze. Zi Luo turned to the Shah and asked, is that stench coming from you? The zombie growled and pointed right back at him. Zi Luo froze, finally realizing the problem. He scrambled to grab a fresh set of clothes, grumbling non-stop, this is disgusting, ugh, and I'm usually a once-a-month kind of guy when it comes to bathing. The Shah could only scratch his head in confusion. A moment later, amidst the billowing hot steam, the Shah stood there scratching his head, watching his master enjoy a thorough scrubbing. just as Zi Luo stepped out, he saw the zombie stripping down, ready to jump in after him. So he threw the towel right in its face. Go to sleep. He sank into the soft mattress and was out like a light. In his past life, as the apocalypse dragged on, the very idea of bathing had been all but forgotten. The night grew deeper, the moon hanging silently in the vast sky. And the only sound in the room was the steady rhythm of Zi Luo's snores. Suddenly, from the bathroom, came the violent sound of flushing water. In the center of the toilet bowl, a pitch-black void slowly opened, revealing a massive, hateful eye. From it, a stinking, mutated rat slowly began to crawl out. Zi Luo jolted awake. Right beside him, a mutated rat was glaring. It moved with terrifying speed 10 times faster than a normal rat. Even with the creature right in front of him, Zi Luo had the presence of mind to think, interesting, are all zombie rats this big? Without a moment's hesitation, he spun and swung his sword, cleaving the monster in two. Before Zi Luo could even catch his breath, the ground began to tremble. From every direction, tens of thousands of rats came swarming. They poured out of the sewers, a writhing mass of bodies, forming a black tide that swallowed the entire city. The blood-curdling screams of people on the street suddenly ripped through the night. Humanity was helpless against the fury of the mutated swarm, falling one after another. Before long, the terrifying wave surged toward the hotel where Zi Luo and Danak were staying. The two of them immediately took a defensive stance, ready for battle. Looking at the unusually large corpse on the floor, he weighed two possibilities, a zombie wave, or a horde of mutated creatures, but the system gave no notification, and the thing that attacked him was definitely a zombie rat. He peered cautiously into the hallway as a disturbing thought surfaced. Did my rebirth trigger a butterfly effect that changed this whole zombie world? I'd better scout out the situation so I can handle whatever comes next. The unnerving screeches coming from the window didn't sound too dense. Zi Luo frowned. Maybe their numbers aren't as large as I thought. With that, he let out a yawn and decided he might as well check things out. But an earth-shattering tremor rocked the building just then, completely shattering his assumption. It was then that Zi Luo realized with a jolt just how wrong he was. No way, a few zombie rats could never cause a tremor this massive. This sound, it can only be an assembled army, with a commotion this huge. They must be close, maybe even on the floor below. Are they targeting me? And sure enough, from the sewers below, countless monsters were emerging. They moved in perfect, disciplined ranks, charging forward as one. Zi Luo understood instantly, an organized formation like this, there has to be a commander-type boss controlling them. This is going to be a bloodbath tonight, we can't stay here. He gave a cold command to Danak, to the roof. He shattered the door lock with his blade. A light push was all it took to swing the door open. Then, the two of them bolted out, making a beeline for the rooftop's edge. Through his mask, Zi Luo quietly surveyed the scene through the iron bars. He froze at the sight outside. Down on the street, a countless horde of zombie rats swarmed below. Fortunately, their target wasn't him. A flicker of excitement sparked within him. If I kill their boss, I'd make a fortune, wouldn't I? But he quickly extinguished that thought and sighed. Forget it, there are way too many of them, and my life is more important. Besides, I still don't know why they're all gathered here. I can't act rashly. He turned to warn Danak, stay put and stay alive, no wandering off. With that, Zi Luo opened his system panel and activated the EMO ring. Then vaulted over to the next building. His goal was simple, find a better vantage point. It seems like there are fewer rats on this side. Suddenly, Zi Luo heard a mournful scream echo from below. Zi Luo smirked. It's been a week since the apocalypse started, and there are still people this naive, do they really think hiding is enough to survive? He glanced back at the first hotel, weighing his options. I could combine swift step and temporal lag to reach the opposite rooftop, but it's not worth wasting two valuable survival skills right now. In the end, Ziluo made his decision, I'll just observe for now. About an hour passed. Ziluo had been so still for so long, he felt like mushrooms were about to sprout on him. A sense of unease crept over him, everything's gone completely silent, as if wiped from existence. Could a hidden instance have appeared, like the class change altar, which was sealed off from the outside world by a protective barrier? Ziluo rubbed his chin, an unexpected windfall, looks like my luck isn't half bad. With that thought, he mentally summoned Danak, get over here, time to get to work. The zombie obeyed, instantly bounding across the rooftops along the same path Ziluo had taken. And just a moment later, Danak appeared right behind him. It was at that exact moment that Ziluo realized something was wrong. He looked up at the night sky to see countless black feathers drifting down. It was a murder of crows. They were circling aimlessly over a specific spot, but their presence was a clear sign for the two of them to run. Fortunately, the two managed to take cover in a nearby alcove just as the murder of crows flew past. Ziluo whispered, Danak, don't draw the attention of those animal zombies, there are too many of them, we might not be able to handle it. He peered down at the street. A few crows cawed, calling the others over to peck at a corpse. The next sight made Ziluo's face drain of color. What the hell is this? The zombie rats and the crows aren't just coexisting peacefully dutifully lining up to enter a single mansion. What on earth is in there? Without another thought, Ziluo quickly used a rope ladder to carefully descend to the area below. He landed safely, the area around him deathly silent. Immediately after, Ziluo and Danak broke into a sprint, heading straight forward. With his sharp sword drawn, Ziluo took the lead and entered. A horde of zombies, all shapes and sizes, swarmed the villa grounds. Their numbers were far greater than ever before. The destructive power of the mutant bear still haunted Ziluo. In his past life or this one, it was never an enemy to be taken lightly. Suddenly, a shimmering portal materialized right in front of the main hall. The zombies immediately formed a single, endless line, and marched silently through it. Not until the first light of dawn did an exhausted Ziluo finally collapse to the ground. He waited until the last of the zombies had vanished before cautiously scanning his surroundings. Looks like they're all gone, nothing here either. A look of relief washed over his face, not a single one left, I'm sure of it. Ziluo called out to Dengu, who was hiding nearby. Just then, another portal appeared right before them. The system chimed, asking if Ziluo wished to enter. He frowned slightly, an unknown dungeon with no hints at all. Dungeons in this apocalypse game are usually one of two types, Ziluo analyzed. The first is a PvP arena with a fixed setting and difficulty, only adjusted for the player's level. The second type has specific objectives and provides helpful prompts. Still, he wasn't fazed. With his experience clearing countless dungeons in his past life, his current strength, and his golden touch, Ziluo was confident he could handle whatever came his way. He was only curious about one thing: did this dungeon have a safety mechanic like the Mystic Trials? As if reading his mind, the system chimed. It explained that its purpose was to provide the best player experience. If he was unsatisfied, he could end the mission at any time. Ziluo's eyes lit up with excitement. Doesn't that basically mean I can bail anytime, anywhere, with no penalty? What's there to hesitate about? Let's do this, I'm going in. He hit the accept button. The server immediately announced that the dungeon had been successfully activated. Ziluo turned to look at Dengu. I've got my golden touch to protect me, but Dengu doesn't. He signaled to the zombie, stay here and wait for my command. Seeing Dengu immediately squat down and wait without a second thought, Ziluo felt a strange, vague sense of unease. He shook his head, pushing the odd feeling aside and focusing on the open portal. Ziluo tightened his grip on his sword, took a deep breath, and stepped through. The space inside was a sealed room enclosed by 4 walls, illuminated by a few floating flames. Ziluo rapped his knuckles against a wall to test it, then poured his strength into his blade and struck it with a decisive slash. A long crack appeared on the stone surface. Just then, a system notification rang out. "Congratulations, player, you have activated the special dungeon, the Labyrinth of Despair." Data on the legendary level Labyrinth filled the screen before him. The endless Labyrinth legendary level, history. For over 1,000 years, no one has ever made it out alive. Will you be the first? Objective: find the exit, eliminate animal zombies, and hide from or evade traps. Restriction: inventory space sealed. Time limit: 3,650 days. A blazing red warning popped up right after. Warning: player, Yaisei, has been detected entering the instance via a special method, adjusting parameters. It's not even open yet, Ziluo thought with a hint of worry. A special method, could it be that teleportation gate from before? He pressed his lips together. Could the labyrinth have used that gate to bring in new animal zombies, then closed it once it was done, and I just happened to charge in with the horde? The thought of having walked right into a trap left Ziluo speechless. But he quickly shook off that ridiculous speculation. An unopened labyrinth would undoubtedly have an extremely high danger rating, not meant for ordinary players, but he wasn't an ordinary player. Besides, most of those animal zombies were just new additions, nothing to worry about. Ziluo glanced at his 9-li saber. The mission brief said items would be disabled, but his blade could still unleash its skills. Another system bug. Whether it was because his soul was bound to the sword or not didn't matter. As long as he had his weapon, he could still fight. Just then, the system unexpectedly displayed another notification: parameter adjustment successful, instance conditions have been recalibrated based on the player's strength. A stream of red energy suddenly materialized from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the entire space turned a deep blood red. Ziluo celebrated inwardly, thinking this apocalyptic game finally had a shred of humanity, willing to lower the difficulty for him. The words had barely formed in his mind when the system hit him with a devastating blow. Due to player Yaisei entering the instance ahead of schedule and disrupting the normal order, the difficulty will be increased by 50%. I take it all back, Ziluo screamed internally. You can't trust this piece of shit game for a second. But no matter how much he protested, a moment later, a few cold, mechanical notifications appeared. Failure penalty has been changed. The host may choose to forfeit and teleport out at any time. Ding, host is detected accepting an instance quest, unlocking labyrinth escape quest. This labyrinth has witnessed countless moments of despair. Host, please exit the labyrinth. Quest objective, escape the labyrinth. Quest reward, draw 2 random, common grade, golden fingers. Quest deadline, none. In the end, Ziluo had no choice but to accept the quest. With that, he strode deeper inside. He was surrounded by nothing but cold stone walls, so, Ziluo raised his saber and tapped it against one. Whip, an arrow suddenly shot out from a hole in the wall. Ziluo didn't even have time to register what was happening, but his reflexes kicked in, and he raised his blade to block. With a loud clang, the arrow slammed against the flat of his blade. The powerful impact forced him back several steps. Only then did the arrow fall to the ground. No wonder this instance wasn't open yet, he thought, his body tensing up. The force of that arrow was at least equivalent to a player with 30 points in strength. How many people could block a hit like that? The thought was more than a little discouraging. But that didn't mean Ziluo let his guard down. And just as he expected, the very next second, countless more arrows flew at him from all directions. Razor-sharp spikes shot out, aimed directly at Zilu. Zilu instantly threw himself aside, dodging the volley. When everything settled, the path ahead was clear, yet utterly devoid of life. He exhaled sharply, "Man, I was just thinking about grabbing a few of those spikes to use as weapons." Zilu gave his sword a test swing. He breathed a sigh of relief when nothing else happened. "Looks like that's the end of the traps." He pressed forward. After cautiously surveying the area, Zilu reached a fork in the path. He told himself that from now on, he would have to rely completely on his intuition and memory. Oddly enough, the idea excited him a little. With a faint smile, Zilu decided on the path to the right, which seemed more promising. Sword in hand, he used it to feel his way forward. But then, his foot suddenly hit something. He froze, shocked by the sight of a skeleton right at his feet. "Are these human bones?" Zilu bent down for a closer look. In the end, he decided it was useless just there for a cheap scare. The constant tension had sharpened his senses, making him more vigilant than ever. Perhaps it was the numbered door that now stood before him. Taking a chance, Zilu gave the door a few tentative knocks. But there was no answer from the other side. He cracked the door open and peered inside. A mutated rat was slowly turning its head. The next moment, it screeched and charged straight for him. Zilu didn't hesitate, cutting it down with a single, sweeping slash. As soon as the rat died, a system window popped up. "Congratulations, player Zilu, you have successfully slain the zombie rat. You've earned 6 experience points and 8 gold coins." Without hesitation, Zilu immediately called out his reward, beef fried rice. The next second, a piping hot container of beef fried rice appeared right before his eyes. Famished, Zilu began stuffing his face with large bites. Before long, he polished off the entire container. Finished, he casually dusted off his hands. Wiping the last few grains of rice from his mouth, he grumbled, "This is ridiculous. Talk about cutting corners, couldn't they at least throw in a napkin?" A few minutes later, Zilu was on his way again. "Good thing I already passed the weapon master's trial," he thought. "I doubt I would have lasted this long otherwise." He let out a small chuckle as the second fork appeared before him. Same rule as always, stick to the right. The decision made in an instant, Zilu strode forward. Trapped in a maze with no visible exit, Zilu had no choice but to tap the walls with his sword, searching for a way out. Each time he found nothing, he could only pick another path and press on. He strode alone down the seemingly endless corridor. Suddenly, something lunged at Zilu, but he dodged just in time. Barely escaping a poison acid trap, Zilu cursed under his breath, "Damn my luck." Before long, he entered a room marked with the number 2. Any zombie rats that rushed out were swiftly cut down in the blink of an eye. After what felt like an eternity, Zilu discovered another strange room. Behind the 10th door, he faced a giant zombie rat. Zilu scoffed, 10 doors just for one boss, what a waste. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his blade, unleashing a thick wave of deathly energy. In an instant, the rat was dead. From its corpse, he retrieved a royal-grade Jioli pearl. Zilu decided to stop and rest. Gathering his thoughts, he realized that every fork in the road he'd encountered looked identical. With this in mind, he began to sketch a map with his own blood. 3 paths, 2 are dead ends. One of the remaining paths is filled with traps, while the other is completely empty. He was starting to see the pattern. Behind each door, there's a random animal zombie. Killing it drops either a supply card or a weapon. The number of monsters also matches the number on the door. Door 1 had 1 monster, door 2 had 2, but then door 11 was marked 001. Still, something doesn't add up. The main door had 1 animal zombie boss, does that mean door 002 will have 2 bosses? Could the number after the zeros indicate the number of bosses? Ziluo's arm fell to his side as he frowned. Now I get why this maze drives people to despair. When you can't see any hope ahead, you're just walking deeper and deeper into hopelessness with every step. The deeper I go, the stronger the animal zombies will get, and who knows what other traps are waiting for me up ahead. I have to be more careful. With that thought, Ziluo threw another door open with all his might. Inside were 2 bronze-rank bosses. Looks like I was right. The battle began in a flash, with both sides charging at each other. And ended just as quickly. With a few swift slashes, he cut them both down, leveling up to 18 in the process. As a reward, Ziluo received an agility fruit. At the same time, a system notification appeared: player has discovered an agility fruit, plus 2 points awarded. Without hesitation, Ziluo took a large bite. He then took out the supply card he'd just received, trap, and activated it. Now, any animal zombies that charged and were taken care of instantly. Ziluo didn't even have to lift a finger. With a confident smirk, he placed his hands on his hips, ready to face the 3rd day of his journey through the maze. The next day, the treasured blade's upgrade was complete. The blade was now a diamond tier item, granting plus 10 strength, plus 4 constitution, and a 25% armor penetration attribute. The damage from its skills also saw a massive boost. Zilu stared in awe. The transformation was unbelievable. He gazed at his new weapon. Clearing out those low-level animal zombies will be a breeze now. From that moment on, Zilu went on a rampage. The mid-tier bronze monsters were no longer a challenge. He had completely conquered the dreaded labyrinth of legend. Meanwhile, in Shanghai, a girl cried out in joy, "Mom, I hit level 10, a server announcement rang out, congratulating the player on a successful class change. Elsewhere, a group of guys were talking, "Any news about our idol, Yai Che?" "Not a peep, it's like he just vanished off the face of the earth. I think he found a nice, safe place to retire early. He's probably done with killing zombies and grinding levels." "You think?" "I bet he got assassinated. My guess, some organization captured him and is using him as a lab rat for research." But their wild speculation was cut short. "That's impossible, he's still on the leaderboards. Aren't you supposed to disappear from them when you die? And Danak hasn't made a move either, he's just sitting at level 10. Meanwhile, Zilu was unleashing the 9-li cleave. Before him stood 3 grotesque-looking zombies. In a flash, Zilu vanished. Before the dazed zombies could even react, he was already behind them. Zilu sneered, "You're not half bad, too bad for you, I'm a whole level stronger." He yanked his blade from one of the corpses. Just then, a bizarre transformation began. An immense pressure slammed into him, forcing Zilu to throw up his arms to defend himself. Server, congratulations to player Yai Che for successfully defeating the level 9 boss the gluttonous zombie rat. You have earned 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. A bronze tier treasure chest materialized behind the corpse. Just then, the 2 remaining monsters lunged forward. Zilu simply pivoted, dodging their attack, and watched as they tore each other apart in a crazed frenzy. The thick, coppery stench of blood filled the room. He and Bao quickly finished off the last remaining zombie. The rewards came flooding in, showing no sign of stopping. Zilu was also awarded a Golden Touch lottery pull, which he accepted instantly. The item he received was called the Eye of Insight, a tool that allowed him to see detailed information on any creature he had never encountered before. Zilu frowned, his eyes fixed on the system screen. He tapped the View Details option displayed on the screen. A flood of information appeared. When the host inspected another player, he could see everything: their title effects, class info, base stats, innate talents, skill effects, and even the attributes of all their equipped gear. The insightful eye allowed him to understand all previously incomprehensible information about any creature. Best of all, when he inspected a zombie, he could even identify its weaknesses. This made him incredibly pleased. His expression quickly turned contemplative. To think that from now on, every player will be like an open book to me, it truly is lonely at the top. The second point was a bit vague, though, the limits weren't clear. I guess I'll have to wait until I fight an animal zombie to see how effective it really is. Rummaging through his inventory, he took out a synthesis pill and swallowed it without a second thought. With that done, Zi Luo calmly left Dark Room 004. After a while, he arrived at the 41st door. Just like the others, Zi Luo reached out and calmly opened it. But this time, the moment the door swung open, a putrid stench assaulted his senses, forcing him to wrinkle his nose in disgust. Zi Luo immediately activated his insightful eye, focusing it on the zombie crow before him. The information appeared instantly: level 6 bird zombie, base stats, strength 18, spirit 8, constitution 13, agility 20, weaknesses. 1. These bird zombies are vulnerable to fire. 2. Its wing has previously sustained a powerful blow. Targeting this area will be highly effective. A pleased smile spread across Zi Luo's face. So this is how the weakness feature works. Very useful. He stared into a sea of thousands of blood-red eyes. Without hesitation, he unleashed the 9-Li slaying strike. All by himself, Zi Luo decimated the entire flock of zombie birds. Sheathing his treasured blade, he took out a piece of paper and sketched a bagua diagram. 14 more doors to go, he calculated. Leaving the foul remains behind, Zi Luo pressed onward. But after walking for a short while, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Even Zi Luo hadn't expected this. A strange object was blocking his path, a massive boulder. Zi Luo was momentarily bewildered. Unlike the previous passages, this one had no wooden door. He used his sword to carve a few marks into the boulder. Then he turned to find another route, consulting the diagram he'd drawn earlier to find the correct path. He stared intently at the bagua diagram he had drawn. A sense of unease crept into his mind, and he began to doubt his calculations. Everything had been too easy so far. A bad feeling warned him to be more careful, especially now that he was so close to the exit. Suddenly, a bright light flashed up ahead. That's the way. Zi Luo immediately broke into a sprint. But then he abruptly froze. The scene before him was completely different. He stood before a massive door, on which was carved the image of a majestic dragon. But as determined as he was, the pull of that aura was irresistible. It drew Zi Luo deeper inside, one step at a time. He stopped before a wooden door. Sigh. Kang He gave it a hard shove. An invisible force blocked his way. Zi Li's eyes widened. Is this a heavenly circle and earthly square formation? A holographic screen appeared before him. System congratulates player Nisei for finding the exit to the Labyrinth of Despair and successfully clearing the legendary instance. The reward for this clear is a unique cultural product of Blue Star, synchronization in progress. A few seconds later, another notification popped up, randomly drawing 2 common grade cheats. Not now. Zi Luo dismissed it. The rest of the rewards appeared: boundary breaking key, Li, origin of the Kin trigram. Zi Luo picked up the key, a special one-time use item that could open a barrier for 10 seconds. It looks simple enough, but I can't let my guard down. He suddenly remembered, in the bagua, the Li trigram represents fire, so this orb must be related to fire. And the origin of the Kin trigram, that's obviously water. Server congratulates player Nisei on clearing the instance. Weapons and inventory space are now fully accessible. Zi Luo fell silent, something's off about these rewards, there's no description for the 2 orbs, there has to be more to this place, missing it would be a huge waste. He decided to press further in. Another treasure materialized, it was a scroll. He unrolled it. Fushi, forefather of the Dragon Kingdom civilization and one of the 3 sovereigns, known in ancient texts as a creator god, this very labyrinth was crafted by his hand, nestled at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains. Those who enter have a chance to inherit the power of the Bagua that Fushi left behind. Since its creation, none have ever reached the end, all others have been reduced to dust and bone. A chill ran down Zili's spine. So this is like a place to change your class, and I can even get the powers of the Bagua, a power inherited from Fushi himself. There's no way it could be weak, this is one hell of a surprise. He let out a laugh. This must be what they call a rich man's problem, you get whatever you wish for, heh, and here I was, just thinking about a second class, couldn't be better timing, could it? Up ahead, a jade circlet floated in the air, encased in a shimmering barrier of energy. Whoosh, Zilu reached out to it with his consciousness. The instant he made contact, the jade circlet erupted in a blinding light, An immense force blasted Zilu into the air. His jaw dropped in astonishment. The colossal energy was condensing right before his eyes, it slowly began to take the shape of a cocoon. 3 streams of energy assaulted him at once, piercing through his body and causing Lin Ziluo excruciating pain. Blood trickled down from a gash on his forehead, blurring his vision. He struggled to look ahead, his body battered and broken. Before him was a giant cocoon, enveloped in pure, blue energy. Suddenly, the stars converged, sending a massive pillar of energy crashing down upon the cocoon. The same brilliant streams of power that had struck him now began to swirl around him. Lin Ziluo focused, absorbing the power. The cocoon cracked, and energy began to seep out. Having gathered enough power, he let out a roar and shattered the cocoon, breaking free. He opened his eyes, his gaze filled with resolve, and calmly wiped the blood from his face. At the same time, a series of system notifications chimed. System is verifying player Yazi's reception of an unidentified energy inheritance. Analyzing energy source. Analysis successful. Energy source originates from Blue Star. Lin Ziluo walked toward the marked destination, integrating unknown energy with the Blue Star culture of the Apocalypse game. Integration complete. Gamification successful. Player Yazi is undergoing a class change. Congratulations, Player Yazi, on your successful class change. Based on Blue Star culture, the Apocalypse game has designated your new class as the Azure Emperor. Congratulations, Player Yazi, on completing the instance dungeon. The Azure Emperor class requires data conversion. Lin Ziluo frowned. The Azure Emperor. While he was lost in thought, a green jade pendant materialized, hovering right in front of him. It was a fusion of 2 powers, red and blue flames. Curious, he reached out and gently touched the pendant. Instantly, the red and blue energies were unleashed, swirling violently around him. Congratulations, Player Yazi, you have gained control over flame and water. Other abilities await for you to unlock. Lin Ziluo tested his new power. Condensing water and fire in his palms, he smiled, a look of pride on his face. Just these 2 abilities are already ridiculously powerful. Once I master them completely, what can this Apocalypse game possibly throw at me? He clicked his tongue. TCH, I'm actually kind of looking forward to it. Full of confidence, Lin Ziluo pushed open the stone door. The chamber around him began to tremble as the stone walls cracked and crumbled. He looked around in confusion. Looks like Fushi's Bagua power was the only thing holding this place together. Sweat dripped down his face as he muttered, so it really was just a house of cards after all. He quickly pulled up the system interface. Selecting Yes on the prompt, do you wish to leave the instance dungeon? The scenery around him shifted. The moment he was out, Lin Ziluo smiled to himself. Finally, I'm done. He pulled his phone out of his pocket, but his smile instantly froze. He stared at the screen, his brow furrowed in utter shock and disbelief. Ping, Lin Ziluo checked the notification. 2 weeks, he froze. Have I really been in the instance for that long? I didn't feel a thing. I need to get out of here, now. He turned around, and whoosh, a pale face was right in front of his. Lin Ziluo jumped back, startled. It was just a knock. He breathed a sigh of relief. Have you been standing here this whole time since I went in? Danak stared blankly and nodded, letting out a roar of confirmation. Drool dribbled from the corner of his mouth. Lin Ziluo was speechless. Aren't you hungry? Danak nodded again. Lin Ziluo patted his shoulder helplessly. All right, once I'm done here, I'll take you out for some chicken legs. Roar, Danak cheered with delight. Lin Ziluo turned and glanced at the leaderboard. Leaderboard, Rank 1, Yazi, LV, 20, Weapon Master, Rank 2, Zhang Yuanzhong, LV, 17, Army Soul, Rank 3, Wang Hun, LV, 16, Flame Manipulator, Rank 4, Pajun, LV, 16, Army Breaker, Rank 5, Shimen Shuifeng, LV, 16, Wind Dancer. He smirked. Heh, it's been 2 weeks. And you guys haven't made any progress at all. Come on, Danak, it's time for us to make our presence known. Roar. They both touched the system panel at the same time. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a system notification rang out. Congratulations to player Zhang Yuanzhong for successfully reaching level 18. Zhang Yuanzhong majestically slung his great sword over his shoulder, surrounded by the spoils of his battle. He wiped away his sweat. Finally, I'm 1 level ahead of Yazi. I've saved some face for the military. He confidently opened the system panel. Instantly, his face went pale. What the hell, is this guy hacking? How did he hit level 20 in the blink of an eye? In stark contrast, 2 girls elsewhere were cheering as they looked at the leaderboard. Yazi is back. He's finally back. Our faith has returned. On a rooftop, a young man with white hair was also checking the leaderboard, scratching his head in confusion. Danak was never on the leaderboard before, now he shows up and he's already ranked 5th. What in the world happened these past few days? Inside a restaurant, people were so shocked they dropped their chopsticks. My god, the leaderboard changed so drastically in just 1 minute. Geez, how did that top player hit level 20 in the blink of an eye? Meanwhile, the 2 masterminds behind the chaos were casually eating in a corner. While shoveling down his rice, Lin Ziluo watched a series of notifications pop up. Player Yazi has cleared the instance. Labyrinth of Despair, digitizing class, Green Emperor, optimizing base attributes based on the Weapon Master and Green Emperor classes. A new attribute panel appeared. Player Yazi's base attributes, level 10, Strength, 40 Spirit, 40 Constitution, 40 Agility, 40 free attribute points, 50 Green Emperor, class digitization complete. Each time player Yazi levels up, he will receive all attributes plus 3, free attribute points plus 5. He checked his current stats. Base attributes, Strength, 90 Spirit, 80 Constitution, 80 Agility, 80. Curious, he opened the new class information. Class, Green Emperor. Introduction. The Green Emperor, one of the 5 heavenly emperors of the East, represents the Azure Dragon, the most mystical class, created from the fusion of the celestial star formation of 2 realms and the energy of the Bagua pendant. Attributes. For each level up, gain Spirit plus 3, Agility plus 3, and free attribute points plus 3. Abilities. Stars of heaven and earth. Your power is blessed by the heavens, the earth, and the stars. The brighter the stars, the stronger your power. Power of the Bagua. You can gather origin pearls to replenish the energy of the Bagua pendant, thereby controlling its related elemental powers. As he read this, Lin Ziluo was stunned. A power so immense the universe can't contain it. The Bagua pendant. Did I really get the Bagua pendant? He quickly put down his rice bowl. An item materialized out of thin air. He reached out and caught it. Special item, Rankless Bagua Pendant. Introduction. A jade pendant that holds the power of the Bagua. Abilities. 1. Fire consumes spirit power to control the power of flame. 2. Can water consumes spirit power to control the power of water. Skills: after obtaining the corresponding element, you can awaken related skills based on your insight. Watching the jade pendant spin in his palm, Lin Ziluo was ecstatic. In other words, I can learn infinite skills. Even without skills, I can still control these elements at will. He smirked. Tsk, so this is what it feels like to be one of the strong ones. It's almost embarrassing how much stronger I am than them. The system quickly completed its balancing. All attributes have been perfectly balanced. The ultimate dual-class combat style has been integrated into one body. A multitude of skills can now be learned. Suddenly, a faint whimper came from beside him. It was Danak. He didn't look well. Abruptly, Danak shot to his feet, roaring like a madman as he ripped his own shirt to shreds. The level bar over Dengu's head jumped to 16. Lin Ziluo immediately pulled up his class analysis panel. A familiar line of text appeared: Overlord mountain-toppling strength, one blade shatters all laws. The description was unchanged. Strength is the source of all power. With enough strength, your attacks can break through various prohibitions, curses, crowd control, and other restrictions. Lin Ziluo stared at it, stunned. There really wasn't any change at all. An idea suddenly struck him. Lin Ziluo turned to Dengu and said, "Try using one blade shatters all laws." Though a bit confused, Dengu immediately did as he was told. He crouched down, placing a hand on the ground. A shockwave of energy rippled through the ground, shattering it into countless fragments. Immediately, countless shards of rock were pulled by an unseen force, gathering and clinging to Dengu's arm. Lin Ziluo smiled, satisfied. "Not bad, pulling this off with your current strength is pretty impressive. The Overlord class's strength conversion rate really isn't half bad," he thought. He crossed his arms and commanded the system, "Draw 2 common-grade golden fingers for me." A system notification chimed almost instantly. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn Absolute Enslavement Level 1 and Breakthrough Rate Level 1. As you already possess Absolute Enslavement Level 1, this golden finger has automatically upgraded to Level 2. Lin Ziluo couldn't hide his excitement. "So the buffs can stack. Awesome. At this rate, who's going to stop me?" he murmured, realizing he'd found a pattern. "If I draw 2 at once, I get 1 new skill and 1 duplicate to upgrade an existing one. I'll stick to this rule from now on." Just as Lin Ziluo and Dengu were heading out, a citywide system announcement suddenly boomed. "Attention, all Shanghai players, the Shanghai Individual Combat Power Tournament has officially concluded. First place, Mo Yun. Rewards include 2 pieces of random elite silver-grade equipment, plus a large amount of gold, experience, reputation, and free attribute points." Second place, Zhong Er Xiaoyan. Third place, De Dao Ku. Lin Ziluo was stunned. The tournament's already over. Looks like while I was trapped in that labyrinth, everyone else was busy grinding their asses off. The system went on to display the tournament's specific details. Activation requirement: 30% of the city's players must surpass level 10. Entry method: all players who arrive at the designated location within the time limit are automatically registered. Rewards: exclusive, based on individual contribution. After reading the details, Lin Ziluo turned to Dengu. "We've leveled up, time to stir things up and kill some zombies. Smash the ground with your hammer and draw them to us." He slammed his hammer into the ground with all his might, creating a massive shockwave. With a mighty roar, Dengu's body was instantly encased in armor as a giant warhammer materialized in his hands. Instantly, hordes of zombies charged toward them from all directions. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ziluo unleashed the 9-li slash. A razor-sharp wave of sword energy swept out, wiping out the entire horde in an instant. At the same time, Dengu charged forward, swinging his warhammer to crush the few that remained. They made short work of the zombie horde. In the midst of the battle, Lin Ziluo calmly opened his system interface, searching for the fireball scroll. A fireball scroll materialized from within the flames. Lin Zile stared at the flame flickering in his palm. Good thing I held on to this instead of giving it to Jiolezhou, didn't expect to need it so soon. His expression hardened as the flame condensed. He closed his eyes. Focusing his mind, the flame erupted, engulfing his entire body. Lin Zile smiled, looking at his handiwork. Whoosh, a fireball suddenly shot out. Grazing his cheek by a hair's breadth, he threw himself back, dodging just in time. Boom, a massive explosion ripped through the spot where he'd just been standing. A cold sweat broke out on his brow, again. Night had fallen. He continued his training amidst a haze of smoke and fire. Lin Zile gasped for breath, his body covered in injuries, but the flame in his hand still burned brightly. His gaze sharpened. He condensed the flame in his hand once more. Ding, a system notification suddenly appeared. Congratulations, player Yaise has successfully learned the skill, Fireball through the class trait Qin D. A smile spread across his face. I did it. He tapped on the skill description. Fireball, type, mage skill, description, consumes a certain amount of spiritual energy to create a fireball, detonates upon hitting a designated target, damage, explosion power is equal to 170% of the spiritual energy consumed, mage-type skills receive a high damage bonus from spiritual energy. Lin Zile dispersed the flame, and the system panel vanished. He exhaled in satisfaction, trading a scroll for a skill, definitely worth it. He slowly rose to his feet. If the shops in Shanghai are this well stocked, the other major cities should be too. I need to go take a look, stock up on a few scrolls just in case. He turned to the shadowy figure behind him. Big dummy, go find some chicken drumsticks. A deep voice rumbled in reply, yes. Lin Zile stepped outside, looking up at the night sky. The individual combat tournament in Shanghai is over, which means the other cities will be starting theirs soon. There's no telling what kind of powerful opponents might show up. It's best if I scout things out beforehand. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a bustling crowd, the capital, the Li estate. In the meeting room, the man at the head of the table spoke first. Placing in the top 3 isn't enough. I want you to take first place, build a name for our Li family, show every player who hasn't joined a faction yet just how powerful we are. Hearing this, Shi Jingshan stood up. The top 3, I can manage that, but first place is held by that Zhang Yuanzhong guy. Li Lishuan rested his chin on his hand, his expression grave. Who said you have to fight him to the death? Shi Jingshan quickly waved his hands in protest. Patriarch, Zhang Yuanzhong has the military behind him, we can't. Li Lishuan raised a hand, cutting him off. Relax, there's no need to explain. Our 3 great families have formed an alliance. If they know what's good for them, they won't dare to make an enemy of us. Just do what needs to be done. He finished, his voice ringing with absolute resolve. Bring me first place, by any means necessary. Everyone replied in unison, yes, sir, we will carry out this order to the death. Li Lishuan waved a dismissive hand. Good, now, all of you, get out. At his command, they filed out of the room one by one. Just as Shi Jingshan reached the door, Li Lishuan suddenly called out, Shi Jingshan. He turned back in surprise. Patriarch. Li Lishuan sat upright, his presence imposing. I want you to find out why Rongzhan isn't on the rankings yet, also, acquire some better gear and items, and this business with Zhang Yuanzhong, deal with it quickly. That's all, you may go. Shi Jingshan cupped his fists. Yes, Patriarch. He turned and left under Li Lishuan's watchful gaze. Once the room was empty, Li Lishuan's expression tensed. He couldn't shake a growing sense of unease. Pacing slowly, he thought to himself, with Haowen gone, the Li family already fell into chaos once. I can't let that happen again. I have to use this chance to push our family to the very top, and, I must find Hao Bo. After a moment, he pushed open the door to another room. In his hand was a porcelain vase. He gave it a slight twist. And the steel cabinet in front of him immediately slid open. revealing a secret passage. Li Lishuan stepped inside. The door sealed shut behind him automatically, with a soft click. Elsewhere, Lin Ziluo was training intently, 2 fireballs swirling in his palms. He was in the outskirts of Shanghai, near the city's border. Lin Ziluo incinerated a charging zombie with a blast of fire. At the same time, a system notification popped up before his eyes. Congratulations, player Yazi, you have gained 12 experience points and 14 gold coins. Another zombie launched a sneak attack from behind. Lin Ziluo spun around and cut it down with his 9 slaying strike. The system chimed again. Congratulations, player Yazi, for successfully killing a level 2 zombie. You have gained 11 experience points and 13 gold coins. A series of notifications followed. Congratulations, player Yazi, you have reached level 21, all attributes +3, you have gained 5 free attribute points. Lin Ziluo opened his system panel and put all the points into spirit. The next line of text appeared. Player Yazi requires 633 experience points for the next level. With that done, he continued on his way. The big oaf trudged along behind him. A short while later, they came across a sign, city border, 500 meters ahead. Lin Ziluo stopped, gazing up at the crimson sky. Up ahead, a massive horde of zombies had gathered. The system immediately displayed an explanation. The inner city is completely sealed by a barrier. Please wait for the seal to be lifted or choose to travel to another city. The item that dropped was a key. The moment Ziluo picked it up, a small spatial gate materialized. A notification popped up, asking if he wanted to use the boundary key to pass through the city's shield and enter the capital. He accepted without hesitation. The moment he confirmed, the key flew from his hand into the center of the portal, causing it to instantly expand. But what awaited them on the other side wasn't a bustling city street, but a pitch-black, empty dimension. Shouldn't there be a street right past the shield, or is this some kind of checkpoint? He frowned, then turned to give an order. Big guy, follow me. A low "Gao" rumbled from behind him. The moment they stepped through, the portal began to shrink, before vanishing without a trace. The void led them to a small, cube-shaped room. Ziluo stepped forward cautiously, scanning his surroundings. The room was completely bare. Suddenly, a bright red notification panel flared to life before him. Players Ziluo and Big Guy have violated current game regulations prohibiting travel between cities. Ejection to Sector 198 will commence in 10 seconds. Ziluo's eyes widened, and he quickly tried to explain. Wait a second, Big Guy and I already filed for a transfer to the capital district. He frowned, thinking it through. The individual combat tournament in Shanghai just ended, so the next one has to be in the capital. If I can teleport there directly, it'll save me a ton of trouble. Ziluo clenched his fist, holding his breath as he waited for the system's judgment. To his relief, the message on the screen quickly changed. Player transfer request approved, commencing teleportation to the capital city border. Ziluo finally breathed a sigh of relief. A brilliant white light flashed and then faded. The world around them changed in the blink of an eye. When Ziluo's vision cleared, he was left utterly speechless. He and Big Guy had been dropped right into the middle of a massive zombie horde. Without a moment's hesitation, Ziluo drew his sword and cut down a zombie lunging at him. At the same instant, Big Guy's hammer came crashing down, smashing another one to bits. They immediately went back to back, seamlessly clearing out the frenzied undead swarming them. A short while later, the battle was over. Exhausted, Ziluo and Big Guy slumped down onto a pile of zombie corpses and pulled out potions to recover their energy. Just then, a series of system notifications popped up. Congratulations, player Ziluo, you have successfully defeated a level 11 zombie. You have received 11 experience points and 13 gold coins. Congratulations, player Ziluo, you have reached level 22, all stats +3, you have received 5 free attribute points, EXP to next level, 3, 845. Just as Zi Luo wiped the sweat from his brow, a lethal sense of danger washed over him, every hair on his body stood on end, with no time to think, he shot to his feet and bolted, shouting as he ran. "Big guy, run!" Zi Luo and Danak ran for their lives, fleeing from the relentless pursuit of a zombie horde. Spotting a manhole on the side of the road, Zi Luo jumped in without a second thought. Danak followed right behind, managing to slam the cover shut just in time. Zi Luo had just landed safely when he heard a loud thud. Turning around, he saw Danak collapsed on the ground, unconscious, with a massive lump on his forehead from where he'd hit the manhole cover. Zi Luo sighed in exasperation. Well, at least this would give the big guy a chance to rest. He propped Danak against the wall and opened his system panel. Getting teleported right into a zombie horde was clearly a warning shot. This trip to the capital isn't going to be easy, Zi Luo thought to himself. A small smirk touched his lips as he glanced over his stats. Player Zi Luo's basic attributes: Strength 96, Spirit 96, Constitution 86, Agility 86, his confidence grew a little stronger. He tapped on his inventory. One by one, his pieces of equipment appeared, each with an illustration: Wolf Fang Bracer, Silver Grade Equipment, a bracer made from 4 cursed wolf fangs. Attributes: Strength +2, Constitution +2, Skill Cursed Strength. When activated, for 1 minute, each of your attacks has a 10% chance to unleash a cursed power, randomly inflicting debuffs like fear, terror, or disgust on the enemy. 24-hour cooldown. Not bad, I'll take it. Blood Drinker Ring, Bronze Grade Equipment, blood is the fuel that keeps it running. Attributes: None, Passive Skill Bloodthirst, after killing an enemy, gain +1 strength for 10 minutes, this effect can stack up to 5 times, that's a huge potential boost. The condition is tough, but for someone like me, it might just work. Spike Claw Gauntlet, Bronze Grade Equipment, designed to make your enemies pay, and fast. Attributes: Strength +2, Skill Spike Claw, instantly shoots out a spike claw to attack an enemy, damage is equal to 150% of your strength. 12-hour cooldown, seems decent for now, I'll use it. Zi Luo picked up another ring, and its information immediately popped up. Small Spatial Ring, Bronze Grade Equipment, a ring containing a small storage space. Attributes: Strength +1, Storage Space, 0, 5 cubic meters. Finally, Danak can have his own storage space. Zi Luo glanced at his still unconscious teammate and smiled. The space was a little small, but it was enough for Danak to store a few food supply cards. After resting for a while in the sewer, the two set off again. They had just reached a main road when a loud voice called out from behind them, catching Zi Luo's attention. "Master Danak, hey, is that Master Danak up ahead?" A blonde-haired man hurried over, asking again hesitantly, "Are you Master Danak?" "Yeah, what's up?" Zi Luo replied. Hearing this, the man's face lit up as he fired off a question. "Are you two masters also headed to the capital sports palace for the individual combat tournament?" Zi Luo just smiled in confirmation. "Just what I was looking for," he thought. "Looks like I can get some more information about this tournament now. Then let's go together." The blonde man was overjoyed. "Really, can we? But, what about Master Danak?" "Danak's not much of a talker, if he's not complaining, he's cool with it." Zi Luo slung an arm around Danak's shoulders, glancing over at him. At the time, both of them had been asleep and missed the system announcement completely. The blonde man quickly waved Zi Luo closer. He glanced around warily before leaning in to whisper in his ear. "I heard this tournament is going to decide the whole power structure of the capital." Zi Luo was taken aback. What's that supposed to mean? Who told you that?" The man shrugged. "My little brother, he's a guard for the Yin family, one of the 3 great clans. He told me when he got back yesterday, and he even said we should all step up our game." Zi Luo frowned. Rankings determine your influence. Have the government, the three great clans, and the other major powers already reached an agreement? He recalled his past life. The capital was the first city in the dragon country to be pacified. While players elsewhere were still struggling to survive, players in the capital had already started organizing zombie hunts. This is the result of the major powers cooperating. The ranking board must be their bargaining chip. Zi Luo crossed his arms, lost in thought. The situation in the capital is almost identical to my past life. If that's the case, I've got a lot of work to do. Seeing Zi Luo's pensive look, the man seemed confused. A thought flashed through Zi Luo's mind. A lowly guard shouldn't have access to such classified information. I can't completely trust his word. Still, he spoke. All right, your information is pretty valuable to me, so I should repay you for it. Zi Luo pulled out a card. You know what a supply card is, right? I'll sell them to you for 90 gold coins apiece, as many as you want. How about it? The man's eyes lit up. For real, are you serious, boss? Zi Luo gave a firm nod. I am. Overjoyed, he emptied all the money from his inventory pouch. Holy crap, supply cards go for 100 gold coins in the store. This boss is selling them for 90, he's practically giving them away. Boss, I trust you. I have exactly 270 gold coins. Can I get 3 cards? Done. One handed over the cards, the other, the money. When Zi Luo turned around, he froze. He had no idea when, but a long line had formed behind him. Everyone was staring, their eyes shining like high beams. He was speechless. A young woman stepped forward. Sir, I'd also like to buy some supply cards. Do you think you could sell a few to me? Zi Luo put on a troubled expression, pointing to the man he just dealt with. But this young man here answered my question. That's why I gave him this special deal. As for the rest of you. The crowd's mood instantly deflated. Sigh, I guess we missed our chance. Seeing this, Zi Luo let out a tch. He adopted a decisive look, pointed at the young man, and announced, all right, how about this? As long as this young man agrees, I can sell supply cards to everyone for 95 gold coins each. It'll save you all a half-day trip to the capital store. All eyes immediately swiveled to the young man. Flustered, he stammered, I agree. Whoosh, a huge stack of supply cards appeared before everyone. Zi Luo crouched down and stated his terms. For the next hour, I'm selling supply cards for 95 gold coins each. The supply is unlimited. Everyone immediately got in line. The young man stared at the scene, his heart filled with gratitude. This boss, he's a truly good person. He's using these cards to help me build connections with other players. From now on, I won't have to fight alone in the capital. But the truth was, Zi Luo had only one thought on his mind. I missed out on the Medal of Honor in Shanghai because I was short on gold. This time, the capital's medal is mine for the taking. A little while later, Zi Luo and Big Oaf continued on their way. In the distance, a young woman known as Miss was watching them. Boss, it looks like that guy who was selling supply cards is about to have a problem. Looking at their retreating figures, another person asked, a problem? The guy with him is in the top 5 of the Dragon Country rankings. Who would be stupid enough to cause trouble for him? The Miss replied, a while ago, Baozi sent his men to find those two. The 3 of them together can muster at least 20 to 30 super elite players who've already changed classes. She turned happily to the hooded man beside her. Even if that Big Oaf is strong, 2 fists are no match for 4. Let's make our move. 2, we might just get a piece of the action. The moment she finished speaking, shing. A cold blade pierced through her. The one who attacked was the hooded man. Oh, miss, you truly are a disappointment. She collapsed to the ground, a pool of blood spread out, reflecting the man calmly wiping his blade clean. I'm quite interested to see just how many fools are going to follow Baozi to their graves this time. He smiled, satisfied with his now gleaming blade, although, I am also very curious. Reflected on the blade's surface was the image of Zi Luo, laughing and talking. To make Big Oaf willingly follow you, just who in the world are you? The sound of rushing footsteps echoed from behind. Luo stopped. Master, wait up. A man gasped for breath, leaning on his knees. Master, are you heading downtown for the night? Luo crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. What about it? The man glanced around nervously. The roads may be clear, but it's still dangerous out here. He grabbed the corner of Luo's shirt, his voice urgent. Listen, I know a safe spot on the outskirts, you and your friend should come with me. Swish, countless figures poured out from the alleys. Luo glanced over. Finally, they're here. The man panicked. Beside him, Danak took a defensive stance. In stark contrast, Luo simply stretched, a casual look on his face. All right, come on out, if you're going to make a move, do it now, don't hold me up. A group of men emerged, blocking every escape route. The man was stunned. Luo coolly began to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. His gaze settled on the two leaders, a bald man and another wearing glasses, 32 class-changed players, quite the show of force. The bald man growled. You think you can set up shop here just because you've got some big oaf for a bodyguard? Did you forget where you are? The man with glasses pushed his frames up and continued. To get your hands on that many supply cards, you must have some serious backing, but this is our territory, doing business here without giving us a heads up, that's just disrespectful. Luo cleaned out his ear. So? The bald man smirked. How about this, we won't make things hard for you, leave half the gold you earned today, and split your remaining supply cards with my brothers, do that, and we'll pretend this never happened. The surrounding crowd raised their weapons, sneering. Don't even think about resisting, we're doing this for your own good, that big dummy can't protect you by himself. Yeah, boss is already being merciful letting you walk away alive, hand over the gold, kid, one wrong move and you're dead. Shing, Luo pulled a dagger from thin air. He twirled it lightly, his voice flat and emotionless. Pretend this never happened, but you've already made me late. A system panel materialized before him. Rotten dagger, equipment, bronze tier description, a dagger worn down from long use, its jagged blade is covered in rust. Attribute, pain inflicted by this dagger is increased by 200%, wounds left untreated will slowly begin to rot. Luo sent a command with a thought. Danak's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. He let out a furious roar, swinging his massive hammer as he charged into the crowd. Go, crack, the hammer smashed directly into a man's face, sending him flying. The man with glasses frantically held back the enraged bald man. Damn it, the fool doesn't know what's good for him. Get him, he roared. Don't kill him, just cripple him, I'm gonna teach him the meaning of torture. His lackeys charged forward in unison. Yes, boss. Too bad for you, Luo said. Danak stood guard in front with his hammer. Luo remained behind him, completely at ease. So what if your class changed players? He tightened his grip on the dagger and smiled. Too bad you ran into me today, Shink. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo slashed out, and a man fell. At the same time, a volley of weapons flew toward him. A sphere of water quickly condensed in the palm of Luo's hand. He waved his arm. Whoosh, 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 all of their weapons were sucked into the sphere, which hovered right over their heads. Luo smiled, his hand clenched into a fist. Boom, the sphere of water exploded. Water sprayed everywhere. The entire group, now soaked to the bone, stared in stunned silence. What is this? Luo stood across from them, crossing his arms with an arrogant air. Wanna keep going? The bald man roared, his face flushed. Damn it, waste these two for me. His underlings roared back. Yes, boss. They charged forward with a savage roar. An aura of energy enveloped the knife in Luo's hand. He spun. The knife shot out like a bolt of lightning, tearing through their formation. Anyone in its path fell. Luo stood motionless, his expression unchanged. Meanwhile, the two leaders were frozen in shock. their men were cut down like weeds. The man in glasses turned deathly pale, stammering, "One knife, just one, he's too strong, way too strong, how is this possible?" He turned on his heel and ran for his life. Startled, the bald man whipped his head around. The man who had just fled had already collapsed, a knife buried in his back. The knife flew back into Zi Luo's hand. The bald man trembled uncontrollably. Zi Luo tightened his grip on the hilt, a devilish grin spreading across his face. "Why the terrified look, aren't you going to attack?" The surviving thugs all dropped to their knees, grabbing Zi Luo's legs as they cried and begged for their lives. "We were wrong, we were so wrong, please, sir, have mercy and spare us. Yes, yes, please, we were blind to your greatness, master. I have a family, old parents and young children to feed, please, I'm begging you." Zi Luo smiled, resting the knife on his shoulder. "Spare you, no problem." The men looked up, overjoyed. "Really, you're not messing with us, are you?" Zi Luo raised an eyebrow. "Of course not, everyone knows that I, Lin Zi Luo, never lie. I once swore that if I ever told a lie, my entire family would die a horrible death." He tilted his head, his voice dripping with insinuation. "However, shouldn't you all pay a price to buy back your lives?" Afterward, Zi Luo stood with his arms crossed, watching as the group frantically pulled everything they owned from their system inventories and piled it on the ground. The bald man flinched, immediately dropping to his knees and trembling. "What do you want?" "Anything I have, it's all yours." Zi Luo turned away. "Give me everything you've got." Without looking back, his ice-cold voice cut through the air, aimed at the bald man who was trying to sneak away. "Are you looking to die?" A moment later, after collecting his spoils, Zi Luo turned and walked away. The thugs let out a collective sigh of relief, helping each other up as they prepared to flee. Suddenly, he stopped, his voice, cold and devoid of any emotion, rang out, "The Shah, leave no one alive." The bald man spun around in terror, a giant hammer was swinging straight for his head. The Shah swung his hammer up, then brought it down, blood splattered everywhere, screams mixed with desperate curses. "Ah, damn you, may your entire family die for this." A short while later, when it was all over, the street was nothing but a bloody battlefield. The families of their previous victims began to appear, one by one. Some clasped their hands in prayer, others buried their faces in their hands and wept. "Father, I couldn't avenge you myself, but a benefactor has wiped out these animals, you can finally rest in peace. Xiao Hui, I was useless, it's all because I was so useless that you died, they stole my supplies and my son starved to death, you bastards got what you deserved it." From high above, a hooded figure had witnessed everything. "It seems, the balance of power in the capital is about to shift." He pulled out a unique-looking flare gun and raised it to the sky. A sphere of light shot upwards, brilliantly illuminating the night. The blinding light made Zi Luo squint. He and the Shah both looked toward the source. Zi Luo smirked. Looks like we've attracted the wrong kind of attention." The capital safe zone. A hub for countless players, a mechanical voice echoed from the speakers. "Please cooperate with the identity verification process." The streets were teeming with people. Zyle crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. As expected of the capital, they built this place up fast. He leaned against a wall, observing, "They're running real identity checks to get in. If we go through, Danak and I will be exposed. I don't know the Li family's true strength yet, I can't reveal who I am right now." Zyle and Danak quietly turned away. "There has to be another way in, we just need to find a way to slip past them." An hour later, a restricted area, a sign read, "No entry." A sly grin spread across Zyle's face, he licked his lips and pulled out his tools. With a few deft moves, the lock clicked open. They both pulled down their masks. Zyle quickly got to work on the system panel. They slipped inside, gently closing the door behind them. Zyle whispered, "Danak, listen to me, quietly go and find a map of the capital." Danak vanished, and returned in the blink of an eye. the map was right in front of Zyle. He swallowed hard, so fast. Zyle spread the map out, the individual combat power tournament, it's being held at the Capital Sports Palace, let's head there first. They returned to the main street. Up ahead, a group of people were buzzing with chatter. Hey guys, who do you think will take first place in the tournament this year? Is that even a question? It's gotta be the pride of our capital, Zhang Yuanzhong. He was just promoted to general, you know. Hearing that name, Zyle's hand unconsciously clenched into a fist. But I heard General Zhang's health hasn't been great lately, I wouldn't be so sure. Zhang Yuanzhong's health, something's wrong, no wonder he only placed third in my past life. The group of youths with brightly colored hair continued their lively discussion. I told you, that's just a rumor, I bet the guys running the betting ring started it on purpose. Could be. So, did you place a bet? Who'd you pick to win? The one with moss green hair grinned. Of course I did, I put 500 gold coins on General Zhang to take first place. His blue-haired friend exclaimed, damn, dude, you're a real high roller. Just then, Zyle walked up to them. Excuse me, where is this betting parlor, and who runs it? The group turned around in surprise. Hey man, you want to place a bet too? The green-haired guy pointed ahead. It's inside that red building up there, it's run by the three great families, so it's a pretty official operation. With the information he needed, Zyle gave a quick wave. Thanks. With that, he and Danak took off like the wind. Before them stood a tall building in an ancient architectural style. Zyle rubbed his chin. The tournament doesn't start for another 3 hours, he made up his mind, time to place a bet. The gate bearing the words, Individual Combat Power Tournament, was already swarming with people. Zilu and Big Dummy had just arrived. Without a word, Big Dummy pushed forward like a machine, shoving several people out of his way. A woman he bumped into glared at him, clearly annoyed, but Big Dummy didn't even spare her a glance as he continued on. A casino bookie quickly stepped in front of them. Hello there, how can I help you place a bet? Zilu grinned. What are the odds on General Zhang Yuanzhong? The bookie glanced at his board. The payout for General Zhang Yuanzhong to take first place is 12-1. Hearing this, Zilu scoffed. They're banking on everyone's trust in Zhang Yuanzhong to inflate the odds. Whoever's pulling the strings is going to make a killing this time. The bookie asked again. So, sir, what's your bet? Zilu confidently held up 3 fingers. I'll take Zhang Yuanzhong for third place. The bookie stared, completely stunned. He had to double-check. You want to bet on him, for third place? Are you sure you mean General Zhang Yuanzhong? Zilu dumped a glittering pile of gold coins on the table, stunning everyone nearby. That's right, 20,000 gold coins, all in, on Zhang Yuanzhong for third place. Other bettors nearby began to whisper. 20,000 gold coins, is this guy just looking for trouble, betting 20,000 on General Zhang to place third? If he wins, at these odds, he'd rake in something like 60,000 gold coins. General Zhang is way too strong for third place, there's no way that bet will hit, he's just throwing his money away. Ignoring the crowd, Big Dummy, who was being mind-controlled by Lin Zimo, also silently took out his pouch and slapped it on the table. Another 20,000 gold coins, also on Zhang Yuanzhong for third place. The bookie started sweating, faced with these two reckless spendthrifts. He stammered, Be both of you, are you absolutely sure? That's a total of 40,000 gold coins. Zilu was getting impatient. Stop wasting time, he snapped. I'm sure, now hurry up, the tournament is about to start. Big Dummy leaned in close, his eyes menacing. The bookie went pale and rushed to print the tickets. Why yes, sir, right away. With trembling hands, he passed the 2 betting slips to Zilu. The tournament floor lay empty. As Zilu passed through the gate, a system announcement rang out. Player Zilu has entered the capital's individual combat power tournament hall. He blended into the line for the spectator seats, but then abruptly peeled off and headed toward the entrance reserved for contestants. The system scanned him again, verifying player level 10, conditions for tournament participation met. Player, please proceed to the preparation area. Zilu smirked and, ignoring the surrounding whispers, casually walked inside with Big Dummy. His gaze swept across the crowd of contestants before finally landing on one man. He murmured to himself, Zhang Yuanzhong. Just then, the tournament's official announcement boomed through the hall. Capital time, 1400 hours. The individual combat power tournament now officially begins. In the center of the arena, a massive announcement screen blazed a brilliant red, capturing the attention of the entire audience. Red text appeared, announcing the rules for the preliminary round. Out of the 1,546 players in the preparation room, only 32 would advance to the finals. New announcements followed one after another. The arena consists of 32 platforms, and each player has the right to choose whether to attack or defend. A match lasts a maximum of 5 minutes. If this time is exceeded, the attacker will be declared the loser. Whether attacking or defending, the loser will be eliminated from the competition. A player who successfully defends a platform for 1 hour will advance to the finals, and that platform will be permanently closed. If no player meets the above condition, after 4 hours, the last person standing on each platform will advance. During the competition, players are responsible for their own life and death. To forfeit, simply press the button on the control panel or say the words, I forfeit, and you will be teleported out. The platforms are made of a special material, so please fight without restraint. Now, contestants, please enter the arena. The moment the command was given, the other contestants roared with fighting spirit and charged forward, sending the whole arena into a frenzy. In contrast, Ziluo and De Guo walked at a leisurely pace. He casually stuck one hand in his pocket. Just a big free-for-all. A mechanical voice rang out, Player Ziluo, please proceed to the preliminary area. Contestants who do not enter the area within 5 minutes will be considered eliminated. He and De Guo looked at each other. As the fighters took their positions, a pale blue barrier materialized, enclosing each platform. Using the control panel, players could claim a spot to fight on each platform. Ziluo and De Guo found a place to sit, propping their feet up like a couple of rich bosses watching a play. Despite his massive frame, De Guo sat obediently with his hands on his knees like a child, while Ziluo looked every bit the rebellious teenager. The system announced, during the waiting period, all players will be in a peaceful state and cannot attack anyone. Any act of aggression will result in being teleported to the spectator area and disqualification from the competition. The competition officially begins. Players, please select a platform to attack. Ziluo smirked, looking up at the system as it made its random selections. Ding! When a match was underway, the control panel button for that platform turned red. When a platform was empty, the button was white. Ziluo was a little surprised as he looked up at the platforms. That fast? On one of the platforms stood a man with a massive broadsword slung over his shoulder, his aura setting him apart from the rest. Clearly, only someone that powerful could have claimed a platform so quickly. Zhang Yuanzhong scanned the crowd below, looking down on them as if they were ants. The audience began to murmur. He was the first one up there. Who would dare challenge him? Going up there is suicide. That's Zhang Yuanzhong. Guess there won't be much of a show today. The female spectators, however, had hearts in their eyes. You're Shi Jingshan, right, Mr. Sure, since you're here, could you teach me a move or two? Ziluo glanced over at Shi Jingshan, the demonic wind war god, one of the Li family's 3 great war gods from my past life. He pressed his lips together. I never expected to run into him here. This trip was definitely worth it. Just then, another player leaped onto one of the platforms. Damn, look at all these big shots. He charged forward, having already made up his mind. Even if I can't pass the preliminaries, I'll at least make a name for myself. I'll go first. Below, the crowd roared, fight, fight. What, only 2 people so far? That's no fun. Go, General Zhang, waste him, get up there, go on. What happened to all those tough guys from before? Did they all run home to mommy? Zhang Yuanzhong snorted coldly, humph, worthless. With a single swing of his blade, his opponent collapsed, gasping for breath. To have fought against General Zhang. I accept my defeat completely. Another roar erupted from the crowd below. General Zhang is amazing, General Zhang is incredible. Seeing this, other contestants began to choose their opponents. At the same time, several mysterious figures in black appeared in the arena. An annoyed expression flickered across Zi Luo's face, the Li family's death squad. Su Luo's heart pounded in his chest. Ring 18, two figures faced each other. On one side, Shan Bao of the Mountain Leopard Special Ops team. On the other, Li Kashiliu, from the Li family's Grim Reaper squad, ranked 76. Su Luo crossed his arms, his eyes glued to the match. Li Kashiliu's gear was clearly superior, he came prepared. Shan Bao struck first, a straight punch to the face. Li Kashiliu staggered back. Su Luo quietly put on his mask. Shan Bao's going to lose, his technique is textbook, but his opponent is just too vicious. In the ring, Li Kashiliu wiped a streak of blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression darkening. A dagger flashed from his sleeve. A cunning look on his face, he charged straight for Shan Bao. A surprise stab. But Shan Bao was no amateur, he spun around, unleashing a powerful kick. They both fell back, putting distance between them. Li Kashiliu charged in again. Suddenly, Shan Bao vanished, he reappeared right behind his opponent. One hand clutching his wound, he threw a thunderous punch with the other, but, a crimson line erupted across Shan Bao's neck, fresh blood sprayed everywhere. Somehow, Li Kashiliu had already turned, the dagger in his hand still dripping with blood, he kicked out, sending Shan Bao's body flying from the ring. The arena was in shock, everyone's face went pale, and then fury erupted. The Li family is treating people like animals, they're spitting in the face of the government and the military, killing a man at an official tournament. If we don't protest today, we'll be the ones they kill tomorrow. Outraged shouts echoed through the stadium. Get the Li family out of here, get them out, protest, we protest. Up in the observation deck reserved for high-ranking officials. Chief Shue's face grew dark. Li family, just what are you playing at? He Mu, standing beside him, frowned. Chief, are they planning to burn all their bridges? Chief Shue clenched his fists. I've shown them enough respect, every day I have to listen to those old fools preach about maintaining the greater good. Look at this, what greater good is there left to maintain? His voice turned sharp as he gave the order. As soon as today's matches are over, we execute the plan, target the three great families. He Mu bowed his head. Yes, chief. He acknowledged the order and immediately turned to leave. At the same time, in another meeting room, a chair was thrown against the wall. Jiming roared in fury. Do you have any idea what you're doing? You've pushed them past their limit. Across from him, Li Lishuan simply smiled calmly. He leisurely raised his wine glass. And what if I have? Did you really think you could still hide this, or that you could escape? Shi Lu let out a casual laugh. So sorry about that, my hand slipped and I killed your teammate, my bad, I forfeit. The arena fell silent, a thick wave of killing intent radiated from the other man. That was Chen Shua, leader of the Mountain Leopard squad. Chu Jing quickly stepped forward from behind to calm him. Squad leader Chen, don't be so hasty. He put out a hand, blocking the way, his face was resolute. I'll be your opponent. Shi Lu and De Sha's faces lit up with excitement. Shi Lu leaned back in his chair. Nope, this one's mine to kill, you'll have to wait. He glanced at De Sha. Besides roasted chicken and pork knuckles, the only thing that could make De Sha's IQ spike like this would be that hammer. He patted him reassuringly. Don't worry, that hammer will definitely be yours. His gaze fell to the match board, number 18, right after they're done, it's my turn in the arena. In the stands, the crowd roared to life again. It's Captain Chen of the Mountain Leopard squad, I've heard of him. The other guy is Shi Jingshan from the Li family, another powerhouse. TCH, Chen Shua's gonna lose for sure this time, he's not even in the same league as Shi Jingshan. Fight, Come on, fight, hurry up, why was that guy such a coward? Shirley glanced up at the stands, feeling a little helpless. The crowd is always so easily drawn to something new, their memories are terribly short. In the arena, the two men faced each other, their gear completely different. Qinshuo gritted his teeth. Whoosh, he charged at Chu Jing with everything he had. A sharp glint flashed in Chu Jing's eyes as he hefted his war hammer. Krakum, the hammer slammed into the ground, erupting in a massive ring of fire that sent Qinshuo flying. The power was overwhelming, he didn't even have time to react. Chu Jing scoffed with contempt, too weak. He leaped into the air. Raising the hammer high, his face an icy mask. A thin purple smoke escaped from Chu Jing's lips. War demon body, epic grade talent. Once you enter a battle-ready state, you become bloodthirsty and brutal. The stronger your emotional state, the greater your stats will be boosted. Prolonged combat will cause you to slowly lose your sanity. He immediately brought the hammer crashing down on Qinshuo's position. When the hammer lifted, the ground was shattered, but he was nowhere to be seen. Chu Jing stood frozen, bewildered. In that moment of distraction, Qinshuo suddenly appeared from behind, flipping through the air. SHK, the tip of the sword drove straight into Chu Jing's back. Clang, it didn't leave a scratch. Qinshuo was stunned, not even a scratch. In a flash, Chu Jing's eyes blazed crimson. He swung the hammer right at his face. Ptah, Qinshuo coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. He was sent flying, landing in a heap on the ground. He trembled, trying to struggle back to his feet. Chu Jing had no intention of showing mercy, he raised his hammer again. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "That's enough." Yuan Zhong, his face ashen, bellowed, "Qinshuo, I order you to surrender." Sprawled on the arena floor, Qinshuo weakly uttered, "I surrender." As soon as he finished speaking, Qinshuo was teleported away. Now, only Jing Shan remained in the arena. He tossed Qinshuo's weapon off the stage, a smug grin spreading across his face. "So, is there any other trash who isn't afraid to die? Anyone want to come up here and avenge team leader Chen and that stupid leopard of yours?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zi Luo tapped on the screen for Arena 18. FWSH, his figure materialized right in front of Jing Shan. The crowd of players stared in disbelief. Is he crazy? How dare he challenge Jing Shan? What a death wish. Another buzz went through the crowd. "Hey, that's him, he's the one who bet 20,000 gold coins before the tournament started." Not just him, his bodyguard also bet 20,000, damn, 40,000 gold coins. What kind of person even has that much money? But isn't the real question why he's challenging Jing Shan? If he dies, he loses everything. In the arena, Zi Luo summoned his weapon out of thin air. Jing Shan sneered, "Guess I'll have to break every bone in your body to teach you to stop showing off." Beneath his mask, Zi Luo's eyes went cold. Suddenly, an icy chill shot up Jing Shan's spine. An unsettling aura of killing intent radiated from Zi Luo. The color drained from his face, and he instinctively took a step back. "No," Jing Shan snapped himself out of it, "if I retreat any further, I'll lose my will to fight, I'll lose." He gritted his teeth, time to go all out. Clutching his axe, Jing Shan roared and lunged forward. As he closed in, he raised his axe and bellowed, unleashing his blood-colored armament technique. All eyes were fixed on the arena, the crowd holding its breath. Clang, Zi Luo effortlessly blocked the attack with a single swing of his sword. With a flick of his wrist, the axe flew from Jing Shan's grasp, spinning through the air before embedding itself deep in the arena floor behind him. Disarmed, Jing Shan completely lost his composure. He rushed forward in a frenzy, his hands empty. "You're courting death." But his body was instantly diced into several pieces. Zi Luo turned his back, nonchalantly flicking the blood from his sword. Behind him, pieces of Jing Shan's body tumbled to the ground. Splat, and just like that, what was left of Jing Shan collapsed to the ground. The stands fell completely silent, then erupted. This can't be real, am I dreaming? To think someone that powerful could be killed just like that. Just how strong is he to create a gap that massive? This wasn't even a fair fight theory on completely different levels. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Wait!" He shot to his feet, pointing a trembling finger at the stage. "Whoa, everybody, look!" In the arena, Zi Luo smiled as he slowly took off his mask. "Look at his player info, quick!" A system panel appeared above Zi Luo's head. Nickname, Zi Luo, Class, Armorer, Title, Worldly Unrivaled, Level, 22. In the middle of the arena, he introduced himself confidently. "My name is Zi Luo." His eyes swept across the crowd below, calculating. "I always settle my scores," he thought to himself. "After I beat Shi Jingshan, it's only a matter of time before someone figures out who I am, better to get ahead of it." Seeing everyone's reaction, a mysterious smile touched his lips. The effect was even better than he'd expected. "Li family, are you ready to face my revenge?" From the stands, Chief Shui watched Zi Luo intently, his arms crossed. That declaration, "I always settle my scores," had ignited a new spark of hope within him. It seemed the odds of winning against the three great families had just gone up. Down below, the other players began to whisper amongst themselves. "Did you hear? News just came from the sports palace that my idol is going after the Li family." "No kidding, I was just about to join the Li family's recruitment drive, but there's no way I'm going now." "Me neither, who gives a damn about the Li family, they're nothing compared to him." In a hidden corner, another player whispered a prayer. "Oh, great Lord Zi Luo, please bless me with 2 more equipment drops today." At the same time, at the Li family residence, the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Jiming slammed his hand on the arm of his chair in a rage. He turned to interrogate Li Lishuan while the head of the Yun family sat beside them in silent contemplation. "Li Lishuan, is this the surprise you were talking about?" "Yeah, it's a huge surprise, all right." Jiming was still seething. "Pissing off the officials wasn't enough for you, now you've added Zi Luo to the mix. If you want to die so badly, do you have to drag us down with you?" At that, the Yun family head finally spoke, his eyes sharp. "Well done, Li Lishuan, weren't we just discussing how to bring Zi Luo over to our side?" He glanced away. "And you went and shoved him straight into the enemy's camp." Hearing this, Li Lishuan stammered out an explanation. There's no need to rush, right now, Zi Luo is just one person. He can't make that many waves. Our main priority at this stage is dealing with the officials." Li Lishuan frowned, thinking in frustration, how the hell was I supposed to know that lunatic would show up out of nowhere and declare war on my family? Could Haobua have made an enemy of him somewhere? He tried to placate the other two. "I've already arranged for enough people inside the sports palace to create chaos. As soon as the tournament's qualifying round is over, we'll immediately return and reorganize our forces, so don't worry, at this stage, the officials are too preoccupied to deal with us." Jiming dropped heavily into his chair. "I'll trust you one more time. Zi Luo is your problem to handle, the Yun family wants no part of this." The head of the Yun family added, "We're in a tough spot too, brotherly, we've sacrificed our entire family's interests to support you, the Yun family has done the same, don't let us down." Li Lishuan immediately swore, "Of course." Back at the sports palace, Zi Luo stood arrogantly on the stage, a massive hammer in his hand. Its information panel appeared. "Blood Demon Maul, Silver Grade Equipment, Accursed Alloy Great Hammer, please handle with extreme care. Attributes, Strength +5, Constitution +3, Spirit -5, the longer it is held, the more chaotic the user's mental state becomes, potentially leading to a complete loss of reason. Bloodthirst ability. Killing an opponent adds 1 stack of a blood essence mark to the hammer's surface, each stack increases damage dealt by 2%, can be stacked up to a maximum of 15 times. Conduction, skills cast using this hammer have their power increased by 20%, Zi Luo thought with satisfaction, perfect for big dummy. Next, he examined another item, a bracelet, mana bracelet, silver-grade equipment. The user's hand can continuously replenish energy, providing a timely supplement to spiritual power, attributes, spirit +3, current stored spirit, 20/100, equipment type, mana system equipment. Zi Luo's mood brightened, a common but extremely useful piece of gear. Finishing his thoughts, Zi Luo quietly pulled a chair out of his inventory space and casually sat down in the middle of the arena, ignoring the hundreds of eyes fixed on him. He glanced over at the adjacent arena, where another match was underway. Instantly, the information panel for one of the two opponents appeared. Basic information, nickname, Li Er, warrior of the Li family, class, beast tamer, can summon wild beasts to aid in combat, title, none, level, 16, second in command of the Li family's death squad, a warrior trained by the Li family since childhood and one of their top experts in the capital region. His strength is second only to Shi Jingshan. Specializes in close combat, beast tamer, a summoner-type class, can summon beasts to assist in battle. The type of beast summon depends on the player's spiritual power. In the early stages, the class is relatively weak when spiritual power is insufficient. In the later stages, high spiritual power allows the summoning of a large number of beasts to swarm enemies. Observing the battle from a distance, Zi Luo murmured, Li Er, so this is the Li family's Tianji horse racing strategy, using him to take out the official's weaker players. He rested his chin on his hand, wondering, what is the Li family really planning? Down in the arena, the player from the official faction charged forward. Li Er immediately summoned a spirit beast. Just as his opponent's sword came slashing down, Li Er pulled his own sword from his inventory, blocking the blow just in time. Though he was knocked back, a sly grin spread across his face as the newly summoned spirit beast appeared from behind, seizing the opportunity to attack the official's player. Just as Li Er's spirit beast lunged, the official's fighter swung his sword and sent it flying. Seizing that moment, Li Er immediately unleashed his technique. Countless tendrils of black bone shot out from the dark fog, enveloping his opponent's head and robbing him of his sight. Disoriented, the man could only swing his sword wildly at nothing. As the fog cleared, Li Er appeared right behind him, a single, clean slash, and his opponent's body collapsed to the ground. Li Er nonchalantly kicked the corpse aside, looking annoyed as he blamed Zi Luo for killing Shi Jingshan and putting their side at a disadvantage. His actions and words enraged the entire audience. Nearby, Yuan Zhong gritted his teeth in anger and slammed his fist into a wall, cracking it. Just then, Yuan Zhong noticed a figure step onto Li Er's fighting stage. It was Danak. This guy's got some nerve, challenging Li Er, he thought. As for Li Er, he just smirked contemptuously at the newcomer, Zi Luo, sending your lackey to kill me. With that, he summoned a giant bear. In that case, I'll gladly take this subordinate of yours off your hands. Li Er had no idea that Danak was merely a puppet, his consciousness controlled by Lin Zi Luo from afar. The bear roared and charged, sending Danak flying. Li Er turned to the adjacent stage where Zi Luo was watching with a casual air. Zi Luo, this underling of yours, he sneered, raising his middle finger, is pathetic. Caught between the bear and a wolf, Danak was trembling visibly. The wolf seized the opportunity and lunged, but in his panic, Danak slipped. His clumsy attempt to regain balance accidentally turned into a devastating kick, launching the wolf into the air. Without missing a beat, Danak used his momentum to charge straight at the bear. A loud explosion erupted, shattering a corner of the stage right before Li Er's eyes. Li Er's face went pale as he realized his opponent had been hiding his true strength the entire time. Trembling, he raised his hand to surrender. "Aye, sir." Danak didn't give him a chance to finish. A single kick sent Li Er flying, tumbling through the air. A system prompt appeared, "Surrender, no." Li Er desperately reached for the surrender button, but Danak was already there, bringing a hammer down and crushing his hand. A blood-curdling scream, and then Li Er's head flew from his shoulders. At the same moment, a faint wisp of smoke escaped Danak's body. Lin Ziluo had released his control. His mask vanished, revealing Danak scratching his head with a goofy grin. Nickname, Danak class, Overlord title, Zombie Butcher level, 17. The moment the info panel appeared, the entire stadium erupted. Oh my god, that's Danak, the 5th-ranked player on the Dragon Country leaderboard. No wonder they call him the Great Ziluo. Even his lackey is a legend. Wah, I want to be the Great Ziluo's lackey too. I'm not asking for much, just a spot in the top 10, so it was Danak. That explains why a powerhouse like Li Er got completely steamrolled. On the adjacent stage, Ziluo calmly watched everything unfold, tapping his foot. He leaned back in his chair, satisfied, counting Rongzhan from before and Shi Jingshan today. The Li family had now lost 2 of its future titans. All that was left was Li Yikong, alone in the capital. Ziluo let out a long, bored yawn. The Li family pissed off the military. Their future is basically over. His gaze drifted absently to the other arenas. Some fighters were still exchanging blows, while in other rings, contenders had already struck each other down without hesitation. In yet another arena, 2 girls held their weapons, trembling as they faced each other. One of them stammered, Please, don't come any closer." Just then, a system announcement echoed through the venue. The preliminary stage of the capital's individual combat power tournament has officially concluded. Out of 1,546 participants, a total of 32 have advanced. The advancing contestants are Zhang Yuanzhong, Ziluo, Danak, Bai Tian. The list continued. All advancing contestants, please proceed to the combat preparation area to save your current attribute data. The final tournament will be held tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon. We welcome all spectators to attend. The crowd around them began to murmur, so it's over. But Ziluo paid them no mind, his attention fixed on the information panel. He rubbed his chin, doing a quick mental calculation. 14 from the military, 10 from the En and Yun families combined, and the last 6 from unknown factions, a far cry from the Li family's dominance in the tournament in his past life. Their influence had clearly tanked. The Li family's fall is even more pathetic than I thought. Danak suddenly popped up behind him, drooling as he asked, where's my new hammer? Ziluo pulled the new hammer from his storage space. Danak glanced at the old one in his hands with a hint of regret, but he still reached out eagerly for the new weapon. He hugged it tightly to his chest and roared with delight, "Ga, ga, ga, my new hammer." Ziluo just stood there, completely speechless. A short while later, he followed the signs to the data storage room. An announcement played, "Players, please enter the small room ahead to save your data." He pushed the door open and stepped inside. In the center of the room was a glowing sphere of light. Without hesitating, Ziluo walked up and placed his hand on it. The system's voice immediately rang out, "Congratulations, player Ziluo, data save successful. All matches in the final tournament will be based on the data recorded at this time. Player Ziluo, you may now leave." Just as he turned to leave, another notification panel materialized before him, detecting that the host has successfully advanced to the final round of the capital's individual combat power tournament, issuing special quest, "The capital's greatest." Ziluo's interest was piqued, and he read on, "Quest requirement. Achieve first place in the capital's individual combat power tournament. Quest reward, 1 random golden finger system draw, and 1 piece of silver grade equipment. Time limit, none. The system continued to explain, "The golden finger system assigns quests and determines rewards by assessing the difficulty relative to the host's own capabilities. Based on our assessment, the difficulty for the host to become the capital's greatest is considered child's play. Therefore, the quest rewards are relatively low." Hearing this, Ziluo just smirked, tapped accept quest, and strolled out of the room. The moment he stepped out the door, he found someone waiting for him. "Hello, Ziluo, I'm with the capital's first army." Ziluo cut him off coldly, "General Zhang, spare me the introduction, believe me, I know you far better than you could possibly imagine, if you have business with me, get to the point. Yuanzhong faltered, right, there are two matters I need to discuss. First, with the advent of this apocalypse game, our nation is facing a crisis. We are in desperate need of powerful fighters like you to serve the country. If you agree to join us, we're prepared to offer. Ziluo turned away, cutting him off again, his patience clearly worn thin. General Zhang, if you're just going to waste my time, then let's not speak at all, it would be better for both of us, don't you think? Sweat beaded on Yuanzhong's brow as he rushed to the point. Chief Shui is very impressed with your talents, he wants to meet you. At this, Ziluo finally smiled. So that's what this is about. Relieved by his change in demeanor, Yuanzhong leaned in closer, he glanced around cautiously before whispering, the thing is, the military needs to move against the three great families, and we want to work with you, can we talk for a moment? Ziluo leads Yuanzhong to a room, he waits patiently until the other players have all left. The moment the door clicks shut, Ziluo turns to him. So, what kind of cooperation are we talking about? The officials have wanted to make a move on the three great families for a long time, Yuanzhong begins to explain, resting his chin on his hand. But before the apocalypse, they were too powerful, they had high-level leaders from every nation in their pocket. Moving against them would have triggered social chaos and a political crisis at the highest levels. Ziluo's patience wears thin, he cuts him off with a frown. I already know all of this, tell me something I don't. After the apocalypse, many of the leaders they controlled turned into zombies, that removed a lot of their obstacles. Yuanzhong quickly continues, but the situation is unstable right now. The officials' main focus is on establishing the capital safe zone and clearing out zombies. However, everything the Li family did today has thoroughly enraged them, so they decided to activate their plan against the three great families. Ziluo cut straight to the point, and they want me, as Ziluo, to help you recruit players to target the Li family. A look of delight spreads across Yuanzhong's face. Exactly, and the officials will back you up. If the Li family resorts to force, we hope you'll lend us your strength. As for what's in it for you, we can help you get your revenge. Ziluo pretends to think it over. But a moment later, he flatly refuses. No deal, you're all too slow. Yuanzhong is stunned. What? Facing the man's shocked expression, Ziluo puts his hands on his hips and lays out his own terms. General Zhang, I see your sincerity. How about this? Go ask your superiors, tell them I can wipe out the Li family in a quarter of the time, and with minimal losses, then you can tell me what kind of reward you're prepared to offer. A quarter of the time, Yuanzhong repeats, bewildered. Ziluo turns as if to leave. That's right, General Zhang, I'll be waiting to hear from you. After a few steps, he suddenly looks back over his shoulder with a smile. I only give this chance to people I trust. With that, Ziluo calls to Danak and they leave, leaving Yuanzhong standing there, still in a daze. Let's go, Danak. The moment he steps outside, Ziluo is met with a scene of chaos. Droves of players are running past in a panic, shouting as they go. The corner of the city wall in the southeast sector has collapsed. We need all available personnel there for defense. Now, a huge horde of zombies is breaking through from the southeast. Everyone, get over there and stop them from entering the safe zone. He watches two people in front of him talking as they run. Every zombie you kill is logged for contribution, and you can collect a 50% commission for it. Another person rushes by, shouting. If you can go, then go, it's a great chance to earn some gold coins. Ziluo watches them with a frown, not noticing someone charging toward him from behind. With lightning-fast reflexes, he reaches out and grabs the guy, caught so abruptly, the man spins around angrily. Why don't you go yourself? But the moment he sees who grabbed him, his face drains of color. The great Ziluo. The man quickly waves his hands, stammering, Gee, great Ziluo, I'm a fan, but some things are, kinda classified, so, before he can finish, another voice cuts in, it's fine. Yuanzhong steps up from behind them. I'd like to hear this as well. Seeing him, the player is even more shocked and quickly stands at attention to salute General Zhang. He immediately gives his report, reporting, General Zhang, right after the conference ended, our commanding officer ordered us to intercept the head of the Li family, but before we could even find him, a fight broke out at the entrance to the sports palace, and the whole place descended into chaos. Zi Luo asks, and, the man continues, we barely managed to get the chaos under control, but by then, the Li family was already gone. We were about to give chase when we got a report from the city wall, saying the section the Li family was in charge of had suddenly collapsed. Zi Luo listens in silence. On top of that, a huge number of zombies poured in after the wall fell. We had no choice but to shift our focus and gather manpower to deal with the zombies entering the safe zone first. Hearing this, Zi Luo can't help but sigh to himself, just as I'd expect from the head of the Li family, utterly ruthless. He quickly pieces it together. The Li family dared to provoke the military at the individual combat tournament because their leader had an escape route planned all along. Whether his scheme succeeded or not, he could get away scot-free. The lives of others simply weren't part of his calculations. Just then, Zi Luo speaks up, snapping Yuan Zhong out of his daze. General Zhang. He gazes at the stream of people rushing toward the city wall and offers his conclusion. It's likely the entire Li family has already escaped. Zhang Yuanzhong frowned, his gaze filled with suspicion as he looked at Lin Zile. What's that supposed to mean? But Lin Zile didn't answer right away. He remained silent for a moment, as if assessing the situation. Sensing it wasn't the right time to go into detail, he turned to Zhang Yuanzhong and made a suggestion. You should send someone to check on the head of the Li family right now. You might find something unexpected. Hearing this, Zhang Yuanzhong immediately gave an order to his subordinate, then turned to warn Lin Zile, don't make any sudden moves, and stay away from the head of the Li family for now. Wait for my word, / you got it, Lin Zile replied readily. Immediately after, Zhang Yuanzhong led a few soldiers away. Seeing that the opportunity had been passed on to someone else, Lin Zile turned and left as well. Guess I'll pass on this chance to earn some gold coins. He strolled into the bustling city center, where tall, gilded buildings shimmered and shops lined the streets, displaying all kinds of silks and brocades. On the busy street, a crowd had gathered by the roadside, their excited chatter filling the air. As Lin Zile got closer, he could make out their conversation. Dude, let me tell you, the great Yazi is just so damn cool. That black robe of his gives off this serious vibe, and his demon mask, while a bit over the top, looks completely sinister. That presence, that posture. I almost dropped to my knees and worshipped him right there, / holy crap, my heart can't take it, and here I thought it was just gonna be a normal match, / no way, I am absolutely going to the finals, / wait, isn't Yazi in Shanghai, are you messing with us? To prove his point, the young man who had been speaking turned and randomly pointed at the nearest passerby who was none other than Lin Zile. Look, I'll just grab some random guy and ask him. So, take a look at this guy, does he look anything like the hero of your story, the great Yazi? The moment he saw Lin Zile, one of the guys in the group froze, stammering to his friends, That's him, that's the great Yazi. With that, he hurriedly dragged his friends away. Don't stare at him, if the great Yazi notices you, you'll lose your head in one slash. Lin Zile had no idea what was going on, but he didn't much care. He walked right past the group of people cowering in fear. Only after his figure had disappeared from sight did they dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Ahead, a massive building came into view. It was covered entirely in a brilliant gold, exuding an aura of nobility. This was the capital store. As soon as he arrived, Lin Zile was greeted with a warm and eager reception. However, beneath their enthusiasm lay a clear sense of awe and fear. They were terrified not only of his personal strength, but also of the immense power he had behind him. Looks like I'll have to teach Danak to be a little more civilized in the future, just to return the welcome. He thought to himself, then turned to the representative and gave a slight nod. Thanks, / the man was instantly flustered. The great master spoke to me. With that said, Lin Zile walked inside. The moment he stepped through the door, a mechanical system voice rang out, Dear player Yazi, welcome to the capital store. At the same time, a list of equipment appeared before his eyes. Looking at the prices, he couldn't help but frown. Why is everything here more expensive than in Shanghai, the system immediately replied, due to differences in area, player population, zombie strength, and various other factors, item prices will vary from store to store. He inwardly regretted not having stockpiled more gold coins. Then again, the officials and the three great families are footing the bill for this anyway, might as well grab a Shanghai uniform and insignia for Danak while I'm at it. Without a second thought, he confirmed the purchase. A series of necessary items were successfully purchased, accompanied by a constant stream of system notifications. His shopping complete, Lin Zile stepped outside. Night had already fallen. Unable to hide his exhaustion, he stretched and pulled out his device to check the time. 10 p.m. already. Night fell, a sly smile played on Lin Ziluo's lips. He nudged Danak. Come on, big dummy, let's go get some chicken feet. The two of them strode casually past a pair of police officers on duty. Don't you know people can't be out at night? I'm talking a fine and jail time. You're in serious trouble, buddy. The two figures had just walked past. The blonde-haired officer suddenly froze. He whipped his head around in a panic, slapping his partner on the back of the head. Did you not see who that was? Ow, what the hell, are you nuts? That was Yazzie, I didn't see anything, no one was here, absolutely no one. The corner of Lin Ziluo's mouth simply curled up as he walked on, paying them no mind. Meanwhile, at the infamily manor. Crash. The room's furnishings went flying, and Jiming, face flushed with rage, panted heavily. Li Lishuan set me up, he had his escape all planned out and then threw me to the wolves to deal with the officials. He spun around, glaring at his trembling subordinates. When we allied with the Li family, every single one of you was talking a big game. Why are you all so quiet now, huh? His fury boiled over, and Jiming lunged forward, grabbing a subordinate by the collar and hoisting him into the air. So how do we deal with the officials now? Tell me, aren't you supposed to be the infamily's advisory council? Cat got your tongue, huh. Just as the tension in the room was about to snap, a maid timidly entered. Master, Yazzie is here to see you. And Jiming froze. He dropped the subordinate to the floor. What, Yazzie? Impossible, he has a grudge against the Li family, not me. Why would he come looking for me? The maid's voice trembled. He said the infamily is about to fall, and asked if you still want to keep it afloat. And Jiming was silent for a moment, his anger gradually subsiding. He waved his hand. Show him in, and have someone clean up this meeting room, yes, master, let's see what kind of game he's playing. A short while later, in the reception hall, and Jiming sat on a chair, arrogantly propping his feet up on the table. Master, I've brought him. Lin Ziluo walked in, a knowing smile on his face. Masterin, you're quite the cautious one, you've got plenty of highs set up. I see you're not lacking in life-saving artifacts either. And Jiming cut straight to the point. As I recall, the infamily has no quarrel with the renowned Yazzie. Why have you come to my home at a time like this? Lin Ziluo shrugged. I have no quarrel with you, but your family has a quarrel with the Li family. And Jiming's gaze turned as sharp as ice. Yazzie, if you're here to drive a wedge between the En and Li families, then you can see yourself out, you misunderstand, I'm here for someone. Lin Ziluo continued. The person currently in charge of your family's food and drink, his name is Pan Gao-chi, correct? At the mention of that name, the arrogant smirk on Jiming's face vanished. Jiming frowned, thinking of the man. He'd been with the infamily for decades, always swift and efficient. He'd never even made a mistake with something as simple as a meal. Could it be? He suppressed his doubts, trying to remain calm. You don't suspect he's a spy from the Li family, do you? Perhaps you don't fully understand the inner workings of our three great families. Lin Zile replied nonchalantly. The inner workings of your secret brainwashing art, You mean the one where you use a special drug on a person from birth, then subject them to a certain dark ritual to cultivate a warrior who's absolutely loyal to the family. Jiming froze, staring at him in shock, as if he'd read his mind. Lin Zile continued, his tone unchanged. How I know isn't important, what's important is where you got this secret art of yours. Jiming's brow furrowed. This art has always been a secret passed down within the three great families. How could he possibly know? He growled, why should I tell you? Lin Zile seemed completely unconcerned by his attitude. It doesn't matter if you tell me or not. Now, press 3 fingers below your abdomen, then place them over your heart and tap gently 4 times. Though a part of him wanted to dismiss the absurd words, a powerful curiosity took over, and Jiming found himself complying. He placed his hand on his abdomen, then over his heart, and tapped lightly. Instantly, a piercing pain shot through him, and fresh blood poured from his mouth. Jiming trembled, a cold dread washing over him as he stammered in a panic, this can't be, this is absolutely impossible, how could this happen? Lin Zile stared him down, his voice hardening. You bought this secret art from the Li family. There's nothing wrong with the art itself, but the Li family also has a secret technique to control those who've been brainwashed. Now that would be a problem, wouldn't it? Jiming covered his mouth, trying to stifle a cough, but his voice still trembled. How is that possible? We've used this art for hundreds of years without a single issue. How could it turn out like this? It's absolutely impossible. Lin Zile watched him in silence as memories from his past life flooded his mind. In that life, Jiming had also been the head of the En family. It wasn't until the end of the apocalypse that he became a great Earth Archmage, finally breaking free from the Li family's control. But by then, it was far too late. The majority of the En family's power had already fallen into the Li family's hands. His wife and children were also taken hostage. In the end, Jiming had no choice but to continue serving his enemies. This time, I won't let that happen. Jiming has a rare talent for magic, he's worth recruiting. Wiping the blood from his lips, Jiming looked up, his gaze transformed. So what's wrong with my body? How long do I have left? You'll have to ask the Li family that, Lin Zile replied. They might even have an antidote. How long you live depends on when you can get it from them. Jiming took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. My business is none of your concern, you can go now. I have another big business deal for you, Lin Zile said, ignoring the dismissal. You don't really think Pan Gaoji was the only person the Li family was controlling, do you? Jiming narrowed his eyes. What are you getting at? Lin Zile slowly placed a sheet of paper on the table. This list may not include everyone the Li family has planted, but I guarantee every name on it is the absolute truth. Jiming stared at the paper, his voice low. What do you want? Bottom line, 200,000 gold coins. What? Jiming slammed his hand on the table, roaring with fury. 200,000 gold coins, why don't you just rob me? Lin Zile asked calmly, then how much can you offer me? Jiming gritted his teeth. 80,000, not a coin more. In response to his anger, Lin Zile only offered a cold smile. The scene shifts. Lin Ziluo stands with his arms crossed, a sly look on his face as he glances at the man across from him. 80,000 won't cut it. There's someone else involved who could seriously impact your and family supplies. If that happens, your losses will be far greater than just 80,000. The man, Li Lishuan, slams one hand on the table, panicking. 100,000, that's my absolute max, not a penny more. A satisfied grin spreads across Lin Ziluo's face as he slams his hand down, sealing the deal. Business concluded. He shoves his hands in his pockets and casually strolls out, leaving a pale-faced Li Lishuan behind. The scene changes to a building set against a deep crimson sky. Inside, someone is unrolling a fire element scroll. Lin Ziluo holds up the scroll, examining the characters written across its surface. Scroll of the Fire Vow, a single-use, bronze tier scroll, it harnesses the power of flame to forge a pact with a weapon, imbuing it with fire properties for more effective attacks. Once used, the weapon can be wreathed in flames, enhancing the power of each strike and applying a burning effect. He unfurls the scroll completely, holding it high. Instantly, the scroll expands like a giant tapestry. Lin Ziluo sits upon it, channeling his energy as great torrents of fire swirl around him. Time passes. By noon the next day, the sky is bright and clear. Lin Ziluo lets out a long breath. A system notification appears. Congratulations, player Yazi, through your special class Azure Emperor you have successfully comprehended the skill, Fire Vow. He lowers his hands and examines his skill panel. Fire Vow, a mage-type skill that consumes spiritual power to create a flame sigil. Applying the flame sigil to a weapon imbues it with fire-based attacks for a set period. The duration depends on the amount of spiritual power consumed. Without hesitation, he imbues his weapon with the Fire Vow. The moment the sword is drawn, it is engulfed in blazing red flames. The imbuement is complete. Lin Ziluo swings the sword once, flames erupt in an arc where the blade passes. He glances at a nearby table and lightly taps a corner with the tip of his sword. The wood instantly chars, leaving a large, blackened scorch mark. This skill is incredible. He stands up and calls out, "Danak, let's go, it's time for the finals." At another building, a huge crowd is gathering outside, buzzing with conversation. Think we'll get to see Yazi today, / dude, you haven't heard, last night, some guy just glanced at Yazi and had his eyes gouged out. If you see him, you absolutely cannot look him in the eye. Inside the building is the tournament hall. The announcer's voice booms, "Will all finalists please proceed to the briefing room immediately to review yesterday's preliminary round attributes." The scene cuts to the competitors' area. Lin Ziluo is looking outside when he hears his name called, Yazi. Zhang Yuanzhong approaches from behind. "I've relayed your request to the leadership, they'd like to meet with you after the combat power tournament is over." Lin Ziluo turns and smiles. "Of course, I'll be counting on you then, General Zhang." Inside, he was already calculating this was the perfect chance to exploit the officials' weakness and squeeze some benefits out of them. He walks up to a blue orb and places his hand on it. A red panel immediately appears beside it, scanning his information. A moment later, the match rules appear on the panel. Lin Ziluo scans them with a confident expression. As the teleportation sequence activates, he braces himself for the upcoming battle. He's transported to the competitors' lounge, where Zhang Yuanzhong and Danak are also waiting. Outside in the arena, the combat zones are set up for each pair of fighters. The announcer's voice rings out again, "Player Yazi, your match number is 001, please begin the draw for your first round opponent." Lin Ziluo, his expression calm, presses the draw button. The number 013 appears before him. "Congratulations, player Yazi, your draw is complete, your opponent's number is 013. With a focused gaze, he presses the red button on the display. A smirk plays on his lips, completely devoid of worry. The light of the teleport faded, and Lin Ziluo confidently summoned his weapon, his eyes fixed on his opponent in eager anticipation. A sinister-looking man appeared, brandishing a blade. "This dagger of mine," he threatened, "is coated in poison." Lin Ziluo just smiled. A few seconds later, his opponent's face went pale, sweat pouring down like rain. Trembling, he stammered out a name before slamming his head to the ground. "Lord Yasye, I surrender." Lin Ziluo was stunned. Just then, a system notification popped up. "Congratulations to number 001 for defeating number 003, earning 2 accumulated points." Sword in hand, he glanced down at the stands, where the crowd was buzzing with discussion. One man said, "I yelled, 'Surrender,' a tenth of a second faster than you, proves my reaction time is better." The guy next to him burst out laughing. What's the point of being fast? My surrender shout was 12 decibels louder than yours. I had more spirit. Lord Yasye will definitely remember me." After speaking, they both looked toward a slickly dressed man. he stroked his chin confidently. "You're both wrong, I used my deepest, most resonant voice when I surrendered. Didn't you see all the female spectators swooning over me?" Listening to the conversation in the stands, Lin Ziluo was utterly speechless. The midday sun beat down, he was getting bored of waiting, just wishing the next match would start already. Finally, a new duel caught his attention. In the arena, Zhang Yuanzhong was calmly facing off against a member of the Li family, sword in hand. Lin Ziluo immediately pulled up the system interface to check the man's information. Zhang Yuanzhong, /level, 18, /title, Zhongren Qi Shang, /base stats, strength 60, spirit 60, constitution 55, agility 40, /class, war soul, can only be inherited by players with true devotion to the military and immense strength. Class abilities, /1, war soul's unity, the more allies from the same faction are nearby, the greater the stat increase, can grant a portion of stats to allies once a certain number is reached, with a chance to trigger an enhanced effect, /2, undying war soul, upon activation, enter an immortal state, mitigating all incoming damage and greatly increasing willpower. However, after the state ends, all mitigated damage will be dealt to the body at once, /talent, formidable physique, deep awareness of one's own body. When targeted by a suppression skill, the suppression effect is weakened by 30%, and its duration is shortened by 50%. Skills, floating triple strike, earth-shattering blade, war soul's blessing, war soul muster, /big dummy's agility and spirit are lower, Lin Ziluo thought, but their overall stats aren't that far apart. This is a winnable fight. The moment the thought crossed his mind, Zhang Yuanzhong charged forward, his energy-infused sword slashing straight at Big Dummy. Big Dummy immediately raised his war hammer to block the blow. Watching them clash, Lin Ziluo was suddenly lost in a memory. If the Li family hadn't played dirty in his past life, Shi Jingshan and Li Er might not have been able to defeat Zhang Yuanzhong. In the arena, Zhang Yuanzhong pressed his lips together and swung his sword, unleashing his earth-shattering blade skill. Big Dummy couldn't withstand the force and stumbled, crashing to the ground. But he quickly pushed himself back up, planting his feet firmly. Zhang Yuanzhong was a little exasperated, as expected of one of Yixie's subordinates. He thought, he's 2 levels lower than me, yet he still took my earth-shattering blade head-on. He frowned, his resolve hardening. I absolutely cannot lose, my future in the military depends on this. Just then, Zhang Yuanzhong noticed something strange about his opponent. It turned out Big Dummy was receiving instructions from Lin Ziluo. From the stands, Lin Ziluo had used a telepathy skill. If you can't beat Zhang Yuanzhong, you won't get any roasted chicken or pork knuckle for 3 days. Hearing this, Big Dummy's eyes suddenly lit up with a fiery glow. His face twisted in rage, and he let out a deafening roar. Arg, unforgivable. The surrounding energy rapidly converged into Big Dummy's war hammer. With another roar, he leaped high into the air, bringing the massive hammer crashing down. Zhang Yuanzhong hastily brought his sword up to block, his face contorting from the sheer force of the impact. Zhang Yuanzhong quickly dodged aside, letting the hammer slam into the arena floor and carve out a deep crater. Instantly, he activated his war soul's blessing. While active, he would mitigate 20% of all incoming damage, his stamina and spirit recovery would increase by 20%, and his next attack would grant him 1 instance of damage immunity. The duration depended on the amount of spirit consumed. Empowered by the skill, Zhang Yuanzhong charged forward with his sword. He had just gathered his power for a strike when Big Dummy's war hammer slammed right into him, sending him flying. Zhang Yuanzhong struggled to his feet, using his sword for support. A trickle of blood ran from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away, his eyes turning ice-cold as he let out a sharp laugh. A powerful surge of energy erupted from him, quickly coalescing into a majestic suit of armor that enveloped his body. Zhang Yuanzhong drew his sword back and raised his head with confidence. Skill, war soul manifest. Behind Zhang Yuanzhong, an army of phantom soldiers materialized. A truly impressive skill. He took a battle stance, ready to fight. Watching this unfold, Lin Xiao's jaw dropped in shock. Oh my god, I remember in my past life, Zhang Yuanzhong used the Chi Fa army soul to crush a level 80 plus zombie creature just one step away from becoming a zombie king. I can't believe I'm seeing the primary form of the Chi Fa army soul in this life. Danak showed no fear, he let out a ferocious roar. And stomped his foot, shattering the stone floor beneath him. His eyes burning with killing intent, he swung his axe and charged straight at Zhang Yuanzhong. Seeing his opponent rush in, Zhang Yuanzhong scowled, gritted his teeth, and immediately unleashed a counterattack, floating triple strike. Flames erupted from his skill, resulting in a fiery, explosive collision. A blinding light flared, washing out the scene. The astonished crowd cried out, shielding their eyes. When the light faded, the air around the arena was thick with fiery dust and smoke. Zhang Yuanzhong was a wreck, covered in blood, his eyes squeezed shut in pain. Across from him, Danak was in no better shape, his eyes were wide with shock, blood streamed down his face, and he was clearly struggling. But he quickly regained his senses and staggered to his feet. Just then, the system's voice echoed, Contestant 003 defeats Contestant 024, earning 2 points, / next match, Contestant 001 versus Contestant 029. Danak stood tall and proud, while his opponent was still struggling to get up. Zhang Yuanzhong pressed his lips together, using his sword as a crutch to force himself up. Seeing this, Danak just looked at him and gave a goofy grin. Cheers erupted from the stands. Now that's a real fight, a battle between titans, / my god, compared to them, I feel like a total loser. A true competition is about risking it all, using your own strength to win, not about picking on weaker opponents and killing them just because you can, / yeah, well said, well said. General Zhang is incredible, Danak is amazing, Lin Xiao watched the scene with a satisfied smile. Both Danak and Zhang Yuanzhong were taken to the medical room. Zhang Yuanzhong looked at the doctor and shook his head. Check on brother Danak first, I can wait, / the doctor nodded immediately. Yes, General. At the same time, Lin Xiao politely declined with a smile. Thank you, General Zhang, but there's no need. / Zhang Yuanzhong was confused. Why not, are you worried about the cost of supplies? Lin Xiao glanced at Danak and replied cheerfully, it's alright, we have enough medicine of our own, besides, because of his class, Danak's constitution is a bit special, all he really needs is some nutritional supplements. Zhang Yuanzhong accepted this. Is that so? Well, if you need anything at all, just let me know, / Lin Xiao gave him a thumbs up. No problem. He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, are you kidding me, if they treat him, they'll find out Danak is a zombie. Suddenly, the system's voice boomed across the entire city. Attention, players of the capital city, attention, players of the capital city, / the capital city individual combat tournament has officially concluded. The system announced, player ranked first on the capital city combat power leaderboard, Yazi, based on the city's combined strength, reward is 1 set of superior gold-grade equipment, a large sum of gold coins, experience, and prestige. Player ranked second on the capital city combat power leaderboard, Danak, based on the city's combined strength, reward is 2 sets of silver-grade equipment. Player ranked third on the combat power leaderboard, Zhang Yuanzhong. Below the stage, the crowd erupted into lively discussion. Just as expected, the great Yazi took first place, / another person chimed in. Well, that's obvious, but I really didn't expect Danak to take second. I feel bad for General Zhang, / the person next to them snorted. Danak is one of Lord Yazi's men, it's not that surprising he's so strong, is it? Check out that gold-grade gear, there's only one other set like it on the equipment rankings, and now the great Yazi has another, / the other person agreed. What's gold-grade? I mean, I don't have any, but Yazi already has 2 diamond-grade sets, the Tong Fu and the Blade of Jiuli. They chatted and laughed, completely unaware of a shadowy figure watching them silently from behind. The figure lowered their head, pulling their hood down to hide their face. Li Lishuan covered his face and slammed his fist into the wall in a rage. With his other hand, he pulled the brim of his hat down lower, screaming in his mind, "Damn that Yazai, and that giant fool." His eyes burned with resentment. If it weren't for those two nobodies showing up out of nowhere, the Li family would be the ones everyone was talking about and admiring right now. Suddenly, Li Lishuan flinched, realizing a few curious gazes had fallen on him. What's going on?" Noticing he'd been spotted, he quickly ducked his head, tugged his hat down, and silently turned to leave. The crowd quickly forgot about the incident and went back to their lively chatter. Meanwhile, Lin Zile casually picked up a piece of food and put it in his mouth. Just then, a series of system notifications appeared before his eyes. Announcement: congratulations to player Yazai for achieving first place in the capital's individual combat power tournament. Lin Zile stared at the screen, watching the system roll for an elite gold grade item. Instantly, a flood of notifications followed. Congratulations to player Yazai for obtaining a gold grade item. Congratulations to player Yazai for obtaining 5,000 experience points. The text kept scrolling. Congratulations to player Yazai for reaching level 23, all stats +3, and receiving 5 free attribute points. Congratulations to player Yazai for obtaining 2,000 gold coins and 500 reputation points. Lin Zile couldn't hide his excitement. First place in the capital's individual combat power tournament, the rewards are this loaded. His eyes were glued to the item information panel: boots of flashing, gold-grade equipment, battle boots imbued with spatial power, an item many heroes could only dream of possessing. Attributes: agility +5, spirit +5, increases movement speed by 10%, reduces footstep noise by 30%, attached skill, flash, instantly move forward a distance of 1 to 2 meters, while moving. You are immune to 90% of all incoming damage. Cooldown: 4 hours. Lin Zile was stunned. Battle boots with spatial abilities. No wonder the game labeled them as elite. He immediately opened his personal attribute panel. Before equipping the item, his stats were: strength 99, spirit 99, constitution 99, agility 89. After equipping it, his stats skyrocketed: strength 121, spirit 113, constitution 114, and agility 99. Ding! A quest notification suddenly appeared. Congratulations, host, for successfully taking first place in the capital's individual combat power tournament. Quest completed. Capital's number 1, quest reward: 1 random common golden finger, 1 silver grade item. Lin Zile smiled and, without hesitation, chose to roll for the item. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the silver grade item, Shadow Mage Gauntlets. An image of a pair of gauntlets appeared before him. Shadow Mage Gauntlets, silver grade equipment, gauntlets crafted to counter mages, a piece of equipment that gives every magic user a headache. Attributes: strength +2, constitution +2, effect, Magebane, reduces magic damage taken by 5%. Lin Zile could only give a wry smile. Another piece of the Shadow Mage set, just like the armor he was already wearing. He sighed internally. Does this golden finger system have a grudge against mages or something? Is it trying to force me to collect the whole set? He equipped the item. Congratulations to player Yazai for successfully equipping the Shadow Mage Gauntlets. 3-piece Shadow Mage set bonus activated. Shadow Mage 3-piece set bonus. All stats +2, reflects 15% of magic damage taken. A satisfied smile spread across Lin Zile's face. Hey, not bad, and this is just the 3-piece bonus. Looks like there's still a lot of room for my gear to improve. With that all settled, Lin Zile turned to the Shah, who was still busy gnawing on a chicken leg. He flashed a meaningful smile. Seeing this, the Shah just stared back blankly, his face a picture of confusion. Smack! Lin Ziluo slapped Dengu hard on the shoulder, making him jump. Dengu looked completely bewildered as he tapped on his system screen. He pouted. Silver-scaled soft gloves. Second place gets a piece of garbage like this. Dengu was at a loss for words. On the screen, a glowing gem displayed 40%. His eyes darted to the side. 2 chicken legs. Dengu stroked his chin, lost in thought. Lin Ziluo cheerfully turned to leave, beckoning to Dengu, come on, let's go get an even bigger chicken leg, I put my money on Zhang Yuanzhong, I'm about to make a cool 120,000 gold coins. The thought of using the Li family's own money to buy the medal was just too satisfying. What a steal. The two of them had just stepped outside, the street before them was bustling with noise and activity. Suddenly, a soldier rushed toward them, panting, Juggernaut, I knew I'd find you here. He skidded to a halt in front of Lin Ziluo, completely out of breath, Juggernaut, all the safe zone's leaders are in an emergency meeting right now, General Zhang sent me to bring you there. The soldier added that after the meeting, they would begin their move against the Li family. Lin Ziluo's expression remained unchanged. What happened? The soldier looked exhausted and terrified. It was the Li family, those bastards. While the tournament was underway, they sent out a few hundred of their private soldiers with over 100 slabs of raw meat. I don't know how, but they managed to lure thousands of zombies to swarm the safe zone. Lin Ziluo slipped on his mask, a cold smirk twisted his lips beneath it. What did you say? The soldier hung his head, gritting his teeth. At the time, most of the city's powerful players, including our army's top fighters, were inside the sports arena. His voice shook. No news could get in, and no one could get out. To stop the horde from reaching the half-finished city walls, they had no choice but to mobilize the external defense forces, he explained desperately. Lin Ziluo's face went dark, his eyes burning with rage. The soldier's voice cracked as he stammered. In the end, not a single zombie made it into the safe zone, but, nearly 1,000 of our brothers, every single one, they're all gone. Lin Ziluo bowed his head, deep in thought. The Li family has the means to lure a few zombies, sure, he frowned, but thousands, in such a short amount of time, there's no way the Li family could pull that off on their own. He looked up, his gaze fixed on the soldier. You said there's an emergency meeting, take me there. The soldier immediately snapped to attention. Yes, Juggernaut, please, follow me. Could it be, someone else is backing the Li family, or is there a detail I'm overlooking? Inside the emergency meeting room, the air was thick with tension. Slam, Chief Shui slammed his hand on the table. What's there to even discuss? The Li family has already shown their true colors. Today's attack was a declaration of war. He Mu spoke up cautiously. Chief, please, calm down, we're still in the middle of a discussion, aren't we? The points they're raising aren't entirely without merit. Li Keshiliu addressed Zhang Yuanzhong. He's right, old Shui, it's not that we don't want to punish the Li family, but the safe zone is in the middle of being rebuilt. Our priority has to be completing its construction. If we shift our focus to dealing with the Li family now, we'll suffer immense losses in resources and manpower. Another man nodded in agreement. Exactly, I agree. For now, we can expose the Li family's crimes and use public opinion to ruin their reputation. Once the safe zone is complete, we can move in and wipe them out in a single, decisive strike. The person beside him chimed in. That's right, Chief Shui, we must consider the bigger picture. Once the safe zone is complete, we'll have the strongest possible home base. We're only thinking of what's best for the safe zone. For all of Longwa, open war will just deplete our already limited manpower. That would be a disaster for the entire capital region. Zhang Yuanzhong shot to his feet, his entire body trembling with rage as he slammed his hands on the table again. He roared, build the safe zone. Do you really think the Li family is just going to stand by and watch us finish it? Do you think they won't pull this stunt a second time? When they do, who's going to be on the line? It'll be our soldiers, putting their lives on the line to hold the wall. His eyes blazed as he glared at each of them in turn, grinding his teeth. Consider the bigger picture. I'm dying to know, just how much did the Li family pay you to speak on their behalf? He Mu shot to his feet. General Zhang, our loyalty to Longwa is every bit as strong as yours. You can't make accusations like that. The others erupted in protest. He's right, General Zhang, you've gone too far. We're simply considering the situation from a broader perspective. Another old man sighed. General Zhang, perhaps because you spend all your time on the front lines, you're unaware of how dire our supply situation in the rear truly is. The outlook is not optimistic. Just then, a familiar voice cut through the noise from the doorway. Actually, I couldn't agree more with General Zhang. Everyone froze, all eyes snapped to the doorway. Lin Ziluo strode in, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He slams his hand on the table, his voice a low growl. We're in the middle of a critical meeting, how could you let someone just walk in here, what the hell are the guards outside doing? Another man in the room explains, that's Yazi, he just took first place in the individual combat tournament and has made quite a name for himself. You haven't been out for the past 2 days, Himu, so you wouldn't know him. Himu clenches his fist, pushing his glasses up with his other hand. I don't care if he's Yazi, this is a top secret, high-level meeting for our dragon country. Why is an outsider being allowed in? Is the entire dragon country government just compromising with anyone now? He points directly at Yazi and orders, Sure Ping, get this man out of here. Zhang Yuanzhong steps forward, placing himself in front of Yazi, his expression is perfectly calm, a stark contrast to the furious Himu. I invited Yazi here, is there a problem? Himu glares at Zhang Yuanzhong. General Zhang, you brought someone whose identity we don't even know into this meeting, don't you think that's a bit reckless? Under the mask, Yazi's expression is unreadable. Whether the general was reckless or not, I can't say, but I do know that the way you've all been handling the Li family is reckless. Yazi lifts his head, his sharp gaze locking onto Himu. Besides, you may not know who I am, but I know exactly who you are. Yazi's every word is like a dagger twisting in Himu's heart. Your wife died early, your daughter turned into a zombie, yet you ignored your family's tragedy and threw yourself into building this safe zone. With that merit, you successfully secured a promotion and climbed to your current position. Then he delivers the final blow. But I have to ask you, does the name Lin Qi ring a bell? The color drains from Himu's face, he looks around in a panic, his voice trembling. Don't tell me. Seeing his reaction, Yazi presses on, his voice dripping with sarcasm. How happy were you when the Li family told you that you still had a son left in this world, especially since all you had to do was secretly help them, and they'd give Lin Qi a massive amount of resources. You couldn't agree fast enough. Bam! Chief Shui slams his hand on the table, snarling through gritted teeth. Himu, you're a part of this. Sweat pours down Himu's forehead. Chief, I. Just then, whoosh, a brilliant red notification panel suddenly materializes before everyone. Attention, all players in the capital region. Attention, all players in the capital region. The next message makes Yazi's eyes go wide. A zombie horde will attack the capital region in 5 hours. Due to large-scale zombie activity, the capital region horde has been mobilized ahead of schedule. It will assault the capital safe zone in 5 hours. The capital safe zone and a designated surrounding area are now entering a state of complete lockdown. The seal will not be lifted until the zombie horde has ended. During the lockdown, players inside the safe zone cannot leave, and players outside the safe zone cannot enter. All players in the capital safe zone are advised to prepare. Accordingly, defend against the zombie horde. Upon successfully defending against the horde, the capital safe zone will receive official system recognition and be granted certain safe zone privileges. After reading the announcement, Himu is stunned for a moment, then bursts into crazed laughter. A zombie horde, it's a goddamn zombie horde. He points around wildly like a clown. You've gotta hand it to the Li family. There's no way this shitty safe zone can survive this time. You're all going to die, all of you. Smack, a vicious slap from Chief Shui cracks across his face. You animal. Himu clutches his swelling cheek, grinding his teeth. I've been groveling before you for so long, just waiting for this day. I'm a dead man anyway. My son has already escaped with the Li family. With all of you here to cushion my fall, what's there to be afraid of? Yazi rubs his chin, staring at the glowing red warning panel. So the Li family's actions triggered the horde to come early. He begins to analyze the situation. Triggering a horde requires 3 conditions: 1, a qualifying safe zone, 2, a sufficiently large accumulation of zombies, and 3, a zombie monarch to command them. He recalls the half-finished base. The safe zone is only half-built, but it was still enough to trigger this. even if the scale isn't at its maximum, it's definitely far beyond our current defensive capabilities. Yazi adjusts his mask, looks like we're in for another brutal fight. He steps forward and grabs Himu by the collar. General Zhang, I've exposed this spy for you, consider this information a freebie in exchange, I'm taking this man, any objections? Zhang Yuanzhong crosses his arms, his tone firm. No problem, I just hope a traitor like him dies a horrible death. Yazi nods, done. His gaze sweeps over the others in the room. Anyone else have a problem, you can take it up with me directly. The room is silent. Zhang Yuanzhong speaks for them, no objections. With their permission, Yazi starts dragging Himu toward the door. Please, continue your meeting, I have business to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave. He drags him straight out into the courtyard in front of the building. Himu was on his knees. Around them, the young soldiers who had been training all stopped, their mocking whispers filling the air. Isn't that Minister Himu? I just saw him giving orders a few days ago, /damn, look at Yazi holding a whole minister like he's a helpless chick, has Yazi always been this strong, I don't care what minister he is, to fall into Yazi's hands after siding with the Li family. What a pathetic sight. Himu looked up pathetically. But Yazi immediately yanked him up by the collar. He tossed him aside like a bag of trash. The man's face slammed into the hard ground. In the middle of the crowd, Himu begged in terror, just kill me, do it now, when the zombie horde gets here, the safe zone will be completely overrun, you're all going down with me. His confession stunned the young soldiers before their shock erupted into fury. The zombie horde was connected to Minister He was a traitor, unable to restrain himself. One of them lunged forward. This is the son of a bitch who got my brothers killed, I'm gonna beat you to death, his comrades quickly held him back. Calm down, let's see what Yazi has to say first. Ignoring the chaos, Yazi calmly took out a purple scroll. It was a single-use, bronze-tier item, a soundproof ward. He crushed the scroll in his hand. Instantly, a pale blue dome of light enveloped him and Himu, creating a private space about 5 meters in diameter. The barrier had no defensive properties but could completely block all sound for 30 minutes. Outside, one of Yazi's teammates stood guard, hammer at the ready. Inside, Himu defiantly continued his tirade, the safe zone is sealed, no one can escape, you're all going to die here with me. As a reward for his little tirade, Yazi swung, landing a punch to match the slap from Chief Shui. So, we're all going to die together. A scream tore from his lips as 2 teeth clattered to the ground. In stark contrast to the trembling man before him, Yazi casually slid a hand into his pocket. The head of the Li family, Li Lishuan, where is he right now? Himu wiped a trickle of blood from his mouth, the air whistling through the new gaps in his teeth. You want to find Li Lishuan, I'm not telling you a damn thing. Yazi pulled out a rusted dagger, his expression turning sinister. So you're a tough guy, I love dealing with tough guys. He pressed the blade to Himu's neck, a slight smile on his face. Are you going to talk? Himu remained silent. The dagger instantly plunged into the man's hand. Himu let out a scream of agony. The smile never left Yazi's face as he asked, still not talking, what exactly did the Li family promise you? His smile remained, but his hand pressed down, driving the dagger deeper. Unable to bear the pain, Himu screamed hysterically, kill me, just kill me now, I'm begging you, please kill me, Yazi acted as if he hadn't heard a thing, can't do that, I still haven't heard where Li Lishuan is. At this point, Himu started groveling, I don't know, I really don't know, just do me one favor and kill me. Yazi pulled the dagger out, his brow furrowed. Did he really not know, or was he just pretending? He raised the dagger, pretending he was about to stab the man's other arm. Himu was so terrified he couldn't get a word out. Yazi paused thoughtfully, all right, let me ask a different question, what did Li Lishuan order you to do? Thinking of his fate, Himu's eyes filled with tears as he began to confess, he told me to secretly help the Li family move resources. And to arrange difficult missions for the military, using them as an opportunity to get their soldiers killed. Growing impatient with the useless information, Yazzie cut him off. I'm not asking about that. When he fled yesterday, what message did he leave for you? Himu no longer dared to hide anything, stammering out the truth. Before he fled yesterday, he sent someone with a message. He told me to stall anyone who came after the Li family. That's all, Yazzie smiled, and your method of contact, Li Lishuan wouldn't just abandon a useful pawn like you. Staring at Yazzie's face up close, Himu grew even more terrified. There is the Shi Yen stronghold. The Li family secretly established it. He told me to go there. Yazzie's brows knitted together as he repeated the name, the Shi Yen stronghold. Zilu looked at Himu's battered state, his voice calm. Anything else you want to say? Himu trembled, stammering, and no, nothing. The crisscrossing wounds on his face made him look pathetic, yet a glint of secret relief shone in his eyes. He'd said everything he needed to say. What else did he have to keep his captor's attention? If he couldn't keep Zilu occupied, how would he ever find a chance to run? Zilu just patted him lightly on the shoulder. You did a good job. Immediately after, he drew a hidden knife. Without another word, he decisively ended Himu's life. In Zili's eyes, the useless have no reason to exist. Once it was done, he deftly opened an umbrella and leaped back. His clean execution showed he was all too familiar with this kind of situation. Blood splattered all over the umbrella, but he himself remained spotless, without a single drop on him. On the ground, the bloody scene complete with an eyeball that had rolled out made the onlookers tremble in fear. Amidst this atmosphere, Zilu and Big Dummy walked away calmly, their composure undisturbed. A scene change brings us to a high-rise building, where bets for the individual power tournament were being cashed in. Zilu placed a betting slip on the wooden counter, cashing this in. The employee took it, quickly read the information, and nodded. Of course, one moment please. She placed the slip back on the counter and announced, Mr. Zilu, for correctly predicting Zhang Yuanzhong would place third. Based on the odds, you've won a total of 123,556 gold coins. Standing behind him, Big Dummy's sunglasses couldn't hide the heart sparkling in his eyes. He was clearly imagining himself bathing in a mountain of chicken drumsticks. The employee worked quickly. Just a moment. A notification sound chimed. Ding, dear player Zilu, 123,556 gold coins have been transferred to your account. Satisfied, Zilu tossed a greasy chicken drumstick to Big Dummy. Let's go, Big Dummy. The sky was clear, with clouds drifting lazily by. At the capital city store, passers-by couldn't help but stare at the sight of Big Dummy ferociously tearing into a chicken leg. But their surprise grew even greater when they heard a system purchase notification. Congratulations, player, on successfully purchasing the capital city Honored One's medal. Due to the special 10% discount from your Peerless in the World privilege, a payment of 225,000 gold coins is required. The crowd began to whisper, spending that much money, my god, is that some rich whale in there, that much cash? The only person I can think of is Zilu. I think so too. Look, Big Dummy is here, we should probably keep our distance. Yeah, besides, have you heard, they say if you look directly at the great Zilu, he'll kill you. Zilu paid them no mind, continuing to spend money like it was water. A second announcement rang out, congratulations, player, on successfully purchasing the capital city order keeper's uniform. Due to the special 10% discount from your Peerless in the World privilege, a payment of 256,500 gold coins is required. 3 people standing nearby shrank back, huddling together in fear. Only after spending such an enormous sum did Zilu feel a hint of satisfaction. He smiled, gently spinning the medal in his hand. The medal was now at 3 stars, a special piece of epic-grade equipment. System introduction: Capital City Honored One's medal, the highest symbol of status in the Capital City region, Only those who have made extraordinary contributions to the area are permitted to use it. Once equipped, the medal becomes permanently bound to the player. The system included a cute illustration along with its 5 functions. 1 Announcement of honor. Once every 2 days, you can issue an announcement to all players in the capital city region. 2 Locus of glory. Within the capital city region, the effects of all intimidation, shock, or fear-inducing abilities are doubled. 3 Prosperity and fortune. While in capital city, experience and gold coins gained from killing zombies, completing quests, or clearing dungeons are increased by 30%. Item drop rates are increased by an additional 5%. For Aura of Dignity, if another player attacks you within capital city, all their attributes will be reduced by 15% for 5 minutes. 5 Divine Beasts Protection. Once every 7 days, you can summon a Phantom of Capital City's Guardian Beast for 2 minutes. The Phantom's strength depends on the region's prosperity. Zombies killed by the Phantom will grant the player 10% of the benefits. Leaving the exchange area, Zilo studied the medal intently. Calling this an epic grade item doesn't really do it justice, he thought. Diamond grade would be more appropriate. The 5th function, Divine Beasts Protection, was particularly satisfying, though its 2-minute duration was a bit restrictive. He wondered if there would be a way to extend the summoning time later on. With that in mind, he turned to Big Dummy and bought him a new set of equipment as well. He pressed the Equip button in the system interface. In the blink of an eye, both of them were clad in new robes. The system interface glowed red. Updating equipment data. Epic grade equipment detected. Owner, Z Lu. Right in the middle of dinner, a system panel suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Quick, look, the equipment rankings. Equipment rankings, what's that about? What's going on? Is there new gear? One man clasped his hands together, his eyes welling with tears. Oh my god, don't tell me it's another silver grade item, it's gotta be my idol, Z Luo. Another man sighed in despair. Man, when will I ever get my hands on a silver grade item? A man who had already seen the notification shouted, this time, it was a gold grade item. If you don't believe me, look at the rankings yourself. A dazzling red announcement spread to every corner. Equipment ranking. Rank 1, Medal of the Honored, Capital City, Epic Grade, Owner, Z Luo. Rank 2, 9 Rights Blade, Diamond Grade, Owner, Z Luo. Rank 3, Order Keeper's Uniform, Capital City, Diamond Grade, Owner, Z Luo. Rank 4, Order Keeper's Uniform, Shanghai, Diamond Grade, Owner, De Sha. Rank 5, Flash Step Boots, Gold Grade, Owner, Z Luo. Rank 6, Illusory Mask of Evil, Silver Grade, Owner, Z Luo. A few soldiers on patrol were buzzing with discussion. It's not just a feeling, trust me, that's a sure thing. Man, I wish we could be that powerful one day. They tightened their grip on their weapons and continued forward. Alright, let's get back to patrol. Doing our job right is what's important. Above them, the sky was still blue, clouds drifting lazily by. A flag fluttered on the rooftop. In the conference room, a young officer rushed in. General Zhang, Chief Shui. Zhang Yuanzhong immediately asked, what's the situation outside, have you confirmed it? The officer stood at attention, reporting crisply, we've conducted a full sweep. A Doomsday Game seal has appeared everywhere within a 1,000-meter radius of the safe zone's walls. They're all transparent barriers. All attacks have been ineffective, we can see through them, but no matter what we try, we can't break the walls. Hearing the report, Chief Shui's face hardened. Furthermore, we haven't spotted the approaching zombie wave yet, so we can't determine its scale or intensity. The atmosphere in the conference room grew heavy. The situation is grim. Luckily, because of the combat tournament, most of the players are still inside the safe zone, but the Li family took a lot of people with them. Zhang Yuanzhong clenched his fists. With the forces we have now, we can set up defenses on 2 fronts, at most. Someone immediately made the call, so now we just have to bet on which direction the zombie wave will attack from. Zhang Yuanzhong spoke gravely. Exactly. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Then let's start by setting up defenses on the 2 fronts where they're most likely to attack. Everyone was on edge. If zombies appear from the other two directions, we'll have to dispatch an emergency response team. General Zhang, stop standing around, get to it. The idea was quickly shot down. We can dispatch a team, but without prepared defenses, our casualties will skyrocket. Seeing the endless arguing, Chief Shui slammed his hand on the table. Enough. He propped his chin on his hands, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room. We're out of time. We need to decide which two fronts to defend, now. The situation was urgent. They had to take the gamble. General Zhang, you have the most combat experience. I'll follow your lead. Zhang Yuanzhong was tense. East, west. He thought of the places that would suffer the most. None of the safe zone's 4 walls are complete, and the east wall has a massive breach thanks to the Li family. If the zombies attack from either of those directions, the losses will be catastrophic. Chief Shui sighed. There was no other way. Go. The soldiers immediately accepted their orders and hurried out. At the same time, Zi Luo was lounging on a large bed, lazily glancing at the system notification. TCH, what a pain. System announcement, a zombie wave is approaching. If the safe zone's defense fails, all players will be penalized. Potential consequences, all players in the safe zone will be demoted, zombie kill rewards in the capital city region will be reduced, item prices in the shop will increase, etc. Penalties are not limited to these. He rested his head on his hands. That's about as helpful as saying nothing. I could get out on my own, but if the safe zone falls, the consequences are just too severe. He lightly tapped the speaker icon on the system panel. His fingers flew across the virtual keyboard, a smirk playing on his lips. Sent. Zi Luo gave a satisfying stretch. Too bad there's a character limit, otherwise, I could have roasted him with 1,000 different insults. He casually flipped a page in a book, waiting, and then, the zone-wide announcement board lit up. Attention Capital City players, attention Capital City players, Player Zi Luo has sent a regional announcement. Li Lixian, as the head of the Great Li family, you sure scurry away like a rat. You've lost all your damn dignity, and on top of that, you let a zombie wave right to our doorstep. You're the scum of the earth. You're nothing but a coward hiding in your shell. If you're that useless, you might as well just go and die. Inside a house, a man's furious roar echoes outside. Li Lishuan's face is twisted in a furious scowl as he unleashes his rage on a nearby chair. Damn it, Zi Luo, you bastard, just you wait until I get my hands on you. I'll tear you to shreds. I don't care what it costs. I will kill you. I will kill you. Just then, a knock sounds at the door. The butler enters, his face pale with panic. Master, it's terrible, something awful has happened. Li Lishuan's already dark expression grew even blacker. What is it? The butler trembled before his master's terrifying presence. Master, just a while ago, Zi Luo made an announcement. He told everyone that our Li family was responsible for luring the zombie horde. Now, countless people hate us. They're all saying they want revenge. Li Lishuan's face contorted further with every word. The large-scale settlements we openly control, according to our reports, at least half the population has chosen to leave. They're only staying for now because it's night. There have even been conflicts breaking out in several places. He couldn't believe it. What did you say? Li Lishuan growled, his fury on the verge of exploding. Is there anything else? Spit it out. Facing his master's terrifying glare, the butler's voice grew fainter. Aside from the public ones, our secretly managed settlements, if they find out the Li family is behind them, they'll probably leave, too. Because of Zi Luo's announcement, the Li family's losses are catastrophic. Master, what do we do now? Li Lishuan staggered, barely able to stay on his feet. Before he could finish, Li Lishuan's eyes rolled back into his head, and he collapsed. The butler lunged forward to catch him, shouting in a panic, Master. Someone, get in here. The master fainted from rage. 2 servants rushed in from outside, crying out in alarm, Master, Master. 8:30 p.m., in the southeast corner of the Beijing safe zone, darkness has fallen. Zhang Yuanzhong is supervising his soldiers as they prepare for the worst-case scenario. He personally directs the distribution of essential supplies. He turns to a subordinate, "Have you finished the personnel count?" The subordinate immediately salutes and reports, reporting, "General Zhang, we currently have a total of 50,000 combat-capable personnel. Our other military divisions have contributed about 20,000, the N and Yun families sent a combined 15,000, the rest are volunteers, mercenaries, and smaller organizations, totaling around 15,000 more." Seeing him pause, Zhang Yuanzhong asked, "Is that all?" The subordinate sighed, "We have about 100,000 support staff, but their combat strength is extremely low, they can't be counted as part of our fighting force. Furthermore, time is too short, the 100,000-strong joint force of players and soldiers sent out to clear the surrounding areas of zombies, they might not make it back." Zhang Yuanzhong closed his eyes, lost in thought. He knew these numbers weren't enough, but inside the fortified safe zone, they had a fighting chance against the horde. The soldiers around him, however, showed unwavering resolve. "General Zhang, don't worry too much, maybe the horde won't even make it to our walls, and with all of us here, no matter what happens, we'll fight to the very last moment." A flicker of emotion showed in Zhang Yuanzhong's eyes. It had come to this, there was no other way. He crossed his arms, staring straight ahead. "The south and west walls will be held by 20,000 of our military personnel, the east wall will be given to the N and Yun families. If the zombies attack from the north, have the eastern forces move to reinforce them." He added a final warning, his voice low, "Stay on high alert, the N and Yun family forces may not follow orders, but we must maintain command over all the other scattered groups." "Yes, General." Just then, a system announcement suddenly appeared before them. "A zombie horde is about to attack the Beijing region, the zombie horde will last for 5 hours. All personnel in the Beijing safe zone, please prepare your defenses." The conditions for the safe zone's collapse are as follows. 1. If a sufficient number of zombies enter the 10-meter perimeter of any game building within the Beijing safe zone, that building will be considered destroyed. Destroyed buildings will be rebuilt after 7 days. If the number of destroyed game buildings exceeds 50%, the safe zone will be considered collapsed. 2. If the total number of player deaths within the safe zone exceeds 50%, the safe zone will be considered collapsed. 3. A source energy crystal will appear in the central square of the Beijing safe zone. If the crystal is touched by a single zombie, the safe zone will be considered completely and instantly collapsed. Note, if the safe zone collapses, all players within the zone will lose 3 levels, all players in the greater Beijing region will lose 1 level. For 1 month, all rewards from killing zombies, completing quests, etc., will be reduced by 30%, the gold coin cost for purchasing items, entering dungeons, and undergoing class changes will increase by 50%. After the safe zone collapses, the surrounding seals will disappear, allowing any remaining survivors to leave. The safe zone defense is considered successful if the zombie horde retreats or all zombies are eliminated. A successful defense will grant numerous benefits. During the defense, players will earn merit points for killing zombies. Based on the strength of the zombie, merit points can be exchanged for a wide variety of rewards in the merit point shop. A merit point ranking board will be available after a successful defense. Players on the ranking board will receive additional rewards and merit points based on their final rank. After reading the announcement, Zhang Yuanzhong turned to look back at the heavily fortified city behind him. The night sky grew darker. In the central square of Beijing, a massive crowd had already gathered around the enormous source energy crystal. Countless notifications floated above their heads, including one for the merit point ranking board. A system notification appeared before everyone's eyes. Zhang Yuanzhong froze, then whipped around to his subordinate, his voice urgent, "Quick, didn't I order all the top players from the combat power rankings to stay here? Send our strongest people to protect the prime energy crystal in the capital square, the rest will defend the other buildings." The subordinate's face paled. "General Zhang, what about Zi Lu and De Sha, should we call them?" Zhang Yuanzhong paused. "Those 2 monsters, can I even command them?" He cleared his throat and snapped, "Don't ask questions you shouldn't be asking, now go, relay my orders." The subordinate scurried away. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Zilu gazed in fascination at a turquoise whirlpool spinning in the palm of his hand. A system panel suddenly appeared. Congratulations, player Zilu, through your special class, Qing Di, you have successfully learned the skill, Water Pulse. Water Pulse, a mage-type skill, consumes mana to form a water disc. When thrown, it creates a whirlpool on the ground that deals minor damage, slows enemies, and pulls them toward its center. A holographic vortex appeared before him, demonstrating the skill. Zilu smirked. Perfect, just what I need. An AoE crowd control skill, this'll be perfect for taking care of zombie hordes. Another notification appeared, special quest issued, All-Out War. Description: the capital safe zone faces a zombie wave before construction is complete. The power disparity between the two sides is immense. Requirements: 1. Successfully defend the zone. 2. The host's contribution points must rank first. Rewards: 2 common, golden finger, draws, 1 piece of gold-grade equipment. Time limit: none. Zilu stared at the words, the power disparity is immense. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind, don't tell me, the system already factored me in and still made that assessment. There was no time to overthink it. He spun around and grabbed the Shah by the collar, pulling him away from the chicken leg he was devouring. The Shah, stop eating, it's time to work. The two of them rushed downstairs. Zilu threw open a door. Outside, the entire sky had transformed. Countless system windows were shattering, their blue light flickering to an alarming red. Zombie wave incoming, all players, fight for your survival. Zilu's expression turned grim. From within the pitch-black clouds, a colossal sphere of blood slowly emerged. Zombies began to emerge from the mist. Their eyes were bloodshot and dull. Above each of their heads floated the text, being manipulated. Their target, the skyscrapers of the safe zone. The dark clouds parted. With a collective roar, the zombies charged wildly toward the city walls. High on the walls, Zhang Yuanzhong raised his hand, prepare for battle. With a wave of Zhang Yuanzhong's hand, a brilliant golden orb appeared above the city wall. It detonated right in the middle of the zombie horde. At the same time, countless sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground. Vines shot out, entangling the enemy. He ordered the second squad to advance to the second line of defense. In response, the young soldiers roared, "Yes, sir," their faces set with grim determination. Each one had a different class, but they were all united in their resolve to repel the attack. The battlefield lit up with the blue, gold, and orange glow of their skills. But the zombies, feeling no pain, surged forward like programmed machines, quickly closing in on the first line of defense. The soldiers refused to back down, gripping their weapons tightly as they charged forward to fight back. As Zhang Yuanzhong was observing the situation through his binoculars, a subordinate rushed over. "General Zhang, our men on the front lines have managed to temporarily halt the zombie advance." He immediately ordered the third defense line to fall back and rest, preparing for the next assault. The moment that soldier left, another one scrambled toward him reporting, "General Zhang, we have an emergency in the northern sector of the safe zone. A massive horde of zombies has appeared, estimated between 6,000 and 7,000, we need reinforcements." The crisis was escalating faster than Zhang Yuanzhong had anticipated. He asked urgently, "What about the west, what's the situation there?" The very thing he had feared most was finally happening. The messenger was gasping for air because it all happened so fast. "We haven't received a report from the western front yet, only the north sent a runner." He caught his breath and continued, "The runner also said that Zilu has appeared on the northern wall, but they didn't see the big guy." Zhang Yuanzhong clenched his fists. Is he planning to face that entire horde by himself? There have been no other reports from the north, so I'm not sure, sir. After hearing the report, he waved his hand. "Get back to your post, report anything new immediately." The soldier withdrew. Zhang Yuanzhong stood high above, looking down at the chaotic scene. Everywhere he looked, there were massive blocks of ice and crackling bolts of lightning. In the heart of the battlefield, a soldier, weapon held firm, broke into a grin. Haha, brothers, we're probably gonna die, but let's make sure we go out in a blaze of glory, even if we fight to our last breath. You hold this wall for me. I already sent Xiao Wang to report to the general. Reinforcements will be here soon. Our job is to make damn sure the zombies don't break through this wall before they arrive. A soldier ran up, frantic. 2nd Battalion Commander Zi Lu just charged out of the city. He went out there by himself. Everyone saw it. He was walking on air, rocketing forward at incredible speed. The others screamed in terror. Holy crap, Master Zi Lu, get back here, it's too dangerous out there. Their faces turned pale as they watched him with dread. Yeah, Master Zi Lu, that's a death wave of zombies. Before the words were even out of their mouths, the two soldiers who had just spoken frantically waved their hands, their faces white as sheets. We take back everything we just said. All they could see was Zi Lu, sword in hand, unleashing carnage in every direction. He was aiming straight for the heart of the horde. Every swing of his sword created a shockwave of blinding golden light, incinerating everything in its path. Against the dark of night, the brilliant golden sword strike stood out even more. When the dust settled, it revealed countless zombie corpses piled up on the ground. A mask covered Zi Li's face. He charged back into the center of the battle. The soldiers in the back watched it all, until one of them roared, "Damn it, Zi Li's already charging in, how can we just stand here like cowards?" Those words were like a spark igniting their morale. Let's move, boys, every zombie we kill counts. With a roar, they charged toward the zombie horde. Meanwhile, Zi Lu just casually waved his hand, water and fire. The two elements combined, creating a massive steam explosion that annihilated the nearby zombies. The crowd, who had just been raring to go, froze in their tracks. As expected of Master Zi Lu, the guys on another level, who knew killing zombies could look so damn elegant. Everyone's gaze turned to one of fervent adoration. He took out a cup of hot tea. He planted his sword straight into the ground. Then he sat down and began to leisurely sip his tea. A mutated zombie charged forward, spewing a cloud of green, poisonous smoke. The deadly smog rushed toward him. Zi Lu didn't move, he simply lifted his mask slightly and took a sip of hot tea. The instant the toxic smoke was about to touch him, he placed the lid back on his teacup. His body launched into the air, delivering a powerful kick to the giant zombie. The flavor is quite pure, and the temperature is just right. As he finished speaking, he pulled his sword from the ground. One thrust pierced through the zombie's stomach. His voice rang out, as if making small talk. You get provoked pretty easily, don't you? I was just enjoying some tea while fighting your little zombie squad, and you're already sending out your special types to attack me. Behind him, countless bizarrely shaped zombies had already closed in. He waved his hand, water ripple. Giant whirlpools of water erupted from the ground, locking the zombies in place. Their speed slowed dramatically. Then, flames suddenly burst from the center of the whirlpools. The zombies didn't even have time to react. An earth-shattering explosion, zombie parts flew everywhere. The soldiers could only stare, their jaws on the floor. A notification panel appeared before Zi Lu. Congratulations, player Zi Lu has reached level 24, all stats +3, you have received 5 free attribute points. Somewhere within the horde, their controller stood frozen. A human this powerful, how is that even possible? If I wait any longer, he's going to wipe out a quarter of my army. No, I have to be more decisive. If the other human commanders show up, the whole plan will be ruined. I can't let one person derail everything. Zi Lu glanced at the chaotic horde before him. So, if the special zombies can't take me down. The regular zombies began to tighten the circle again. Zi Lu remained unnervingly calm. Then what about a massive number of them? The defense line is about to collapse. If the main gate falls, the entire northern safe zone is lost. I have to end this, and fast. Luo glanced at the surging sea of zombies. Their numbers were reaching overwhelming levels. With a powerful leap, Luo launched himself into the air. He landed lightly, standing atop the massive horde of the living dead. He held up the medallion. Come on, time for you to show them what you've got. Instantly, the medallion emitted a mystical purple glow. Luo downed a vial of spirit potion. The purple light exploded, expanding violently as if it had a will of its own. Golden bolts of lightning shot up from the ground, striking the pitch-black night sky. A brilliant pillar of light descended from above, freezing the entire zombie horde in place. They trembled, not daring to move an inch. The soldiers and even the zombies fighting nearby were all left stunned. They stared at each other in confusion. What the hell is happening? I have no idea. Streaks of green moss suddenly grew across the ground, spreading like a fine dust. Strange, otherworldly flowers bloomed. A warm, refreshing energy radiated everywhere. Is this a good omen from the heavens? But right in the middle of this good omen, a colossal purple qilin descended, crushing hundreds of zombies beneath its hooves. The pure purple power left everyone speechless. That's a qilin. Horror immediately replaced their astonishment. What are you gawking at? Fall back, that's a qilin. If that thing unleashes its power, this whole battlefield will become a living hell. Amid the chaos, only Luo remained calm. He casually slipped his hands into his pockets. An information panel appeared before his eyes. Violet gold thunderous Saint Qilin, Phantom, level, legendary grade, description, one of the auspicious divine beasts from the myths of the Dragon Country, and also the guardian beast of the capital region. This phantom possesses the same terrifying attack power as its mythological counterpart. Note: the phantom has inherited a portion of the original's power and can only exist for 2 minutes. Skills: annihilating thunder light, heavenly. Purple lightning, myriad thunderbolts, divine punishment, Qilin's wrath, conditions not met, cannot be unlocked, constricting lightning zone void shattering thunder dark thunder art thunderclap art not bad, even as a phantom, it's already legendary grade. He rubbed his chin, staring intently at the system panel. Did I read that right? What kind of heaven-defying monster is this? The Qilin turned its head, its gaze meeting his. It's conscious. How can a phantom be like this? He snapped his fingers, dismissing the complex thoughts. No time to waste, I'll figure it out later. Right now, the zombies were panicking, scrambling to escape. Luo paid them no mind, his consciousness connected with the divine beast, giving him complete control. It stomped its hoof, shattering a nearby barrier. The target was clear. Lightning crashed down relentlessly upon the zombie horde, shattering their combat capabilities. All Luo could do was watch from the sidelines. The Qilin dominated the skies, its might shaking the heavens and the earth. It slammed its hooves into the ground and shot into the sky, unleashing immense bolts of purple lightning. Its eyes blazed as it unleashed the skill, myriad thunder apex, leaving the horde of zombies utterly stunned. Panicked, the zombies clutched their heads and scattered in chaos, just like their emperor. But then, the Qilin's golden eyes flashed again, signaling another devastating attack. Celestial violet thunder. Regardless of the zombies' fury, the violet light descended, consuming all who remained. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. A series of system notifications appeared. Congratulations, player Luo, you have reached level 25, all stats +3, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Congratulations, player Luo, you have reached level 26, all stats +3, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Luo stared at his own hands in disbelief. He couldn't believe he had just leveled up twice in a row. This divine beast, these skills, this is just absurdly overpowered. He looked up to see the Qilin riding the clouds and wind. It continuously unleashed blasts of annihilation lightning. Even a light stomp of its hoof was enough to decimate the horde of zombies below. The energy shield shattered, countless fragments raining down. And then, another notification popped up: "Congratulations, player Z Luo, you have reached level 27, all stats +3, and you have gained 5 free attribute points." The violet haze from the lightning faded into the air. In the distance, a young man smiled as he sensed a familiar aura. I knew that aura felt familiar. I had to come see for myself. So it's the Azure Emperor's presence. How nostalgic. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a group standing before a primordial energy crystal were equally astonished. Why is that fool sees aura here, too? What in the world is going on? Heavens, the legacies of those two, both converged in one person. This is hilarious, to think I'd live to see such a legendary spectacle. I can't take it, I'm gonna laugh myself to death, I'm out. So a Qilin with true consciousness really does exist. A young woman, however, was simply stunned by Z Luo's level. Z Luo jumped from level 24 to 26 in an instant, and then to 27 right after. This is just completely off the charts. When the dust settled, 2 items appeared before Z Luo. Jinxiang Origin, an item containing immense lightning power. It can be integrated into the 8 trigram steps, allowing the player to control the lightning power of the Jinxiang Origin. Original scale of the Violet Gold Thunder Saint Qilin, special item epic grade. Description: an original scale from the Violet Gold Thunder Saint Qilin, which has received the blessing of the Violet Qilin. It carries an auspicious power that can have special effects in certain situations. Abilities: increases the player's luck, increases base stamina recovery speed by 20%, increases base spirit energy recovery speed by 20%, reduces the effectiveness of negative status effects by 20%, reduces all types of elemental damage taken by 10%. After reading the item descriptions, Z Luo could only sigh in amazement. This stuff is just beyond incredible. He stored the 2 items away. His gaze was fixed on the purple scale in his palm. He scratched his head absent-mindedly. If I want more of these original scales, does that mean I'll have to pluck the Qilin bald? I wonder if they grow back. Looks like that's something I'll have to research later, he thought. Just then, the roars of the remaining zombies snapped him back to reality. Z Luo casually turned his back, showing no fear of the zombies. Scared already. He opened the system interface to check, discovering that his auto-loot skill wasn't working. System: why can my auto-loot skill pick up items when I kill zombies, but not when the Qilin does? The system responded instantly: because the dropped equipment and items were incinerated by the Qilin's overwhelming power, they no longer exist and therefore cannot be collected. The answer left Z Luo stunned. That's even more destructive power than I expected. He stroked his chin, wondering if gold-grade equipment or higher quality supply cards could withstand the blast. I'll have to find a chance to test it. He looked down at the Qilin scale in his hand. Coming from a creature like that, this thing must be incredible, but it's so small. Where can I keep it safe? What if I lose it in a fight? Just then, the system announced, special item detected, originating from the Purple Gold Thunder Saint Qilin. This item possesses a unique ability: activate phantom form, activate. As soon as he spoke, the scale in his hand vanished, a flash of purple light appeared on his chest. It then solidified into the shape of a miniature Qilin. The attributes weren't displayed, but his stats had changed. Player Z Luo's adjusted stats: Strength 113, Spirit 108, Constitution 108, Agility 108. Witnessing the scene, everyone was left in awe. They couldn't believe he'd resolved the entire crisis with a simple act. Z Luo walked away calmly. The threat at the north gate is completely eliminated. Time to check the other areas. The remaining soldiers, their faces grimy with dirt, broke into wide smiles. Was that the legendary Z Luo? Does this mean we fought alongside him? I have to train harder. I'm going to follow Master Z Luo's example. But amidst the joy, tears still fell. We lost hundreds of our brothers. It's okay, we successfully defended the gate, the souls of our brothers can finally rest in peace. Alright, everyone, pull yourselves together, we can't let their sacrifice be in vain, let's clear the battlefield and prepare for the shift change. Just then, a soldier rushed over. What's going on? Is the battle at the north gate already over? One of the gate soldiers greeted him cheerfully. Have your men help us clean up the battlefield first, and I'll fill you in on what happened. You can report it to the general afterward. Got it? They quickly began to recount the events. Let me tell you, the great Zi Luo just suddenly appeared. Meanwhile, others looking at the system boards were gasping in amazement. Oh my god, as expected of my idol, Zi Luo, that leveling speed is insane. A legend is a legend. He shot straight up to level 27, he's a full 8 levels ahead of the general in second place, that's just unreal. Even the contribution rankings were enough to make people burn with envy. What is up with this contribution board? These numbers are way too high, is this a typo? Meanwhile, on another battlefield, streaks of white suddenly flashed across the sky. They were a swarm of flying zombies, shaped like giant bats. Below, another horde of zombies was surging forward. Mages, target the flying zombies in the air. Instantly, fireballs, ice arrows, and lightning bolts materialized and rained down on the enemy. The commander observed from a high vantage point, giving orders over his radio. Has our intel been sent out? The news from the other end wasn't good. Reporting, sir, our scouts can't break through the zombie encirclement, so we can't get detailed intel out. However, the general alert that Shui Jing is under attack has been transmitted. The commander's gaze hardened as he stared ahead. That'll have to do, our only mission now is to hold this line. Yes, sir, we will complete the mission. Suddenly, the railing began to shake violently. The soldier beside him felt the tremor as well. Everyone looked around and saw plumes of black smoke billowing in the distance. The commander couldn't believe his eyes. How could so many berserk zombies appear in such a short time? Where the hell did they come from? An instant later, a skeletal hand burst up from the ground. It was followed by hordes of rock-hard zombies clawing their way to the surface. The shield barrier was raised, the attack flared. This wave of zombies is tough as steel, every slash barely leaves a scratch. A wave of despair washed over them. Up ahead, another wave of the undead swarmed them. From a high vantage point, the commander's voice roared out, hold the line, hold the damn line. His voice echoed across the battlefield. We cannot let this rabid horde break into the plaza. Behind you is the crystal. If that crystal shatters, the sacrifice of tens of thousands of our soldiers on the front lines will have been for nothing. Do you understand me? The soldiers gritted their teeth, their fighting spirit reignited. Sir, yes, sir. The massive zombie horde charged again, the human shield wall held firm. A fireball arced through the air. It detonated in the midst of the undead. But it only sent them into a greater frenzy. The monsters hammered and kicked wildly. The soldiers strained to hold their ground, refusing to retreat a single step. One earth-shattering blow after another rained down, the men were on the verge of collapse. Hold them back. Amid the chaos, a soldier shouted, they're slowing down. The commander yelled, his voice a shot of adrenaline. Brothers, hang in there, I've sent for reinforcements, they'll be here to support us soon. A soldier stepped on something thick and viscous. Startled, he looked down. Watch out, the invisible zombies are here. A system panel appeared. System notification, name, transparent zombie, properties, rare, extremely dangerous, body is invisible, as light passes completely through it, any kind of dye is only a temporary countermeasure, its movements are almost completely silent. An order was passed down the line. Water, pour all the water on the ground. There was only one way, their footprints. The ground was quickly flooded, innumerable footprints began to appear as indentations on the watery surface. The very soldier who had shouted the warning had forgotten to watch his own back. Stay vigilant, he yelled. Watch the water for depressions, shout the second you see one. Before the words even left his mouth, a shadowy figure struck from behind. He collapsed. Panic spread like wildfire. The zombies can turn invisible, no, no, please. A giant hammer spun through the air. It slammed down, sending a massive shockwave through the ground right on top of an invisible zombie. The monster flickered into view for an instant before being obliterated. All eyes turned toward where the hammer had come from. The Shah, he stood there, towering like a god. The hammer flew back into his hand, but his eyes were lifeless. From a hidden corner, Zi Luo stood with his arms crossed, a smirk playing on his lips. The Shah charged forward like a hurricane, zombies fell wherever he went. It's the Shah, if he's here, then, hope flickered in the soldier's eyes. It's the Shah, does that mean Zi Luo is here too? Zi Luo is here, if he's here, we've got a chance to survive. Morale surged once more. Charge. At that exact moment, a black shadow tore through the line of defense, moving so fast it left only an afterimage. Its target wasn't the soldiers, it was heading straight for the primal energy crystal. It raised its sharp claws. A zombie lunged for the primal energy crystal. Its fingers were just an instant away, when a giant hammer slammed squarely into its back, sending it flying. Danak tightened his grip on the hammer's handle. He became a wall of steel, stopping any zombie that dared to approach. The square devolved into a chaotic brawl between humans and zombies. Danak was a one-man wrecking crew on the front lines, his hammer a relentless blur. Behind him, the soldiers fought with everything they had. Hang in there, brothers, we're here to back you up. He stood his ground, a resolute guardian before the primal energy crystal. Hold on, everyone. Night fell, the wind began to howl, rustling through the leaves. The battle had finally quieted down. After a head count of the casualties, many breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. And Xiaoyang stood there, energy still shimmering around his blade. A soldier clapped him on the shoulder. Olden, you should get some rest, you've been fighting this whole time. Murmurs began to spread through the crowd. That was him just now, right, the one who charged the horde without a care for his own life. Master and is so strong, I saw him rush the horde all by himself, and then he just disappeared into the thick of it. I remember now, he was in the top 10 of the combat power tournament. Incredible. Yeah, that's right, I saw him too. He fought until the very last second before emerging from the horde without a scratch. Admiring gazes fell upon Xiaoyang. Master, you're far too humble. Yeah, really, I want to be just like you, but you don't have to be so modest. With skills like yours, you could do great things if you joined the army. That's right, Master, go on and rest. Who knows when the next zombie wave will hit. And Xiaoyang remained silent in the face of their praise. He quietly found a secluded corner and sat down. His eyes were fixed on his blade. Suddenly, a tall figure cast a shadow over him. It was Danak. Everyone nearby immediately turned to watch, figuring he must want to get acquainted with Master, and, after all, greatness recognizes greatness. But then, Danak raised his hammer high. The smiles on the onlookers' faces froze. Something was terribly wrong. That stance, was he about to smash in Xiaoyang? What the hell was going on? And Xiaoyang himself looked just as bewildered. The hammer came down without a shred of hesitation, and Xiaoyang's body was shattered on the spot. Danak let out a breath, wiping away a bead of sweat as he stood before a sea of stunned faces. Suddenly, someone screamed, pointing at the corpse. Everyone, look at Master N's body. The flesh and bone of N Xiaoyang dissolved as if they had never existed, leaving only an empty set of clothes in a pool of blood. And in the middle of that pool, was a bizarre creature. Its entire body was grayish-white, with razor-sharp claws. My God, that N Xiaoyang was a zombie. A system notification appeared before everyone. Phantasm zombie has been eliminated. Information. the phantasm zombie is the zombie wave's most insidious trump card. It can absorb a target's corpse and create a perfect disguise. Its equipment and accessories are mere simulations with no real function. The characteristic zombie scent is completely gone, its expressions are stiff, and it has one fatal weakness: it cannot speak. It all happened so fast that everyone was left speechless. A horrifying realization dawned on them: there were zombies this terrifying out there. After this, they would have to establish a new verification rule: everyone had to speak. Who would have thought the comrade fighting right beside you would be the one to stab you in the back? Amid the crowd's shock, Luo clasped his hands behind his back and casually turned to leave. The knock silently fell and stepped right behind him. He had just received a new order: head east. With a thought from Luo, Blockhead shrank, returning to his original form. He watched silently as Luo walked away. The Eastern Front, mountains of zombie corpses. On the city wall, Yuan Zhong gripped his binoculars tightly. His face was pale as he listened to the frantic reports. General Zhang, all 5 of our defensive lines are down, we're on our last one, our men are at their breaking point. Sir, our defenses have weakened significantly. General, we've lost too many men, we can't fight anymore, General. Yuan Zhong sighed, helpless. He gave the order: fall back, we'll pull the defensive line back to the main district, the buildings there will give us some cover and a chance to regroup. His subordinate immediately objected: General, we can't. He said worriedly, if the horde attacks from another direction, we'll be sitting ducks. In the district below, there were still many civilians with no way to fight. Yuan Zhong waved a hand. I'm aware. His gaze was firm. But right now, we're out of options, the men can't fight any longer. Falling back is their only chance to make it out of this alive. The subordinate lowered his head in despair. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. A masked figure was calmly strolling toward them. He joyfully clapped Yuan Zhong on the shoulder. General, General, we don't have to fall back, it's Luo, Luo is here. Yuan Zhong whipped around Luo, he strode past without a word. He vaulted onto the rampart and leaped straight down into the sea of zombies. Yuan Zhong watched him go, a slow smile spreading across his face. He raised his long sword high. Prepare the counterattack. Yes, sir. Down on the ground, a soldier was still swinging his sword, trembling. Suddenly, a hand clasped his shoulder. What's the situation? The soldier spun around, his eyes shining. You're the legendary Luo. Luo raised a finger to his lips. That's me. First, give me a report. The soldier hurriedly reported. Our entire line had collapsed, but then reinforcements from the west gate arrived and managed to stabilize things. For now, we're just barely holding the horde back. He continued, his voice cracking. But then General Zhang had to divert a lot of our men to reinforce the crystal sector, and another group to provide covering fire at the main gate. Tears began to stream down his face. There are less than 10,000 of us left defending this position, we're at our absolute limit. Luo glanced at the zombies relentlessly pouring over the barricades. This isn't looking good, but I made it just in time. Just then, another squad of soldiers appeared behind him. The general sent us, we're here to fight alongside you. Luo gave a slight nod as a spear materialized in his hand. A holographic panel appeared before his eyes. Luo snapped his fingers, a small flame flared to life. It engulfed the spear, transforming it into a blazing weapon. He crouched low and launched himself into the air. Mid-air, he raised the flaming spear and plunged down toward the horde. The spear slammed into the ground, a massive shockwave erupted, blasting the surrounding zombies away. The ground shattered, forming a massive crater. The body of a nearby zombie suddenly began to bloat and bubble. And then it burst. Where Luo plunged his spear into the earth, the ground blazed with power. With a swift motion, Luo yanked the spear free. He took a stance, spinning the spear. As he swung, a torrent of crimson flames shot forward. It swallowed the zombie horde, incinerating them completely. From the sea of fire, a zombie staggered out. It had just raised its claws when the spear pierced straight through its chest. Zi Luo held his throwing stance, one knee bent to the ground. Blood sprayed from the zombie's body, it collapsed, then exploded. The spear shot back through the air. Zi Luo caught it with ease. Everyone nearby was stunned, petrified. Zi Luo charged back into the fray. A short while later, congratulations, player Zi Luo has reached level 29, all attributes +3, obtained 5 free attribute points. Zi Luo casually slung the spear over his shoulder, standing amidst a sea of zombie corpses. He nonchalantly walked past the others, who were still in shock. I feel kinda useless, one muttered. Yeah, me too, what are we even supposed to do now without looking completely awkward? They marveled silently, leveling up in just 4 hours, a top player really is on another level, taking on a whole horde by himself. That wasn't a fight, it was a slaughter. He's the kind of guy who can single-handedly turn the tide. Zi Luo opened his system menu. He fell into deep thought. I can't believe these zombies dropped so many skill books, my inventory is almost full, and I don't have enough spirit energy for the Jiuli Pearl to absorb all of them. Guess there's only one simple thing left to do. He pressed the Disable Auto Loot button. Then he crouched down, discarding the unnecessary items with a wave of his hand. A moment later, Zi Luo walked over to them. Zhang Yuanzhong and the others immediately snapped into a military salute. Thank you, if you ever need anything from me, Zhang Yuanzhong, too will do everything in my power to help. The others chorused, us too. Zi Luo walked up to them. It was nothing, there are some weapons left on the battlefield that might be useful to you. With that, he turned and walked away. Later, in a small room, Zi Luo stared at the book in his hand with an intensely serious expression. He clasped his hands together in prayer. Sacred Violet Gold Thunder Qilin, please bless me, let me get a powerful skill. Far, far away, a Qilin suddenly, achoo. Nervously, Zi Luo cracked open the book. A flash of purple light erupted. He looked at the contents inside, his pupils shrinking. Holy crap. Inside the book was a single card, on it was an engraving of an eye. At the same time, a system notification appeared. Crimson Eye, Epic Tier Skill, Description, an exceptionally unique ocular technique. Once it takes control of a player's eyes, it will produce an irreversible effect. Passive ability. Your vision is significantly enhanced and can be adjusted for near or far sight at will. Active abilities. 1. See Through, when activated, allows you to see through certain obstacles and observe what lies behind them. 2. Create Illusion, when used, allows you to plant a specific illusion in your opponent's mind based on your mental strength. 3. Break Illusion, when used, allows you to use your mental strength to see through any illusions or delusions you encounter. Zi Luo's eyes lit up. This is top tier, he thought. Looks like the Qilin's blessing really works. I've gotta bring it with me next time. Somewhere, a Qilin suddenly sneezed. The system panel appeared again. System has detected the skill, Crimson Eye. Does player Zi Luo wish to learn the skill, Crimson Eye? Zi Luo didn't hesitate for a second. Learn it now. A massive surge of energy shot straight into his eyes. Arg, the intense pain slammed into him, forcing Zi Luo to clutch his head, his brow tightly furrowed. From the corners of his eyes, 2 lines of bloody tears began to fall, drip, drip. The drops of blood hit the floor. Congratulations to player Zi Luo for successfully learning Crimson Eye. Zi Luo slowly opened his eyes, his vision became astonishingly clear. He raised his hand, seeing every line on his blood-stained palm with perfect clarity. He glanced around the room. Damn, it's like my vision just upgraded from 360p to full HD. He took out a mirror. Looking at his reflection, he gave a silent command, Crimson Eye. See through. Zi Luo's gaze shifted, piercing straight through the ceiling. He saw Zhang Yuanzhong heading this way. So soon, he's back already. He crossed his arms, glancing at the system panel. Time until zombie wave ends, 15 minutes remaining, a counterattack vote will begin after it ends. Did it really take me that long to learn the skill? Ziluo tossed a medicinal pill into his mouth and stood up. The door swung open. Outside, Zhang Yuanzhong was waiting. General Zhang. Zhang Yuanzhong immediately turned around. He bowed deeply, his voice filled with gratitude. If it weren't for you this time, the consequences would have been truly unimaginable. Ziluo just waved his hand dismissively. General Zhang, don't worry about it. I came to ask you something, regarding the top 10 on the contribution leaderboard. Do you know more than 4 of them? Yuanzhong looked up, a little confused. I know basically all of them. Why are you looking for them? If you can, General Zhang, please summon all of them here. I'll explain once everyone has arrived. Yuanzhong frowned slightly. They're all nearby, but I'm worried that summoning so many top players at once will draw unwanted attention. Give me a moment. Ziluo nodded. All right, I'll leave it to you, General Zhang. A short while later, Ziluo stood before the top-ranked players. Did you all know that the zombie waves have been controlled by a zombie emperor from behind the scenes? His question left everyone stunned. What, a zombie emperor? I thought this was the work of other humans. Ziluo continued. Now that you know, you should understand that besides the Li family, the zombie emperor is also responsible for today's catastrophic losses. He calculated inwardly. Zhang Yuanzhong's words just gave me an idea. This is my chance. I might as well give the Li family a little gift. The crowd immediately erupted, their angry voices rising. If that's the case, why don't we make that zombie emperor pay a heavy price too? Ziluo, tell us how we can make them pay. My brother died in this last wave. I want revenge for him and our other comrades. Ziluo's gaze swept over the agitated crowd. Now that the zombie wave has ended, the apocalypse game will trigger a special counterattack measure. Ziluo explains the process. It requires a vote from the top 10 players on the contribution leaderboard. He makes his proposal. Once we have a majority vote to strike back, we'll launch the counterattack. Instantly, a system notification panel appears. Counterattack battle, scale, small, format, a showdown between the strongest players and high-level zombies. Victory, eliminate all participating zombies. Reward, the overall strength of zombies in the capital region will be reduced. Defeat, all participating players are killed. The establishment of the safe zone will be delayed for 1 month. If you don't believe me, Ziluo adds, you can check the game's guide on counterattack battles later. The other players immediately start murmuring, their faces full of hesitation. Sir, it's not that we don't believe you. Whatever you say, we'll do it. Sir, if it's really like you say, then if we join the counterattack, wouldn't we just be walking to our deaths? A few others nod in agreement. Yeah, that's right, we just got back on our feet. We're not in top condition yet. I think so too. These zombies are no pushovers, after all. Ziluo's gaze remains firm. That's why, to play it safe, I'll be the only one participating in the counterattack battle. I'm confident I can win. All I need is for you all to back me up. Yuanzhong hesitates, glancing at Ziluo. Ziluo simply gives a slight nod. That one nod is enough. Yuanzhong falls silent, then turns to the others and raises a hand. All of you, work with Ziluo. The players all look at one another for a moment, then nod decisively in unison. Yes, General, sir, just tell us what you need. Sir, can I learn how to fight from you? I promise I won't be a bother. Man, I completely misjudged him. I've got to give it everything I've got to help Sir Ziluo, one player thinks to himself. Just as Ziluo is about to say more, another system announcement suddenly rings out. Time's up, defense time, 5 hours have elapsed, capital safe zone status, number of collapsed structures and casualties are within acceptable limits, the primal energy crystal has not been breached. Verdict, defense successful. Everyone holds their breath, listening. Congratulations, the capital safe zone has been successfully established. Outside, the entire horde of zombies freezes, becoming as still as statues. A player tentatively swings their weapon, the zombie collapses without a fight. He shouts with glee, everyone, get them, these zombies won't fight back. Everyone roars, charge. At the same time, a private notification appears before Z Luo, congratulations, player Z Luo, for achieving first place on the contribution points leaderboard, having successfully defended the safe zone, you may now initiate a retaliation battle against the invading zombies. A prompt appears, do you wish to initiate the counterattack against the zombies? Yes, /no, without a moment's hesitation, he presses yes. The notification panel appears again, 10 out of 10 top-ranking players have voted to launch the counterattack, conditions met, the counterattack battle will now commence, all participants, please prepare yourselves. Z Luo leads the group out, Yuan Zhong walks silently at the back, lost in thought, I remember someone once bought regional intel from the hidden shop, and even got a platinum treasure chest. Could Z Luo have bought related intel, too? Otherwise, how would he know about the Zombie King, and even about the counterattack battle after the wave ended? He rests his chin on his hand, making a decision, after this is over, I have to focus all my efforts on gathering intel from the hidden shop, the more information we have, the bigger our advantage. A while later, on the city's central avenue, a system announcement echoes everywhere, attention all players in the capital safe zone, the zombie wave has ended, following a vote by the top 10 players on the contribution leaderboard, the counterattack battle is about to begin. All the players mopping up the remaining zombies freeze in place, then they erupt in cheers, a counterattack, we can actually fight back, damn right we're fighting back, I'm sick and tired of just sitting here taking a beating. Still, some are doubtful, a counterattack, that's a feature, but, are we really in any condition to strike back right now? Suddenly, someone shouts, pointing to the sky, everyone, look up, isn't that Sir Z Luo? All eyes turn upward in unison. In the sky, a group of people is speeding toward them. Leading the charge is none other than Z Luo. As the distance closes, Z Luo's eyes behind his mask suddenly freeze. Across from them, leading the zombie horde, is the Zombie King and Feng, someone I know. Z Luo can't hide his surprise. Behind his mask, a faint smile crept across Z Luo's lips, Su Huan Ji Huang Shering. He thought, you're the one who killed me in my past life. He stared at the mutated zombie in front of him, to think we'd meet again so soon in this life. Just then, a system window provided an explanation of Kuang Feng's true form. In the era to come, zombies who surpassed level 90 would be known as zombie kings, their power rivaling that of humanity's war gods and magic gods, with immense physical strength, exceptionally high spiritual power, and the inherent traits of a zombie. Their combined combat prowess was nothing short of terrifying. But Kuang Feng was even more special. He could control other zombies like puppets. Once their power reached a certain threshold, these zombies would develop clear consciousness and thought, forming their own personalities and choosing a name for themselves starting with Sure. Such zombies wielded immense suppressive power, commanding the absolute loyalty of lesser undead. They believed themselves to be the superior, evolved form of humanity. Z Luo's thoughts drifted back. In his past life, he and 9 other war gods had signed an accord, forming the Allied Combat Coalition. Of the 9, 3 represented the government, 3 belonged to the Li family, and the remaining 3 were seemingly unaffiliated with any major power. He could still picture the registration letter in his hand, his name signed on the dotted line. The entire coalition was a sham, managed with extreme laxity, no rules, no requirements, every member operated as little more than a freelancer. If you ran into an ally, you might lend a hand or offer a piece of advice, but that was the extent of it. In reality, everyone was just watching their backs, waiting for the highest bidder. In that coalition, as long as the money was good, any job was on the table, and later, the Li family paid handsomely to hire 2 of those war gods along with a zombie emperor to kill him. The memory brought a scornful smirk to Z Luo's lips beneath his mask. As I figured, any creature with a will of its own is driven by self-interest, so what if your powers are from a different school than my phantom mirage? You're not walking out of here alive today. A system window suddenly materialized. Announcing the rules for the counterattack battle, the match will be a death match, each side human and zombie may only send one combatant per round, there are no time limits and no restrictions on combat methods, a round only ends when one side dies, the winning combatant cannot leave the arena and must continue fighting, the counterattack battle will only end when all combatants from one side have been eliminated. The surrounding zombies began to murmur, casting anxious glances at Zi Luo and his people. Kwang Fong shot a look at one of his underlings, who was shaking uncontrollably. The referee announced, both sides, send your combatants to the arena now, if a selection is not made within 10 minutes, the system will randomly choose a participant for immediate execution. Without a moment's hesitation, Zi Luo vaulted into the arena. His first opponent, the berserker zombie, Ren Shui. The system announced the start of the match. Zi Luo pulled up his opponent's stats. Ren Shui berserker zombie bronze tier boss level 18, Zi Luo faltered for a second, that weak. He drew his sword, pulling it from thin air. The second Ren Shui saw the blade, it turned to run, which only confused Zi Luo further. He didn't waste time wondering why. Zi Luo lunged, his mind racing, stalling for time, or is it just a coward? A single, diagonal slash was all it took. As Zi Luo drew his sword back, the system announced. Counterattack battle first round, 36 seconds. Humanity wins. From the sidelines, Kwang Fong had watched it all in silence. He immediately gave his underlings a new order. We can't afford to hesitate, the longer this drags on, the slimmer our chances become. Begin the ritual. Another zombie stepped onto the platform, a new info panel appeared. Pan-Shur Ironhide Stoneplate Zombie Silver Tier Boss Level 21. A specialized zombie. Is he some kind of monster? How can he be this much of a freak? Without missing a beat, Zi Luo swung his sword and lunged forward. His blade sliced into his opponent, but Pan-Shur instantly activated solid as bedrock and immovable mountain, nearly nullifying the blow. The next instant, Zi Luo drove his sword straight through the zombie's stone-like torso, the blade burst through its chest, and Pan-Shur let out a terrified roar. Gra! Beneath his mask, Zi Luo smiled in pure contempt, tch. He gave the hilt a vicious twist, driving the blade deeper. Pan-Shur swung a heavy fist in retaliation, but Zi Luo gracefully evaded it. The next moment, he channeled his energy into the blade. A blazing red aura erupted around Zi Luo's entire body. He shot forward, renewing his assault. Meanwhile, Kwang Fong sent a telepathic command to all of his underlings. Instantly, the horde of zombies sat down as one and covered their eyes. Even Kwang Fong himself shut his eyes, raising a hand to shield his vision. The zombies' heads exploded. Blood sprayed out, staining the ground red. Xiong Fong stepped forward. With a roar, he spread his arms wide. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged his hands into the skulls of his underlings. He ripped out 2 brains, and devoured them. A notification panel appeared. System, Zombie Royal Ritual has been activated. Sacrifice suitable zombies to temporarily increase power. Warning, massive energy consumption. Warning, limited duration. Consequence, upon completion, all enhancements will be lost, user's base strength will be permanently damaged, and the body will sustain severe injuries. Zi Luo was taken aback. This dark energy, this is bad, I have to take this guy out, now. He immediately poured his energy into the attack, shattering Twin Strike. The blade shot toward Pan-Shur. Faced with the attack, Pan-Shur immediately took a defensive stance. Ultimate defense, skill, ultimate defense, effect, converts all strength and spirit into defense. Bonus, when stationary, gain an additional 20% damage reduction. Pan-Shur took the full brunt of both slashes. His body burst apart, but he wasn't dead. It struggled to get back up. Zi Luo gave it no chance, he lunged forward, his sword piercing through Pan Shi's body, with a final, decisive swing. System, Pan Shi has been defeated. You have obtained the item, Pan Shi's necklace. He opened the item's info, equipment, Pan Shi's necklace, grade, silver, description, forged from an incredibly hard rock, it possesses immense defensive power, attributes, constitution +3, spirit +2, physical damage received -10%, passive skill, Pan Shi's shield, creates a shield around the user with durability based on constitution. When the shield breaks, it inflicts a 1-second petrify effect on nearby enemies, cooldown, 18 hours, just what I'd expect from a rare mutant zombie. The gear it drops is top-notch. Satisfied, Zi Luo put it away. Just then, a staggering figure appeared behind him. Its body was green and festering, reeking of a toxic gas. Boss, the plague spreader, grade, silver, LV-19, ability, virulent pustule, extremely corrosive, destroys flesh, structures, and equipment durability, weakness, vulnerable to high heat flames, impaired mobility in left leg. Zi Luo sized it up, this one looks even weaker than Pan Shi. He readied his stance, channeling energy into his sword. There's no other way, if I want to clear this place out, I'll have to go through them. He shot forward. He raised his shield just in time to block a spray of toxic fluid. Skill, Eye of Insight. In his vision, everything slowed to a crawl. He locked onto the weak point on the zombie's left thigh. There it is. As my sword tore through the zombie's leg, the system confirmed the kill. A moment later, a potion vial materialized. Zi Luo picked it up. Just as I thought, the stronger the monster, the better the loot. With a flick of his wrist, he stored the vial in his system inventory. With that taken care of, he turned toward Kwang Fong. The zombie king had its back to him, performing some bizarre ritual over the corpse of another zombie. Zi Luo watched in silence, a chilling thought crossing his mind, cannibalizing your own kind, that's just like you bastards. Sensing Zi Luo's presence, Kwang Fong paused and slowly rose. It turned to face him, its voice halting but seething with hatred. Today, I will kill you, no matter the cost. Zi Luo's lip curled into a smirk. If it weren't for the barrier on this platform, I'd already be down there taking your head. As soon as it finished speaking, Kwang Fong charged toward Zi Luo, stopping at a safe distance to unleash its full power. Instantly, an information panel appeared before Zi Luo. Kwang Fong, the Zombie King, Peak Gold Tier Boss, Level, 24, +8, Base Stats Strength, 50, +30, Spirit, 100, +45, Constitution, 60, +20, Agility, 80, +40, Talents. King's Majesty, Epic Tier, Enhanced, reduces all stats of lower-level creatures by 10%, can control all zombie races below its own rank, inflicts status effects such as suppression and fear during combat. Body of the Gale, grants masterful control over the wind. Element, increasing the power of all wind-based skills by 10%, Phantasm, temporary, can briefly transform into the target's shadow, following behind them. Penetration, temporary, all attacks reduce the target's defense effectiveness by 5%, Curse, temporary, attacks apply 1 stack of a curse effect. Upon reaching a certain number of stacks, the curse activates, affecting the cursed individual's condition. Skills, Eye of the Gale. Berserk Descent, Wind's Aegis, Swift Wind Step. Note, the Zombie King has just completed its ritual and has not yet fully mastered its power. Its attacks may be flawed, this enhanced state is temporary, and all boosted stats and abilities will fade over time. Zi Luo tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Powerful, and deadly. It had been a while since he'd faced an opponent like this. Just then, another system notification rang out. Detecting host is about to engage in a life-or-death battle with the Zombie King. Kwang Fong, special quest issued, a duel of titans. Gazing at Kwang Fong, now wreathed in savage energy, Zi Luo didn't hesitate for a second. Accept. Kwang Fong snarled, spitting out each word with venom. Human, Zi Luo, I never imagined our entire plan to attack the safe zone would be ruined by you, Li Lishuan. That bastard tricked us. He gave us intel on the layout and strength of the teams in the safe zone, but he never said a damn thing about you. Zi Luo froze. The Li family, working with the zombies. He glanced at the explosive power surging from Quang Fong, and suddenly, it all made sense. So that's why the zombie horde attacked so soon. But how did the Li family even contact these kings? If they can turn humans against each other, the zombies are the ones who stand to gain. As for whatever deal they made with Li Lishuan, the fool doesn't even realize he's just a pawn in their game. Just then, Quang Fong let out a deafening roar, its amplified voice booming across the battlefield. Listen up, all you humans, my name is Quang Fong. It gathered power in its hand and declared, the zombie race will infect and slaughter every last one of you. Raising its hand, it formed a massive sphere of energy, all of you, and Zi Luo. Across from him, Zi Luo mirrored the action, gathering a sphere of energy in his own hand. The instant Quang Fong hurled the sphere at him, Zi Luo deftly sidestepped it and lunged forward in a flash. Before Quang Fong could even react, the sphere in Zi Luo's hand suddenly absorbed the torrent of energy surrounding the zombie king. Zi Luo nonchalantly withdrew the sphere of energy, his gaze filled with contempt. Is that all you've got? Quang Fong gritted his teeth, gathering the wind element before slamming both palms onto the ground. The two forces clashed violently, but his energy was clearly weaker and was quickly repelled. As the blast of energy dissipated, the sharp tip of a sword emerged, followed by Zi Luo's contemptuous voice. Is that all you've got? The blade pierced through him, a devastating blow. Clutching his wound, he hastily retreated and unleashed a defensive technique. A massive wall of wind, the Aegis of Wind, instantly shot up in front of Zi Luo. Aegis of Wind forms a wall of wind from the wind element. This shield has immense defensive power and is extremely effective against physical damage. Zi Luo leaned aside, dodging it. Meanwhile, Quang Fong continued to back away, trying to buy himself time to recover. But before he could even steady himself, Zi Luo was already upon him, sword swinging, 9 li slash. The moment Zi Luo's blade fell, Quang Fong leaped into the air. Floating high above, he asked disdainfully, you think you can hurt me? Standing on the ground below, Zi Luo smirked, hate to break it to you, but I already did. And I even forced you to use that life-saving skill of yours. Quang Fong froze, his mind reeling. How? We've only exchanged a few blows, and I've already been forced to use my most crucial escape skill, Gale Step, one of the Zombie King's life-saving skills. Upon activation, the wind grants the user the ability to float, allowing them to walk on air for a period of time. With no escape route left, Quang Fong decided to bet everything on one last life-or-death gamble. He frowned, calculating, as long as Zi Luo is dead, the rest of them are no threat. From below, Zi Luo unleashed Whirlwind Slash, sending his blade spinning upwards. Quang Fong immediately channeled a massive amount of wind element to counter, easily knocking the sword aside. Suddenly, blood streamed from Quang Feng's nose. He roared, activating Storm's Descent. Unleash, Storm's Descent, one of the Zombie King's ultimate skills, creates a storm centered on the user, within which they are immune to damage. Outside its radius, the storm inflicts massive damage on enemies. At the same time, he unleashed another ultimate, Annihilation Storm, another of the Zombie King's ultimate skills, summons a gale that blows in a fixed direction. The more spiritual energy consumed, the greater the storm's power. The storm also possesses abilities such as knockback, corrosion, and destruction. The destructive gale slammed into Zi Luo. He threw up a hand to block but was still forced back by the sheer power. Looking up in surprise, he thought, 2 ultimates at once, he's actually this strong. But just a moment later, the backlash from unleashing 2 ultimates at once struck. Quang Fong plummeted to the ground, muttering relentlessly, Zi Luo. Corpse Clan. The Human King. The Eastern Crystal District will not fall. Seeing this, Ziluo was at a loss for words. He gripped his sword and thought, I take it back. He approached the barely conscious Kwang Fong using 2 ultimates at once and still breathing. Your spiritual fortitude must be pretty damn high. Ziluo continued, too bad you just killed yourself, so much for the reward you were fighting for. Before he finished speaking, Kwang Feng's body slowly began to rise into the air once more. His eyes were shut tight, with blood trickling from their corners and from his mouth. He's unconscious. The other players below the stage stared, their eyes fixed on Ziluo and the floating Kwang Fong. They heard him speak, forget it, you struggled this long and couldn't even scratch me. For the reward, I'll give you a proper send-off. Ziluo activated Bedrock Aegis. Raising a stone wall to shield himself from the chaotic currents of wind, sword in hand, he calmly approached Kwang Fong. Ziluo faced the wall of wind. He stepped inside without a second thought. A heavy stomp, the source of the elemental wind power was completely shattered. Crimson Eyes, activate, his vision turned red. In the center of the vortex, Cheong Fong was writhing in agony. He's about to turn into a dried-up corpse, I have to hurry. He took a deep breath behind his mask, then charged forward. Flicker step, the skill activated. In the blink of an eye, Ziluo was right in front of Cheong Fong, who had already lost consciousness. A single stroke of his sword. Cheong Feng's head flew clean off. He sheathed his sword, stepped forward, and lightly touched his mask. Deactivate the penetrating vision of the Crimson Eyes. Just then, a series of system notifications appeared. Ding, congratulations to player Ziluo for successfully slaying Cheong Fong, Zombie King, ritually enhanced, earning 10,000 merit points. Congratulations, you have reached level 30, all stats +3, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Congratulations to player Ziluo for being the first in Apocalypse to slay a gold tier boss. Earning the unique global title Golden Slayer, a server-wide announcement will now be made. The system announcement quickly appeared before all players. Ding, all members of the zombie faction have been confirmed dead. In the Battle of Vengeance, the human faction has achieved final victory. With the human faction's victory in the Battle of Vengeance, the following benefits have been unlocked. 1. For 7 days, the evolution and leveling speed of all zombies in the capital region is reduced by 30%, and all their stats are reduced by 15%. 2. For 7 days, experience and gold gained from killing zombies in the capital region is increased by 30%, and the item drop rate is increased by 2%. 3. For 3 days, all paid facilities in the capital region, including the shop, will have their fees reduced by 10%. For special treasure chests, hidden shops, and other unique structures will now appear in the capital region. Players are encouraged to explore. Nice, guess I'm famous again. Ziluo's lips curled into a slight smirk. Ding, congratulations, host, for reaching level 30, you have received 1 draw for the ultimate golden hand. Would you like to use your draw now? Ding, congratulations, host, for defeating the Zombie King and achieving victory in the counterattack battle. Mission, Peak Showdown, completed. Ding, calculating based on the host's speed in defeating Cheong Fong. Congratulations, you have received your mission rewards. 1 standard golden hand and 1 piece of superior gold tier equipment. Behind his mask, Ziluo felt a hint of anticipation. The ultimate golden hand, I already have absolute drop rate, yin-yang twin souls, and the eye of insight. What could the 4th one be? He glanced around. Nah, too many people here, I'll deal with it when I get back. Meanwhile, in the area where the other players were gathered, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. We won, we actually won, I knew it. With Ziluo here, there was no way we could lose. Oh my god, for the next 7 days, zombie leveling speed is slowed and their stats are down 15%. This is a huge opportunity for us, isn't it? Yeah, and we get 30% more EXP and gold. Even the item drop rate is up. Starting today, I'm going on a zombie hunting spree. Anyone need a party member? I'm a level 11 warrior with 2 pieces of bronze tier gear. The discussions continued endlessly. Heh, the shop prices are down 10%, I've got just enough gold now to buy that saber, and enough for the class change fee, too. Let's team up, guys. I say we look for some of those treasure chests along the way. If we find some silver tier gear, we'll be rich. Finding a hidden shop would be awesome, too. If we report it to the military, we could get a massive reward. This is our chance to strike it rich. Suddenly, the entire area fell silent. Luo's group appeared. Immediately, the other players' eyes lit up. They swarmed around them. Boss, it's the boss. Luo spoke concisely. Da Sha, do your thing. Da Sha immediately raised his hammer and charged forward, clearing a path. The group quickly ducked into an alley, losing the frenzied crowd. Where'd the boss go? Only then did Luo let out a sigh of relief. Looks like we lost them. Another player approached. Boss, your fame has reached a whole new level. He turned his head. The top 10 ranked players were standing before him. Boss, we owe you our thanks for this. Boss, we were fools to doubt you. Yeah, we're sorry, boss. If you ever need anything in the future, just say the word. I'd die for you. Me too, me too. Luo bowed his head slightly, his expression hidden behind his mask. You've all worked hard. Go back and get some rest, and thank you for trusting me today. With that, he and Da Sha turned and left. The system panel appeared before his eyes once more. Ding! Congratulations, the capital safe zone has been successfully established. Congratulations, the capital safe zone has achieved victory in the counterattack battle, earning 1000 safe zone prosperity points. Congratulations, the capital safe zone has been upgraded to level 2, the safe zone's range has been expanded. A flood of new information was updated. 1. The capital safe zone has obtained a permanent energy crystal. As long as the energy crystal exists, the stamina and spirit recovery rate of all players within the zone is increased by 10%. Each day, the crystal will generate a certain amount of energy based on the safe zone's level. This energy can be used for various game facilities. 2. The specific boundaries of the capital safe zone have been established. All hostile races, e.g., zombies, will have all their stats reduced by 10% upon entering the capital safe zone. 3. The safe zone chat function is now online. All players within the safe zone can spend a certain amount of gold to speak in the chat interface. The cost is determined by the length of the message. The chat function is disabled upon leaving the safe zone. 4. The safe zone mercenary hall has been established. All players can form mercenary teams in the mercenary hall. Team members will receive certain benefits, and the hall will post a large number of mercenary quests daily. For specific rules, please visit the mercenary hall. 5. A zombie virus serum is now available in the capital shop. If injected after being infected but before full zombification, it can prevent mutation. 6. An auction house will be held periodically within the safe zone. All players can participate in the auction or sell their own items. 7. The functions of all game facilities within the safe zone have been optimized. Some game facilities will be hiring staff. Staff members can earn a certain amount of experience and gold daily. As the capital safe zone is the first successfully established safe zone in the world, a global announcement will now be made. Luo turned his head back. A colossal pillar of light shot up into the sky from the center of the safe zone. He looked up, following its path. The first zombie wave is over. It's time to have a talk with Zhang Yuanzhong.